Hi guys. I hope you enjoy listening to these stories. Don't forget to leave a comment, hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Chapter 501. It's ominous. Seed shop headquarters, Leah's room. Phew. It's done. Leah, the god of abundance, who had become the proxy guardian deity of Ainos on Sejun's behalf, looked at the map in front of her and completed the task of encircling the land where the residents lived with a giant river using her divine power. Immediately, you have completed the construction of the giant river to block the fourth calamity, the petrifying spider. Quest completed. As a quest completion reward, you have obtained 100 divine power. As a quest completion reward, your divinity has increased by 5. The residents of Ainos feel safe thanks to the giant river that can block the fourth calamity, the petrifying spider. The public safety of Ainos improves. The chieftain of Ainos allocates spare manpower to farming, increasing the food production speed. The population of Ainos rapidly increases. A string of messages appeared. After the fifth calamity, slimes, were wiped out by peace bays, the fourth calamity, the petrifying spider, invaded Ainos. The petrifying spider, whose main diet was stone, was a terrifying creature that turned its prey into stone and devoured it, but it had a fatal weakness. It died upon contact with water. Normally, petrifying spiders invaded together with other calamities that removed water, but strangely, there were no additional reinforcements this time. This was thanks to Melpheus, who didn't even consider unit combinations. Did their commander suddenly become stupid? Well, that makes things easier for me. I'll build up power here for now before moving on. Is there anything else? As Leah pondered how to further develop the residents of Ainos while looking at the map, the residents of Ainos offer an evening prayer of gratitude to their guardian deity, producing 10,000 divine power. According to the contract terms, you receive 1% of the 10,000 divine power. You have obtained 100 divine power. The residents' prayers generated divine power. A large amount of divine power came in regularly 3 times a day, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sweet. As expected, trust in Park. Thank you. Leah once again felt grateful to Sejun, who had suggested she become a proxy guardian deity. He. If I manage this place well, Park Sejun might even assign followers to my temple too, right? First, I'll start with that follower of mine. Just as Leah was happily indulging in her fantasies. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the flower pot in Leah's room. What's this? It's ominous. An inexplicable sense of foreboding swept over Leah. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Swoosh! As Sejun harvested the garlic from above Alice's body, you have harvested 6 clove garlic of mental strength. Your field Velvia 8 activates, inflicting additional damage. Your field Velvia 8 activates, harvesting the stats of Alice, the mesmerizing spider, and 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Strength increases by 50, stamina by 30, agility by 20, magic power by 50. The potential of all stats has reached its limit. You can no longer absorb stats. The harvested stats are returned to nature. A series of messages appeared. I'm sorry I couldn't accept you. Parting is inevitable when you meet someone. Find a better owner. Goodbye, Sejun said, looking at the messages with an enlightened expression. Hitting the wall of potential, Sejun had been experiencing this kind of situation more frequently lately. As he continued to lose stats multiple times like this. Great hybrid Chairman Park. In a hurry, Theo called out to Sejun and came running toward him. What's? Thud. Why does he always run onto my face? Just as Sejun was about to ask for an explanation, Theo leaped and clung to his face. Use meow step. Meow. Sejun grabbed Theo by the scruff and peeled him off. Chairman Park, we've been scammed. Meow. Theo said with a serious expression. Even then, he still looked cute. Scammed? How could we possibly be scammed? Sejun asked, looking incredulous. It was odd to say this out loud, but at the moment, there wasn't anyone with the audacity to try and scam him. Leonin gave us a defective divine relic, meow. Theo shouted in an angry voice towards Sejun. A defective divine relic? That's right, meow. I put this into the pouch of abundance, and it broke saying its energy was exhausted, meow. It's defective, meow. Theo explained the situation while showing Sejun the seed of great magic stream. Who? What is that? Sejun noticed the seed in Theo's paw and asked. Then, Pooh Hut. Hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, made it exactly as Great Hybrid Chairman Park planned, meow. Here, take it, meow. Theo gazed at Sejun with admiration as he handed over the seed. What plan did I make? With a puzzled expression, Sejun checked the name of the seed. Seed of Great Magic Stream. Seed of Great Magic Stream? Why was there a great in front of it? He quickly checked the seed's options. The content showed that it had evolved by combining 10 magic stream seeds, and a condition of requiring 500,000 or more magic power was added to the usage restrictions. What? The difficulty level for sprouting it just got way harder. It seemed the difficulty had shifted from hellish to impossible. No wonder it broke. Sejun immediately understood why the pouch of abundance had been destroyed. It was like trying to run a high-spec game on a low-end computer. Still, considering the fact that it had managed to create 10 magic stream seeds and then broke down, it had performed reasonably well, right? Hee. It's transformed into the Seed of Great Magic Stream, just as I planned. Exactly. Pooh hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park is amazing, meow. Sejun threw a boastful shot at Theo, who was looking at him with admiring eyes. But can it evolve even further? He looked at the seed with pure intellectual curiosity, as sprouting it had already entered the realm of impossibility. Should I try putting it in the golden box of abundance? For a moment, he felt an urge to see what the next evolution of the Seed of Great Magic Stream would be like, but no, wait. If I do that, it could break too. In the worst case, he might lose his method for increasing medicinal mugwort and transcendence black beans. Especially since, lately, the dragons had been fighting Jormungandr, the world-devouring serpent and third seat of the Apostle of Destruction, and had used up a lot of transcendence black beans, placing a large order. If he broke the golden box of abundance out of mere curiosity, they'd definitely be furious. Plus, the dragons can't get hurt, after all. Sejun also felt a sense of responsibility after hearing that thanks to the transcendence black beans, the 4-Dragon Council had won the battle without losing any dragons. Just as Sejun was about to give up on putting the Seed of Great Magic Stream into the golden box of abundance. Then, should we impeach Leonim, meow? Theo asked, flaring his nostrils with an expression full of expectation. No. This isn't Leonim's fault. The seed's ability is just too high, meow? Then we're not impeaching her, meow? Yeah, got it, meow. Then if Leonim doesn't give us a new divine relic, let's impeach her, meow. With planner blocked, Theo immediately initiated Plan B. Of course. That would definitely be grounds for impeachment. Hee, that's right, meow. Pooh hut. Thus, the two of them decided to get a new divine relic from Leah. To summon Leonim, we'll need the King of Farming, so let's go find him first. Alright, meow. Let's go find the King of Farming, meow. They went off to find Podori, since the King of Farming was currently helping Podori as an assistant, squeezing sugarcane juice as an act of apology. However, Cybele the 18th, huh? I sent him on an errand to the 79th floor of the tower a few hours ago. Cybele the 18th? Ah, it's short for St. Ludwig Schruan Argon Walter 18, which is the King of Farming's real name. TL, this name is also created by combining from Schruan and from Walter, resulting in Cybele, which is slang for the fuck dot. Oh. Did you come up with that, Podori? You've got a knack for naming things. You think so? But it's nothing compared to you, Sejun Nim. Oh, come on. It's not that special. No, seriously. When I think back to the shock I felt when you named Kararuru. Ha. Kararuru was indeed one of my best names. Sejun and Podori continued chatting about naming things. At that moment, Chairman Park. Now's not the time to talk about that, meow. We need to hurry and catch Cybele the 18th, meow. Theo urged Sejun impatiently. Oh, right. Hey, guys, tell Quenji that I'm heading down to the 79th floor for a bit. Quek! Sejun asked a passing mushroom and to relay his message to Quenji. Toryong. He called out to Toryong and used it to move to the waypoint. Minotaur King, if Quenji comes looking for me, please tell him I went down to the 79th floor. Moo. Understood. Just in case, Sejun also asked the Minotaur King to pass the message along if he saw Quenji. And then, clank. Vice Chairman Theo, get in. Kirarong. Carefully, Sejun placed Blackie and his followers, who were sleeping lazily in the sling bag, onto the storage floor, and then spoke to Theo. Got it, meow. Theo quickly entered the storage and waited by the door. Just wait a bit. Okay, meow. Clank. As Sejun closed the door to the void storage. I want to see Chairman Park soon, meow. Theo entered waiting mode. On the way down from the 90th floor of the Black Tower to the 80th floor. Tadadak. Riding on the back of a silver wolf, who had come down from the 99th floor, was Cybele the 18th. Wow, was it always this pleasant here? It was a completely different experience compared to when he had been traveling with Yoren and Pio. A little while later, we've arrived. See you next time. Yes. Thank you. The Silver Wolf left after dropping Cybele the 18th off on the 79th floor. That must be Sparky Nim over there. Clang. Clang. Cybele the 18th began walking toward a massive tree that reached all the way to the sky. Are you Sparky? I'm your senior, Podori, who became a world tree before you. From now on, you should treat me with the respect a senior deserves. Cybele the 18th was planning to deliver Podori's message, who was trying to establish seniority as a world tree. But is it really okay to deliver the message like this? I'm just a messenger, so it should be fine, right? Cybele the 18th naively thought nothing would happen to him. However, what did that little punk just say to our mother? This means war. The birds protecting Sparky, who overheard the conversation, didn't stay quiet. Having already lost their mother tree once, they were now extremely devoted to the current mother tree, Sparky. I'm doomed. Before he could even think of running, Cybele the 18th, who was from the 4th floor of the tower, was captured. Please, tie me up gently. My bones will break. He was thrown in front of Sparky. Say that again. Did you just say to call Podoriopera a senior? Yes, but I didn't say it myself, it was. Silence. I've had enough. I've been meaning to teach Podoriopera a lesson for not listening to Flaminim, and today feels like the perfect day. I'll call for a world tree meeting to settle who's the better world tree between me and Podoriopera. Flamy. Sparky was about to call Flamy to convene the world tree meeting, as all world trees were connected through Flamy. At that moment, Mother! Sejun Nim has arrived. A bird hurriedly flew over to Sparky and reported. Sejun Nim? Then I'll ask Sejun Nim to decide who the better world tree is. Since Sejun was Flamy's master, in Sparky's view, Sejun's authority was far greater than that of the world tree meeting. And then, of course, Sparky is the better world tree. Sejun took Sparky's side. Because? Eggs have more uses than grapes, don't they? After all, there were more dishes you could make with eggs than with grapes. Thank you, Sejun Nim. Did you hear that? Now, go tell Podoriopera. And also let him know that since I'm the superior world tree, he should treat me as his senior. Why yes. Thus, Cybele the 18th was released. I don't want to go. His feet wouldn't move. If he delivered this news, he'd definitely get scolded by Podori. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Found you, meow. A saving paw reached out and grabbed Cybele the 18th. Theonim? Pooh Hut. Cybele the 18th, if you summon Leonim, I'll send you back to the 4th floor of the tower, meow. Really? Understood. Leonim, please descend here. Without a second of hesitation, Cybele the 18th immediately summoned Leah. But then, Leah, the god of abundance, refuses to descend. So this was the source of the ominous feeling. Sensing the impending disaster, Leah had already refused to descend. However, tell Leonim that if she refuses to descend, I'll strip her of her position as proxy guardian deity. Yes, whom? Park Sejun, what's the matter? Leah had no choice but to descend due to Sejun's threat. Chapter 502, Don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park. The pouch of abundance that Leonim gave me broke. What? The pouch of abundance I gave you broke? How did you manage to break it? Its durability was pretty high, so it shouldn't have broken under normal circumstances. How could it? That pouch had so much divine power infused into it. Although Leah was internally agitated, she kept her voice as calm as possible so as not to upset Sejun. Well, I put this inside, and it broke. Swoosh! As Sejun took out the seed of great magic stream and relayed exactly what Theo had told him, Leah responded. So, you're saying that, after putting the seed of magic stream into the pouch of abundance, it multiplied into 10 seeds, and then those merged into one, evolving into the seed of great magic stream? Yes. Is that even possible? Can that really happen? Leah looked utterly incredulous. She knew better than anyone because she had made it herself. The pouch of abundance couldn't replicate a seed of great magic stream. Absolutely not. At best, it could duplicate a single seed of magic stream. That was its limit. This is impossible unless a miracle occurred. It was something that couldn't be explained unless a miracle had occurred, just as Leah thought. And then? Meow? This miracle was, of course, thanks to Theo, who caused miracles as casually as breathing when it came to matters related to Sejun. Leah Nim, that's why I need a new divine relic. One that's more expensive and better, and can hold this seed. Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. Leah Nim, you must offer a better divine relic to the great hybrid chairman Park. Meow. Sejun, if you asked me to make the pouch of abundance again, I could make it 10 times over, but to create a divine relic that can replicate this seed, I'd need to make at least a 5-star divine relic. That's beyond my abilities. Leah wore a troubled expression at Sejun's request. The number and grade of divine relics a god can create are determined by their divinity. Currently, Leah's divinity stood at around 250,000, which allowed her to create up to 3 divine relics, with a limit of 2 stars, in grade. For reference, the 3 divine relics Leah had made, the golden box of abundance, the golden tree stump pot of abundance, and the pouch of abundance, were all in Sejun's possession. Now that the pouch of abundance was broken, Leah's divine relics had decreased to 2. She could create 1 new divine relic, but the problem was the grade. With Leah's current divinity, she couldn't create a 5-star divine relic. In that moment, Sejun became acutely aware of just how absurdly capable Blackie family had been when they gave him a minimum 3-star item, even after losing all their strength. However, 5-star grade? Isn't that something our Kararuru can make too? Sejun, who was completely unaware of this, responded. A god can't even do that? Even the sunfish fish can make those. Sejun looked slightly disappointed as he glanced at Leah. I can't let Trust in Park be disappointed. I'll uphold the pride of non-combat gods. Leah decided to rise to the challenge and meet Sejun's expectations, even if it meant permanently reducing her divinity. Ahum. But who am I? I am none other than Leah, the god of abundance, who makes the impossible possible. There is nothing impossible for me. Trust in Park is always right. Leah mentally chanted this slogan. Oh. As expected of Leah Nim. Fighting. As Sejun cheered for Leah. Leah Nim. Fighting. Meow. Theo followed Sejun's lead, raising his front paw to the sky as he cheered for Leah. However, there are 2 conditions. Conditions? Do you want me to assign some followers to your achievement monument? Sejun naturally assumed she was going to bring up something related to a temple. But instead, the first is that I need your divine power stored in Ainos. With my divine power alone, I cannot create a 5-star divine relic. Leah brought up a different topic altogether. If a god with divine rank was a blacksmith, divine power was like unrefined ore. To make high-quality relics, a lot of ore was needed. What's the second condition? While making this relic, my divinity will decrease, and the other divine relics will likely disappear. However, you must not be disappointed. The second condition seemed a bit ambiguous. The new divine relic can replicate other seeds too, right? Sejun asked to confirm. Of course, it's possible. Got it. But wait, I have divine power? Sejun, who hadn't reached the minimum level of divinity required to use divine power, hadn't been receiving any from Ainos. The divine power had been accumulating there instead. Yes, didn't you know? Quite a lot of divine power has accumulated in Ainos. And Theo also steals from our temple every day. Really? Then how much divine power will it take to create this relic? There's about 900,000 divine power stored in Ainos, and I'll need around 700,000 of that to create a proper relic. Normally, it wouldn't take this much, but because she was forcibly raising the relic's grade, the amount of divine power consumed was almost doubled. Then please use my divine power to create the relic. And if there's any left, Leah Nim, you can keep it. Sejun knew from Leah's determined expression that she was taking a big risk, so he decided to let her keep any remaining divine power after making the relic. After all, he had no immediate use for divine power. As the conversation ended, oh yes. I get to save my divine power. As expected of Trust in Park. Then I shall begin crafting the relic. Leah, happy to have saved divine power, joyfully drew out Sejun's accumulated divine power stored in Ainos and started crafting the new relic. Whoom! White lights gathered and formed a lump. Swish! Under Leah's touch, the shape took form. The shape was similar to the broken pouch of abundance. As the divine relic was almost complete, burning 50,000 divinity to increase the relic's grade. The relic's grade has increased from 3-star to 4-star, burning 100,000 divinity to increase the relic's grade. The relic's grade has increased from 4-star to 5-star. Leah burned her divinity to forge the relic into a 5-star divine relic. 1 hour later. Huff, huff. It's done. With a voice full of exhaustion, Leah, having poured all her energy and divinity into crafting the relic, handed over a green leather pouch to Sejun. Thank you, Leah Nim. As Sejun received the relic Leah offered him, then I shall take my leave now. Park Sejun, take care. Leah's presence faded as her descent came to an end. Seed shop headquarters. Sigh. As soon as Leah returned, she let out a deep sigh. Now that my divinity has dropped, I won't be able to throw my weight around much at the seed shop headquarters. Leah didn't particularly like acting bossy, except when shouting trust in Park. What if the others start disrespecting me because my divinity has decreased? Of course, other non-combat gods followed Leah not because of her abilities, but because they trusted her as a mental and emotional pillar. There was no chance they would belittle her just because her divinity had dropped. While Leah's self-esteem took a hit along with her divinity, and she was unnecessarily worrying about trivial things, you have achieved the great feat of creation by burning your divinity to craft a divine relic 2 grades higher than your own capacity. As a reward for this great feat of creation, you have earned the title, God Who Burns Divinity. As a result of title, God Who Burns Divinity, the amount of divinity required when creating divine relics is reduced by 10%. As a reward for your great feat of creation, your divinity has increased by 300,000. A message appeared before Leah. She had burned 150,000 divinity, but gained 300,000. As expected of trust in Park. You had it all planned out. Park Sejun must have known this would happen. That I would end up like this. Leah started to believe that Sejun asking her to create a 5-star divine relic was all part of some grand plan. Of course, it was just Leah's misunderstanding. You have achieved the feat of crafting a 5-star divine relic. As a reward for this achievement, you have earned the title, God Who Created a 5-star Relic. The divine power consumed when crafting relics of 5 stars or lower is reduced by 10%. As a reward for this achievement, your divinity has increased by 100,000. Another set of messages appeared before Leah. This was all part of Trust in Park's big plan. Thanks to this, Leah's misunderstanding only deepened. Don't ask, don't question, just trust in Park. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. Leah went out of the house, enthusiastically spreading her newly created slogan to the non-combat gods. 79th floor of the Black Tower. Pouch of Abundance crafted with utmost sincerity. Oh. I like the name already. Sejun checked the options of the divine relic Leah had crafted. Pouch of Abundance crafted with utmost sincerity. This is a divine relic imbued with the power of Leah, the god of abundance. Leah, the god of abundance, burned her divinity to raise its grade by 2 levels, creating it with utmost sincerity as a gift for Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. The pouch contains 3 separate pockets inside, allowing you to duplicate 3 different seeds simultaneously. Place a seed inside and wait for a day, and the seed will multiply into 100. The duplication quantity and time may vary depending on the seed. Usage restriction, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, acknowledged by Leah, the god of abundance. Creator, Leah, the god of abundance. Grade? Oh. There are 3 pockets inside? When Sejun opened the green pouch, he saw 3 openings branching out from the center at 120-degree angles. Talk. 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 Sejun placed 3 seeds into the 3 pockets, a magical cherry tomato seed, a transcendence black bean, and a seed of great magic stream. Swish. Time until 100 magical cherry tomato seeds are duplicated, 1 day. Time until 15 transcendence black beans, 2, are duplicated, 1 day. Time until 1 seed of great magic stream is duplicated, 7 days. Letters appeared on the side of the pouch. He. As expected, a 5-star relic is really on a different level. While Sejun was marveling at the pouch of abundance crafted with utmost sincerity, growl, growl. Both Sejun's and Theo's stomachs growled at the same time. Who? Why am I so hungry all of a sudden? Chairman Park, I feel strangely hungry too, meow. Both Sejun and Theo had already eaten lunch, and it had only been about 3 hours since they came down. It was around 4 p.m. It wasn't time to be hungry yet. At that moment, Sejun Nim, have you come to your senses now? Sparky asked Sejun. Who? What do you mean, come to my senses? You 2 have been standing here for 7 days straight. I've been standing here for a whole week. Meow? Me too, meow. Sejun and Theo were completely bewildered. In fact, Leah's relic creation hadn't taken just 1 hour, but 7 days. However, Sejun and Theo, completely engrossed in watching her craft the relic, hadn't noticed the passage of time. That can't be. Growl. But first, let's eat. Clink. Sejun hurriedly opened the void storage to take out something to eat. Kihihit. King. Hee. Eating and sleeping every day is the best. Inside, the Blackie family, now plump like pigs, were rolling around on the floor, which had become a complete mess. During the week Sejun was gone, they had been partying in the void storage, eating and playing to their heart's content. These little rascals. Too exhausted to scold them, Sejun and Theo quickly ate some jerky and churu to fill their stomachs. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Krueng! Krueng! Dad hasn't come home for a whole week. Quenji is going to look for him. Dad and Big Brother must be in danger. Quenji will go rescue them. Having stayed awake for 7 days straight waiting for Sejun to return, Quenji slung his lunch bag over his shoulder and set off to find Sejun. Chapter 503, Was I on the Demon King route? Ah. Now I finally feel alive. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. Now I'm full, meow. Sejun and Theo, who had hastily filled their bellies, laughed as they patted their stomachs. I wonder if the guys are cleaning up properly? Clang. Sejun lightly opened the door to the void storage and peeked inside. Kihihit. King. Hee. Blackie is coming. Caw. Payak. The fat Blackie was riding a sled made of rags pulled by Kararuru and Sherry, playing around. Kiruk. Gogomi was covering trash with spider webs. And then, Sharalang. Kabi was rotting things that had fallen on the floor. That would only make it smell. The more they cleaned, the messier the floor became. Is this really cleaning? If we just stay still, Sejun and Nim might scold us less, right? Eomdol and Juki, feeling that things weren't right, had decided to just sit quietly, thinking it would at least lessen Sejun's anger. Hey Dash! As Eomdol and Juki had expected, the moment Sejun walked in, he screamed in frustration. From here to here is Blackie's area, and over there is Kararuru's. He assigned each one their cleaning areas and made them start cleaning again. Then, King. My body feels heavy. King. Blackie, absorbing all the nutrients he had eaten into his core, suddenly managed to lose weight and began cleaning properly. A little while later, Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, I'm all done. Blackie called Sejun over to check his work. However, is this what you call done? Who told you to hide trash in the corners? Do it again, King. How did he know? Even though Blackie's body had gotten lighter, it didn't mean he was any better at cleaning. In the middle, other guys came to get inspected too, but, do it again, they all got rejected. Since none of them had ever cleaned before, especially as former apostles of destruction, it was only natural. While the Blackie family was busy cleaning the void storage, Sejun and Nim, then I'll be heading down. Please put in a good word for me with Padoranim. Sure. Cybele the 18th, who had passed out due to the after effects of summoning Leah, the god of abundance, and had just come to his senses, descended to the 4th floor of the tower. And, Sparky, Podori might have a bit of an authority complex, but he's not a bad guy. Try to get along with him, okay? But if he crosses the line, tell me. I'll put him in his place. Yes, Sejun Nim. Thank you. Sejun asked Sparky to get along with Podori. Whether his words would get through was another matter. 3 hours later, pass. Kiruk. Gogomi, using her spider web to pick up trash, cleaned the floor perfectly and became the first among the Blackie family to pass Sejun's inspection. Kiruk. Feeling proud of herself after receiving Sejun's approval. Shoop. Gogomi generously shared her spider web with the others who asked for help. Shuruk. Then she shot her spider web into Sejun's sling bag and slipped inside, and soon, the others also used Gogomi's web to finish cleaning quickly. Now, let's head home. Kirarong. Rorong. Sejun put the exhausted Blackie family who had fallen asleep after finishing cleaning into his sling bag and moved to the waypoint. But I feel like I forgot something. While forgetting something very important. Whoosh! Quenji flew quickly, using telekinesis to go to the 79th floor of the tower. Hey! Pay up Dash. Krueng. Whenever a robber appeared, he subdued them. Boom. Even when pieces of Jormungandr tried to devour him. Krueng. He simply broke through. Clink. He didn't bother picking up any coins. He had to get to Sejun and Theo as soon as possible. When Quenji finally reached the 79th floor where Sejun was. Quenji, don't go. Big Brother hates you. If you go, he'll only hate you more. A vile whisper echoed in Quenji's ears, dripping with malice aimed at ensuring the listener's misery. But, Krueng. Big Brother hates Quenji. Quenji loves Big Brother, so why? Until now, Quenji, who had grown up surrounded by kindness and love, did not doubt the malicious whispers at all. You stole Big Brother's churu, didn't you? Krueng. That time, Quenji didn't know that Quenji wasn't supposed to eat Big Brother's churu. So now Quenji don't eat it anymore. It's too late. Big Brother already hates you. At some point, The whispers were filled with ominous magic power, but, Krueng, that can't be. Shocked, Quenji failed to notice the approach of the ominous magic power. And maybe Dad hates you too, Quenji. You eat way too much. Dad likes Quenji. That was a fact Quenji had never doubted. But now, hearing words that denied that truth, Quenji couldn't respond properly and got angry. Does Dad really hate Quenji? Doubt started creeping in, filling Quenji with fear. Krueng. Krueng. No. Dad likes Quenji. So, to avoid being consumed by doubt, Quenji yelled out in defiance. He. Then why hasn't he come looking for you in a week? Krueng. That's. The whisper struck Quenji's weak spot. Almost there. It was the Black Soul, the Demon King of Despair. Black Soul was reading Quenji's thoughts, dragging him deeper into despair. Dad abandoned you. Cook. Sink into despair and die, little bear. Black Soul delivered the final blow to Quenji. Thud. Does Dad not love Quenji? Does Mom not love Quenji? Does Big Brother not love Quenji? Suddenly, everything Quenji had once taken for granted became doubtful. Kuween. Terrified, Quenji burst into tears. From Quenji, a dark crimson energy began to emanate. Is it time? Sensing Quenji's despair as a signal of the destruction, the beast of apocalypse began to awaken. At that moment, who the hell is talking bullshit? Who abandoned who? Why would I ever abandon my Quenji? Sejun, who usually avoided harsh words, appeared furious, his face flushed with anger. Quenji, Dad is here. Don't cry. Sejun hurriedly rushed to the crying Quenji, scooping him up, and gently patted his back to calm him down. Then, Kuween? Does Dad loves Quenji? Quenji asked in a trembling voice, his eyes full of fear as he looked at Sejun. Of course I love you. I'm sorry I came late. Sejun hugged Quenji tighter as he spoke. Kuween? Even if Quenji eats a lot, you still love Quenji? Yes. Kuween? Even if Quenji does something bad, you still love Quenji? Yes. Because you're my son. But if you do something bad, I'll have to scold you. Hey. Krueng. He. I understand. Quenji will never do anything bad. Then, even after that, Quenji kept asking for reassurance, as if he still couldn't fully calm down. Yes, of course. Sejun answered each question warmly and sincerely. Now I can sleep a bit more. Meanwhile, the dark crimson energy that had been seeping from Quenji's body completely disappeared. While Sejun was busy calming the startled Quenji. Meow. Why were you bothering my little brother? Meow. I'll punish you. Meow. Whack. Theo, in Sejun's place, was smacking the black stone that sealed the Black Soul, the Demon King of Despair, with his front paws. Guard Theo has defeated the sealed Black Soul, the Demon King of Despair. You have gained 3 billion experience points, which is 50% of the experience earned by Guard Theo. Crack. The black stone that sealed the Black Soul, the Demon King of Despair, shattered, and roll. A blue orb rolled out from inside. Grab. Pooh hut. I should give this to Great Hybrid Chairman Park. Meow. Theo picked up the orb and ran towards Sejun. Krueng. Exhausted from crying and laughing, Quenji had fallen asleep in Sejun's arms. Hey. Every now and then, a little laugh could be heard, suggesting Quenji was having a good dream. Step. To avoid disturbing Quenji, who was having a good dream, Sejun walked quietly and slowly toward the waypoint. Chairman Park, take this. Meow. Theo said in a hushed voice as he handed over the blue orb to Sejun. What's this? I picked it up after punishing the guy who was bullying Quenji. Meow. Heart of Black Soul, the Demon King of Despair. That guy was a Demon King. Sejun, who hadn't paid attention because he was comforting Quenji, had only now realized the identity of the enemy who made Quenji cry. Crunch. Sejun didn't merge the heart. He crushed it. It wouldn't have been of much help anyway, and due to his potential, it wouldn't even raise his stats. I can't forgive you. More than anything, he didn't want to merge with the heart of someone who had hurt Quenji's feelings. Then, you have resisted the temptation of the Demon King's power and achieved the feat of destroying the heart of Black Soul, the Demon King of Despair. You have obtained the title, One Who Hates Demons. With the effect of the title, One Who Hates Demons, you gain resistance to all negative energies. With the effect of the title, One Who Hates Demons, all your stats increase by 50 every time you destroy a Demon King's heart. The talents of the Demon King you possessed, Bringer of Despair and Bringer of Nightmares, have transformed into One Who Overcomes Despair and One Who Overcomes Nightmares. A series of messages appeared. Who? The Demon King's talent? Was I on the Demon King route? It was only then that Sejun realized he had been walking the path of a Demon King. Becoming a Demon King wasn't necessarily bad. It would just mean dealing with enemies more ruthlessly. However, a Demon King, he had already abolished slavery to improve the image of Sejun Company, but if the chairman became a Demon King, all that effort would be for nothing. The company's image would tank instantly. Phew. That was close. Relieved that he had protected Sejun Company's reputation, Sejun let out a sigh as he headed toward the waypoint. As expected, Chairman Park is amazing, meow. He's done something incredible, meow. Theo looked at Sejun with eyes full of admiration. On the 461st day since entering the tower, another day passed without any major incidents. The next morning, all right, I feel refreshed. Sejun opened his eyes as usual. Although he had gone 7 days without eating, sleeping, or even sitting down, he strangely felt no fatigue. Of course, this was to be expected. Sejun's body was now beyond the point where he could feel tired from that level of exertion anymore. Even though he didn't need to sleep, he still did so out of habit. Meow, King. After picking up Theo and the Blackie family, Sejun used his skill. Maintain cleanliness. He cleaned himself and his companions with the skill. Then, step. Step. He strolled through the farm. The poison detoxifying Japanese pumpkin is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends its strength. The effect of great blessing of the crops, master, activates, increasing the potential of your agility stat from 5593 to 5603. To increase his potential. However, due to your job trait, you are borrowing 1% of the stats from the Green Tower's tower farmer Ophelia. Your potential stat is insufficient, so you cannot borrow the full 1%. Agility, 5603. The increased potential was quickly filled. When will I ever have some spare capacity? Sejun continued walking as he read the messages. Up to now, Sejun had raised his potential by 1,000, but there were still too many borrowed stats from other tower farmers. About 9,500. Most of them came from Ophelia and Arjux, and since they were dragons, even borrowing just 1% of their stats was overwhelming for Sejun. Until he raised all 9,500 of his potential stats, whatever Sejun ate would just return to nature. So, whenever he had the time, Sejun diligently worked on raising his potential. While Sejun was focused on this, Patrick, the god of the earth, apologizes for his hasty actions last time. He says he has prepared another gift as a token of his apology. Patrick, who had been blocked along with Bev after trying to make Sejun eat the lava bloodstone, reached out to him again. A gift? Patrick, the god of the earth, bestows the blood of the silver giant. With the message, a glass bottle filled with a silvery liquid, resembling mercury, appeared in Sejun's hand. Blood of the silver giant. Blood extracted from the body of a silver giant. Upon consumption, strength and stamina potential will increase by 20% each. Maximum potential increase is 700 for both stats. Upon consumption, the talent, Herculean strength will awaken. After consuming once, any further consumption of blood of the silver giant will have no effect. Usage restriction, strength 3000 or higher. Expiration, none. Grade, SS. The options were good, but it looked dangerous to drink just by looking at it. Is it really safe to drink this? Sejun asked in a suspicious tone. Patrick, the god of the earth, confidently says to trust him and drink it. Patrick replied with full confidence. However, why is there no answer? Sejun was waiting for a response from a different god. Bev, the god of courage, says that you can't just consume safe things all the time, urging you to show your courage. Bev, the danger detector who had recently gained Sejun's trust, finally responded. He. So, it's safe to drink. Having confirmed its safety, Sejun drank the blood of the silver giant. Chapter 504, Poohoo Hut. Of course, Churu is the best palate cleanser, meow. Ugh, what kind of taste is this? After drinking the silver giant's blood, Sejun's face scrunched up in disgust. He had already tasted the blood of the bronze giant before, so he expected it to taste bad, but such an awful taste. The silver giant's blood clung stickily to his tongue, giving off a mix of shampoo and metallic flavors. Meow? The great hybrid Chairman Park's face is becoming very ugly, meow. The face of Chairman Park is guarded by none other than Chairman Park's right-hand man, hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Squish. Squish. Upon noticing Sejun's grimacing face, Theo quickly administered his sneezing emergency treatment on Sejun's face. Chairman Park, use this as a palate cleanser, meow, while handing Sejun something to cleanse his palate. Oh. Thank you, Vice Chairman Theo. This guy, Theo has amazing sense. Sejun gratefully took what Theo handed him and sucked it down in one go. And then, a fishy taste spread all throughout his mouth. Ooh. Why the hell would you give me churu? Pooh hut. Of course, churu is the best palate cleanser, meow. That's only for you, yoomp. The mix of shampoo taste, metallic flavor, and now fishiness made the silver giant's blood, which he had barely managed to swallow, start coming back up. No. If I hadn't eaten it in the first place, it would have been fine, but now, having suffered all the pain, it'd be such a waste to throw it up. He wanted to grab a drink to wash it down, but there wasn't even time for that. Clasp. So, Sejun tightly covered his mouth with both hands and, gulp, desperately swallowed it back down. Huff. Huff. Phew. As Sejun barely managed to keep himself from spitting out the silver giant's blood, he let out a deep sigh. Meow. Chairman Park's mouth smells like a weird mix of poop and something else, meow. Theo quickly put on a gas mask. The gas mask was a special item that Iona had made specifically for Theo to use when following Sejun to the bathroom. Apparently, it had been specially designed with a powerful deodorizing magic for Theo, making it exceptionally effective at eliminating bad odors. I'm jealous. I should get one made for me too, MMPH. It's coming up again. Damn it. How embarrassing. To be disgusted by my own breath. Sejun hurriedly opened the void storage and pulled out a cold cola. He chugged it down, forcing the silver giant's blood back down along with the cola. Then, you have consumed the blood of the silver giant. Your strength and stamina potential increase by 700 each, the possible maximum increase. Talent, Herculean strength has awakened. Talent, Herculean strength has already awakened. TL, Chapter 286 After drinking blood of the bronze giant. Talent, Herculean strength has been enhanced to the talent, young giant's Herculean strength. Finally, the messages appeared. Due to your job trait, you borrow 1% of the stats of Ophelia, the tower farmer of the Green Tower. Due to your job trait, you borrow 1% of the stats of Arjux, the tower farmer of the White Tower. You do not have enough potential stats to borrow the full 1%. Strength, 79-39, 79-39. Stamina, 69-62, 69-62. Of course, the increased potential for strength and stamina quickly filled up. Burp. But why did my strength potential increase so much? Is it because of the young giant's Herculean strength? Sejun burped and checked his enhanced talent. Young giant's Herculean strength, a talent that grants tremendous potential for strength, like that of a young giant. With each level up, strength increases by 30, and strength potential increases by 1%. Strength potential increases by 2,000. He. It's gotten a lot better than before. The strength stat increase upon leveling up had risen from 10 to 30, and an additional effect had been added where strength potential increases by 1%. On top of that, the strength potential increase had gone from 500 to 2,000. That's why his strength potential had increased so much. With this, I can probably reach the 10th tower without needing the Transcendence Black Beans. Sejun was already able to use the power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky, and if he used the Transcendence Black Beans along with it, he could reach the 10th tower. However, there was no reason to go. How dare you disrespect me? Of course, the biggest reason was because he was sulking. HMPH. Still, with Patrick Nim looking after me like this, should I go? Honestly, the fact that the giant blood Patrick gave him was inedible or tasted horrible wasn't due to any malicious intent on Patrick's part. Well, maybe a little malicious. Remembering how Patrick had insisted he eat the lava bloodstone with his eyes tightly shut made Sejun feel reluctant to go again. But still, the gesture had some sincerity. Should I just stop by after breakfast and make a quick appearance? It was certainly his first visit, so there was a high possibility of getting an achievement. With that thought, Sejun decided to quickly eat breakfast and then head to the 10th tower for just a quick visit. Step. Sejun walked around the farm again, raising his potential. A little while later. Krueng. Good morning, Dad. Quenji, who had just woken up, greeted Sejun with a deep bow and clung to his side. Then, sniff. Krueng. Dad, your mouth smells like a weird poop smell. Let's brush your teeth. Quenji will help too. Before eating breakfast, Sejun brushed his teeth with Quenji. Then, how is it? Sniff. Krueng. It's okay now. Only after brushing 5 times did Sejun receive Quenji's permission to stop brushing his teeth. What's going on here? I'm the dad, but something feels off. Feeling a bit strange, Sejun headed to the kitchen where he ate the food his companions prepared by Sejun number 1. After Sejun finished his breakfast, "Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Dad, Quenji made morning coffee." Quenji, who had somehow finished his meal earlier, brought over a cup of coffee. "Oh my son is such a good boy. Pat. Pat." As Sejun patted Quenji's cute little bottom. "Meow." Chairman Park, hybrid Vice Chairman Theo also wants pats. "Meow." Slide. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. "Me too." Slide. Theo and Blackie's family also subtly pushed their butts out. "All right." Sejun patted everyone's bottoms before finally sitting down to drink his coffee. Slurp. The coffee had cooled down quite a bit. Thanks to that, Sejun quickly finished his coffee. "All right. Summon the entrance to the 10th tower." Sejun summoned the door to leave his mark at the 10th tower. Summoning the door leading to the 10th tower. Thud. With the message, a wooden door appeared in front of Sejun. "Patrick, the god of earth, is delighted and says he knew you'd like his gift. Patrick, the god of earth, says he will give you a welcome gift when you arrive at the 10th tower and eagerly waits to see you there." At the same time, Patrick, who had been anxiously awaiting Sejun's arrival at the 10th tower, began preparing to welcome him. "Hee hee hee. Even a welcome gift? Well then, I must go, of course." After responding, clink, Sejun inserted the key to the 10th tower into the wooden door's keyhole. "And then, everyone, stick close. Pooh hut. Got it, meow, Krueng, King." Sejun made sure his companions were in contact with him. Then, the 11 divided powers combine into one, activating power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky for 13 seconds. Strength increases by 1,300%. As the power activated, Sejun's strength surpassed 100,000 in an instant. "Good, I feel brimming with strength." Feeling the immense surge of power, Sejun turned the key. Click! The key turned effortlessly. Creak! As Sejun was about to open the door, the orb of death's energy warns you of imminent death. Ominous red letters appeared in front of Sejun. This time, even Bev, the god of courage, couldn't sense the danger Sejun was in. That's because Bev couldn't see inside the 10th tower. "Patrick Nim, what will happen if I open this door?" Without opening the door, Sejun asked Patrick. "Patrick, the god of earth says that when you open the door and enter, the first floor of the 10th tower will appear, along with himself, Harmer the god of farming, and silver dragon Stella. Stella Nim, a dragon is waiting for me. And not just any dragon, but one far older than Eileen, like an aunt. For dragons, age equates to strength. If it weren't for the orb of death's energy, I would have been dead." Thud. Sejun quickly closed the door. 10th tower, 1st floor. Park Sejun will be here soon. Hurry and get ready." At Patrick's command, Harmer and Stella stood awkwardly on either side of him, holding welcome signs for Sejun. On the signs, "We love you." Park Sejun. Welcome. Park Sejun. To the 10th tower. The messages were written with lots of hearts due to Patrick's strong insistence. And then, "Patrick Nim, do we really have to go this far?" "That's right. It really doesn't seem right to do this much for a lowly human." Harmer and Stella, clearly displeased with the overly subservient attitude towards Sejun, began protesting to Patrick. But, hush! Quickly raise the signs high. Patrick sternly reprimanded the two, making it clear he wouldn't tolerate any objections. "You two don't understand. You don't know who Park Sejun really is. Though Park Sejun is just a tower farmer, he's someone who fought and defeated Delia, the demon of corruption and 8th-seat apostle of destruction. You'll be surprised when you realize Park Sejun's true worth." Park Sejun. Hurry and come. As Patrick eagerly awaited Sejun's arrival, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, asks what's waiting for him if he opens the door. Sejun asked, "What's waiting for him?" "Well, if he opens the door, he'll find the 1st floor of the 10th tower. Harmer, Stella, and I will be waiting for him," Patrick explained casually, glancing around. "The door leading to the 10th tower has closed." "What?" "Park Sejun, why are you closing the door?" Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, says he can't come because Stellanim is there, and he might die. "Wait, what? Isn't he just lacking strength?" It turns out, even Patrick didn't fully understand Sejun's true nature. Sigh. "Stella, go up to the 2nd floor." "Really? So I don't have to hold this sign anymore?" "Yes." "Hand it over to Harmer." "What?" "Patrick Nim, I also." "You're staying. And hold a sign in each hand." "Yes." after Stella went up to the second floor of the tower. Park Sejun, you can come now. Stella is gone. Patrick called Sejun again, asking him to come. Click. Hello. Sejun cautiously peeked his head out as he finally arrived at the 10th tower. You have arrived at the first floor of the 10th tower. You have achieved the great feat of being the first tower farmer to enter the 10th tower. As a reward for the great achievement, your stay cost on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 0.2%. Oh, an achievement, as expected. He he he. As Sejun grinned at the messages. Ha ha ha. Park Sejun. Welcome. I am Patrick, the god of earth. Where? I'm Harmer, the god of farming. Patrick, looking genuinely excited, greeted Sejun, while Harmer waved his heart-filled sign with little enthusiasm. Yes. I am Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. After Sejun introduced himself, his companions followed suit. Poohoo Hut. I am the right hand of the great hybrid Chairman Park and the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, the deadly dragon-clawed golden hybrid cat Theo Park. Meow. Theo quickly and accurately gave his long self-introduction without even taking a breath, and Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. He he he. Quenji is dad's son Quenji. Quenji is good at digging up medicinal herbs. Quenji ate meat for breakfast. And dad said he loves Quenji. Quenji babbled on, saying whatever came to his mind. Pip pip. I'm hybrid golden bat Peace Bays. Kaiser gave me this. Now I'm a hybrid like Sejun Nim. Peace Bays proudly showed off his dragon claws. Kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. I am the great Blackie. Kneel before me. Blackie also introduced himself from inside Sejun's sling bag, barking with as much dignity as he could muster. As Sejun's companions introduced themselves. Crunch. At the center of destruction, the black moon forcefully opened, as reinforcements began to gather once again. Chapter 504, Poohoo Hut. Of course, Churu is the best palate cleanser, meow. Ugh, what kind of taste is this? After drinking the silver giant's blood, Sejun's face scrunched up in disgust. He had already tasted the blood of the bronze giant before, so he expected it to taste bad, but such an awful taste. The silver giant's blood clung stickily to his tongue, giving off a mix of shampoo and metallic flavors. Meow? The great hybrid Chairman Park's face is becoming very ugly, meow. The face of Chairman Park is guarded by none other than Chairman Park's right-hand man, hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Squish. Squish. Upon noticing Sejun's grimacing face, Theo quickly administered his sneezing emergency treatment on Sejun's face. Chairman Park, use this as a palate cleanser, meow, while handing Sejun something to cleanse his palate. Oh. Thank you, Vice Chairman Theo. This guy, Theo, has amazing sense. Sejun gratefully took what Theo handed him and sucked it down in one go. And then? A fishy taste spread all throughout his mouth. Ooh. Why the hell would you give me Churu? Poohoo Hut. Of course, Churu is the best palate cleanser, meow. That's only for you, yoomp. The mix of shampoo taste, metallic flavor, and now fishiness made the silver giant's blood, which he had barely managed to swallow, start coming back up. No. If I hadn't eaten it in the first place, it would have been fine, but now, having suffered all the pain, it'd be such a waste to throw it up. He wanted to grab a drink to wash it down, but there wasn't even time for that. Clasp. So, Sejun tightly covered his mouth with both hands and, gulp, desperately swallowed it back down. Huff. Huff. Phew. As Sejun barely managed to keep himself from spitting out the silver giant's blood, he let out a deep sigh. Meow. Chairman Park's mouth smells like a weird mix of poop and something else, meow. Theo quickly put on a gas mask. The gas mask was a special item that Iona had made specifically for Theo to use when following Sejun to the bathroom. Apparently, it had been specially designed with a powerful deodorizing magic for Theo, making it exceptionally effective at eliminating bad odors. I'm jealous. I should get one made for me too, MMPH. It's coming up again. Damn it. How embarrassing. To be disgusted by my own breath. Sejun hurriedly opened the void storage and pulled out a cold cola. He chugged it down, forcing the silver giant's blood back down along with the cola. Then, you have consumed the blood of the silver giant. Your strength and stamina potential increase by 700 each, the possible maximum increase. Talent, Herculean strength has awakened. Talent, Herculean strength has already awakened. TL, Chapter 286 After drinking blood of the bronze giant. Talent, Herculean strength has been enhanced to the talent, young giant's Herculean strength. Finally, the messages appeared. Due to your job trait, you borrow 1% of the stats of Ophelia, the tower farmer of the Green Tower. Due to your job trait, you borrow 1% of the stats of Arjux, the tower farmer of the White Tower. You do not have enough potential stats to borrow the full 1%. Strength, 79-39, 79-39. Stamina, 69-62, 69-62. Of course, the increased potential for strength and stamina quickly filled up. Burp. But why did my strength potential increase so much? Is it because of the young giant's Herculean strength? Sejun burped and checked his enhanced talent. Young giant's Herculean strength, a talent that grants tremendous potential for strength, like that of a young giant. With each level up, strength increases by 30, and strength potential increases by 1%. Strength potential increases by 2,000. He. It's gotten a lot better than before. The strength stat increase upon leveling up had risen from 10 to 30, and an additional effect had been added where strength potential increases by 1%. On top of that, the strength potential increase had gone from 500 to 2,000. That's why his strength potential had increased so much. With this, I can probably reach the 10th tower without needing the Transcendence Black Beans. Sejun was already able to use the power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky, and if he used the Transcendence Black Beans along with it, he could reach the 10th tower. However, there was no reason to go. How dare you disrespect me? Of course, the biggest reason was because he was sulking. HMPH. Still, with Patrick Nim looking after me like this, should I go? Honestly, the fact that the giant blood Patrick gave him was inedible or tasted horrible wasn't due to any malicious intent on Patrick's part. Well, maybe a little malicious. Remembering how Patrick had insisted he eat the lava bloodstone with his eyes tightly shut made Sejun feel reluctant to go again. But still, the gesture had some sincerity. Should I just stop by after breakfast and make a quick appearance? It was certainly his first visit, so there was a high possibility of getting an achievement. With that thought, Sejun decided to quickly eat breakfast and then head to the 10th tower for just a quick visit. Step. Sejun walked around the farm again, raising his potential. A little while later. Krueng. Good morning, Dad. Quenji, who had just woken up, greeted Sejun with a deep bow and clung to his side. Then, sniff. Krueng. Dad, your mouth smells like a weird poop smell. Let's brush your teeth. Quenji will help too. Before eating breakfast, Sejun brushed his teeth with Quenji. Then, how is it? Ha, sniff. Krueng. It's okay now. Only after brushing 5 times did Sejun receive Quenji's permission to stop brushing his teeth. What's going on here? I'm the dad, but something feels off. Feeling a bit strange, Sejun headed to the kitchen where he ate the food his companions prepared by Sejun number 1. After Sejun finished his breakfast, hey. Krueng. He. Dad, Quenji made morning coffee. Quenji, who had somehow finished his meal earlier, brought over a cup of coffee. Oh my son is such a good boy. Pat. As Sejun patted Quenji's cute little bottom. Meow. Chairman Park, Hybrid Vice Chairman Theo also wants pats. Meow. Slide. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Me too. Slide. Theo and Blackie's family also subtly pushed their butts out. All right. Sejun patted everyone's bottoms before finally sitting down to drink his coffee. Slurp. The coffee had cooled down quite a bit. Thanks to that, Sejun quickly finished his coffee. All right. Summon the entrance to the 10th tower. Sejun summoned the door to leave his mark at the 10th tower. Summoning the door leading to the 10th tower. Thud. With the message, a wooden door appeared in front of Sejun. Patrick, the god of earth, is delighted and says he knew you'd like his gift. Patrick, the god of earth, says he will give you a welcome gift when you arrive at the 10th tower and eagerly waits to see you there. At the same time, Patrick, who had been anxiously awaiting Sejun's arrival at the 10th tower, began preparing to welcome him. He. Even a welcome gift? Well then, I must go, of course. After responding, clink, Sejun inserted the key to the 10th tower into the wooden door's keyhole. And then, everyone, stick close. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Krueng. King. Sejun made sure his companions were in contact with him. Then, the 11 divided powers combine into one, activating power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky for 13 seconds. Strength increases by 1,300%. As the power activated, Sejun's strength surpassed 100,000 in an instant. Good, I feel brimming with strength. Feeling the immense surge of power, Sejun turned the key. Click! The key turned effortlessly. Creak! As Sejun was about to open the door, the orb of death's energy warns you of imminent death. Ominous red letters appeared in front of Sejun. This time, even Bev, the god of courage, couldn't sense the danger Sejun was in. That's because Bev couldn't see inside the 10th tower. Patrick Nim, what will happen if I open this door? Without opening the door, Sejun asked Patrick. Patrick, the god of earth, says that when you open the door and enter, the first floor of the 10th tower will appear, along with himself, Harmer the god of farming, and silver dragon Stella. Stella Nim, a dragon is waiting for me. And not just any dragon, but one far older than Eileen, like an aunt. For dragons, age equates to strength. If it weren't for the orb of death's energy, I would have been dead. Thud. Sejun quickly closed the door. 10th tower, 1st floor. Park Sejun will be here soon. Hurry and get ready. At Patrick's command, Harmer and Stella stood awkwardly on either side of him, holding welcome signs for Sejun. On the signs, "We love you." Park Sejun? Welcome? Park Sejun? To the 10th tower. The messages were written with lots of hearts due to Patrick's strong insistence. And then, Patrick Nim, do we really have to go this far? That's right. It really doesn't seem right to do this much for a lowly human. Harmer and Stella, clearly displeased with the overly subservient attitude towards Sejun, began protesting to Patrick. But, hush! Quickly raise the signs high. Patrick sternly reprimanded the two, making it clear he wouldn't tolerate any objections. You two don't understand. You don't know who Park Sejun really is. Though Park Sejun is just a tower farmer, he's someone who fought and defeated Delia, the demon of corruption and 8th seat apostle of destruction. You'll be surprised when you realize Park Sejun's true worth. Park Sejun. Hurry and come. As Patrick eagerly awaited Sejun's arrival, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, asks what's waiting for him if he opens the door. Sejun asked, what's waiting for him? Well, if he opens the door, he'll find the 1st floor of the 10th tower. Harmer, Stella, and I will be waiting for him, Patrick explained casually, glancing around. The door leading to the 10th tower has closed. What? Park Sejun, why are you closing the door? Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, says he can't come because Stellanim is there, and he might die. Wait, what? Isn't he just lacking strength? It turns out, even Patrick didn't fully understand Sejun's true nature. Sigh. Stella, go up to the 2nd floor. Really? So I don't have to hold this sign anymore? Yes. Hand it over to Harmer. What? Patrick Nim, I also. You're staying. And hold a sign in each hand. Yes. After Stella went up to the 2nd floor of the tower. Park Sejun, you can come now. Stella is gone. Patrick called Sejun again, asking him to come. Click. Hello. Sejun cautiously peeked his head out as he finally arrived at the 10th tower. You have arrived at the 1st floor of the 10th tower. You have achieved the great feat of being the 1st tower farmer to enter the 10th tower. As a reward for the great achievement, your stay cost on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 0.2%. Oh, an achievement, as expected. He he he. As Sejun grinned at the messages. Ha ha ha. Park Sejun. Welcome. I am Patrick, the god of earth. Where? I'm Harmer, the god of farming. Patrick, looking genuinely excited, greeted Sejun, while Harmer waved his heart-filled sign with little enthusiasm. Yes. I am Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. After Sejun introduced himself, his companions followed suit. Pooh Hut. I am the right hand of the great hybrid chairman Park and the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, the deadly dragon-clawed golden hybrid cat Theo Park. Meow. Theo quickly and accurately gave his long self-introduction without even taking a breath, and Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. He he he. Quenji is dad's son Quenji. Quenji is good at digging up medicinal herbs. Quenji ate meat for breakfast. And dad said he loves Quenji. Quenji babbled on, saying whatever came to his mind. Pip pip. I'm hybrid golden bat peace bays. Kaiser Nim gave me this. Now I'm a hybrid like Sejun Nim. Peace bays proudly showed off his dragon claws. Kihihit. King. King. Hee hee. I am the great Blackie. Kneel before me. Blackie also introduced himself from inside Sejun's sling bag, barking with as much dignity as he could muster. As Sejun's companions introduced themselves, crunch! At the center of destruction, the black moon forcefully opened, as reinforcements began to gather once again. Chapter 505, He. Let's go and get Melpheus. The center of destruction. Who? Melpheus, why are you here? Where are Fenrir and Halfas? And who gave you the authority to command the calamities? As destruction's eerie, dark red eyes filled with rage at the sight of Melpheus commanding the calamities. That's because Halfas hasn't returned yet. And Jormungandr is in the middle of resurrection, so I, as the next in line, Melpheus hurriedly responded, his body trembling with fear. What? You mean Halfas, who went to bring back Fenrir, hasn't returned? Destruction immediately began searching for the locations of Fenrir and Halfas. What is this? Why do I sense the souls of my apostles of destruction over there? From the 10th tower that stood tall beneath destruction, he could sense not only Fenrir and Halfas, but also Shosha, Kruger, Delia, Alice, and Violet, a total of 7 souls. On top of that, why are they untainted? The souls of the apostles of destruction, which should have been corrupted by destruction's power, were clean to the point of being almost pure white. Eek! You traitorous bastards! Are you betraying me? Destruction, now aware of the betrayal by the Blackie family, was filled with fury. His gaze turned towards the 10th tower. Rumble! A part of the red mist that had been spread around began moving toward the 10th tower. Then, an even denser red mist flowed out from the black moon, taking form. A massive, muscular monster that could rival the apostles of destruction before the seals are broken, purely in physical power. Ogre! The 6th calamity was revealed. Melpheus, go with the ogres and execute those traitors. Yes! Let's go! Following destruction's command, Melpheus headed toward the 10th tower, taking 100 ogres with him. Fenrir, to think that you would betray me. Destruction glared at the 10th tower while pulling his hand out of the forcibly open black moon, but suddenly, no! Melpheus? He realized that, in his anger, he had entrusted 100 ogres to Melpheus, who had terrible commanding abilities. However, when he tried to call him back, it was already too late as the black moon had already closed. Core! Piak! While the group was introducing themselves to Patrick and Harmer, the 10th tower begins activation. The barrier of the 10th tower is being deactivated. The first floor of the 10th tower has been activated, absorbing the energy of destruction. The second floor of the 10th tower has been activated. The absorption power for energy of destruction increases by 100%. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Whoa! At the same time, golden patterns appeared both inside and outside the 10th tower and resonated. Oh! Finally! It's activating! Patrick and Harmer looked at the scene of the 10th tower coming to life with expressions of deep emotion. A little while later, SRRK, as a faint golden aura began to settle on the ground. Park Sejun. Now you can plant the crops. Yes, go ahead and plant them. Patrick and Harmer urged Sejun to plant the crops. Crops? At their words, Sejun took out some stamina corn seeds from his pouch and planted them. Then, you have planted stamina corn seeds in soil imbued with refined energy of destruction and magic power. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in magic seed sowing, master, has slightly increased. A series of messages appeared. Refined energy of destruction? Is this energy unique to the 10th tower? Sejun was feeling a bit puzzled. But planting just one doesn't seem right. Sejun, who always created fields of at least 3,300 square meters, began planting more corn seeds. As Sejun diligently planted the corn seeds are absorbing refined energy of destruction and emitting a very faint amount of energy of creation. Along with the message, a faint blue mist, barely visible even if one looked closely, rose from the spots where Sejun had planted the seeds, shimmering like a heat wave. Energy of creation? As Sejun stood bewildered, let me explain that. The 10th tower is. Harmer, the god of farming, began explaining. The 10th tower had a different role from the other 9 towers that fought against the invading destruction and saved the survivors of the destroyed world. The 10th tower was created by the arrangement of the creator god to purify the energy of destruction. When the 10th tower absorbs the energy of destruction spread around it, the tower's system would transform that energy into a form that crops could easily absorb. Then, when the tower farmer planted crops in the crops would absorb the energy and release energy of creation. This is complicated. This is actually the safest way. Although Harmer was passionately explaining the greatness of the 10th tower to Sejun, who had the destruction devourer, it all seemed quite cumbersome. Harmer, you'll be surprised later. Of course, Patrick, who had already seen Sejun's destruction devourer, was quietly laughing behind Harmer as he eagerly explained the 10th tower system to Sejun. At that moment, Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has achieved the great feat of creation by spreading energy of creation in the 10th tower. As a reward for the great feat of creation, the stay cost at the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 0.5%. An achievement message appeared. The reward had almost been halved due to Sejun's rising reputation. This was originally supposed to be a 1% reduction. While Sejun looked at the message, feeling a bit disappointed, an uncontrollable amount of energy of destruction is forcibly being introduced from outside the 10th tower. This is more than the tower's refining system can handle. Unrefined energy of destruction is flowing into the first floor of the 10th tower. Who? What is going on? Messages appeared in front of the two gods. The red mist sent by destruction had arrived. Simultaneously, the red mist spread low over the outer perimeter of the first floor of the tower and began creeping towards Sejun's location. And then, a quest has been triggered. Quest, quickly eliminate the energy of destruction trying to engulf the first floor of the 10th tower. Reward, authority to upgrade the 10th tower. A quest message appeared in front of Sejun. Authority to upgrade the 10th tower? Is that a good thing? Clank. Sejun tilted his head in confusion but then opened his void storage wide. Guys, it's mealtime, he called out to his devourers. And then, Kiki! Kiki! The destruction devourers that had been inside the void storage excitedly rushed out, and the stored energy of creation inside the void storage also flowed out with them. Kihihit! King! Hee. Follow the boss! Kiki! Kiki! Blackie rode atop the destruction devourers, leading them as they began hunting the energy of destruction. Who? What's that? Harmer exclaimed in shock as he saw the destruction devourers. Chomp! Chomp! The energy of destruction was devoured by the destruction devourers in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Kiki! Kiki! Like baby birds waiting for their mother to bring them food, the destruction devourers put their mouths on the 4 outlets in the north, south, east, and west where the energy of destruction was coming out, waiting for when it would emerge. Chomp! Chomp! They devoured the energy as soon as it came out, devouring it completely. You have perfectly removed the energy of destruction that had spread on the first floor of the 10th tower. The quest has been completed. As a reward for completing the quest, you have gained the authority to upgrade the 10th tower. Thanks to them, the quest was quickly completed. And then, displaying the available upgrade options for the 10th tower. Currently possessed energy of creation, 37000L. Install a lighthouse of creation that burns destruction, 1 million L energy of creation. Tower's durability 100 million, 10,000L energy of creation. Tower's automatic repair speed 10%, 5000L energy of creation. Refining system processing capacity 10%, 500L energy of creation. Absorption power 10%, 100L energy of creation. The 10th tower's upgrade window appeared in Sejun's view. Let's start by increasing the suction power. Absorption power, upgrade. Since it was the cheapest and the destruction devourers looked unsatisfied, Sejun first increased the absorption power to boost the intake of energy of destruction, consuming 100L of energy of creation to increase absorption power by 10%. Absorption power, upgrade. Consuming 100L of energy of creation to increase absorption power by 10%. Upgrade. Upgrade. Sejun kept increasing the absorption power, consuming 100L of energy of creation to increase absorption power by 10%. Consuming 100L of energy of creation to increase absorption power by 10%. Absorption rate has doubled from the initial amount. The required energy of creation to increase absorption power by 10% has increased to 200L. Though the cost went up midway, it was still the cheapest upgrade compared to the others. Upgrade. Upgrade. Sejun continued to increase only the absorption power. Chomp, chomp. Thanks to that, the destruction devourers were thrilled. Kihihit. King. Hee. Eat up. All this is thanks to your great leader Blackie, who has such an excellent butler. Blackie boasted loudly, puffing out his chest. A little while later, absorption rate has increased to 5 times its original amount. The required energy of creation to increase absorption power by 10% has increased to 500L. Buup. The destruction devourers began digesting the energy of destruction, spitting out energy of creation in return. Currently possessed energy of creation, 42,000L. The energy of creation Sejun had been using was now replenished, and it had even increased beyond what it was initially. A virtuous cycle where the more energy of creation was used, the more it increased. On top of that, spit. the destruction devourers started spitting out seeds to the destruction pioneers, rapidly multiplying the mouths available to consume the energy of destruction. It's tiring to keep saying it. Just increase absorption power until the energy of creation runs out, consuming 700 L of energy of creation to increase absorption power by 10%. So, Sejun dumped all the energy of creation into increasing absorption power. Should we have a contest to see who can plant more? Kia kia! Kia kia! He started competing with the destruction pioneers as they planted the destruction devourer seeds. What is he doing? How is he purifying the energy of destruction so easily? Hama, the god of farming, stared at Sejun with a shocked expression. I'm glad I brought him here so soon. Meanwhile, Patrick looked at Sejun with a very satisfied expression, his gaze warm and approving. Outside the 10th tower. There it is. Attack! Roar! At Melpheus's command, the ogres charged toward the 10th tower. The ogres, without any particular strategy, recklessly rushed toward the tower. At that moment, whoosh! Suddenly, the absorption power of the 10th tower began to increase. Of course, it wasn't enough for Melpheus or the ogres to notice at first. However, whoosh! The absorption power continued to grow stronger. Rua? By the time the ogres reached the 10th tower, the absorption force had become so intense that the ogres were stuck to the tower, unable to move. Rua! The ogres struggled with all their might to break free from the tower, but, with every attempt, the energy of destruction they emitted was absorbed by the 10th tower, and the more energy the ogres lost, the more exhausted they became. You fools! What are you doing? Seal release! Unable to watch any longer, Melpheus released his seal and approached the tower. Boom! He ripped open the tower's wall and entered the first floor. Eek! What is this disgusting feeling? The first thing that greeted Melpheus was the thick presence of energy of creation. While Melpheus was overwhelmed by the opposing energy of creation, you have encountered an apostle of destruction. Title, Skilled Hunter of Destruction has been activated. Weakens the abilities of apostles of destruction within 200 m by 25%. An apostle of destruction. Guys, come here. Hurry up and eat this. Seeing the massive demon that had burst through the wall, Sejun quickly handed out the bean set to his companions and, Quenji! Get ready, Krueng! Got it! Thump! Sejun, Theo, Peacebays, and the Blackie family made contact with Quenji's body. Then, the 11 divided powers combine into one, activating power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky for 13 seconds. Strength increases by 1,300%. As the power activated, Quenji's strength was boosted 13-fold. Cooing! On top of that, when Quenji released the calm state of power, calm before the storm, goo! The extremely compressed energy within Quenji exploded outward, unleashing a tremendous amount of force. Bunker! In the meantime, Sejun hurriedly led the Blackie family into the bunker to avoid Quenji's explosive energy. TL, if you forgot, Sejun got bunker skill in chapter 487. Thanks to upgrading the bunker skill to level 7, it now had an option where for 5 seconds after creation, its defense would double, allowing it to withstand Quenji's energy for a short time. And then, Bev, the god of courage, is overjoyed, asking if you deliberately went to meet the apostle of destruction for their sake. No, I didn't. Bev, the god of courage, acknowledges you as a courageous warrior who never disappoints. You have gained 1 achievement of courage. Bev, the god of courage, offers to grant 10 achievements of courage if you fight the apostle of destruction one-on-one. Blocking Bev's noisy messages, Sejun prepared for the second round after Quenji's attack. However, Krueng! Dad Quenji knocked him out. There was no second round. Kihihit! King! Hee! Let's go and get Melpheus. Blackie, who had just emerged from the bunker, quickly ran toward the unconscious Melpheus. Thunk! And headbutted him. Chapter 506, I am a tower farmer. Inside Melpheus' mental world. Where is this? This is my mental world. Melpheus looked around and spoke. Does that mean I passed out from the attack of a mere bear cub? What was that creature? Melpheus recalled the situation just before he fainted. At first, it was just enough to slightly interfere with his unsealing process, not such a terrifying attack. But then, what was that? Just before the bear cub's club touched him, the color of the lightning emanating from the club changed from a golden hue to a menacing dark red, and after being hit by it, his memory went blank. No more letting my guard down. As Melpheus hurriedly tried to leave the mental world and regain control of his body. Go. Thud. Thud. A low growling sound and the heavy footsteps of something approaching from the darkness reached him. Who? This sound, could it be Fenrir, Nim? Thud. Thud. The footsteps grew closer in response to his words. Soon, other footsteps followed as well. And, it really is Fenrir Nim. A wolf with dark blue fur appeared before Melfius, emanating killing intent. I pay my respects to Fenrir Nim. At the sight of Blackie, Melfius trembled and hurriedly greeted him. Following behind Blackie, his subordinates also appeared, but Melfius' entire focus was on Blackie, who was directing killing intent at him. A fear imprinted in his very instincts. This alone showed how high Blackie's status was among the apostles of destruction. Of course, Sejun, who had witnessed Blackie's daily routine of eating roasted and dried sweet potatoes and sleeping soundly like a super sunfish, would find this hard to believe. Melfius. You called me a dog before, didn't you? Who? Me. That can't be. As Melfius hastily denied Blackie's words, Great Blackie Nim, I also heard Melfius clearly call you a dog. That's right. And he even said he would absorb the core of Great Blackie Nim and become the third apostle of destruction. Eomdol and Sherry, who had been present at the scene of the incident, each testified. Fenrir Nim, I was wrong. Please forgive me. If I can't calm Fenrir Nim's anger here, I'll be obliterated. Melfius frantically begged for forgiveness from Blackie to save his life. Bow your head. Yes. At Blackie's command, Melfius immediately bowed his head. Go. If you fall, you're finished. Thud. Why yes. Blackie placed his front paw on Melfius' bowed body and said, Listen well. I'll teach you the rules of the Great Blackie family. Rule number 1, you must always obey the butler. He began to share the life-saving information he had discovered to live peacefully on the 99th floor of the tower. 10th tower, 1st floor. Quenji, well done. Kuhei hey hey. Sejun patted Quenji's head, praising him for knocking Melfius unconscious. But how did he do it? No matter how strong Quenji was, it wasn't enough to knock out an apostle of destruction. Did he attack while Melfius was releasing the seal? It was true that transformations tend to leave one vulnerable. Sejun didn't think much more about it. Kirarong. Rorong. Looks like Blackie's busy with the exorcism. Sejun lifted Blackie family, who were peacefully sleeping next to the unconscious Melfius, and put them into his sling bag. Consuming 5,000 L of the energy of creation to increase the tower's automatic repair speed by 10%. Consuming 5,000 L of the energy of creation to increase the tower's automatic repair speed by 10%. Sejun started increasing the tower's repair speed. Although Patrick and Harmer, the administrator and sub-administrator of the 10th tower, were diligently repairing the tower, it was too slow. The tower's automatic repair speed has doubled from the initial speed. The required energy of creation to increase automatic repair speed by 10% has increased to 10,000 L. The cost of increasing the repair speed went up midway, but thanks to the energy of destruction Melfius was emitting, Sejun didn't have to worry about running out of the energy of creation. As Sejun continued to increase the repair speed, the massive hole in the outer wall of the 1st floor of the tower, created by Melfius, quickly started to close. Park Sejun, thanks to you, the repairs were completed quickly. Park Sejun, thank you. The two gods, who had finished repairing the tower, expressed their gratitude to Sejun. At that moment, Pooh Hut. You can't just thank him with words, meow. Give us a reward, meow. Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee, demanded a reward on his behalf. I'd like to create a divine relic for you, but there's already one made. Instead, I'll tell you the location of my divine relic. I'll tell you the location of my divine relic too. Thanks to this, Sejun learned that Patrick's divine relic, Earth Armor, was on the 90th floor of the Golden Tower, and Harmer's divine relic, Farming Bible, was on the 77th floor of the Brown Tower. Don't you have any enhancing elixirs? No, it takes a lot of time to make that. I can only make 1 drop per month, so I can get 1 in a month? When Sejun asked with an expectant voice. No. That's only if I keep making enhancing elixirs. Harmer was about to say it was too difficult. However, it's possible. Harmer, from now on, you will make only enhancing elixir. But I also need some rest. Then, during your rest, you can complete the remaining punishment with soul-pressing stones. No. I'll work hard to make enhancing elixirs from now on. 5 drops are enough, right? 10 drops. Yes. Thanks to Patrick stepping in, Sejun was promised 1 drop of enhancing elixir per month for the next 10 months. After finishing his conversation with the gods, consuming 10,000 L of the energy of creation to increase the tower's durability by 100 million. Sejun increased the tower's durability and waited for Blackie to wake up. 1 hour later, keying. Blackie and his subordinates woke up, yawning and stretching simultaneously. Then, King! Newbie! Blackie called out. Mew mew. Yes. Newbie reporting. From the massive body of Melfius, who had a pair of black horns and red wings, a tiny ladybug with small horns the size of a pinky nail flew up. Plop. It softly landed on Blackie's nose. K-chew. King. King. Achoo. You idiot. Don't sit on my nose, it tickles. Mew mew. Sorry. Naturally, Blackie scolded it. After giving Melfius a good scolding, Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. I exorcised this guy. Blackie proudly introduced Melfius to Sejun. Mew mew. Mew mew. Hello, Sejun Nim. I'm the new recruit of the great Blackie family. Having been thoroughly disciplined in the mental world, Melfius greeted Sejun politely. Yeah, hello. As Sejun was exchanging greetings with Melfius, you have defeated the 6th calamity, Ogre. You have gained 500 billion experience points. The tower's administrator takes 50% of the gained experience, which is 250 billion. The tower's sub-administrator takes 40% of the gained experience, which is 200 billion. You have leveled up. You have received one bonus stat. Your strength increases by 30. Your strength potential increases by 1%. Messages began appearing before Sejun's eyes. Due to the powerful suction force of the 10th tower, the ogres, who couldn't even move and had their energy of destruction drained, disappeared, leaving behind their experience points. Thanks to this, Sejun easily leveled up twice, but his expression wasn't exactly happy. What is this? Why do both of you get the experience points when I defeated the monster? Sejun glared at Patrick and Harmer as if they were thieves. Ahoom. This is something decided by the system, it's not because of any personal greed on our part. Yeah, the system decided it. The two gods averted Sejun's gaze as they answered. You damn system. System bad, meow. Thus, once again, Sejun and Theo were angry at the system today. The system keeps taking Dad's stuff away. No, now even Quenji was angry at the system. At that moment, the energy of creation created in the 10th tower has reached 4 million liters. The 3rd floor of the 10th tower is now open. The refining system's processing capacity for refining the energy of destruction increases by 100%. With these messages, the 3rd floor of the 10th tower opened. Stella, go up to the 3rd floor. Thanks to this, Sejun had a chance to explore the 2nd floor. The method of ascending the tower was the same as other towers. The only difference was activate. The waypoint would only appear if it was activated by the administrator or sub-administrator. Tap. Sejun placed his hand on the white crystal, different from those in the other 9 towers. You have cleared the 1st floor of the 10th tower. As a reward for clearing the 1st floor, you have received 100 million tower coins and 100 billion experience points. As a reward for clearing the 1st floor, all your stats increase by 50. The waypoint of the 1st floor has been saved. Moving to the 2nd floor. Along with the 1st floor clear rewards, Sejun was transported to the 2nd floor of the tower. You have arrived on the 2nd floor of the 10th tower. Oh. Rewards. It's the first reward I've received, floor clear rewards. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor, Sejun cheered. It was the first time he had ever received a floor clear reward since entering the tower. Hee hee hee. This place gives rewards. From now on, I'll place the bodies of the apostles of destruction here and plant destruction devourers here and generate lots of energy of creation to open up all the floors to collect rewards. Sejun decided to collect all the rewards of the 10th tower. Other than being bigger than the 1st floor, there's nothing different. Only then did he look around the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was 4 times larger than the 1st floor. This was because more crops needed to be planted to purify more energy of destruction. It will probably take a few days to plant everything. As Sejun calculated the manpower needed for the large plot of land. Pooh hut. Harmer Nim, I heard you like popcorn, meow. If you plant these, you'll have plenty of popcorn to eat, meow. Theo handed Harmer a handful of exploding stamina corn seeds. HMPH. So that's your plan to make me plant these? But it's useless because I'm not a tower farmer. I'll just take these and make some popcorn. Harmer smirked, seeing through Theo's obvious ploy, and accepted the seeds. However, Pooh hut. Oops, my hand slipped, meow, plop. With a mischievous smile, Theo deliberately dropped the seeds the moment they touched Harmer's hand, and rattle. As some seeds that touched Harmer's hand fell to the ground. Krueng. Quenji, as if waiting for this moment, used telekinesis to move the soil and cover the seeds. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Guys, spit it out. PTO. As expected, Blackie family, who had been holding water in their mouths, spat it out, watering the seeds. They didn't even wait for Harmer to plant them, they planted them directly themselves. What? Harmer was momentarily bewildered by how quickly everything had happened. It doesn't matter. I'm not a tower farmer, so this won't work. As Harmer looked at Theo with eyes that said, "What an amusing fellow," a message appeared. It has been confirmed that Harmer, the god of farming and tower farmer of the 10th tower, planted exploding stamina corn without permission. According to the laws of the tower farmer of the Black Tower, Park Sejun, will now command Harmer, the god of farming, the tower farmer of the 10th tower, for 100 years. What? A message popped up in Sejun's vision, indicating that he would command Harmer for 100 years. Harmer, besides being the sub-administrator of the 10th tower, was also its tower farmer. I am a tower farmer, though it seemed like Harmer himself hadn't known this. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. As expected of Big Brother. Ki-hit. King. He. You should at least be able to do this much to become the great Blackie's older brother. Quenji and Blackie looked at Theo with admiration for coming up with the plan. Pooh-hoo-hut. I knew everything would work out. Meow. I, Hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, the right hand of the great Hybrid Chairman Park, knew it all. Meow. Theo, laughing like a villain, basked in the admiration his younger siblings were showing him. On the 462nd day after entering the tower, in the late afternoon, thanks to the efforts of Theo, Quenji, and Blackie family, Sejun came to command all the tower farmers. Chapter 507, All the Swollen Corn is for Sejun. You have achieved the great feat of commanding all tower farmers from other towers. As a reward for the great feat, you have obtained the title, Top Tower Farmer. With the effective title, Top Tower Farmer, once a month, you can borrow 10% of another tower farmer's stats for 10 minutes. With the effective title, Top Tower Farmer, you acquire 1% of the job experience and skill proficiency gained by other tower farmers. With the effective title, Top Tower Farmer, you can pass down your farming skills to other tower farmers. As a reward for the great feat, the cost of staying on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 5%. Sejun had thought it strange that he didn't get a title even after commanding all the tower farmers from the other 8 towers, excluding himself. So this was the reason. There was also a tower farmer on the 10th tower. Looking at the message, Sejun now understood why he hadn't obtained the title when he had led it on. You have achieved the great feat of commanding Harmer, the god of farming. As a reward for the great feat, you have obtained the title, One Who Controls a God. With the effective title, One Who Controls a God, your divinity increases by 1 for every god you lead. As a reward for the great feat, the cost of staying on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 0.3%. Next, by commanding Harmer, the god of farming, Sejun achieved another great feat and earned a new title. Now that his stay cost was reduced by 32%. He. If I reduce it by another 68%, it'll be a free pass? While Sejun imagined happily going to Earth for free, you have 2 titles similar to title, One Who Controls a God. Title, One Who Glimpsed the Beginning combines title, Godslayer, title, One Who Commands a God, and title, One Who Controls a God into one single title. You have obtained title, One Who Overwhelms Gods. A new message appeared. Who? Combining titles? Sejun quickly checked the combined title. Title, One Who Overwhelms Gods. For every god you lead, all your stats increase by 50, and your divinity increases by 2. Gods who face you become greatly intimidated. The effective title, Godslayer, which allowed you to absorb the power of a god you killed, has disappeared, but the effects of title, One Who Controls a God and title, One Who Commands a God have been enhanced. Well, it's not like he'd have many occasions to kill gods, so it didn't matter if that effect was gone. I couldn't kill them even if I wanted to. Sejun still didn't know how he had managed to kill a god. But what's this One Who Glimpsed the Beginning? It suddenly appeared and now combined the titles. Maybe something has changed? When Sejun checked the titles of One Who Glimpsed the Beginning, title, One Who Glimpsed the Beginning, can combine 3 similar titles into one. Only one line had been added. Will more explanations appear automatically when conditions are met? After checking the title, Sejun. He. Harmonym, let's get along well from now on. He spoke to Harmer, who had fallen into despair, with a mischievous smile. Why yes, sir. TL, Harmer isn't actually saying sir, but he's using a respectful way of speaking in Korean, which doesn't have a direct equivalent in English. So, I'm adding a sir to convey that respect. What's with Park Sejun's atmosphere? Harma suddenly felt intimidated when facing Sejun and ended up addressing him respectfully without realizing it. Harmonym, by the way, do you not have any stats? Sejun asked because there had been no message saying he could borrow Harma's stats when he started commanding him. I had them, but not anymore, sir. I'm currently in a spiritual form, so I don't have a body. You don't have a body. Oh. You're right. When Sejun heard Harma's words and touched him, his hand just passed through Harma. Then does that mean Patrick Nim, too? Touch. Contrary to Sejun's expectations, Patrick could be touched with his hand. Ha ha ha. Thanks to you, Park Sejun, for building me a temple, I was able to create a body with divine power. Of course, it's not perfect because I lack sufficient divine power. As soon as he returned, it seemed he needed to build a monument for Harma's achievements. That way, Harma could create a body using divine power, and Sejun would be able to borrow his stats. Having finished exploring the second floor, Sejun said, "You guys wait here." Upon returning to the first floor of the tower, Sejun was about to leave behind Melpheus's body and half of the Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers when Kia. The Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers went into a frenzy at the thought of being left behind. King, don't worry. Your boss will definitely come back. Blackie tried to calm them down. At that moment, Mew? Great Blackenim, should I stay here and command them? Melpheus, who had been waiting for a chance to command, stepped forward. However, King, didn't I tell you to stop thinking about commanding? Puck. Mew. I am sorry. Blackie, already aware of how terrible Melpheus was at commanding, immediately stomped him with his front paw and began a stern mental education session. Then, well, I'll be going now. Cura wrong. Mew wrong. In the meantime, Sejun picked up the sleeping Blackie and Melpheus into his sling bag and said, "Summon door, Kriak." He returned home. Luckily, the door back didn't require him to have 100,000 strength, as it could simply be pushed open. Thus, Sejun left the first floor of the 10th tower. I'm a tower farmer. Me, under Park Sejun? Still unable to believe the reality, Harma muttered to himself for a while before being dragged off by Patrick to start making the enhancing elixir. Black Tower Administrator's area. Hello, Mother. Eileen, have you been well? Of course. And how have you been, Mother? I'm doing well. Shall we get started? Today we'll be boiling corn. Yes. Recently, after finally mastered making soft-boiled fried eggs, Eileen had started learning new recipes from Kim Miran. Though she was still a novice at cooking, the fact that she could now control the heat to some extent was a significant improvement. A little later? Good job, Eileen. Yes, Eileen answered in a gloomy voice. She had steamed the corn, but instead of being chewy, all the kernels had swollen up and burst open. Cheer up. At least it's still edible. Sejun likes swollen corn, so it's fine. Really? I've never seen Sejun eat swollen corn before. Well, that's because Sejun doesn't know how to make swollen corn. So, Eileen, you should make a lot for him. Okay. Hee. I'll make a lot for him. At Kim Miran's words, the previously gloomy Eileen's face immediately lit up with joy. All the swollen corn is for Sejun. So, Eileen carefully piled up the swollen corn neatly, leaving out the intact ones. I'm sorry, my son. Watching the pile of swollen corn reach 30 layers high, Kim Miran silently apologized to Sejun in her heart. After attending Kim Miran's cooking class and improving her cooking skills once again today, Eileen, Kihihi. I wonder how happy Sejun will be when he sees this later? She chuckled, imagining Sejun being happy to receive the swollen corn she gave him. I need to store this carefully. She placed the plate of corn into her void storage and said, I'll take care of these. Nom. She ate the intact corn deliciously. At that moment, Eileen, we're here. Eileen, Poby Oppa is here. Sylvia Unny is here too. The hatchlings came to visit Eileen with their parent dragons. Swoosh swoosh. Sis and brothers, welcome. Eileen quickly wiped her mouth and greeted the hatchlings. Then, Eileen, you must have been bored without Sylvia Unny. Now, let's play together. What are you talking about? Eileen wants to play with me more. No way. Eileen wants to play with me, Sylvia Hisron, more. The 6 hatchlings clung to Eileen, each insisting that she should play with them, and a fight soon broke out. Big brothers and sisters, let's all play together. Once again, the 200-year-old youngest, Eileen, stepped in to mediate between the hatchlings. You just need to match the same cards. Eileen explained the rules of Ghost Op that she had learned from Sejun to the hatchlings. The stakes are roasted and dried sweet potato slices. If you use magic, you'll lose a hand. At Eileen's words, a few hatchlings flinched and instinctively touched their wrists. Then, let's begin. Schwark. Eileen started shuffling the cards. A little later, Sylvia, I've got a set. Stop. Each of you owes me 3 pieces of dried sweet potato. Sylvia, 3 go. Hocus Opper, you got a penalty, so it's double for you. Sylvia won again. The game was dominated by Sylvia. Eileen, I'll buy 100 pieces of dried sweet potato slices. Me too. This time, I'll win. When the losers ran out of dried sweet potato slices, they went to their dragon parents to get more money and bought dried sweet potatoes from Eileen. Eileen only participated in the first few rounds and afterward focused on selling dried sweet potatoes. Eileen, give me 1 cup of golden samyangju, 10 bottles of grape wine, and 10 dried squid. I'll take 10 bottles of samyangju and 3 watermelons. In between rounds, other dragons continuously came to buy goods, keeping Eileen busy. Somehow, without realizing it, Eileen was running her own little shop. Recently, in the Black Tower, buying food from Sejun had become a significant affair for the dragons. It wasn't just about the taste, but also about getting stronger. At first, when they ate Sejun's crops, the strength increase was so minuscule that they didn't think much of it aside from the flavor. But, like gathering specks of dust into a mountain, the effects accumulated over time and started to show. The dragons first noticed this change during a duel between the black dragon Garx and the golden dragon Rayon, who were of the same age. Though they called it a duel, it wasn't a physical fight. Instead, it was a peaceful dueling method passed down from ancient times where they pulled each other's bodies using pure magic power, and the one who got pulled first lost. The reason for the duel? Rayon had mocked Garx, who often ate Sejun's crops, saying, "What's so great about that lowly human's food that you eat so much of it? What? How dare you insult something made by our brother-in-law Park Sejun?" Angered by Rayon's words, Garx immediately challenged him to a duel, and Rayon accepted right away. Since exciting events like this were rare, maybe once every 1,000 years, many dragons gathered to watch the duel. And the result of the duel? Boom! Contrary to the dragons' expectations that the two, being of similar age, would be evenly matched for at least 10 minutes, the duel ended in just 10 seconds with Garx emerging as the victor. After the duel, curious dragons closely examined the magic power of both Garx and Rayon to figure out what caused the result. Garx has 5,000 more magic power than Rayon. They discovered that Garx had 5,000 more magic power than Rayon. While a difference of 5,000 magic power was small for dragons with over 1 million magic power, in a duel, it made a big difference. Even the slightest difference, like 0.001 grams, can tip the scales. And so, the fact that Sejun's crops helped with strength spread quickly among the dragons. To avoid falling behind other dragons, they started competitively eating Sejun's crops to enhance their strength. Thanks to this, the average abilities of the dragon steadily increased. If we buy this and give it to the hunters, it will help stop the destruction. Really? Then, give me that too. Following Theo's example, Eileen sold sturdy blade green onions and detoxifying green onions to the dragons, significantly slowing the pace of the destruction's invasion. Of course, the biggest contributor to their success was the clumsy but surprisingly effective Melpheus. Additionally, Flamey had begun cultivating at least 1 world tree in each tower, and some towers had already achieved 1 or 2 of the growth conditions. The small snowball Sejun had started was growing larger and larger, having a positive impact on the dragons, the towers, and the world. I'm so busy. I wonder if Sejun has arrived back? During a rare quiet moment when no dragons were around, Eileen checked her crystal orb to look for Sejun. Sylvia! For go! Meanwhile, next to her, Sylvia was sweeping up the other hatchlings' dried sweet potato slices. Chapter 508, Hee Hee. Butler's naming skills have returned. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the Black Tower. When Park Sejun exited the door connecting to the 10th tower, the outside was dark, and 12 starlights twinkled, warmly welcoming Sejun. At that moment, growl! Krueng! Quench's stomach rumbled loudly like a clock. Growl growl! Right after, the sound came from the stomachs of Sejun, Theo, and the rest of the Blackie family. Having fought Melpheus, the apostle of destruction, Sejun and his companions had forgotten about their hunger. But now that they had returned home, their tension relaxed, and hunger came rushing in. Come to think of it, we skipped both lunch and dinner. My Quenji was hungry but held it in so well. Let's eat quickly. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Sounds good. Quenji wants soy sauce butter egg rice. Poo hoo hut. Chairman Park, I want grilled fish, meow, kikikihit. King, hee hee. Butler. I want roasted and dried sweet potato. All right. As Sejun was being urged by his companions, he headed to the kitchen and, Sejun number 1, make soy sauce butter egg rice. He instructed Sejun number 1 to prepare Quenji's requested dish. And then, here. Blackie, share this with everyone here. Kikikihit. King, hee hee. Okay. Sejun handed Blackie 10 pieces of roasted and dried sweet potatoes and began grilling the fish for Theo. A little later, here you go, Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh hut. As expected, the grilled fish made with Chairman Park's care looks completely different, meow. It tastes amazing, meow. Theo started eating the grilled fish that Sejun had prepared with relish. Koo hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It's delicious. Quenji also enjoyed his soy sauce butter egg rice topped with 30 soft-boiled eggs. Let me try some too. When Sejun was about to scoop some soy sauce butter egg rice from Quenji's bowl, the tower's administrator tells you not to eat that. The tower's administrator confidently says she has prepared a dish just for you. Eileen hurriedly spoke up. Dish? Sejun's voice trembled at Eileen's words. The tower's administrator says she has made plenty of swelled-up corn that you love. What? What are you talking about? Since when do I love swelled corn? Sejun asked with a puzzled expression. The tower's administrator, in a flustered voice, says that your mother clearly said you love swelled corn. Eileen was visibly flustered. And then, Mother, no matter how much you want to score points with Eileen, selling out your son like this? Sejun quickly grasped the situation. Oh. Swelled corn. Sorry, I read it wrong as burning corn. Swelled corn. How much I've been craving that. Eileen, give it to me quickly. I feel like I might pass out. Sejun acted with all his might, pretending he was desperate to eat swelled corn. The tower's administrator realizes the misunderstanding and happily says it's all good. The tower's administrator tells you to enjoy the meal. Thud. With Eileen's words, a massive plate appeared, piled high like a pyramid with swelled corn. How many layers is this? A 130-story corn tower, with more floors than the Black Tower. Can I clear this? Sejun hesitated for a moment but then resolved. I have to do it. I'm going to score some points with Eileen, too. Chomp. Chomp. He began eating the swelled corn. Compared to the burnt dishes from before, this was definitely edible. You have consumed the swelled stamina corn. The corn's effects have been reduced by 30% as it has swelled with water. Your strength increases by 14 for 30 minutes. After clearing 50 layers from the top, a crisis came, but, vitality. You have used vitality LV8. The food in your stomach is instantly digested. All stat values increase by 8% for 180 minutes. Your digestion speed increases significantly for 180 minutes. He entered his stomach using the skill and started eating corn again. At that moment, kikikihit. King. King. Hee hee. Butler. Name this one. Blackie barked as he put down Melfius in front of Sejun, having carried him in his mouth. Melfius, who had been carried by Blackie, had no idea of the fate awaiting him and was munching on the roasted sweet potato slices in delight. Mew mew. Mew mew, what is this? Why is it so delicious? He devoured the roasted sweet potato slices hurriedly, spitting tiny flames barely visible at the tips of his horns from his excitement at the sweet taste. Ah. Right, I need to name the newbie. Let's see. Original name Melfius. Ladybug. 7 black spots on the back. Makes a mew mew sound and spits fire when excited. Sejun listed out Melfius' characteristics. King. King. Butler. He's also really bad at commanding. Blackie provided additional information to Sejun. On top of that, he's a bad commander. Then, as Sejun got into naming mode, Thump. Thump. The Blackie family looked at Sejun with eyes full of expectation. Especially, please, let it be a silly name. The look in Kararuru's eyes wasn't just expectant, it was desperate. With everyone's hopes in mind, since his name is Melfius. Melatonin, Melcheese. TL, random name starting with Thmel. Since he's a ladybug, how about Murisu, Mumasta, Musa1? TL, ladybugs, Mu, rest are random things. Since he's a fire-spitting ladybug, how about Buldang? TL? Bull means fire? Dang, from ladybug, and he is a poor commander. Munoob? No, that's too harsh. TL, it's actually Munung, but Nunoob sounded better, so I translated it that way. Mu comes from ladybug, and Nung means incompetent. Sejun pondered hard, thinking of various names. But this is tough. He couldn't come up with a name he liked. At that moment, then, the word started to form in his mind. A ladybug that makes a new sound. Bad commander. 7 spots on its back. As these 3 characteristics combined in Sejun's mind, Nubelchill. TL, Mu, from Mew Mew. Bal, comes from? Which is a slang for bad players used online, meaning playing a game with your foot. Chell is number 7 in Korean. One name came to mind. This seems pretty good. Though it made his toes feel tingly, he still thought, Nubelchill. Saying it out loud, it sounded even better. And then, Kikikihit. King. He. Butler's naming skills have returned. It's the Sejun Nim from before. Kiruk. Shalarang. You've returned, sir. Kor. Piyak. The Blackie family, who had been worried because no good names had come up since Kararuru, cheered upon hearing Sejun's new name. Karura. Kararuru, who had suffered a lot due to his own name, burst into laughter at Nubelchill. A little later, Chomp. I've finished eating. Sejun, having digested the food while naming, cleared the swelled corn tower and fell asleep. Sejun's coffee plantation in Chikasan on the 94th floor of the tower. From now on, the highest grade coffee produced from Chikasan will be named Sejun 94 Chikasan Black Tower, and the next grade will be named Mozak 94 Chikasan Black Tower. Ninia, the legendary merchant in charge of managing the coffee plantation, named the coffee. The highest grade bore Sejun's name, the chairman of Sejun Company, and the next grade carried the name of Black Drake Mozak, the ruler of Chikasan. All right. Then I'll send 100 kilograms of Sejun 94 Chikasan Black Tower to Sejun Nim on the 99th floor. After naming the coffee, Ninia gave instructions to the Black Wolves and Silver Wolves on where to deliver it. By the way, Ninia, didn't you contact your sister to tell her you're here? Yeah. Mima seemed to be looking for you, Hegel and Elka cautiously asked Ninia. To that, HMPH. You think my dear big sister would worry about someone like me if I went missing? She's too busy working to even care about someone like me, Ninia shouted at the two in a shrill voice. Huirururu. Fiery flames burst from Ninia's red fur. Among the white sheep tribe, Mima and Ninia were rare in that they were born with different colored fur. And they were sisters. The white sheep tribe was innately capable of handling lightning energy, and Mima, born with golden fur, had displayed a high level of achievement from birth, enveloping her entire body in lightning, gaining recognition from the tribe. However, Nihi Hell, Ninia, with her red fur, had almost no talent in handling lightning energy. No, it was practically non-existent. Even though she was over 10 years old. Neek! It stings. She couldn't even control the level of lightning energy that newborn white sheep tribe members could handle. Because of this, Ninia was always compared to her older sister Mima among the white sheep tribe. The more this happened, the more Ninia felt discouraged. On top of that, when Mima became a legendary merchant, Sai, the older sister, is a genius, but the younger sister is an idiot. Ninia faced even greater comparisons and could no longer stay in the white sheep tribe's village. HMPH. I'll become a legendary merchant too. She ran away from home, wandering the tower while working hard to earn money to become a merchant. That's when she met Theo and became a legendary merchant. And then, I'm not talentless. My talent is in fire. While working to create merchant items, Ninia realized she had incredible talent, not in handling lightning energy but in controlling fire energy. I'll work hard under Theo Nim and show my skills to my sister and the white sheep tribe. Ninia dreamed of returning in triumph after developing her abilities. However, she didn't know that her sister was already a senior full-time employee of Sejun Company. The next morning. All right, Sejun woke up after a good night's sleep. Meow, King. He got up, taking care of Theo and the Blackie family. Maintain cleanliness. He used the skill to clean himself and his companions. Then, scribble. He marked the date on the wall and went outside and, land moving, he erected a 10-meter tall monument for Hama. Hama's achievement monument. Hama, the god of farming, the first god to be commanded under the leadership of the great Park Sejun. He. Sejun felt proud as he looked at the inscription he had written. I've raised them really well. Thinking about Theo, Quenji, and the Blackie family, who made it possible for him to command Hama. Step. He strolled through his farm. After walking for about 30 minutes, the wind cabbage is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends its strength. the effect of great blessing of the crops, master, activates, increasing the potential of your magic power potential from 7,157 to 7,167. His potential stat rose. Magic power, 7,167,7,167. Of course, it filled up right away. And so, Sejun slightly reduced the queue of stats waiting for him to increase his potential stat today as well. A little later, Krueng. Dad, did you sleep well? Quenji, who had woken up, joined and clung to Sejun's side as they walked around the farm together. Then, Sejun's eyes caught sight of something hard, with a mix of brown and green, piled up in a heap. Did Peacebays bring this? Usually, Peacebays brought slimes, but it seemed he had brought something different today. Sejun cautiously approached and touched it. This is seaweed? Nice. Today's breakfast will be seaweed soup. Excited, Sejun hurriedly grabbed the seaweed and ran to the cooking area, where he washed and soaked the seaweed in water to soften it. After about 20 minutes, the seaweed had absorbed plenty of water and became soft and elastic. Today, I'll personally handle the cooking. Sejun was cooking for the first time in a long while. Since the recipe for seaweed soup wasn't registered in the cooking skill, Sejun number 1 couldn't make it. Of course, once the seaweed soup recipe was registered in the cooking skill, Sejun number 1 would be able to make it. Sizzle. Sejun heated the sturdy stone pot made by untold and stir-fried slime meat in it, stirring until it changed color. Whoosh! He then added the soaked seaweed and stir-fried it together. Add soy sauce, garlic, and some tuna broth. After adding seasoning and ingredients, he stir-fried the meat and seaweed again, to let the flavors soak in. Pour. He then added water and covered the pot. Time acceleration. Finally, he used a skill and waited for a minute. When he opened the lid, a cloudy broth of seaweed soup greeted him. You have achieved the feat of making slime meat blood-sucking leech hide soup for the first time in the tower. The recipe for slime meat blood-sucking leech hide soup has been registered in Cooking, Master. Your proficiency in Cooking, Master, has greatly increased. A grotesquely named dish was now registered in his recipe list. Who? It's not seaweed soup, but blood-sucking leech hide soup. What's with this name? Sejun was shocked by the name of the dish. In reality, what Sejun had mistaken for seaweed was actually the corpse of a blood-sucking leech. When Peacebays had killed the blood-sucking leech, the liquid inside had drained, making the leech skin dry out and resemble seaweed. The smell and taste were like seaweed soup, but as Sejun took a sip of the soup and tilted his head in confusion, you have achieved the great feat of creation by completing a dish using 2 types of calamities for the first time in the tower. As a reward for your great feat of creation, you have acquired the title, One Who Cooks Calamities. As a reward for your great feat of creation, you have awakened the talent, Bizarre Cooking. As a reward for your great feat of creation, the cost of staying on the 0th floor of the Black Tower will be reduced by 0.1%. A series of messages appeared. Is this system mocking me? Vice Chairman Theo, this won't do. Let's impeach the system. Pooh Hut. I agree, meow. Impeachment it is, meow. Krueng. Quenji wants to join the impeachment too. King. We want to join too. Let us in. And so, on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun and his companion started plotting the impeachment of the system. Despite giving Sejun titles and talents based on his achievements, the system still somehow managed to make him angry. Chapter 509, He. My name means the best. Seed Shop Headquarters. The third apostle of creation, Blackie Park, witnesses your temple. Divine power increases by 5. The first subordinate of the third apostle of creation, Blackie Park, Eomdol, witnesses your temple. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. Leah and the other non-combat gods chanted the slogan again today as they saw the messages of increasing divine power. The seventh follower of the third apostle of creation, Blackie Park, Mubelchill, witnesses your temple. Divine power increases by 1. As the last message appeared, wow! Blackie Park's newest recruit has arrived. Cheers erupted. It meant there was 1 more headcount to increase divine power. The non-combat gods cheered excitedly. But who the name is Mubelchill? Who came up with such a name? They started talking about Mubelchill's name. No matter how much they tried to ignore it, the name was too tragic to forget. And then, no way, could it be Park Sejun? What are you talking about? Don't you know our new god of loneliness? Park Sejun is a warm-hearted human who gave the god of loneliness the name Nui. There's no way he would come up with a weird name like Mubelchill. Ah. Right. My mistake. Of course Park Sejun would never do such a thing. Thanks to Yui's name, Sejun wasn't suspected at all in the divine realm. Since you doubted Park Sejun, say the chant 10 times. Okay. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. As one started the chant, the other non-combat gods also began chanting again. I'm so envious. Watching the chanting non-combat gods from inside were other non-combat gods who hadn't received any divine power from Sejun. At first, the atmosphere among all the non-combat gods was one of camaraderie, and they participated joyfully. But, could they keep relying on others like this? At some point, as they continued to receive divine power from other non-combat gods, they began to feel ashamed, and their self-esteem gradually plummeted. I want to receive a temple from Park Sejun too, but there's no way. Envy and a sense of deprivation made them even more depressed and isolated. And then, so lonely, eventually, they shut themselves in their homes and became completely alone. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. No, being alone started to feel comfortable. At that moment, knock. 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 Someone knocked on the door of Vina, the god of ants. If I stay quiet, they'll just go away. Vina deliberately didn't answer. However, knock. 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 The other person didn't leave and knocked on the door again. Continuously. Knock. 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 The knocking was steady, but it felt unhurried, as if they weren't in a rush. As the knocking continued, creak. Who is it? Vina reluctantly opened the door. And then, hello. I'm Yui, the god of loneliness. Vina Nim, can we talk? May I come in? Yui asked in a bright voice, and, ooh? Oh, Vina, feeling a strange sense of happiness, unconsciously let Yui into the house. A little later, sob, I've been so lonely. As they talked, Vina began to cry. It's okay. Don't feel lonely. I'll stay by your side. Really? Thank you. But Yui, you're the god of loneliness, yet you don't seem lonely, because I'm not alone. Not alone? Yes. Because Sejun Nim is always with me, eh? Park Sejun is with you. Yes, in my heart. Fat. What? Vina burst out laughing at Yui's words. It's true, so why is she laughing? Yui gave a puzzled look. Hee. Vina Nim, let's pray to Sejun Nim together. Who knows? Sejun Nim might grant you a temple too. Yui suggested praying to Vina. Will he? Yes. I'm sure our feelings will reach Sejun Nim. Sejun Nim, can you hear us? It's me, Yui. Yui, the god of loneliness, started praying to Sejun together with Vina. It was a sight where you couldn't tell who was the god. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Eileen, can you change this name? Sejun asked Eileen to rename the dish called slime meat blood-sucking leech hide soup. The name was not only hard to pronounce but also made him think of wriggling leeches every time he saw it. The tower's administrator asks if you have a name in mind. Slime seaweed soup. He threw slime in there, as it sounded a bit better than a pork seaweed soup. By the tower administrator's authority, the dish named slime meat blood-sucking leech hide soup has been forcibly renamed to slime seaweed soup. With the name changed to slime seaweed soup, everyone, let's eat some seaweed soup. Sejun and his companions began eating the seaweed soup with white rice. Pooh hut. As expected, Chairman Park's grilled fish tastes the best, meow. Theo, as always, only ate grilled fish, and, ku hey. Krueng. He. As expected, all of Dad's food is delicious. Quenji, who didn't know the meaning of picky eating, also ate happily. And then, King? This is that blood-sucking leech. These guys were this delicious. Chomp. Blackie and his subordinates were shocked by how delicious the blood-sucking leeches were. Slurp. While Sejun was also eating deliciously, mixing rice into the seaweed soup, he also, title, one who cooks calamities. When using a calamity as an ingredient in cooking, the dish gains special effects. First calamity, locust, stat increase. Second calamity, giant blood-sucking leech, recovers a portion of damage dealt as life force when attacking an enemy. Fifth calamity, slime, reduces physical damage. Talent, bizarre cooking. When eating bizarre foods, your stats increase. The more bizarre the food, the more your stats increase. Check the title and talent given by the system. Oh, While bizarre cooking a talent didn't seem like it would come in handy often, the title was really useful. He figured as long as he didn't eat anything too bizarre, the benefits of the title would outweigh any downside. Impeachment postponed. Sejun decided to hold off on impeaching the system, not that he had a way to impeach it in the first place. After enjoying a delicious breakfast, Quenji, brew some coffee, will you? Krueng. Sejun asked Quenji to make him some morning coffee. However, Quenji, who had stuck his front paw into the pouch of coffee beans to make coffee, looked confused. Quenji, what's wrong? There's no coffee. Dad loves the morning coffee Quenji brews for him. Quenji's sad that Quenji can't make him happy any. Quenji, the filial son, showed the few coffee beans in his front paw while making a sad face. It's okay. We can just go get some more. Pooh hut. Does that mean we're going on a picnic? Meow. As soon as Sejun spoke, Theo rushed off, eagerly packing his bag. Krueng. It's picnic. If we're going on a picnic, we need snacks. Kihihit. King. Hee. I need to pack the roasted and dried sweet potatoes I hid. Quenji and Blackie family began busily packing snacks. Thus, the journey to get coffee beans suddenly turned into a picnic. Sejun number 1, let's make some rice balls. Sejun also started making rice balls with Sejun number 1, preparing for the trip. At that moment, due to the effective title, Top Tower Farmer, you receive 1% of the job experience and harvesting skill proficiency acquired by Arjux Mamib, White Tower's Tower Farmer. A message popped up. Arjux had harvested something, sending Sejun some job experience and skill proficiency. Hee. Nice. While Sejun was feeling pleased seeing the message, due to the effective title, Top Tower Farmer, you receive 1% of the job experience and seed sowing skill proficiency acquired by Ophelia Iorg, Green Tower's Tower Farmer. Due to the effective title, Top Tower Farmer, you receive 1% of the job experience and harvesting skill proficiency acquired by Cecilia, Golden Tower's Tower Farmer. More messages followed as the other tower farmers seemed to have started working. Krueng. King. By then, Quenji and Blackie had finished preparing for the picnic and were urging Sejun outside. Okay. I'm coming. Eileen, eat this. Sejun quickly sent a heart-shaped rice ball to Eileen, making sure no one else noticed. And then, meow, pooh hut. If the great hybrid Chairman Park is doing it, it must be something good, meow. I should make the same thing and give it to Iona, meow. Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's knee, also started shaping his own ball of fur with his front paws, making a heart shape. A little later, moving to the 94th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun, having arrived at the waypoint, moved to the 94th floor of the tower, where the coffee plantation was located. However, just a moment ago, Hegelnim went up to the 99th floor to bring you some coffee, Sejun Nim. Really? I could have just waited then. They missed each other. Ninia, can I get some coffee? I couldn't have my morning coffee. Yes. Just a moment. Upon Sejun's request, Ninia brewed some coffee and brought it to him. Thanks. Slurp. Sejun took a sip. Oh. This is really good. He couldn't help but exclaim at the taste of the coffee. Ni hei he. What you just drank is the finest coffee we'll be selling soon, the Sejun 94 Chikasan Black Tower. Who? But why does the coffee variety have my name in it? Well, because Sejun Nim's name means the best, of course. Ah, come on. The best? I'm not that great. Sejun tried to act modest. But, he. My name means the best. The corners of Sejun's mouth curled up into a crescent moon, rising high. Slurp. He. Delicious. Perhaps due to the praise, the coffee tasted even better. Plus, the magnificent view from the top of the mountain added to the experience. Meow. Chairman Park, pet me more, meow. All right. While Sejun, feeling good, petted Theo, who had sprawled belly up on his lap, and sipped his coffee. Krueng. King. Quenji and Blackie family ran around Chikasan as if it were their home, playing joyfully. At that moment, thud. Krueng. What's this? Quenji, lifting a stone to see if there was anything underneath, discovered a hole that seemed endlessly deep. Kihihit. King. Hee. It's adventure time. Boing. Blackie leaped into the hole without hesitation. However, King? Float. Krueng. No. Blackie, it's dangerous. Quenji's telekinesis caught Blackie mid-air, suspending him. We go on adventures with Dad. Quenji gathered Blackie family and ran towards Sejun. 90th floor of the Black Tower. QQ, so you're saying someone robbed Devnim's warehouse a week ago? Iona, her voice filled with frustration, asked the massive hippopotamus in front of her. I was about to go to Theonim. Iona had finally managed to delegate a task completely to Blackster, giving her some free time to go visit Theo. But then, Ionanim, we've received a message from Devnim on the 90th floor of the tower. Dev, the boss of the 90th floor, where the former gravity tower had once been, had asked for help, having once offered them aid in the past. Theonim? With disappointment in her heart, Iona made her way down to the 90th floor. Yes, that's correct. Noma, the butler at Dev's mansion, answered Iona's question in a trembling voice. Kia lead me to the warehouse. Yes. Following Noma's guidance, Iona headed to the warehouse that had been robbed. Power of mana, uncover the traces. Detect. I need to finish this quickly and go to Theonim. She used magic to start searching for any traces left by the thief. And then, Kayut. Found it. There are traces of a teleportation magic circle leading to the 94th floor of the tower. The 94th floor is nearby. And I can even sense Theonim's presence there. Iona's voice, which had been filled with frustration, now burst into a bright, cheerful tone. Kayut. Then I'll depart right away. Teleport. I'll catch the thief and see Theonim too. Quickly, she activated her magic. Floating. Oh. It's pretty deep here, Sejun said as he slowly descended into the hole, holding Quenji, who was using his telekinesis. He looked down below as they went further. Even after about 10 minutes of descending, the bottom was still nowhere in sight. Though he was scared. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I feel a pull from below, meow. Really? Encouraged by Theo's words, Sejun mustered the courage to continue going down into the hole. At that moment, kwaboom! Ooh! A loud explosion echoed from below, and a powerful updraft suddenly surged, engulfing Sejun and his companions. And then, meow! I feel Iona's presence from down below, meow. Iona is in danger, meow. Sensing that Iona was in danger, Theo quickly used Meow Step while kicking off the wall and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 510, That's Me. The underground of the 94th floor of the Black Tower. Swoosh! With a flash of bright light, Iona appeared. Kayut? Where is this? Iona looked around in surprise. A massive space. Scattered all around were immense amounts of gold and treasures. So much has been stolen. Iona grew furious at the sight of all the gold and treasures. She thought she'd only have to deal with Dev's matter, but there was a mountain of other stolen goods here as well. Theonim, it'll be difficult to go see you. It seemed that dealing with everything was going to take more time than expected. But why are these things here? Iona looked curiously at the stones and trees scattered around the treasure. These were completely worthless stones and trees, and yet they were mixed in with the treasures, placed here and there. Now that she looked closely, something seemed off. The treasures weren't gathered in one place, but were scattered across various locations. The cut surfaces of the rocks and trees were clean, as if entire chunks of space had been carved out. Upon closer inspection, even the color of the soil was different, and the heights varied greatly. What's going on? Just as Iona was starting to feel something was strange. Iona, we need to get out of here right now. Nightmare, the demon king of nightmares, spoke in a terrified voice. Kayut? Why? Do you know something about this place? We'll be swallowed if we stay here. Kayut? Swallowed? Iona tilted her head, not fully understanding Nightmare's warning. Kayut! Suddenly, a shadow formed over Iona's head as a giant mass of earth began to fall. Power of gravity, defy the natural laws at my command. Reverse gravity. With a hurried cast of her anti-gravity spell, Iona managed to stop the falling earth. Fly. Float. As she rose above the floating ground, she observed. This time it's a lake. On the floating mass of land was a lake, as if someone had teleported an entire lake into this space. At that moment, Iona! We need to get out quickly. This is Mobius's mouth. Nightmare, now fully convinced by the recent events, urgently pressed Iona to leave. Kayut! Mobius? Yes. The silent plunderer, White Whale Mobius. Get out of here quickly. All right. Though she thought Nightmare was overreacting, Iona decided there must be a reason for concern. Kayut. Guess I'll stop by to see Theonim for a moment. Smiling at the thought of going to see Theo, she began to cast a teleportation spell to head to where he was. Coo! With a strange sound, the edge of the space where Iona was opened up and the land began to be swallowed into Mobius's throat. The throat sucked in everything. Even magic power. My magic isn't working. Iona was flustered as the magic, which had always come to her as naturally as breathing, suddenly wouldn't activate. Suddenly her connection to the 5 magic streams was cut off, and even the magic power in her body was forcibly sucked into the throat the moment she tried to release it externally. Coyote! Having no other choice, Iona desperately ran in the opposite direction of the throat to avoid being swallowed. But the space to escape to was limited. If I knew this would happen, I should have met Theo Nim first. Standing at the edge of the land, Iona regretted not meeting Theo first, as she waited helplessly for her death. Just as Iona was about to be swallowed by Mobius's throat, boom! Meow! With an explosion, Theo appeared by breaking through Mobius's mouth. Coyote! Theo Nim. Pooh-hoo hut. That's right, meow. It's me, meow. Theo quickly grabbed Iona, who was about to be swallowed, and tried to exit through the hole he made while stepping on air, but, meow? It's gone, meow. But the hole Theo had created had already disappeared. In that brief moment, the flesh had regenerated, sealing the hole shut. Meanwhile, Mobius's throat began to pull at Theo's mana as well. However, Theo had the ultimate movement technique, Meow Meow Step, a near-divine ability that ensured his return to Sejun no matter what. Meow Meow Step. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Theo safely escaped from Mobius's mouth, carrying Iona with him. Silent Plunderer, White Whale Mobius. Who? Why is there a whale here? Aren't whales supposed to live in the sea? Sejun, who had followed Theo underground, was astonished when he discovered a massive white whale, over 100 meters long, floating in a massive underground lake. Krueng! Dad, what's a whale? How should I explain this? A really big fish? Krueng! Krueng! Then can we eat it? Big bro would love it if we grilled that. Is it possible to eat it? Theo would be happy if I grilled that for him. As Sejun imagined Theo happily devouring an ultra-giant grilled fish. King? That guy. Suddenly, Blackie, who had been dozing off in Sejun's warmth, sensed a fragment of its core and awoke, spotting Mobius. Mobius was one of the 5 beings Blackie had failed to kill and had sealed away. Using its power of plunder, Mobius could randomly teleport entire chunks of land into its mouth. Once its mouth was filled with land through its power, it would swallow everything. And it grew and regenerated by digesting the land and everything on it. Even souls. No matter how many times it was killed, Mobius revived, having consumed so much. In the end, Blackie resorted to swallowing Mobius whole as a last-ditch effort. And then, for decades, Blackie suffered from indigestion. Recalling that time, Blackie felt his stomach churn again. Kihihit. King. Hee-hee. But this time, things are different. We're the Blackie family. Even if Mobius could infinitely regenerate souls, there was no way it could withstand a group beating from all 8 former apostles of destruction. King! Guys, wake up! With that, Blackie began waking up his subordinates for revenge. Swoosh! Pooh-hoo hut! Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Theo, who had saved Iona, clung onto Sejun's knee. Cura wrong. Carrying the exhausted Iona, who was still clinging tightly to Theo's tail even while asleep. Chairman Park, please look after Iona, meow. Theo entrusted Iona to Sejun. Sure, but what are you going to do? I'll teach it a lesson for bullying Iona, meow. He flew back towards Mobius to get revenge for Iona. At that moment, I sense it. The presence of that ignorant wolf who once swallowed me. Mobius, who had been still, suddenly began moving after sensing of Blackie's energy through the breathing holes on its back. King? Did you just call the great Blackie ignorant? Blackie barked in rage at Mobius. Swoosh! At the same time, a blue wave-like energy resembling waves began to spread from Mobius's body. Krueng! Except for Quenji, who was faintly surrounded by a dark red energy, everyone else was engulfed by Mobius's blue energy and fainted. Where is this? Sejun looked around as he regained consciousness. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, are you all right? Meow. Theo, still hanging onto Sejun's knee, asked. Yeah, I think so. But where are we? Everything suddenly went dark. As Sejun looked around again. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Sejun Nim, are you all right? A pure white hamster, about 15 meters in size, spoke to Sejun. Who? Among the hamsters I know, only Iona makes a coyote, coyote, coyote sounds and is white. Could it be Iona? Sejun asked cautiously toward the giant hamster. Coyote, coyote, coyote. Yes, Iona answered with a bright smile. TSK. Is this your first time in a mental world? Why are you so surprised? A woman, standing next to Iona and about 5 meters taller than her, clicked her tongue and looked at Sejun with disdain. So this is a mental world? Thanks to that, Sejun realized why Iona was bigger than him here. But who's this acting so familiar with me? The woman had pale skin, red hair with horns on both sides of her head. She was someone Sejun had never seen before. Who are you? Sejun asked, looking at the woman. I'm Nightmare. The one you tried to annihilate. Nightmare, still holding a grudge against Sejun, replied in a sharp tone. Surrounded by strong allies, Sejun no longer felt the fear like before. Ah, so you have a form here in the mental world. But why is she speaking informally? She used to call me Sejun Nim and speak respectfully. As Sejun began to feel annoyed and was about to question Nightmare. Kiyu. Nightmare, what's with your tone towards Sejun Nim? Iona scolded Nightmare, beating Sejun to the punch. That's right, meow. Nightmare, you're being rude, meow. Supergiant Chairman Park, give her a good scolding, meow. Theo also joined in, angry at Nightmare. And then, thud, a massive pillar behind Sejun started to move. Grab. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a giant hand appeared, grabbing Nightmare. Hey! I'm sorry. Nightmare was lifted up and shaken out like a rag. What? That Park Sejun guy is clearly over there, but... Nightmare was confused seeing two Sejuns. Who? That's me. Sejun was just as equally confused. Pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, that supergiant Chairman Park protecting my mental world, meow. Theo proudly introduced the over 100 tall supergiant Chairman Park to Sejun. Ah, it felt strange that only Theo was small. So, he has been growing that kind of thing in his mental world all along. As Sejun tried to wrap his head around this incredibly bizarre mental world. Thud. Thud. Growling butler, there's no time for this. Get on, quickly. A giant wolf crouched down in front of Sejun, lowering its body. Is that you, Blackie? Of course, it's me. How could you not recognize the great Blackie? Blackie got angry at Sejun's cautious attitude, feeling hurt. No, of course, I recognize you. It's just, you've gotten a lot bigger. As Sejun got on Blackie's head along with Theo, Iona, and Nightmare. Coo-hoo-hoo? How's this? Impressive, right? This is my true form. Thinking that Sejun had complimented him, Blackie stood tall, puffing up in pride. Where's that damned wolf? Thud! Thud! Along with an angry voice, a giant whale with arms and legs charged towards them. Growling. Butler, hold on tight. Everyone, let's show them the power of the Blackie family. Yes, Blackie and the 7 former apostles of destruction charged toward Mobius. Thud! Thud! Behind them, supergiant Chairman Park also joined the charge. At that moment, boom! Boom! For some unknown reason, supergiant Chairman Park began growing even larger as it ran. The reason? Meow meow meow. It was because of Theo, who was hugging Sejun's knee. Theo, who was drawing infinite energy through his connection to the real Sejun, was in turn passing that energy to supergiant Chairman Park, making it even stronger. Supergiant Chairman Park was evolving once again into Ultra Supergiant Chairman Park. A short while later, isn't it cheating to fight 9 against 1? You unfair wolf. What? Can't you even count? There's 8 of us. And how dare you call the great Blackie an unfair wolf? If it's unfair, go get some reinforcements yourself. Boom! As Mobius was being relentlessly attacked by the Blackie family, the now gigantic Ultra Supergiant Chairman Park slammed a colossal fist down on Mobius's head. You have achieved the great feat of creation for annihilating the immortal silent plunderer, White Whale Mobius. As a reward for this great feat of creation, you have obtained the title, Human and Cat Who Destroyed Immortality. Through the effective title, Human and Cat Who Destroyed Immortality, you become stronger when fighting immortal beings together. Sejun and Theo shared the final blow and the achievement. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, let's take that, meow. Theo pointed to the 2 orbs that appeared in the spot where Mobius had perished. A blue orb and a black orb. Silent Plunderer, White Whale Mobius's Power Stone, Absolute Smell. Silent Plunderer, White Whale Mobius's Power Stone, Plunder. These were power stones containing the core powers that represented Mobius. Grab. As Sejun collected the power stones, the mental world began to rapidly shrink. Before long, Sejun's vision turned dark again. And then, Ang! HM? Sejun regained his senses back in reality. Krueng! Krueng! What did you do to Quenge's dad? Big bro. Sis. And younger siblings. Wake them up quickly. Boom. 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 Sejun spotted supergiant Quenge violently swinging Mobius around by its tail. Chapter 511, From now on, when you miss me, hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, just hug this, meow. Krueng. Krueng. Why are you not answering? Hurry up, wake up Dad. Boom. 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 Quenji was still relentlessly slamming Mobius down, unaware that Sejun and others had regained their senses. Quenji! I'm awake, Sejun called out to Quenji from very far away. If he got too close, he might get hurt by the shockwaves Quenji was creating while swinging Mobius around. When Sejun shouted loudly, Krueng! It's Dad's voice! Quenji's ears perked up in Sejun's direction, and his head quickly turned to where Sejun was. Krueng! Dad's awake! Thud! Spotting Sejun, who had regained consciousness, Quenji dropped Mobius's lifeless body to the ground and hurriedly shrank his size, flying into Sejun's arms for a hug. Then, Krueng! Krueng! Dad, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Quenji began diligently checking every part of Sejun's body. Yeah. Your dad's strong, you know. Sejun showed off his firm biceps as he spoke, but what's strong about that? There was no way Quenji would be convinced by Sejun's feeble biceps. Of course, being the dutiful son he was, Quenji refrained from voicing his thoughts out loud to avoid making Dad sad. But his expression said it all. Quenji, still young, was not good at hiding his expressions yet. Fortunately, since the rest of the party also made unimpressed faces at Sejun's biceps, Quenji's expression didn't stand out too much. A moment later, Krueng! Dad is fine. Quenji, having finished his inspection, clung to Sejun's side. But why is this guy's body still here even after dying? Sejun approached Mobius's corpse. He intended to use it to make a giant grilled fish dish for Theo. At that moment, rumble. As Mobius's mouth opened, things that Mobius hadn't yet digested spilled out. Most of it was dirt, trees, and rocks, but, oh, there were gems, money, and items scattered among them. Seeing those, it was impossible to resist. Animal for treasure hunting. Sejun shouted. Pooh hut. The number one treasure hunter, hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, will claim first place, meow. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji is also good at treasure hunting. Quenji will find everything with my nose. Kihihit. King? King. Hee. Is this a game? I want to play too. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie family all announced their participation and started searching for treasures. Land moving, of course, Sejun, being a social animal, also joined the treasure hunt. And then, Kayut. Devnim, I need to find the items for you. Kayut. I'll have to participate too. Detect, I can't resist a treasure hunt. Iona, who had been hesitating while watching, finally cast a spell and enthusiastically began searching for treasures too. 1 hour later. Phew. That was exhausting. But I found quite a lot. Sejun proudly looked at the small pile of treasures he had gathered. I wonder how much the others found? He glanced at the treasure piles the rest of the party had gathered. Meow, Papa. First off, Theo found something every time he put his front paws into the ground, creating 10 mountains of treasures around him. Wow, as expected, Theo was overwhelmingly in first place. Sejun had no intention of competing with the lucky golden paws of Theo, so he turned his attention comfortably to the others. Sniff. Krueng. Quenji, after roughly identifying the location of the treasures by scent, used telekinesis to lift and scatter the dirt, finding treasures. Around Quenji, there were 7 treasure mounds. Quenji was in second place. Kayut. Iona, who used magic to create 3 treasure mounds, was in third place. Then I must be fourth? There was no need to even look at Blackie family. Obviously, they couldn't have found more treasures than him. But, Kihihit. King. Hee. Guys, we're beating the butler. Let's keep going. Yes, Kiruk. Shararang. Yes. Eomdolnim. I sense gems over there. Kor. Piyak. Mew. Contrary to Sejun's expectations, Blackie family was showing incredible performance. When Eomdol, who grew larger from eating stones, would lift the ground onto a net made of Gogomi spider web, Shararang, Kabi would use the power of decay to make the soil crumble and break down. Then the broken soil would fall through the net. Among what remained after the soil fell through, Eomdol would eat the stones, and Mubelchil would burn the wood. The final filtered items were collected by Jiki, Kararuru, and Sherry, who brought them to Blackie. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee, good job. Go find more. Blackie cheered on his subordinates while guarding one treasure mound. Am I really losing to the Super Sunfish gang? Sejun, sensing a crisis. If this goes on, I'll lose. He decided to make a bold move. Chuck. Sejun hurriedly pulled out 2 power stones he had picked up after destroying Mobius's soul earlier. I'll absorb them. As Sejun focused on absorbing the power stones in his mind, absorbing the power, absolute smell contained in the power stone of the silent plunderer, white whale Mobius. Absorbing the power, plunder contained in the power stone of the silent plunderer, white whale Mobius. The powers within the power stones began to be absorbed into Sejun. Your strength is significantly lacking to properly absorb these powers. You cannot properly absorb power, absolute smell. You cannot properly absorb power, plunder. The powers are being adjusted to match your strength. Powers are greatly weakened. Though the messages made his stomach churn, Sejun wasn't too disappointed as it was an expected result. But then, power, absolute smell has been greatly downgraded, and you have awakened the talent, scent tracking, plants only. You have received the downgraded power, insignificant and cowardly plunder. Seriously, this is too much. Sejun, who hadn't anticipated the powers being downgraded into mere talents, was eventually furious. And why does it have to be called insignificant and cowardly? This is really too much. Grumbling, Sejun checked out his new talent and power. Talent, scent tracking, plants only. You can detect the location of plants within a 500 m radius with an accuracy of approximately 1 m, using only scent. Power, insignificant and cowardly plunder. You can stealthily take one object within a 100-meter radius without being noticed. Though talent, scent tracking was limited to plants, from Sejun's perspective as a farmer, it wasn't a bad ability. I could use the power to grab things from afar, I guess. Even the downgraded power seemed somewhat useful. At that moment, sniff sniff, Sejun suddenly caught a scent he hadn't noticed before, the smell of moss growing around the lake. Oh, I can sense it! At the same time, the location of the moss was clearly mapped in Sejun's mind. If Mobius had only possessed the power, plunder, he would have been destroyed by Blackie long ago. It was because Mobius had used the power, absolute smell, to locate food before using his powers, allowing him to find his prey without major failures. Sniff sniff. This is actually pretty fun. Sejun got hooked on the fun of using his sense of smell to locate plants. Ah. This isn't the time for this. The treasure hunting competition was still ongoing. Hee hee. Shall I turn the rankings around? When Sejun used his power while looking at the gold coins in Blackie's treasure mountain, power, insignificant and cowardly plunder has been activated. You have plundered a gold coin of the Kingdom of Cove, not yet engraved with a name. With that message, a gold coin appeared in Sejun's hand, bearing the image of Queen Prana of the Kingdom of Cove on the front and King Louis of the Kingdom of Cove on the back. A gold coin of the Kingdom of Cove that hasn't been engraved with a name. Sejun examined the coin. Unnamed royal gold coin of the Kingdom of Cove. This is a gold coin the royal family of the Kingdom of Cove gives as a gift when they are indebted to someone. The name of the recipient is engraved on it. If you return the gold coin engraved with your name to the Kingdom of Cove, you can make one wish to Cove Kingdom. The explanation appeared. So the Kingdom of Cove was robbed too, huh? Having heard from Iona about Mobius's actions, Sejun immediately realized that one of the Kingdom of Cove's vaults must have been robbed. But why didn't they give me one of these? Sejun had given life to the most important mother tree of the Kingdom of Cove and was also the most influential figure in the Black Tower. If Sejun asked, Prana and Louis would simply comply, so they hadn't felt the need to gift him a gold coin separately. Having inspected the gold coin, Sejun grinned. Hee, Blackie has no idea. Watching Blackie cheer on his subordinates, completely oblivious to the missing gold coin from his treasure pile, Sejun gained confidence. Power, insignificant and cowardly plunder has been activated. Sejun began plundering Blackie's treasure pile in earnest. At first, he was cautious, taking only small items. But gradually, he became more daring, taking larger and larger things. However, King? Who? Where did it go? As the saying goes, the longer the tail, the more likely it is to be stepped on. Finally, Blackie noticed because he took something too distinctive. Where did the painting of the great Blackie in action go? Of all things, Sejun had taken a large golden plate that depicted the battle between Fenrir and the great dragon race from the past. Half of the golden plate was occupied by a massive wolf fighting with 12 leader-level dragons and all 9 remaining dragon clan members, depicted in such detail and dynamism as if witnessed firsthand. Of course, even without the detailed picture, the sheer size of the golden plate made it inevitable that he would get caught. King? Butler? Why are you stealing my stuff? Blackie barked, running over to Sejun, who was holding the golden plate. King? Wait! This smells like me too. Isn't this ours too? Once caught, it all unraveled. Blackie, who had been sitting there seemingly unaware, had marked every treasure with his scent one by one. A moment later, I even lost to the kids. Sejun ended up being the last place finisher in the treasure hunt competition. Pooh hut. The great hybrid park chairman came in last, meow. That's why you need me, hybrid vice chairman Theo, meow. Krueng. Quenji will find lots of treasures for you next time, so cheer up, Dad. Theo and Quenji comforted Sejun. Kirarong. Rorong. Blackie family, satisfied with beating Sejun, slept soundly in victory. Kayut. I'll return everything to their rightful owners. Iona began sorting out the items whose owners were clearly identifiable. Kayut. I'll take this too. If I ask the creator, Amorlanger, I'll be able to find out who bought it. Among the items was the large golden plate with Blackie's painting on it. At that moment, meow, Theo, who hadn't stopped treasure hunting until the very end, found a box in the dirt pile. And then, Pooh hut. Park chairman, take this, meow. Theo handed the box to Sejun. Oh. Thanks. Click. Sejun, looking pleased, opened the box that Theo had given him. Inside were 3 land deeds. Black Tower 4th floor land deed, White Tower 67th floor land deed, Golden Tower 89th floor land deed. I needed these land deeds, so this worked out perfectly. Well done, Vice Chairman Theo. Pooh hut. Hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, always do a great job, meow. Yeah. Sejun patted Theo on the head as he gathered up the land deeds. The land deed for the 4th floor of the Black Tower was needed to erect a monument for Lear's achievement, who had granted him a 5-star divine relic, and to assign Cybele the 18th as a follower. The land deed for the 67th floor of the White Tower was essential for finding the sealed son of the White Tower. If only it were 1 floor higher. If he had received the land deed for the 90th floor instead of the 89th floor of the Golden Tower, it would have been perfect. Patrick, the god of Earth's divine relic, the Earth Armor, was on the 90th floor of the Golden Tower. Sejun, feeling slightly regretful, stood up from his seat. Kayut. Sejun Nim, I've packed everything. Iona, who had gathered all the items with owners, said as she carried the remaining items and Mobius's corpse into Sejun's void storage. Iona, thank you for your hard work. Let's head back now. Krueng. Dad, hold on tightly to Quenji. Yeah. As Sejun held Quenji in his arms. Swoosh. Quenji used telekinesis to quickly lift them into the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had returned to the surface. Kayut. Well, I have things to do, so I'll be off. Iona bid farewell with a voice filled with reluctance. However, hug. Contrary to her words, she couldn't easily let go of Theo's warm and fluffy tail, which she hadn't touched in a while. Her hand still clung to it with lingering attachment. Pooh hut. Iona, take this, meow. From now on, when you miss me, Hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, just hug this, meow. Theo handed Iona a heart-shaped fur ball made from his own fur. Kayut. Theo Nim. I love it so much. Iona, deeply moved, embraced Theo with a beaming expression, holding the heart-shaped fur ball. Then, Kayut. Theo Nim, I'll do my best. Sejun Nim, take care. With a heart full of Theo's warmth, Iona cheerfully bid farewell and left. Eileen must have been this happy, right? Sejun smiled, imagining how happy Eileen must have been when she received the heart-shaped rice ball from him, even though he hadn't seen her reaction firsthand. Chapter 5:12, He. Arjux must have really missed his big brother. All right. Sejun opened his eyes. And, meow, king. He picked up Theo and the Blackie family, who were still in dreamland, and went outside. It looks like it's finally over. Now, even Sweetie can take a bit of a break. Sejun looked toward the cave where Sweetie's beehive was, which had been swarming with quite a number of poisonous honey bees until just yesterday. Indeed, not just anyone can be the leader. Sejun felt sorry for Sweetie, completely forgetting that he was the chairman of Sejun Company, which had over a few million employees under its wing. And then, the Qiangyang chili pepper of agony is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends its strength. The effect of great blessing of the crops, master, activates, increasing the potential of your agility stat from 5613 to 5623. He increased his potential while walking around the farm. When he raised his stat potential once more, Krueng. Good morning, Dad. Quenji, who had just woken up and rushed to find his dad, greeted Sejun. Yeah. Did Quenji sleep well? Krueng. Quenji answered as he clung to Sejun's side. When everyone who shared the power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky had gathered. Patrick Nim, is it okay to come now? Sejun asked Patrick, just in case Stella was on the first floor. Patrick, the god of earth, says it's fine, as the great silver dragon Stella Hizron is currently on the second floor of the tower. Okay. After hearing Patrick's answer, guys, stick close. Sejun told his companions to gather to increase the 100,000 strength needed to turn the key. But, meow, King, Krueng. Everyone except Quenji was sleeping, so there was no response. Tap. Tap. Sejun had no choice but to pick up each of the sleeping creatures and touch them to his body. Then, the 11 divided powers combine into one, activating power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky for 13 seconds. Strength increases by 1,300%. The power was activated. Summon the door. Thud. Sejun summoned the door leading to the 10th tower. Click. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it. Kriak. He opened the door and stepped inside. You have arrived on the first floor of the 10th tower. As Sejun arrived on the first floor of the 10th tower, hap. Hap. The Devourers, who were busily absorbing the energy of destruction, poke. Poke. And the Pioneers, who were diligently planting seeds, warmly welcomed him. Neither Patrick nor Harmer was in sight. Wow. I'm already being treated like leftovers. Sejun felt a bit disappointed that neither Patrick nor Harmer had come to greet him. Patrick, the god of earth, tells you not to feel too upset. Patrick, the god of earth, says he is currently monitoring the movements of destruction through the tower's administration system, and Harmer is busy making the enhancing elixir. Patrick explained to Sejun why they couldn't come out to greet him. All right, I understand. While Sejun was talking with Patrick, Kia, the Devourers and Pioneers crowded around Sejun, excitedly telling him everything they had done during his absence, eager to receive his praise. It had only been 2 days since they last saw him, but they seemed to have a lot to share. Okay. Good job. You can tell the rest to your leader, King. Sejun tossed the still sleeping Blackie family over to the Devourers and Pioneers. Has a lot been gathered? He checked the amount of energy of creation that had been collected so far. Currently possessed energy of creation, 2.65 million L. Thanks to the energy of destruction in Melfia's body, a significant amount had been gathered in just 2 days. So, what should I upgrade first? Sejun browsed through the upgrade list. With plenty of resources at hand, he decided, I should go for the most expensive one first. Sejun selected the upgrade that required the most energy of creation from the list. Install the lighthouse of creation that burns destruction. Using 1 million L of energy of creation to install the lighthouse of creation that burns destruction. Beginning installation of the lighthouse of creation that burns destruction. Installation will take 10 days to complete. Installation period can be reduced by 1 day using 100,000 L of energy of creation. Would you like to use energy of creation to reduce the installation period? A message appeared in response to Sejun's words. No, of course not. It's not like it's urgent. Sejun began the lighthouse installation and then gave more orders. Enhance everything in the order of absorption power, processing capacity, repair speed, and durability until the energy of creation runs out, consuming 2000 L of energy of creation to increase the absorption power by 10%. Consuming 5000 L of energy of creation to increase the processing capacity of the refining system by 10%. Consuming 35,000 L of energy of creation to increase the auto-repair speed of the tower by 10%. Consuming 50,000 L of energy of creation to increase durability by 10%. Sejun used up all the remaining energy of creation to upgrade the basic abilities of the tower. Once Sejun finished upgrading the 10th tower, Kihem. King. Ahum. Your boss had an amazing adventure with Butler. Blackie, who had woken up at some point, was telling the story about defeating Mobius to the gathered Devourers and Pioneers. Kia. The Devourers and Pioneers clapped enthusiastically with their leaves in response to Blackie's words. Sejun brought his hand to the mouths of the Pioneers, who were listening intently to Blackie's story. PTO. You have obtained a Destruction Pioneer Seed, 1. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of seed harvesting LV9 has slightly increased. Sejun collected the seeds that the Pioneers had been storing in their mouths. Thanks to the enhancing elixir, for every 1 million Destruction Devourer seeds planted, they had produced 2 new seeds, and now over 100 seeds had accumulated. Sejun took those seeds and planted them. You have planted Destruction Pioneer Seed, 1, in soil imbued with refined energy of destruction and magic power. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of magic seed sowing, master, has slightly increased. He planted them again. Crack! As soon as the seeds were planted, the pioneers grew rapidly. Kia kia? Kia kia! As soon as they were born, they were dragged away by the veteran pioneers to listen to Blackie's heroic tale and kia kia! Kia kia! Quickly integrated into the group. After planting all the pioneer seeds, Sejun also sat at the very back, listening to Blackie's story along with the devourers and pioneers. Gorarong! Krueng! Theo and Quenji had fallen asleep again on Sejun's lap and sighed. A peaceful morning. A short while later, Kihihit. King. Hee. So, our Blackie family teamed up to teach Mobius a lesson, and Big Bro Theo, with his faith in the butler, summoned the Ultra Super Giant butler to defeat Mobius. When Blackie finished the story saying that the Ultra Super Giant Chairman Park defeated Mobius. Kia kia! The devourers and pioneers looked at Sejun with eyes full of respect. Ahoom! Feeling a bit embarrassed, Sejun cleared his throat and stood up. But, he. Inside, he was quite pleased and feeling proud. All right, let's go. King. Everyone, farewell. Your boss will definitely return. Let's meet again, alive. Blackie said a solemn goodbye to the devourers and pioneers at Sejun's words. I'll come again tomorrow, though the dramatic effect was diminished at Sejun's words. Outskirts of destruction. What the hell? What's going on here? Jormungandr, who had just been resurrected, was furious as he looked at the remaining troops while trying to command the calamities. This was because, under Melfius' clumsy command, their forces had been reduced to less than half. At that moment, Jormungandr Nim, you finally awakened. We're so glad you're back. Kraken, Hydra, and Leviathan, who were also serpents like Jormungandr, came to greet him. Yes, but what the hell happened while I was gone? Jormungandr asked. Well, while Melfius was in command, Kraken, who held the highest rank among them, began explaining what had transpired. Also, it seems that all of the other apostles of destruction, except for us, have betrayed us. What? All of them except us? Yes. It looks like they've returned to the side of creation. HMPH. Those spineless fools. In the end, those who betray once will always betray again, huh? Jormungandr scoffed at the traitors, as if to say he was different. Given the situation, Hydra and Leviathan, prepare for molting, and Kraken, help me reorganize the troops. Molting, that's... Hydra and Leviathan responded hesitantly to Jormungandr's command. For a snake, shedding its skin was a necessary process for growth, but it was incredibly painful and dangerous, even life-threatening. Do it when I say so. Why yes. Forced by Jormungandr's killing intent, Hydra and Leviathan reluctantly prepared for their molting. Kraken, for now, recall all the calamities. Yes. Jormungandr began wrapping Hydra and Leviathan in his massive body, as Kraken began calling back the calamities they had spread across the world. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun returned home from the 10th tower. I'm hungry. He went to the kitchen and ate the breakfast prepared by Sejun number 1. The breakfast menu was slime meat cutlet. Ah, right. Sejun number 1, make me some pancakes. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, give me more. Sejun sliced up the cutlets and gave them to Blackie while ordering Sejun number 1 to make pancakes. Today, Sejun planned to go to the 67th floor of the White Tower to find the sealed sun and restore daylight to the White Tower. And since he was heading to the White Tower, he decided to make pancakes, which Arjux liked. While Sejun number 1 was making the pancakes, Sejun and his companions enjoyed their cutlets. However, I'm full. Even after eating the slime cutlet, no message about the title, One Who Cooks Calamities, which reduces physical damage, appeared. This was because Sejun hadn't cooked it himself. The effect of the title, One Who Cooks Calamities, only activated when Sejun personally cooked the dish. Hey. Krueng. Hee. Quenji brewed coffee for Dad. Quenji brought a steaming cup of coffee made with the Sejun 94 Chikasan Black Tower beans that Hegel had left yesterday while Sejun was away. Thank you. Slurp. As expected, coffee brewed by our Quenji is the best. Sejun praised Quenji's coffee with a thumbs up. Hey. Quenji beamed with a bright smile at Sejun's praise. Honestly, there wasn't much difference in taste from coffee brewed by Ninia, but anyway, Quenji's coffee was the best. Plus when he smiles like that, this coffee was now heavenly. Sejun enjoyed a leisurely time with his companions, who were resting on his body as he drank his coffee. Then, Arjux, is it okay if I come over now? Sejun called out to Arjux. Soon. The White Tower's honorary full-time employee says that Sejun Hyung is always welcome. Arjux replied immediately. As Sejun Company's policies changed, the system immediately reflected the update. He. Arjux must have really missed his big brother. Just from the message, Sejun could imagine how happy Arjux must be about his visit. All right then, I'll be there soon. Taoyong. Sejun called Taoyong and moved to the waypoint. Thanks to Eileen, who had been adjusting the waypoint's location closer to the farm bit by bit every day, Sejun was able to arrive at the waypoint in just a few minutes. Touch. Sejun placed his hand on the red crystal and teleported to the White Tower. 89th floor of the Black Tower. Kayut. Iona, holding Theo's heart fur ball, hummed a tune as she walked somewhere with a lively step. Then, Kayut. Excuse me, is Amorlanger here? She asked the guards who were guarding a massive mansion. Iona had left the task of finding the owners of items marked with their owner's insignia to the Wandering Merchant Association and had come here in person to find out who had purchased the golden plate depicting the battle between Fenrir and the dragon. While she was at it, she thought she'd also ask Amor, the famous designer, to make a couple ring for her and Theo. However, as a matter of fact, Amorlanger has been expecting you, Iona Nim. Please follow me, master of the Black Parkare Wizard Tower. Kayut? He's been expecting me. How did he know I'd come? Surprised by the guard's words, Iona tucked Theo's heart fur ball into her void storage and pulled out the staff of suppressing gravity, which was strapped to her back while channeling magic power. Having almost died at the hands of Mobius just recently, Iona's wariness was still high. At that moment, master of the Black Parkare Wizard Tower, Iona, lover of Theo Park, there is no need to be on guard. I am Amorlanger, the second apostle of creation. I have something to discuss with you, so come in peacefully. A divine voice echoed in Iona's mind. Kayut. Yes. Hearing Amor acknowledge her relationship with Theo, Iona beamed and happily followed the guard into the mansion, grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 513. It's so great to have older brothers. My name is Amorlanger. He was a great warrior who once ruled over the world called Mio. And Amorlanger is appointed as the 15th apostle of creation. 2,000 years ago, he was chosen by the system to become an apostle of creation. Though now he is the second in rank now, at that time, he was the youngest. Thank you. My name is Mac. Thanks to you, I've escaped being the youngest. Welcome, youngest. What? Youngest. My name is the great warrior Amor. If I say you're the youngest, then you're the youngest. Youngest. His senior apostles were so powerful that they considered him, someone who once ruled a world, to be a mere fledgling. Amor carried out sacred duties alongside the senior apostles of creation, crossing beyond the yet unopened black moon to prevent the forces of destruction from flooding into the world. A lonely battle that no one recognized but had to be fought by someone. The apostles of creation continued their battle against the forces of destruction, armed with their sacred duty and care for one another. After 1,000 years of fighting, 5 apostles died honorably, leaving the number of apostles of creation reduced to 10. Amor became the 10th apostle of creation. Another 500 years passed, and the number dropped to 7. After another 500 years, it shrank to 5. As the power of destruction grew stronger, their forces steadily dwindled. Then, one day, cough. Damn it. To think I go before the youngest. Amor, you're now the 2nd apostle of creation. Mac, his senior and friend, who had never once called him by his name but always referred to him as the youngest, finally called him by his name after being half devoured by Jormungandr. Damn snake. I'm not going alone. Mac, after splitting the snake's head, smiled contentedly as he fell into eternal rest. And we can never defeat destruction. The once great warrior Amor, after fighting in the sacred battle for 1,800 years, lost his will to fight. After that, his memories are blurry. When he came to his senses, he found himself on the 89th floor of the tower. He thought it was for the best as he was tired of fighting. He just wanted to rest. So, he shut himself off from the world and lived day by day inside his house. Amor, bored with his uneventful life, began making various things. His servant showed interest in them, so he started giving them away, and eventually, those items spread throughout the tower. Before he knew it, Amor became famous without even realizing it. As Amor's fame grew, the status of those who sought him out also rose. Even just by staying in his house, Amor naturally began to gather high-level information about the tower. Of course, the information, much like Amor's broken spirit, was only gloomy news about the deteriorating situation in the tower. About 200 years passed like that, with it becoming routine for visitors to bring him news of the tower's worsening state. Then, one day, Amornim, have you heard? The locusts have invaded the 67th floor of the tower, which is ruled by the Lizard Kingdom. The visitor brought the worst news yet, far worse than usual. The locusts are back again after 100 years, huh? He thought that without dragon intervention, the tower's destruction wouldn't be far off. However, the sturdy blade green onions grown by the great black dragon are currently being used to eradicate the locusts. A few days later, another visitor brought news that completely defied Amor's expectations. What? A dragon grows what? Green onions. They're green onions as sharp as blades. What nonsense is this? A dragon growing green onions was already unbelievable, but using green onions to fight off the locusts. Amor couldn't understand it. But, they say the locusts have been completely wiped out. Without direct intervention from a dragon, the locusts were driven to extinction. Many merchants were disappearing in the merchant passage, but it turns out it was fragments sent by the Apostle of Destruction. If not for the great black dragon subordinate, Park Theonim, the great black dragon has a subordinate from the cat tribe. And that cat dealt with the fragments of the Apostle of Destruction. After that, the information brought to Amor by visitors became increasingly incomprehensible to him. However, one thing was clear, despite Amor's broken spirit, the situation in the tower had changed. The tower was no longer plummeting towards rock bottom. It wasn't gloomy anymore. And, the Red Ribbon Kingdom, which was destroyed by the locusts, is now holding a founding ceremony. There was a party on the 99th floor of the tower recently, and there was so much delicious food. The information visitors brought after that was consistently hopeful and bright. The atmosphere of the tower had completely reversed. The tower that had been tilting towards destruction was now soaring. No, soaring wasn't enough to describe it. It was ascending. And, it's all thanks to the great black dragon, Park Sejun Nim. The great black dragon, Park Sejun Nim. Who are you, Park Sejun, the one who made the black tower ascend? A flame of curiosity about Sejun, the source of this massive shift, started to kindle within Amor's previously extinguished heart. He can't be a dragon. The black dragon bears the family name Pratani. They don't use names like that. Or maybe it's a dragon's playful trick of changing their name. But then they wouldn't be referred to as the Great Black Dragon. As Amor listened to the information visitors brought into his home, his curiosity about Sejun grew. Amor Nim, these are crops grown by Sejun Nim. Recently, Mima, a legendary merchant who wanted to leave a good impression on Amor, had gifted him crops cultivated by Sejun. Cultivator, Black Tower's tower farmer Park Sejun, human from Earth. A tower farmer. Not a dragon, but someone from Earth. As an apostle of creation, Amor could see more information from crops than others, and he realized that Sejun was a very ordinary being. Could a mere tower farmer change the tower this much? At the same time, Amor was reminded of Emilia I. Beans, the first apostle of creation, who always tended to her garden when she wasn't fighting. His senior who just smiled at questions about why she grew such things. His senior who didn't give up despite fighting 1,000 years longer than them. So she was fighting too. Amor began to think that maybe battle wasn't the only sacred duty. Whether it was due to the shame of his broken will or the blazing flame rising in his heart, Amor's face grew hot. It's time to return, to reclaim his identity as the second apostle of creation, not as the designer Amor Langer. Amor began preparing his gear for his return. I guess I'll have to accept one last guest before I go. He sensed a powerful magic approaching from afar. Soon, Iona, the wizard of great destruction, will be here. Send her to me when she arrives. Amor ordered his servant to relay the message to the guard, and waited. Kayut kayut kayut. Through the window, he saw a small, white hamster cheerfully humming as it approached the mansion. A being already perfect. But, quite perfect indeed. What's that soul with her? To Amor's eyes, a few shortcomings were visible. I should prepare a few gifts. If I'm lucky, she could end up being the youngest. Amor began preparing a few gifts as he observed Iona. He still didn't know that the most powerful youngest apostle, someone whom all the apostles of creation couldn't defeat even if they combined their strength, had already joined. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the White Tower. As Sejun arrived at the White Tower, Sejun Hyung, Arjux, who had been eagerly waiting by the waypoint, immediately jumped into Sejun's arms. Though he tried to reduce the impact by lessening his strength as much as possible and casting several protective spells to cushion the blow. Ugh! The sunfish Sejun always defied expectations. You have received a fatal attack. You are in an invincible state. No damage has been taken. Thankfully, thanks to the invincibility effect, he survived once again. Of course, with Sejun's numerous skills and powers, he wouldn't have died anyway. He wouldn't, right? Thus, Sejun endured Arjux's hug attack. But, goo! It wasn't over yet. Now it was time to withstand Arjux's overwhelming energy. However, Arjux, have you been well? Yes. Hyung. Sejun wasn't significantly affected by Arjux's energy. Thanks to his improved stats and the skills, talents, titles, and powers he had acquired, Sejun was able to withstand Arjux's energy. Arjuxnim, good see you, meow. Of course, the biggest help in withstanding Arjux's energy was none other than Theo, who had quietly come out of the void storage and clung to Sejun's lap, absorbing and diverting Arjux's energy. Krueng, long time no see. Following Theo, Quenji also greeted Arjux. The rest of the Blackie family stayed inside the void storage. Sejun had left them there to play so they wouldn't get hurt by Arjux's overwhelming energy. Here, Super Sunfish, eat this while you wait. Sejun handed them some roasted and dried sweet potatoes, hoping to prevent a repeat of last time, when they turned the void storage into chaos. A little while later, chomp, 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 as Blackie happily munched on the roasted sweet potatoes. Come to think of it, Super Sunfish. Something feels offensive. The name Sejun had just called them by earlier bothered him. It's the butler's fault. He made me feel bad. Hee. Time to show the anger of the great Blackie. King. Guys, let's play. Blackie, who had been itching to play around, found the perfect excuse. Unaware that Blackie was about to wreak havoc in the void storage. Here, eat this. Sejun handed over 1,000 pancakes he had brought to Arjux. Wow. Thanks, Hyung. I'll enjoy them. Right on the spot, Arjux devoured 3 pancakes in no time. Hee, so delicious. His face was full of joy, and his tail wagged vigorously in excitement. Arjux, let's sit here and eat. Meanwhile, Sejun spread out a green onion leaf mat and called Arjux over. Drink this too. Yeah, Hyung. Arjux downed the chocolate milk Sejun had handed him in one gulp, getting ready to properly eat the pancakes. Originally, Arjux would have eaten alone, but, Hyung. Quenji. Let's eat together. After spending time with Sejun, Arjux had learned that food tastes even better when shared. Theo, you don't need to eat, right? Of course not, meow. I, the hybrid vice chairman Theo, only eat the grilled fish and churro made by Chairman Park, meow. Got it. He also learned to respect others' preferences. As they were all enjoying their delicious pancakes together, Arjux, we're planning to head down to the 67th floor of the tower later. Sejun mentioned the reason he had come to the White Tower. The 67th floor? Are you going to look for the sun? Yeah. Oh. That sounds fun. At Sejun's words, Arjux's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you want to come too, Arjux? Of course. If Sejun Hyung is going, I have to go too. I'm part of our group, aren't I? Sejun Hyung, you meanie. Not taking me along. Arjux shouted in response to Sejun's question, his eyes welling up with tears. Of course, I want to bring you, Arjux. But if you go, the residents of the 67th floor might get hurt. You'd crush them just by being there, Arjux. As Sejun stroked Arjux's head while saying this, then should I ask my grandpa to drive out all the residents of the 67th floor? Arjux, now calmed by Sejun's touch, asked seriously. That's how much he wanted to go to the 67th floor with Sejun. No. How would Arjux feel if someone told you to get out of here? I'd be super mad. I'd breathe fire on them right away. Arjux, after pondering Sejun's question for a moment, puffed out his chest as if he were about to unleash a breath attack and responded. What if even Arjux's breath attack doesn't work? Then would I get kicked out? That's right. And how would you feel if you got kicked out? I'd be sad. I worked so hard to make this tomato field here. Arjux looked around at the field of bright white cherry tomatoes spread out around him. Exactly. The residents of the 67th floor would feel the same. And unlike you, they don't have a breath attack, so they wouldn't even be able to fight back. I get it. I won't go. Being the smart Arjux that he was, he understood Sejun's intentions and replied in a dejected voice. Even though he understood, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. In return, I'll come back after I find the sun. Then, let's have a meat party. Really? At Sejun's promise to return, Arjux's face immediately brightened up. With that, Sejun managed to protect both the safety of the 67th floor residents and Arjux's smile. Though he couldn't protect the meat yet. All right, we'll be back soon. Okay, Hyung. I'll prepare for the meat party. All right. Sejun then put Theo and Quenji back into the void storage. Swish! He opened up the land deed for the 67th floor of the White Tower, and disappeared. Hack! You disobeyed Chairman Park's orders, meow. We need to clean up quickly, meow. Chairman Park hates this, meow. Krueng! Krueng! Blackie, let's clean up quickly. We need to have everything spotless before Dad opens the door. Meanwhile, inside the void storage, Theo and Quenji were busy cleaning up the mess the Blackie family had made. Hee, it's so great to have older brothers. Blackie thought to himself how great it was to have older brothers who would always help clean up after his mess. Chapter 5:14. If you keep talking, I'll call Uncle Theo. You have arrived at the 67th floor of the White Tower. It's pitch dark. It was so dark that not even a step ahead was visible. Since it wasn't a place where residents lived, there were no lights like magic or torches. Snap! Sejun snapped his fingers. Whoosh! After creating a flame, he looked around the surroundings. Besides the trees, nothing seems out of the ordinary. But what's that fruit? Just as Sejun was about to inspect the round, purple fruit hanging from a tree. Clank! Great hybrid Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. Theo, appearing slightly later than usual from the void storage, jumped onto Sejun's face. Yeah. I missed you too, Pooh Hut. But I missed you more, meow. Theo, overjoyed by Sejun's words, enthusiastically rubbed his face against Sejun's forehead. Hey. Krueng. He. Quenji missed Dad too. Meanwhile, Quenji also clung to Sejun's side, rubbing his face against Sejun's body. Yeah, Dad missed Quenji too. Achoo! Vice Chairman Theo, get down now, meow. Sejun, who sneezed because of Theo's fur, grabbed Theo by the scruff of his neck and moved him to his lap. But where's Blackie? Noticing that the next in line hadn't appeared yet, Sejun looked around. King? Butler? Where are you? I can't see anything. Butler? Blackie, apparently having jumped out in the wrong direction, was whimpering as he searched for Sejun in the completely wrong way. Mew. Nubelchill tried his best to light up the surroundings by creating fire on his horn, but it was too weak to make much of a difference. As expected from the Super Sunfish crew. You dummy! It's this way, not that way. Seeing the silly scene, Sejun laughed and hurriedly gathered up the Blackie family, putting them into the sling bag. King? Why didn't you pick me up sooner? And who are you calling a dummy? The great Blackie is not a dummy. Butler, I missed you. Blackie, whining while wagging his tail energetically like a propeller, fussed at Sejun. All right, I take back the dummy thing. Pat. Sejun soothed Blackie with a few pats. Kirarong. Rorong. Kirarorong. As Sejun patted him, Blackie and his underlings quickly fell asleep, quieting down. After putting the Blackie family to sleep, Sejun finally plucked the fruit from the tree. At that moment, you have harvested a fig. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency of harvesting LV9 has slightly increased. You have gained 1 experience point. Messages appeared. Oh, so this was a figure. Sejun sliced the fig in half with his dagger. Quenji, try this. Just don't eat the skin. You only eat the inside like this. Demonstrating how to eat a fig, Sejun handed it over to Quenji. Wow! It just melts. The sweet flesh that entered his mouth was so soft it melted instantly. Pop. The seeds burst with a delightful texture every time he chewed. Quenji, it's delicious, right? When Sejun asked, looking at Quenji. Hey. Krueng. He. It's delicious. It's sweet like honey. Quenji nodded eagerly, replying enthusiastically. Good. Then let's harvest a lot of these. Dad will make plenty of delicious things with figures. Krueng. So exciting. Excited by Sejun's words, Quenji began harvesting the figs using telekinesis, and Sejun also continued harvesting the figs. I'll start by making dried figures. They're delicious just as they are, but if I bake them in bread, they're absolutely heavenly. He. While Sejun was happily imagining how to eat the figs. Soft. Ooh. Although he was sure he had harvested a fig, he felt warmth and the softness of fur in his hand. What is this? When Sejun lifted the fig to look at it closely. Swish! It opened its sleepy eyes and opened its mouth's weight. A bat! Pip! Contrary to its cute cries, the bat had a bad temper. Crunch! It suddenly bit Sejun's hand without warning. It's going to bite my hand off! Shocked, Sejun shouted and shook his hand. Wah! The frightened baby bat bit down harder, refusing to let go. However, whoosh! Whoosh! Because of Sejun's overwhelming strength, pip! Pip dash! The baby bat screamed and eventually let go, flying up into the air, leaving behind 2 of its teeth in Sejun's hand. Pluck! Pluck! Sejun hurriedly pulled out the baby bat's teeth embedded in his hand, leaving 2 small holes about the size of a ballpoint pen tip between his thumb and index finger. Ahem! Embarrassed by his overreaction to wounds that weren't even bleeding, Sejun cleared his throat. Swish! Moreover, the wound was healing rapidly. At that moment, pip! Pip! Hearing the baby bat's cry, the other bats opened their eyes in the darkness, letting out eerie cries. Thousands of pairs of red eyes glared at Sejun and his party. The bats had been disguising their bodies to look like fig fruits with their wings. A quest has been triggered. Quest: eliminate or negotiate with the fig bats that have illegally occupied the fig farm and reclaim the land rights. Reward: recognition as the rightful owner of the fig farm on the 67th floor of the White Tower. A land deed quest appeared at the same time. Should I fight them? Pooh hut. The employees to get stamped have arrived. Meow. Krueng. Quench is going to harvest figs. If anyone interferes, they'll be punished. While Sejun and his party were facing off with the fig bats, pip! Pip! The baby bat, flapping its wings hard, returned and perched on Sejun's shoulder, rubbing its face affectionately against him. This was because, thanks to Sejun, its baby teeth had been pulled out without pain. As a result, the tense atmosphere between Sejun and the bats lightened a bit. Pip pip! Is it time to wake up? Mistaking the darkness for wake-up time, the golden bat Peacepays woke up and the situation was easily resolved. Pip! Pip! The king has appeared. The fig bats immediately began bowing to Peacepays. In the world of bats, the golden color signified royalty, those with royal blood, meaning Peacepays was considered a king. Pip pip! I'm royalty. Peacepays tilted his head, puzzled by what the fig bats were saying. Oh. So our Peacepays was a bat of noble blood. Should I start calling you Peacepays Rumatia 3? Sejun teased Peacepays. In response, pip pip. No. My name is Peacepays Park. Sejun Nim, are you disowning me? Peacepays shouted with a tearful expression. Sorry, it was just a joke. Sejun quickly apologized, holding Peacepays in his hand and stroking his head. Barky hey. Finally in a better mood, Peacepays smiled. The fig bats that illegally occupied the fig farm have agreed to follow your subordinate, Peacepays Park. You have completed the quest. In the meantime, the land deed quest was completed. Pooh hut. Come over here to get your stamp, meow. Once you get your stamp, you'll have a job and food, meow. Pip. Pip. Theo stamped the wings of the fig bats, officially hiring them as employees of Sejun Company. You have gained 30 slaves. Due to the effect of the title Slave King, all your stats increase by 0.3. But this title isn't changing. Sejun wasn't sure if it hadn't been fully reflected yet or if it just wasn't being updated. Reading the message, Sejun stood up. Then, pip! Pip! He grabbed the baby bat still playing on his shoulder. Now that you've lost your baby teeth, it's hard to eat, so try this. Placing the baby bat on the ground, Sejun offered it some honey water. Pip! The baby bat took a sip of the honey water Sejun had given it. Pip! Pip! So sweet! Excited, the baby bat jumped into the honey water bowl, completely merging with the honey. Peacepays, ask the bats if they've seen anything suspicious around here. Pip pip! Understood. Sejun had Peacepays translate, as he couldn't directly communicate with the bats. However, pip pip! 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 The fig bats shook their heads. Since they rarely left the farm, they didn't know much about what was around the area. Just then, pip! Pip! Peacepays Nim. I know a suspicious place. If you go there, the lights go out. A baby bat, who had occasionally sneaked out to explore without the adults knowing, shouted out. Of course, the parents of the baby bat shot it a fierce glare. Through Peacepays, Sejun told the parents not to scold the baby bat and handed over plenty of honey water for the little bat to enjoy. Let's go. Holding a torch, Sejun began moving toward the suspicious place the baby bat had mentioned. Pip! 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 They're scolding it after all. The sound of the baby bat being scolded could be heard from afar. Well, it deserves a scolding. If not, it might really get into danger later. I wonder how Father Rabbit and Mother Rabbit are doing? Thinking of the bat couple scolding their baby reminded Sejun naturally of the rabbit couple. 55th floor of the Black Tower. Farming school entrance ceremony. Peep-peet. Piap-yap. Piat. Baby rabbits passed in groups under the huge banner installed at the entrance of the farm for the farming school entrance ceremony. And among the new students, Payak was Black Torch. Black Torch, who was born with 3 dots on his back, was receiving training to become the strongest black rabbit, so he technically didn't need to attend farming classes. However, since the foundation of the Red Ribbon Kingdom was farming, even royalty had to learn about it. Hi, Black Torch. Yeah. Hi, Hyung. Nice to see you all. Most of them were family, so it was practically a family gathering. As the baby rabbits passed under the banner and walked along the path. Look! It's Grandpa. Grandma's here too. What are they doing over there? The rabbit couple, who had been appointed as the principal and vice principal of the farming school to nurture future generations, stood at the far end of the field, waiting for the baby rabbits. Now. Here, I'm not Grandpa. Students, please follow my instructions as your principal, and I'm not your grandma here either. I'm the vice principal. Father Rabbit and Mother Rabbit spoke in strict tones to the 100 baby rabbits gathered before them. But, Grandpa, what are you doing up there? Grandpa, come play with us. Grandma, I'm hungry. The baby rabbits weren't paying much attention. However, for the rabbit couple, who had mastered parenting 100 times over, dealing with baby rabbits was too easy. Ahoom! If you keep talking, I'll call Uncle Theo. Eek! At the mention of Uncle Theo, the startled baby rabbits quickly covered their mouths with one paw and their foreheads with the other, as if trying to block any potential stamping from Theo. Theo's fearsome reputation had spread even among the baby rabbits. Thanks to that, the field quickly quieted down. Ahoom! I'd like to welcome you all to farming school. As for me, your principal, I am the one who taught farming to the greatest farmer of the Black Tower, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. And thus began the never-ending back-in-my-day lecture from the principal. Sizzle. About 30 minutes after Sejun headed in the direction the baby bat had pointed out, the torch suddenly went out. Snap. Sejun snapped his fingers and reignited the torch. Sizzle. But just like someone had poured water on it, the torch immediately extinguished again. This must be the place, right? No matter how he looked at it, this place seemed suspicious. But what should he do? He wanted to look around, but without the light, it was impossible to see anything. At that moment, Krueng! Dad, Quenji will light everything up for you. Quenji pulled out his thunderbolt staff and flew up into the sky. Then, crackle! Boom! As Quenji continuously struck the surroundings with lightning. What is that? Darkness bug. Sejun saw a swarm of black bugs drawn to the flickering light. These monsters had sleek, slimy bodies and black wings on their streamlined forms. And, Darkness Bug Queen, Devourer of the Sun, one giant creature, dying as smoke rose from it. By sheer bad luck, it had been struck by Quenji's lightning. Well, it's over. Quenji, great job. Sejun gave Quenji a thumbs up. Thud. The Darkness Bug Queen collapsed. Herbalist Quenji has defeated the Darkness Bug Queen, Devourer of the Sun. You have gained 10 million experience points, 50% of what Herbalist Quenji earned. Whoosh! Along with the message, the body of the Darkness Bug Queen burned away, revealing the sun it had swallowed, now radiating a blinding light. As the sun emerged, countless darkness bugs swarmed around it, trying to consume it, plunging the surroundings into darkness again. Whoosh! But the darkness bugs couldn't withstand the light of the sun, and as their bodies burned up, the sun grew even brighter, using the bugs' corpses as fuel to soar into the sky. Then, you have achieved the great feat of restoring daylight to the White Tower. As a reward for your great feat, you have earned the title, One Who Restored the Day. As a reward for your great feat, all your stats have increased by 50. Sejun, having done almost nothing, gained experience and a new title. The potential of all your stats has reached its limit. You can no longer absorb additional stats. The stats you earned will return to nature. Because of his maxed potential, the stat points were lost. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained 10 drops of the Harvest Elixir. Another 10 drops of Harvest Elixir. Let's head back. Sejun registered the waypoint and returned. I hope Sejun Hyun comes back soon. Slurp. To Arjux, who was drooling while waiting for the meat party. Chapter 5:15, Sorry for calling you a stalker. White Tower Administrator's Area. This is nice. While Kellyan, in his true form, was enjoying drinking with other dragons from the 4 Dragons Council in the form of the White Dragon statue located in the Black Tower. Whoa! The administrator's crystal orb began to vibrate. Come here. Kellyan summoned the crystal orb with his magic and inspected it. Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, has achieved a great feat by unsealing the sun and restoring daylight to the White Tower. Achieved one of the White Tower's growth conditions by restoring daytime. 4 out of 5 great achievements required for the growth of the White Tower have been completed. There was a welcome alert. Ahava, as expected of our Sejun. He's really doing a great job. Not only had Sejun transformed the Black Tower into the Great Black Tower, but now he was also working hard to help the White Tower grow into the Great White Tower. Now, the remaining growth conditions for the White Tower. White Tower's growth conditions, 5/8. Tower Farmer, S not achieved. Create more than 5 new varieties, not achieved, 0/5. Harvest more than 10 billion crops, not achieved, 5.6 billion to 10 billion. Cultivate more than 3.3 million square meters of farmland, exceeded, 22 million square meters, 3.3 million square meters. Grow a world tree, exceeded, jujube tree unnamed, coconut tree unnamed. Achieve 5 great feats, not achieved, 4/5. Restore daylight, achieved. Increase White Tower entrances to 120, not achieved, 87/120. Kellyan examined the unmet conditions. Forget about the 5 new species and the 120 entrances. The chances of fulfilling them were too low. He also decided to give up on the S-class Tower Farmer condition, as he didn't want to burden his grandson. If we exceed the harvest 10 billion crops condition and achieve 5 great feats, we can grow into the Great White Tower. Kellyan formulated a plan for the White Tower's growth, excluding the less likely conditions. Just then, whoom! The crystal orb vibrated again, bringing up another notification. Park Sejun, the Tower Farmer of the Black Tower, has achieved the great feat of creation by spreading the energy of creation in the White Tower. All 5 great feats required for the White Tower's growth have been fulfilled. One of the growth conditions of the White Tower has been completed. Realizing he hadn't yet spread the energy of creation in the White Tower, Sejun opened the void storage and spread the energy, reducing the stay cost by 0.5%. Thanks to this, he achieved another great feat, fulfilling all 5 great achievements. The number of completed growth conditions for the White Tower increased from 5 to 6. Now, only 2 growth conditions for the White Tower remained. Ahava! I should give our hard-working Sejun a gift. Kellyan happily pondered what gift to give Sejun. As Kellyan contemplated, armor would probably be a good idea, right? Since Sejun was as fragile as a sunfish. Maybe I should make something out of my horn? Kellyan touched his horn and then, scratch, scratch. He began to shave off his horn with his claws, gathering the horn dust. If he cut the horn, it would end up looking blunt and ruining his style. Once he had gathered enough horn dust, compress. Kellyan compressed the horn dust. Our Sejun has a weak body, so a shield would be good. But our Sejun has low agility, so he's slow, and he's not good at sensing magic power too. Considering Sejun's traits, Kellyan molded the solidified horn dust into a round shield shape. And then, void space. Blink, size adjustment, detection, levitation, defense, 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 defense. He engraved the shield with the necessary magic through dragon words and layered defensive spells to the shield's limit. Alright, it's done. After Kellyan finished making the shield for Sejun like that, grandson, come here for a moment. Kellyan called Arjux to deliver the shield to Sejun. Arjux would be thrilled to bring this to Sejun. However, Grandpa, I'm busy. Arjux, who was eagerly waiting for the meat party with Sejun, was busy. His heart, that is. I have a gift for Sejun, a gift for Sejun Hyung. I'll be right there. Of course, as soon as he heard it was a gift for Sejun, Arjux immediately rushed over to Kellyan. A little later, Grandpa, what's the gift for Sejun Hyung? Arjux, who appeared in the administrator's area, eagerly ran up to Kellyan with eyes full of anticipation. This, Kellyan showed him a pure white shield. Ah! Grandfather, make me one just like this too. I want to carry it together with Sejun Hyung. Arjux asked for a shield identical to Sejun's. Ha ha ha, all right. Wait a moment. Scratch, scratch. Feeling proud that Arjux wanted a shield he made, Kellyan started scraping his horn again. You have arrived at the 99th floor of the White Tower. As Sejun arrived, Sejun Hyung, Arjux, who had been waiting for him, greeted Sejun excitedly. Though it had only been a few hours since they last saw each other. Hyung! I missed you. Bang! Bang! Arjux wagged his tail vigorously, showing his excitement. Hyung! Come over here. I've got everything ready for the meat party. The place Arjux led Sejun to had a neat table set beside a large lake, with tableware arranged on top. Beside the table, there was also a grill and a brazier ready for cooking the meat. Wow, you really did prepare everything? It's perfect. Of course. I'm the great white dragon, Arjux Mamib. Preparing for a meat party is something I can do lying down. Really? You're amazing, Arjux. Pat, pat. Sejun praised Arjux while patting his head. Sejun thought Arjux's comment was just a boast to show off his skills, but Arjux had actually prepared everything while lying down. At that moment, no, that's wrong, meow. Arjuxnim's preparations are incomplete, meow. Theo interjected, pointing out the flaw. There's no grilled fish for me, meow, because there wasn't any grilled fish. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Of course, I have your grilled fish too, Theo. Levitation. When Arjux used magic, thud, a giant fish floated out of the lake, flapping its fins. Pooh-hoo-hut. Arjuxnim, your preparations are perfect, meow. Theo finally acknowledged Arjux's efforts. Ooh-hoo-hoo. I told you my preparations were perfect. Oh, right. Sejun Hyung, Grandpa said to give this to you. Feeling proud after Theo's praise, Arjux handed Sejun a pure white round shield about 1 meter in diameter. Elder Brother Shield of Dragon Horn that protects while in hiding. Elder Brother Shield of Dragon Horn that protects while in hiding? What is this, a stalker that protects while hiding? An Elder Brother Shield? Then is there a Younger Brother Shield too? As Sejun pondered the peculiar name of the shield and was about to check its options. Yep. Hyung. It's a set with this one. Ta-da. Arjux, grinning widely, pulled out his own shield from the void storage to show Sejun. Younger Brother Shield of Dragon Horn that protects while in hiding. It really was a Younger Brother Shield. While Sejun stared at the twin-like pair of sibling shields. Hyung, aren't you going to say something? Arjux gazed at Sejun with shining eyes, expectantly waiting for something. Oh, wow. It's great to use the same shield as you, Arjux. I'm so happy. Really, Sejun's acting was terrible and incredibly awkward, but, he. Right. I'm really happy to have the same shield as you, Hyung. Despite Sejun's poor acting, Arjux seemed genuinely delighted by his words. Thankfully, it seemed Sejun's sincerity had gotten through to Arjux, despite his awful acting. Arjux, make sure to tell Kellyannim that I'll use it well. Okay, Hyung. After Sejun spoke to Arjux, he checked the options of the shield. Elder Brother Shield of Dragon Horn that protects while in hiding. Created by the Great White Dragon, Kellyan Mamib, using his own horn and magic cast directly on it. This shield remains hidden in the void space and, upon detecting its owner in danger, emerges on its own to protect them. The shield is extremely sturdy, layered with 77 protective spells. If the Younger Brother Shield of Dragon Horn that protects while in hiding is nearby, a set effect called Brothers Are Strong activates, increasing the defense of both shields by 50%, and the Younger Brother Shield will also protect the owner of the Elder Brother Shield. Usage restriction, only Park Sejun, recognized by Kellyan Mamib. Creator, Kellyan Mamib. Grade, immeasurable. So, it hides in the void and protects me. Sorry for calling you a stalker. Sejun apologized to the shield for calling it a stalker. Then, he infused the shield with magic. Swish! The shield disappeared into the void space, ready to protect Sejun. Alright, everyone, go have fun. Sejun let his group play and began grilling slime meat. As Sejun was grilling, Pooh-hoo-hut. I, the hybrid vice chairman Theo, alongside the great hybrid chairman Park, defeated the evil whale and earned the title, Human and Cat Who Destroyed Immortality. Since I have the same title as Chairman Park, I am the second in command, meow. Theo began boasting about his and Sejun's achievements, starting a battle for second in command. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Krueng. He. Dad said he loves me even if I eat a lot or cause trouble. So, I'm the second in command. He. Look at this. My grandpa made this for me. Sejun Hyung and I both use the same shield. Isn't it cool? So that makes me the second in command. Neither Quenji nor Arjux backed down. No, meow. I'm the second in command, meow. Krueng. Quenji is the second in command. No. I'm the second in command. The three fought without listening to each other until Sejun called them. A little while later, guys, it's time to eat. When Sejun called out, Pooh-hoo-hut. Got it, meow. Krueng. Okay, Hyung. The three, as if they hadn't just been fighting, sat down happily to eat with Sejun. Though Theo only ate grilled fish from start to finish, the others enjoyed a variety of slime dishes, starting with grilled slime meat, slime bulgogi, slime braised dishes, and slime shabu shabu. I'm going to make steamed slime next. As the meat party entered its final phase. Thud. Thud. A white ogre approached the spot where Sejun and the others were. Ogre King Les, boss of the White Tower's 99th floor. It was the boss of the 99th floor of the tower. Arjuxnim, I've brought the locust meat. Thanks. Les handed a small leather pouch to Arjux. Recently, the White Tower had started planting green onions outside the tower, allowing them to catch locusts, and Arjux had asked Les to bring back some locust meat. All right, I'll be off now. Take this with you to eat. Sejun handed some food to Les, who was about to return to his waypoint. Thank you. Les gratefully accepted the food from Sejun. At that moment, wait, this feeling. Les sensed a familiar energy. Battle aura. The glorious blessing and curse left on the body of one who has killed a warrior of Borken. It's a blessing because the battle aura strengthens the one who possesses it each time it accumulates beyond a certain point. But it's also a curse, because ogres will chase down the one who killed their kin until death. And from Sejun's body, a faint trace of the battle aura could be felt. It should have been much stronger, but 90% of it had been taken by Patrick and Harmer, leaving only a very weak trace. TL Ogres defeated in 10th Tower. Park Sejun Nim. As the king of Borken, in accordance with tradition, I will avenge my people. Who? Les drew in his energy and swung his fist at Sejun. Though he was a king in name only who took refuge alone in the White Tower thanks to his people's sacrifice. Though he was an incompetent king who not only lost his people to destruction, but couldn't save his people who became the 6th calamity. Even though he was attacking a guest of the Great White Dragon who had shown him grace. Even though his opponent had been kind to him. Even though he knew he would die here. As a king, he still had to avenge his people. That was the mission he had to fulfill as the Ogre King. Bang! As expected, Les's attack was blocked by the 2 shields that Kellyan had made. However, the shields that withstood Les's massive blow began to crack. Will they forgive me a little now? As Les predicted his own end with a bitter smile. Hack! Hack! Quee! Quee! At the same time, rough breathing sounds came from below. Thwack! Kirk! Les felt a huge impact on the back of his head and his abdomen and lost consciousness. Chapter 516, Is Quenji scary? An enormous number of calamities appeared directly ahead. Locusts, giant blood-sucking leeches, fire moths, petrifying spiders, even slimes. All of these calamities were swarming toward his castle. Is it that time again? I was already dead. Les looked at the scene in front of him with alarm. What he saw was the final moment of Borken that he dreamed of every night. A nightmare and memory from 700 years ago. The 5 calamities were nothing but insignificant pests to the ogre warriors. However, Your Majesty, please go inside the tower. And you all? Ha ha. We'll hold them off for some time and join you soon. Don't worry about us. Lesnim, you trust us, right? Yes. The ogres reassured their young king, who was worried about them, with their youthful voices, and prepared for the final battle. In the distance, a giant crow with blood-red eyes was watching and laughing. Halfaz, the crow of death and second seat of the apostles of destruction. No warrior could withstand even a second in front of Halfaz. Actually, even a second was too long. In the blink of an eye, a moment so brief they couldn't even comprehend it, hundreds of thousands of ogre warriors lost their lives. That's why they were desperately fighting to buy time for their king to escape. Back then, he hadn't realized it, but now he could see. Though they smiled, their tightly clenched fists betrayed their struggle to overcome their fear. As Les ran toward the White Tower with all his might. Oh, warriors of Borken! Are you afraid of death? No, we are not. Ha ha ha. That's fitting for the warriors of Borken. Borken, forever! Borken, long live! Les's guardian warrior, Chaff, and the other ogres charged toward the calamities. A one-sided slaughter by the ogres. Seeing this, Les occasionally glanced back, relieved, and slowed his pace. However, Caw! The moment Halfaz cried out a second time, the tide of battle shifted in an instant. A crimson energy engulfed the ogres, and they transformed into the 6th calamity, pursuing their own king. At that moment, Kuu! The majestic white dragon Kellyan Mamib emerged from the White Tower, unleashing a breath attack that erased the calamities. Get inside quickly! If Kellyan hadn't intervened to buy time, Les would have also turned into a calamity like the other ogres, and with their king, the ogres would have become even stronger. Just as Les was about to enter the White Tower with Kellyan's help. Sack! With a sharp sound, Les suddenly felt his cheek burn, snapping him back to reality. And then, slap! Slap! He locked eyes with a cat that was smacking his cheek. Pooh-hoo hut! Chairman Park, permanent employee Les is awake. Meow. Treatment complete. Meow. Theo, having finished treating Les, clung to Sejun's knee again. Why didn't you kill me? As Les came to his senses, he rubbed his stinging cheek and asked Sejun. Bev, the god of courage, says that while what just happened was a bit ambiguous, he is generous, so he will acknowledge it as a courageous feat. You have earned one achievement of courage. Bev, the god of courage, proposes that if you engage in a one-punch battle where you exchange one hit each, he will award you 3 achievements of courage. Sejun was conversing with Bev. With those fists? Bev Nim, blocked. Sejun glanced at Les's fist, which was bigger than his head, and blocked Bev. Pooh hut. Why kill? Meow. The sin of trying to take the life of the great hybrid Chairman Park is very, very costly, meow. I'm going to make you work for life, meow. That's the policy of Sejun Company, meow. In the meantime, Theo answered on behalf of Sejun. Well, of course. Do you know how valuable I am? Nod. Nod. Sejun nodded quietly as he listened to Theo's words. But why did you suddenly attack me? Sejun, who had been nodding, asked Les. Well, I sense battle aura from Sejun Nim. Battle aura? Yes. Battle aura is something we're born with. According to Les's explanation, ogres are born with a natural energy called battle aura, and as they grow, they can enhance it through fighting. Additionally, even non-ogres can absorb a portion of an ogre's battle aura by killing an ogre who possesses it. In such cases, the ogres are bound to seek revenge on the being who absorbed their kin's battle aura. Now that he thought about it, he did recall seeing a message indicating he had defeated the 6th Calamity Ogre in the 10th Tower. But I don't remember seeing any message about gaining battle aura. This damned system, slacking off again. Sejun began to suspect the system of neglecting its duties. Les, so the 6th Calamity is of your kin? Yes. They were originally my people, Les replied, suppressing the anger and sorrow boiling up from within his chest in response to Sejun's question. So he's the Ogre King. His royalty. Just as Sejun belatedly realized that Les was a king among ogres. Sejun Nim, I'm truly sorry for attacking you. As a king, I felt I had to do something. Les restrained his emotions that were about to burst out again and bowed his head, apologizing to Sejun. It's okay, Pooh hut. That's right, meow. It's fine, meow. With smiles, Sejun and Theo accepted Les's apology, having gained quite a bit in return. For one, they had acquired Les as a permanent employee. Arjux, there's a crack in this. Can you ask Kellyan Nim to repair it? Sure, Hyung. I'll make it even sturdier, and the shield would come back upgraded, too. Of course, there were reasons Kellyan had initially made the shield a bit weaker, but those were complicated matters for the higher-ups that weren't worth explaining to a sunfish. But, Kuo. Kui, is Quenji still angry? Quenji, Dad's fine now. Calm down. When Sejun spoke to Quenji, who was still growling from behind. Krueng. Quenji tilted his head cutely. Krueng. Krueng. Quenji isn't mad. Quenji is just practicing making scary sounds. He wasn't slacking off in his efforts to become a ferocious beast. Kui? Kui? How is it? Is Quenji scary? No. Just cute. To Sejun, Quenji, who was still just a baby beast, looked only adorable. Kui. Kui. Quenji, try raising your front paws like this. That'll make you scarier. Krueng. Like this? Following Sejun's words, Quenji raised his 2 front paws and asked. Good job. Try it again. Kuo. Kui. PFFFT. What is this? Why did he get even cuter? While trying to hold back his laughter, Sejun. All right. You're a little scarier now. Let's keep practicing. He encouraged Quenji. Kuo. Kui. With Sejun's encouragement, Quenji diligently continued his training to become a fierce beast. Whose child is this? So cute. Sejun felt pure happiness as he watched Quenji lift his 2 front paws and growl at him. White Tower Administrator's area. Grandpa, I'm disappointed. How could you make such a weak shield for Sejun Hyung? Arjux was holding the brother shield that had cracked under Les's full force punch, complaining to Kellyan. No, it's not like I wanted to make it weak. I don't care. I'm disappointed. Sigh. As Arjux sulked, Kellyan's concern deepened. He could make high-quality equipment anytime. However, what was he supposed to do about Sejun being so weak? The problem lay with the intended wearer of the equipment. If he infused too much magic power, it would become a mere decoration he couldn't wear, or even if he managed to wear it, the unstable magic might cause it to go out of control. Besides, if he made it any stronger, others would start to notice. Originally, he and the other dragons in the Four-Dragon Council had agreed not to give Sejun any more equipment as gifts. After all, Sejun already had a ton of items that were excessively good for his abilities. If Sejun were to equip the gear made by the dragons here, it could cause interference with his other equipment, potentially creating problems for him. Therefore, the shield was deliberately designed with a function to hide in a void space so that the other dragons wouldn't notice. What should I do? Should he risk being scolded by the other dragons and show off his abilities to his grandson? Or remain as an incompetent old grandpa? Kellyan pondered briefly. I can't show my grandson a disappointing side. Naturally, Kellyan chose the former. Grandson! Your grandpa will show you his true skills. Kellyan melted down both the brother shields and infused in an incredible amount of magic power to create a new shield. A much larger and stronger one. Why isn't Arjux coming? Should I call him? Sejun said while applying seasoning to locust skewers. Around Sejun were various dishes he'd prepared while waiting for Arjux, including locust stir-fry stew, fried locust, and locust salad. If the first half of the meat feast was slime meat, then the second half was locust meat. Sizzle. As Sejun was grilling the seasoned locust skewers, Hyung. I convinced Grandpa to change it to a stronger shield. Arjux appeared. Thud. Thud. Carrying two circular shields, each with a diameter of 10 meters. Elder brother shield of dragon horn that protects proudly. Younger brother shield of dragon horn that protects proudly. The names themselves expressed an intent to protect openly without hiding in void spaces anymore. Additionally, usage restriction, Park Sejun, recognized by Kellyan Mamib, all stats over 100,000. So, is this telling me not to use it if I'm not capable? The options were as bold as the name suggested. HMPH. Did they think I wouldn't be able to use it? Land moving. Sejun erected 4 pillars and then said, Arjux, place the shields on top of these. Sure thing. Hyung. Thud. When Arjux placed the shields on the 4 pillars, they formed an excellent roof. Hee. Genius. Park Sejun Nim can use everything even if he can't equip it. Sejun looked at the shields turned roof with satisfaction. Plus I can use them as defense walls by setting them up in front during dangerous times. I have powers, after all. One of his power, insignificant and cowardly plunder, allowed him to take one item within a 100-meter radius without being noticed. Recently, he had discovered an interesting feature of this power. He could retrieve any item in his void space storage regardless of distance. Additionally, store Theo's leftover giant fish. It was even possible to store items directly into his void space without passing through his hands. Hee. I even used this power to send meat to the Blackie family in my void storage. I truly am a genius. Sejun praised himself with pride. Then, take out Pink Fur's wooden chopsticks. Snap. Here, Les, use this. Thank you. Sejun took out a giant pair of wooden chopsticks from his void storage and handed them to Les. Alright, let's dig in. And so, Sejun and his companions began the second half of their meat party. Krueng. As expected, Dad's cooking is all delicious. Hee. I told you, Sejun Hyung's cooking is the best. It's truly delicious. After taking a break to digest the slime meat, the group quickly devoured the locust dishes that Sejun had prepared. You have consumed the seasoned locust skewer. All stats increase by 1. Their stats rapidly increased, making them stronger. Thanks to Sejun's title, One Who Cooks Calamities, cooking with the first calamity, the locust, raised his stats. Sejun himself gained stats by eating the dishes. You have consumed the locust stir-fry stew. All stats increase by 3. The potential of all stats has reached its limit. No further stats can be absorbed. Excess stats will be returned to nature. Except for the 4 main stats. Your soul is filled with praise. Mental strength increases by 7. Mental strength. Well, there's nothing I can do about this. Sejun watched helplessly as the excess stats dissipated. At least with items, he could find ways to use them even if he didn't meet the requirements, but there was no way to stop the stats from vanishing. Still, I'll eat it. Because it's delicious. Unfazed by the disappearing stats, Sejun continued to enjoy his locust dishes. Excess stats will be returned to nature. Of course, the more he ate, the more stats Sejun returned to nature. At that moment, Sejun Nim's battle aura? Les looked at Sejun in surprise. A portion of the stats Sejun was returning to nature was being absorbed into his battle aura, gradually strengthening it. Chapter 517, We Still Need Theo Nim. The 27th floor of the Brown Tower. Step. It's become quite desolate. As he set foot on the floating island in the sky, Amor commented. Well, considering she defended this place alone against the apostles of destruction. In this state, it could even be said that it was holding up remarkably well. Step. Step. Amor walked slowly toward the temple of the creator god in the center of the island. That used to be the table where I'd have a drink with Mac, and over there was Hattie's laboratory, recalling traces of his vanished comrades. Following those traces as he walked, Amor soon arrived at the flower garden that Amelia used to tend. The garden had grown much smaller, and the variety of crops had diminished, but it exuded even more vitality than before. Amor, you're finally here. Amelia Ibeans, the first apostle of the creator god, welcomed Amor with a warm voice as she emerged from the temple. Yes, seeing Amelia, Amor was filled with countless things he wanted to say, but as emotions of joy, sorrow, and other feelings surged, his voice choked up. I'm sorry I'm late. He hurriedly finished his words. No, you're not too late. The Real fight begins now. Are we crossing over into the land of destruction again? At Amelia's words, Amor's eyes sparkled as he asked. In his eyes, prepared to burn everything, including his own life, there was not a hint of hesitation. At that moment, indeed, a voice answered from within the creator god's temple instead of Amelia. The voice carried an undeniable power that could not be defied. This voice, Step. Amor Langer, the second apostle of creation, greets the exalted creator god. Knowing who the voice belonged to, Amor quickly knelt toward the temple of the creator god, paying his respects. Amor, thank you for coming back to us. Forgive me for showing such a shameful side. It's all right. Everyone needs rest at times. Thank you. At the creation god's benevolent voice, Amor felt some of the guilt remaining in his heart melting away. Thanks to your efforts, we've been able to buy enough time. Time for a miracle to happen. The apostles of creation had gone beyond the black moon, constantly subduing the forces of destruction, preventing destruction from quickly gaining strength. During that time, the creator god healed the wounds inflicted by destruction. No, it was more like staying alive rather than healing. Trying to stay alive as long as possible for the time remaining as the creator god. If the creator god perished, destruction would begin its unchecked reign. Thus, the creator god fought desperately to avoid vanishing. But it was like pouring water into a bottomless pot. The wounds inflicted by destruction were too severe. The power of destruction embedded in those wounds gnawed at the creator god's power, tightening its grip around the creator god's neck and greedily devouring the time left. Then, one day, when the creator god had less than 10 years left. What is this? Suddenly, the energy of creation began flowing into the creator god's body from somewhere. Had the 10th tower finally begun to operate? The creator god naturally assumed that someone had appeared who had completed the task and succession he had left behind. After all, the only thing besides himself that could produce the energy of creation was the 10th tower. The creator god used the energy of creation to push back the power of destruction, recovering his body. As he regained some strength, since you've done such a commendable deed, a reward is due. He decided to repay the one who had skillfully carried on his mission by checking on the 10th tower. However, what is this? The 10th tower was dormant. Has it stopped temporarily? No. Even though the 10th tower had halted, the energy of creation continued to flow. So it wasn't the 10th tower. Then where was it coming from? Following the energy of creation, the creator god traced it back and, gulp, found the destruction devourers, who were digesting the power of destruction and emitting the energy of creation. Kihihit. King. Hee. Everyone, attack the butler. Fe. Fenrir. Kiki. PTO. PTO. Hey, could you guys please spit the seeds on my palm instead of my face? For some unknown reason, he discovered Sejun, who was raising Fenrir, the god-hunting wolf and first seat of the Apostle of Destruction, who had now become the third Apostle of Creation. On closer inspection, it seemed that Fenrir wasn't the only Apostle of Destruction. Who is this guy? Where did someone like him come from? A being who wasn't even on the Creator God's list of expectations. What is this? Why are his abilities like this? His abilities were so trivial that it would be difficult to grant him anything. I'm going to keep living this comfortably. I absolutely won't face any hardships. He had a strange sense of defiance. And then, by the way, do you know anything about the Creator God who ran away after just building the tower? Crucially, he had no respect whatsoever for the Creator God. No wonder he wasn't on the list of expectations. No, wait. The last part wasn't Park Sejun's fault. It was the fault of whoever spread those strange rumors. I swear, I'll find that person and crush them. What? When the once kind voice of the Creator God suddenly turned fierce. What's going on? Amur, who had been paying his respects, was startled. Creator God? I think he ran away. At the same time, Amur recalled his response to the dragon leaders who had once asked him about the whereabouts of the Creator God. At that time, he had been so exhausted that he'd blurted it out in anger without realizing it. The Creator God probably doesn't know, right? Looking cautiously at the temple where the Creator God resided, Amor thought there was no way he'd be caught. I wonder if Iona understood the things I taught her? He thought of Iona, whom he'd met before coming here. At that moment, apostles of creation, activate the waypoint to the land of destruction. Yes, yes! At the Creator God's command, Emilia and Amor entered the temple, where a black crystal awaited. A waypoint that could lead them to the land of destruction, governed by destruction. If, by any chance, destruction seized control of this waypoint, it would be able to roam freely outside. This was why the apostles of destruction persistently tried to capture this place. Step. Step. As Emilia and Amor placed their hands on the crystal and infused it with power. Whoom. The crystal began to absorb their power. It will take about a month. Indeed, since the waypoint hadn't been used for a long time, a great amount of power and time was required to reactivate it. As Emilia and Amor were channeling their energy into the black crystal. Oh, the two apostles of creation realized that there was an additional slot on the crystal for another hand, a spot reserved for the third apostle of creation. Creator God, why didn't you summon the third apostle of creation? Emilia asked the Creator God. I've assigned him a separate task. Just know that. Yes. Satisfied with the Creator God's answer, Emilia nodded. However, the youngest's not here. Not even coming to greet their seniors. Now that Amor was finally no longer the youngest, he resolved to establish discipline with a new apostle when he met him. King? Those apostles of creation didn't even come pay their respects to the great Blackenim. I'll give them a scolding when we meet. Unaware that the youngest was thinking the exact same thing. The 99th floor of the White Tower. It seems some of the stats that Sejun reverted have been absorbed into his battle aura. Oh. Really? He could use the stats he'd reverted? At Les's words, Sejun was delighted. So the battle aura can be strengthened this way too. Les found it intriguing as he observed Sejun. Typically, ogres, who had high base potential, struggled just to reach their full potential, and food that could increase stats wasn't common. So he hadn't known battle aura could be strengthened this way. When your battle aura has accumulated enough to surpass the current level, come find me. I'll teach you how to enhance your body using battle aura. Okay. But how do I know if I've surpassed the level? Since the system doesn't inform him about battle aura, there was no way to tell if he'd advanced to the next level. You'll just know. Just know? Yes. This is something that's hard to put into words, but when you advance, you'll know it yourself. Got it for now. After hearing Les's words, Sejun focused even more on eating locust dishes to revert his stats and strengthen his battle aura. A little while later. Arjux, we'll be going now. After finishing their meal, Sejun and his companions headed to the waypoint to return home. Sejun Hyung. Take care. Goodbye. Yeah, stay well. With farewells from Arjux and Les, they returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. As they returned home, Kayut. Sejun, welcome. Iona, who had been waiting at home, greeted Sejun and his companions. Pooh-hut. Iona, did you come to sleep, meow? Theo asked Iona, who was burrowing into his tail. Kayut. No, I just stopped by to see Theo one last time because I'm going into closed-door training for a while. Pooh-hut. Then, take a good look, meow. Theo brought his face close to Iona, inviting her to take a good look. A little while later. Kayut. It's time for me to go. Having fully recharged her energy from seeing Theo's face, Iona prepared to leave. Pooh-hut. Iona, take this, meow. Theo handed her 3 heart-shaped fur balls he had made in his spare time. Thump. Iona was deeply moved by Theo's gift. I'll come back as a worthy hamster that matches Theo. She once again strengthened her resolve. In her battle with the silent plunderer, White Whale Mobius, Iona had realized that she could no longer be of great help to Theo. At that moment, I may not know magic, but all truths are connected. Let me teach you a few things. They'll be helpful. Just then, the second apostle of creation, Amur, had given Iona some insights to help her reach a higher level. That was why she had decided on closed-door training. Kayut. Goodbye, Theo. With a final farewell to Theo, Iona returned to the Wizard Tower in the Black Tower. Kayut. They're all done for. Oh, power of dimensions. Oh, power of magic. By my command, block everything. Dimension shield. Hugging the heart-shaped fur balls gifted by Theo, she began her secluded training within an isolated dimension. the 51st floor of the Black Tower. P.O. Uranim, Chelly is headed your way. P.O. Chasing Chelly, the squirrel who was 7th on Uran's blacklist, called out to Uran who was waiting in hiding. Having grown stronger by working alongside Uran, P.O. was now collecting money from those on Uran's blacklist. And there was only one left. Got it. At P.O.'s signal, Uran watched Chelly, who was trying to escape. What? Chelly, who briefly slowed down while looking at Uran, passed by Uran and started picking up speed again. You could call it a kind of cooperative play. After several attempts, they'd sadly found that their success rate was highest when Uran did nothing at all. Then, slip. At that moment, Chelly slipped on a banana peel that just happened to be on the floor. Sometimes, Uran's misfortune ability kicked in and unexpectedly helped like this. P.O. P.O. Got you. Now give back Uranim's money. While Chelly was down, P.O. caught up, overpowered him, and searched his belongings for the money pouch. P.O. Uranim, check it out. P.O. tossed the pouch to Uran to confirm the amount. However, it's far short, though. We're missing 500 billion tower coins. The amount was significantly short of the 3 trillion tower coins they were supposed to collect. However, P.O. That's the correct amount. Chelly bought a 500 billion tower coin building under his brother's name. The missing amount was already accounted for by P.O., who had become a skilled debt collector through his time with Uran. A little while later, P.O. Here's the money. P.O. sold the land deed for the building and handed half of the proceeds, 250 billion tower coins, to Uran. Thanks. Swoosh. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. With the money in hand, Uran crossed off the last name on his blacklist. Finally, I can go home. Now, all that remained for Uran was a triumphant return home. For now, let's head to the 99th floor of the tower. P.O. Yes. With light steps, the two began ascending the tower. But, grah! A monstrous roar echoed from afar, growing closer. P.O. Of course, it couldn't be that easy. P.O. grumbled as he prepared for battle. And, getting home is going to be even tougher than this, right? They were already encountering so many monsters, so it was clear that the journey to the top and eventually home would be a perilous one. We still need Theo Nim. Uran resolved that he absolutely had to bring Theo along when he went home. That day, while climbing to the 99th floor of the tower, Uran encountered monsters a total of 48 times. It was nearly one encounter per floor. Chapter 5:18, Peace spins. It goes round and round. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Pip pip. Good night, everyone. Having slept well, Peace started its activities. As usual, it headed to the kitchen to eat some fruit. Pip pip. Open. I'll use this one day to go on journey with Sejun Nim. Peace, dreaming of the day it would travel through dimensions with Sejun, continued to open and close the dimensional gate, gradually increasing its size. As it was exploring various dimensions, pip pip. That's meat that will make Sejun Nim stronger. It discovered locusts that had invaded a world called Scudo. I have to take these. Peace couldn't miss out on Sejun's nutritional supplements. Puck. It planted a bunch of sturdy blade green onion leaves in areas where the locusts were visible. While it could have attacked directly, that would damage the locust corpses and require it to pick them up one by one. After planting the green onion leaves, Peace moved to a quiet spot and started practicing its self-created skills. Ultimate Peace spin. Peace driver. Peace super drill. It tried out various names that suited the new skills it was developing. After several hours of intense training and skill naming, however, pip. I don't like any of these names. It couldn't come up with a satisfying skill name. Peace wanted to perfect the skill names and show them to Sejun, but it's hard doing this alone. I'll have to ask Sejun Nim to name the skills. Eventually, it decided to ask Sejun, who had excellent talent in naming things. The thought of Sejun creating names for its new skills made Peace excited. Pee-hee-heh! I'm so happy. A pinkish smile spread across Peace face. Maybe it hadn't liked the names from the start because it wanted Sejun to name them all along. Pip. I should head back now. After finishing its training, Peace returned to the area where it had planted the green onion leaves. There, it found locusts that had died from eating the sturdy blade green onion leaves. And then, the great god of green onions has sent the holy green onion to eradicate evil for us. Thank you, great green onion god. Oh, great green onion god, please have mercy and send us more green onions. Beside the area where the green onions were planted, the cute Scudo tribe, a race of dwarfish, chubby creatures, were bowing and praying towards the green onions that Peacepace had planted. Pip pip. Those green onions were sent by Park Sejun Nim. Peacepace quickly stepped forward to correct the misunderstanding. Pip pip. By the way, I am Sejun Nim's subordinate, Peacepace. It even emphasized its relationship with Sejun. Oh, great Park Sejun Nim, please protect us. Oh, great Park Sejun Nim's subordinate, Peacepace Nim, please bless us with green onions. Thanks to this, the Skudo tribe began to revere both Sejun and Peacepace, worshipping Sejun as their protector deity. Thus, Peacepace successfully established Sejun as the guardian deity of Skudo. It planted green onions around the Skudo tribe's village and took care of the surrounding locusts. Pip pip. If we put locust meat through this hole, Sejun Nim will be delighted. Peacepace instructed the Skudo tribe to prepare the locust meat and pass it through the dimensional gate. A few hours later, on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, a huge pile of locust meat had accumulated. Pip pip. Today too, I've collected lots of meat today that will make Sejun Nim stronger. Peacepace looked at the mountain of locust meat with a pleased tone. And then, pip pip. I need to get Sejun Nim to name my skills. Back home, Peacepace waited for Sejun to wake up, but, wrong. It fell asleep, dozing off before it knew it. All right, Sejun woke up energetically as usual. 300,000 residents of Skudo have elected you as the guardian deity of Skudo. Your divinity is insufficient to become the guardian deity of Skudo. Please designate a proxy guardian deity to become the guardian deity of Skudo in your place. You can revoke proxy guardian deity status at any time. He. Looks like Peacepace pulled off something good again. Sejun grinned widely as he looked at the message before him. Hearing from Peacepace how he had ended up as a guardian deity, Sejun understood the situation. Becoming a guardian deity didn't have any major benefits for Sejun. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Even though he had divine power, he couldn't use it. But he could still gain the effects of the title. By designating a proxy guardian deity, he could trigger the effects of the title, one who overwhelms gods, increasing all his stats by 50 and his divinity by 2. I'll have to praise our Peacepace tonight. Since Peacepace was currently asleep, Sejun decided he'd stay up late to praise him properly. Just then, Gorarong, Pirarong, Kirarong, Rorong. One particular snore caught Sejun's attention, turning his gaze in that direction. It was Pio. There, snuggled on Theo's fluffy front paw, using Theo's fur as a nest, was the Pio, sleeping peacefully on Sejun's lap. As expected, it was Theo's right front paw. Did he come with urine? Sejun smiled as he looked at Pio, then, meow, carefully lifted Theo onto his lap so Pio wouldn't fall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Pio was holding onto Theo's paw tightly with his feet, so he wasn't likely to fall. King. Next, Sejun put the Blackie family into his sling bag. Swish! Drawing a line on the wall, he began his morning routine on the 465th day of entering the tower. As Sejun left the bedroom, "You're wrong." He heard Uran snoring from the guest room. So they did come together after all. Sejun quietly closed the front door, careful not to wake Uran, and stepped outside. Then, wow, is all of this locust meat? Before him stood a huge mountain of locust meat that Peacepace had brought. And there was a sign in front of the mountain. Sejun Nim, eat this meat and get stronger. From Peacepace. Peacepace. Sejun was touched by Peacepace's gift. I should give him a present too. Thinking of a gift for Peacepace, he wandered around the farm. After walking for about 30 minutes, the wheat expresses is grateful for the farmer's footsteps and lends its strength. The effect of great blessing of the crops, master, activates, increasing the potential of your magic power stat from 7167 to 7177. The wheat thanked Sejun, boosting his potential. The wheat given by Cecilia didn't have any special abilities, so it was simply called wheat. Step. Step. With his potential increased, Sejun kept walking, and when his strength potential rose again, Krueng. Quenji, who had just woken up, came looking for Sejun. Quenji, did you sleep well? Krueng. Quenji responded, clinging to Sejun's side like a piece of gum and rubbing his face against Sejun to soak in his scent. Ku-hey-hey-hey. As Sejun petted Quenji's head and strolled around the farm. Flap. Flap. Pio. Sejun Nim, good morning. Pio, who had also woken up, flapped his wings energetically, rising to eye level with Sejun and greeting him. Yeah, Did you sleep well, Pio? Yes, Pio answered Sejun's question with an energetic voice. Mio. Pooh hut. Chairman Park, I slept well too, meow. Theo stretched and replied just as energetically. Good. When Sejun patted Theo's head after he woke up, meow, Theo rubbed his head enthusiastically against Sejun's hand. Pio. Theo Nim, please use this. Pio offered a pouch of money, about the size of his body, to Theo. It was the pouch of money Pio had collected as a commission from capturing debtors on Uran's blacklist. Pooh hut. Thank you, Pio, meow. Just as Sejun stroked Pio's head like he had with Theo, Theo petted Pio's head and opened the pouch. Then, meow. Why is there so much money in here, meow? Inside was nearly 10 trillion tower coins. Theo was shocked at the amount of money in the pouch he received. Pio, I got all the people on Uranim's blacklist. Pio hem. Pio puffed out his chest with pride. Meow? You caught everyone on the blacklist, meow. Pio. Pio? Yes. Didn't I do well? Pooh hut. Chairman Park, here, take this money, meow. Pio, you did an excellent job, meow. As a special reward, I grant you a 3-hour pass to ride on Vice Chairman Theo's head, meow. After handing the pouch of money to Sejun, Theo lifted Pio onto his head. Pio? Pio? Pio, really? I can ride on Theo Nim's head. I'm so honored. Pio was deeply moved, perched on Theo's soft, fluffy head. Pooh hut. Finally, we're going to Uran's place, meow. I heard Uran's family got a lot of money, meow. With Pio on his head, Theo had a mischievous grin on his face. Even without Uran's request, Theo had been planning for a while to visit Uran's house. While Theo and Pio were grinning for very different reasons, Sejun headed to the kitchen. When Sejun arrived, he found a neat array of dishes on the table, prepared by Sejun No. 1 clone, white rice, grilled spam, fried eggs, stir-fried potatoes, and other side dishes, all ready just in time. Quenji, could you go bring Uran? As Sejun asked Quenji to bring Uran, since Pio was happily perched on Theo's head. Bang! A loud crash sounded from outside. What? Sejun rushed outside. Who? Our house. Sejun's house had collapsed. And, ooh-hee-hee-hee. The house collapsed today, huh? Amid the rubble, Uran emerged from the debris as if it was nothing unusual. As expected, Uran, the king of misfortune, had once again started the day with misfortune. A short while later, using his skill, Sejun rebuilt the house, and the group sat down to eat breakfast. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee-hee-hee. Putting spam on rice and then a fried egg on top is delicious. Ooh-hee-hee. It's also tasty if you put spam on the spoon, then add rice on top, and then another layer of spam. Quenji and Uran experimented with various combinations, trying to find the ultimate taste. Ki-hee-hit. King. Hee-hee. Butler. Eating roasted and dried sweet potato slices with white rice is so good. For the Blackie family, roasted and dried sweet potato slices were always the main dish. And, Pooh hut. Chairman Park, the grilled fish you made is delicious, meow. Pio, I love peanuts so much. For Theo and Pio, grilled fish and peanuts were a must. As the group continued to enjoy their meal, you have consumed 100,000 grains of rice. The rice as medicine effect has been triggered. Your total stats will randomly increase by 100, randomly distributed among strength, stamina, agility, and magic. Strength increased by 3, stamina by 49, agility by 17, and magic by 31. The potential of all your stats has reached the maximum limit. You can no longer absorb additional stats. The excess stats are returned to nature. Sejun also ate his rice deliciously while diligently returning stats to nature. In the past, seeing messages like these made him feel like he was wasting stats, and his appetite would dip slightly. But now, hee. This tastes amazing. Battle aura, absorb these stats and grow quickly. Now, the taste alone was enough for him. It was like watching his paycheck disappear from his bank account, only to realize it was secretly accumulating in a savings account. Ah, I'm full. After finishing his meal, Sejun took out a rice seed. Plop. He added the last remaining drop of enhancing elixir to it. Since he ate rice every day, enhancing the rice seed seemed like the most efficient use. After enhancing the rice seed, along with the description that the taste would improve, the rice as medicine effect was enhanced to increase total stats from 100 to 150. Great! Satisfied with the options on his newly enhanced level 1 golden rice seed, Sejun planted it in the ground. Plop! He used 10 drops of harvest elixir to quickly multiply the seeds, and then began planting them in earnest in the rice paddies. Late that evening. Pip pip. Hey. Sejun Nim, you haven't gone to sleep. Yup. I was waiting to spend time with Peace. Pooh hut. Vice Chairman Theo, was also staying up just to wait. Meow. Krueng. Quenji's a bit sleepy, but Quenji will also hold on. Peace spent a delightful evening playing with the group for the first time in a while. Kirarong. Rorong. Except for the sleepy Blackie family, of course. Pip pip. Oh, right. Sejun Nim, I created a skill, but could you name it for me? Really? Show me the skill first. Hee. When it comes to naming, nobody does it like me, Park Sejun. Pip pip. Yes. At Sejun's words, Peace eagerly demonstrated its skill. Bam! While flying at high speed, Peace folded its wings, creating a powerful vortex as it spun its body to execute a body slam. Nice. Peace spins. It goes round and round. Watching Peace's skill, a name immediately struck Sejun. Peace, let's call that skill Power Spin from now on. Pip pip. Power Spin. I love it so much. For Peace everything Sejun did was perfect. Thus, Peace's first original skill was officially named Power Spin. Chapter 519, There's a Demon Over There. Golden Tower, 86th floor, Demon Family Mansion. Makhun, you worthless brat. How do you still call yourself my son? Murin Demon shouted at his eldest son, Makhun. Initially, Murin was overjoyed to see Makhun return home as a legendary merchant. However, what? You became an underling to the Black Tower's legendary merchant. Yes. I went after Uran, but Makhun had fallen to the status of another merchant subordinate. On top of that, still, Theo Nim made both me and Megan into legendary merchants, and he treats us well, so he had forgotten his duty to rule the Golden Tower, and was instead grateful for the kindness of another tower's legendary merchant. Uran will be coming back soon. He has recovered almost all the money he was scammed out of. With a carefree expression, Makhun delivered the news of Uran's return. If Uran came back, he would undoubtedly be confirmed as the next head of the demon family. But, eek, no way. Murin couldn't accept it. Though he himself never became head, he was determined to make his son the head and give him a happy life. That was Murin's goal. A goal filled with Murin's own ambitions, ignoring the wishes of Makhun and Megan. I will make my son the head of the demon family, no matter what. Bang! Leaving Makhun behind, Murin hurriedly went outside and summoned the troops. He ordered his subordinate to bring in the secret forces he had raised on another floor. Wouldn't it work if Uran doesn't return? Murin intended to deal with Uran before he could enter the demon family estate. Father, please let go of your obsession with becoming the family head. Makhun watched his father through the window, still unable to let go of his obsession as he busily gave orders to his subordinates. With a pitying expression, there's a demon over there. An evil demon that will stamp his seal no matter what trick you try. You'll understand if you experience it. Remembering Theo, who held a seal in hand and grinning wickedly, Makhun shuddered involuntarily. 99th floor of the Black Tower. As dawn began to break. Pip pip. Sejun Nim, then I'll go to sleep now. All right. Sleep well, Pooh hut. Sleep tight, Peace. Meow, Bearerong. Peace, who had been up all night playing with Sejun and Theo, clung to Sejun's back and fell asleep. And, Krueng, Quenji, who had fallen asleep halfway through, was hanging off Sejun's side. Step. With a few hours left before breakfast, Sejun wandered around the farm, raising up his potential. Pooh hut. Staying up all night and playing with Chairman Park is nice, meow, Theo said, looking both drowsy and content. But you're always by my side anyway. What's the difference? Pooh hut. It's different, meow. So what's different? Pooh hut. Well, just as Theo was about to answer, flap, the black dragon statue flew towards Sejun. And, ahoom. Sejun, I'm not rushing you or anything, but I was curious about what dish you'd prepare for the upcoming Dragon Council meeting. He asked Sejun what dish he planned to make for the upcoming third Dragon Council meeting. Dishes? There were still more than 20 days until the meeting. Ahoom. I'm not forcing you, but it would be wonderful if you could make dishes that other dragons haven't seen before, that are both delicious and beautiful enough to make them gasp in amazement. Kaiser's face showed desperate eagerness as he explained the kind of dishes he wanted to the bewildered Sejun. Pooh hut. Don't worry, Kaiser Nim. The great hybrid Chairman Park can do anything, meow. Theo responded confidently to Kaiser. Hey! Don't just answer on my behalf. Kaiser Nim, you haven't already gone around telling the other dragons that I'd make the dish you just mentioned, have you? Sejun asked while covering Theo's mouth. Oh. Well, yes, I did mention it. Caught red-handed, Kaiser hesitated momentarily before replying with conviction. I believe in our Sejun. Sending a gaze full of unwavering trust. Kaiser had already bragged extensively to the other dragons that their Sejun would make an absolutely extraordinary dish for the upcoming Dragon Council meeting. You mean dishes they've never seen before that are both delicious and exquisite? Kuhavaha. That's right. Just let me know if you need any ingredients. Kaiser nodded enthusiastically in response to Sejun's question. What was I thinking? Watching Kaiser, Sejun reconsidered his plan to prepare the same dishes as the second Dragon Council meeting. Even though he was hosting the council, it was only natural to want to serve better food than at the previous meeting. Besides, Kaiser was Eileen's grandfather. Park Sejun, you fool. You almost threw away this perfect opportunity to score points? He had been too complacent. Kaiser Nim, leave it to me. I'll make sure to prepare amazing dishes. Kuhavaha. Thank you. With a hearty laugh, Kaiser left to have another drink by the fountain, his spirits lifted by Sejun's enthusiastic reply. What should I make? Sejun began pondering what kind of dish to prepare. Step. As he wandered around the farm, lost in thought about what dishes to make. Growl. Krueng. Quenji, who had woken up from hunger, rubbed his eyes and greeted Sejun with a sleepy good morning. Well, there's still plenty of time. For now, Sejun decided to think about the dishes later and focus on breakfast. Quenji, let's go eat. Krueng. With Quenji in tow, Sejun headed to the kitchen. When they arrived, Sejun number 1 was already there, waiting with breakfast prepared as usual. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, grill some fish for me, meow. Sure, of course, he still had to do some cooking. A short while later, as Theo's grilled fish was ready, everyone began to eat breakfast together. Poohoo hut. As expected, Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best, meow. Krueng. It's delicious. Kihihit, king. Hee. Butler. Give me more egg rolls. It was a noisy yet peaceful breakfast as usual. How nice. Just watching them filled Sejun with a wave of happiness, and he found himself staring at them with a foolish smile. Kihihit, king. Hee. Guys, the butler's zoning out right now. Let's grab some more, at least until the Blackie family started eyeing his egg rolls. Not a chance. Thunk. Sejun quickly stabbed his chopsticks into his egg rolls to protect it. King. Butler, that's not fair. I'm still hungry. Blackie whined, trying to tug at Sejun's heartstrings. But, Blackie, look at your belly before you speak. You'll get a stomachache again at this rate. Sejun pointed to Blackie's already bulging stomach. King. I can still eat more. All right, but only half. King. Okay. Got it. Once the lively breakfast finally came to an end. Krueng. Dad, here's your coffee. Quenji brought over a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Thanks. Slurp. Sejun took a sip of the coffee, savoring it with an appreciative smile and gave a thumbs up. Then, hey. Dad gave Quenji a thumbs up. Quenji laughed with a proud expression. Next, he made chocolate milk. King. Big bro. Me too. Krueng. Blackie wants some too. He shared the chocolate milk with Blackie, who was wagging his tail eagerly right in front of him. As they enjoyed the leisurely moments after breakfast. Pio. We're back. Is there any food left? Pio and Yoren, who had gone out the day before, had returned. They had left to retrieve the land deed for the 86th floor of the Golden Tower, which Yoren had hidden away. Knowing all too well how gullible he was, Yoren had made sure to hide the land deed so securely that no one could steal it from him. Which is why it had taken them quite a while to retrieve it. Of course, the biggest reason it took so long was the frequent encounters with monsters along the way. All right, then, let's get going. As Sejun prepared to depart via the waypoint. But I haven't eaten yet. Yoren, who was about to take a bite of the meal prepared by Sejun number 1, looked on the verge of tears with his spoon in hand. All right, let's wait until you're done eating. Thank you. Sejun waited for Yoren to finish his meal. Pio? Theo Nim, do you need anything? Poohoo hut. Nothing, meow. But Pio, aren't you eating? Sejun asked Pio, who was attending to Theo. Pio, I ate with Yoren Nim an hour ago. Pio patted his stomach as he answered. Yoren, let's go. Sejun stopped Yoren, who had just finished one bowl of rice and was about to refill his bowl. Then, everyone, into the void storage. After directing his companions into the void storage, swish! Sejun unfolded the land deed. The summoning function for the initial engraving of the land deed for the 86th floor farm of Golden Tower has been activated. With this message, Sejun disappeared. Outskirts of destruction. Hundreds of millions of calamities were gathered there. Most of them were weak locusts, and only about 10% of the calamities had strong combat power. Kraken, is this all the remaining forces? Yes, Jormungandanim. This is everyone except the scattered forces that couldn't respond to the summons. Too few. Melpheus, just what did you do to reduce our forces this much? Jormungandr, who had gathered all remaining forces to reorganize them, sighed in frustration. Even if they had fought among themselves, there should have been more left than this. With this amount of force, spreading them out won't be effective. Yes. At most, we can attack only about 3 places simultaneously. Then let's divide the forces into 2 groups and completely destroy this place and that one first. Jormungandr pointed to 2 worlds. These were Risha, protected by the blue tower, and Karnos, guarded by the red tower. Crack! As Jormungandr infused the power of destruction towards the 2 worlds. Crack! Small fissures appeared, and calamities, go forth. Go and bring destruction to these worlds. The calamities, following Jormungandr's command, began to pour through the fissures and began destroying the 2 worlds. You have arrived at the 86th floor of the Golden Tower. You have moved from the 99th floor, the top of the tower, to the 86th floor. Due to the effects of the title, the one who reached the summit of 5 towers, you gain invincibility for 1 second. There doesn't seem to be any danger. As Sejun quickly scanned his surroundings. Boom! A streak of golden lightning shot down towards Sejun. At that moment, clang! Meow! Chairman Park, I missed you, meow! With a bright smile, Theo leaped out of the void storage and launched himself towards Sejun's face. Crackle! The lightning narrowly missed Theo, who was clinging to Sejun's face, and crash! It struck the ground right next to Sejun. Whoa! Startled by the thunderous noise, Sejun cried out as he tried to pull Theo off his face, completely unaware that the lightning had originally been aimed directly at him. Krueng! Time to recharge the Thunderbolt Staff. Quenji, who had followed Theo out of the void storage, held the Thunderbolt Staff up towards the sky, absorbing the surrounding lightning and preventing any further strikes from hitting nearby. Pio and Yoren also emerged and began wandering around. Kihihit, King! King! Hee! Hey, butler! I found something cool. Peel this for me. At some point, Blackie had started darting around. Now, he came running towards Sejun, proudly carrying a fallen fruit in his mouth. Who? This is? Sejun recognized the fruit Blackie had brought. An oval-shaped, green fruit with fine fuzz on its skin. It was a kiwi. Does that mean this is a kiwi farm? As Sejun looked around, he noticed that someone had carefully set up wooden stakes around the kiwi plants to help them grow well. King! Butler! Hurry up and open it. All right. The kiwi was fully ripened, so Sejun sliced it open and scooped out small portions with a spoon, sharing it with Blackie and his underlings. And then, pop! You have harvested a kiwi. Sejun picked 3 kiwis and shared 1 each with Quenji and Yoren. At that moment, young Master Yoren, a green pig, dressed like a farmer, recognized Yoren and approached him. Meow! Krueng! Theo and Quenji immediately tensed up, watching the approaching pig warily. It's all right. He's part of my family. Hello, Uncle Neg. Yoren recognized Neg and greeted him as he walked closer. Then, a quest has appeared. Quest, defeat or negotiate with the Green Pig family's assassination squad, who recently took over the Kiwi farm, and reclaimed the ownership of the land. Reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the 86th floor Kiwi farm in the Golden Tower. A message appeared in front of Sejun. Just now? Assassination squad. As Sejun sensed something was wrong. Swish! Neg suddenly swung a sword at Yoren. Clang! Meow! Fortunately, Theo had already positioned himself in front of Yoren and intercepted Neg's sword with his dragon claws. Thud! Theo then struck Neg on the back of the head, knocking him out. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut! Since you dared to go after my subordinate Yoren's life, you must join Sejun Company. A 10-year contract as a temporary employee. Meow! Stamp! 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 Theo pulled out his seal and stamped it on the back of Neg's head 10 times with enthusiasm. What is this? The other members of the assassination squad, shocked by their leader Neg's failed surprise attack, were completely thrown off. Attack! At the order of the vice leader, the hidden green pig family assassins charged at Sejun and his companions. Pooh-hoo-hut! They lost consciousness, their last memory being the sound of a demon's laughter. Chapter 520, The Great Blackie will defeat the Kiwi. Tap! Tap! You have harvested a Kiwi. While Theo was busy stamping seals on the back of the green pig assassin group's heads, Sejun was harvesting Kiwis with Quenji and Pio. The Blackie family lacked the height and strength needed to pick Kiwis and urine. Sejun Nim, let me help too. No. Just stay still. Staying still was his way of helping. Whenever urine got close, unripe Kiwis would fall, or healthy branches would unexpectedly drop on Sejun's head, causing a series of misfortunes. You're wrong. So, Urine sat quietly and eventually fell asleep. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. The Great Blackie has won. Blackie climbed on the unconscious head of Neg, the green pig assassin group's leader, and proudly flaunted his victory. As expected of the Great Blackie Nim, Kiruk. Shararang. You're so cool. Caw. Piyak. Mew. While receiving praise from his subordinates. After about 10 minutes. Pooh-hoo-hut. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, I finished stamping them all. Meow. You have subdued the green pig assassin group occupying the Kiwi farm. Quest completed. You have been recognized as the rightful owner of the Kiwi farm land deed on the 86th floor of the Golden Tower. Land deed skill, farm information LV Max is activated. Theo had completed the land deed quest by stamping seals 10 times on the heads of 500 assassins. You have taken command of 500 slaves. Due to the effect of the title, Slave King, all your stats increase by 5. The stats gained from hiring employees naturally return to nature, enhancing his battle aura. Millimeter, good work. Pooh-hoo-hut. I, the hybrid vice chairman Theo, work hard for Chairman Park. Meow. Right. Sejun patted Theo's head in praise. Just a little more harvesting to go. He resumed picking Kiwis. While he was harvesting Kiwis, Krueng. Dad, this Kiwi is special. It must be a new variety. Quenji called out to Sejun. Really? When Sejun went over to where Quenji was, crackle. Zap. He found a Kiwi that was emitting a faint electric charge, unlike the others. Grab. Sejun picked up the electrified Kiwi with his bare hands. His magic power was high enough to suppress the electric current of the Kiwi, so he wasn't harmed. Then, you have harvested the electrified gold Kiwi. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your proficiency in harvesting LV9 has slightly increased. You have gained 100 experience points. You have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. Due to your job trait, all stats have increased by 20. A series of messages appeared. It really was a new variety. Quenji, well done. Ku-hey-hey-hey. After hugging Quenji tightly to praise him, Sejun checked the options for the gold Kiwi. Electrified gold Kiwi. A Kiwi grown in the Golden Tower, accidentally bore fruit from a Kiwi tree that absorbed the Earth's lightning energy. The flesh turned yellow and became sweeter from absorbing lightning energy. Upon consumption, agility increases by 5, and strengthens lightning attribute talent. Cultivator, Black Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Shelf life, 180 days. Grade S. Not bad. Increase in agility along with an enhancement of lightning attribute talent. It was an option that would benefit both him and Quenji, who possessed lightning attribute talent. After confirming the Kiwi's options, Sejun. Slice. Cut the electrified gold Kiwi in half. This is a reward. Since Quenji found it, I'll let you have the first taste. He handed one half of the gold Kiwi to Quenji. The Kiwi had plenty of seeds, so giving Quenji half wasn't an issue. Puck. Sejun placed a seed from the remaining half of the gold Kiwi, which was buried in the fruit's flesh, into the pouch of abundance crafted with utmost sincerity. Then, swoosh! Time until 100 electrified gold Kiwi seeds are duplicated, 1 day. Time until 15 transcendence black beans, 2, are duplicated, 1 day. Time until 1 seed of great magic stream is duplicated, 1 day. The message on the side of the pouch changed. At that moment, scoop! A spoon suddenly entered Sejun's mouth. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. Hee. Dad, you take the first bite. With bright, sparkling eyes, Quenji had given the very first taste to Sejun. Sniff. Quenji, is this the joy of raising a child? Looking at Quenji, Sejun felt his heart swell with emotion. Your soul becomes filled with overwhelming emotion. Your mental strength has increased by 20. Sejun's mental strength increased significantly. It's delicious. Sejun savored the taste of the Kiwi in his mouth. Perhaps because Quenji had given it to him, it tasted even sweeter and more delicious. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. It's tastier than the other kiwis. Quenji took a spoonful of the gold kiwi and beamed with a bright smile. As father and son shared a happy smile together. Thud thud thud. King? King, are you two eating something delicious without me? Give me some too. The great Blackie made his entrance. Seeing the half-sliced kiwi in Sejun and Quenji's hands, Blackie quickly ran over, wagging his tail and barking as fiercely as he could manage. Just a little bit. Eating too much of this will upset your stomach. King, hurry and give it to me. The great Blackie will defeat the kiwi. He successfully acquired the gold kiwi. Why is there no news? More than 30 minutes had passed since the Green Pig assassin group had sent a signal that they'd found Uran, yet there was no further news. Murin, who had been eagerly waiting for the good news that Uran had been taken care of, began to frown. If Uran managed to break through the encirclement and reach the demon family, everything would be over. Don't worry, Lord Murin. Our Green Pig assassin group's pride, the Green Hunger Squad, has never failed. They're probably just taking a bit longer because they're handling it quietly. The head of the Green Pig family, Sejun, spoke confidently to Murin. The heads of Green Pig and Red Pig families, who had received reports that their children Evie and Nellie were suffering great hardships in the Black Tower, helped Murin to eliminate Uran and rescue their children. Unlike Makhun and Megan, the two were simply struggling due to their lack of business sense, but Uran is subjecting Evie and Nellie to hard labor in extreme conditions. They might die if we don't rescue them soon. The report in Murin's hand had completely different contents. After waiting about 30 minutes like that, someone began to emerge from the kiwi farm. But, see, our Green Pig assassins, huh? Those are not our men. The scene was nothing like what they had expected. Only Sejun and his companions leisurely walked out of the kiwi farm. The pride of the Green Pig family, the Green Hunger assassin squad, was nowhere to be seen. Not a single one of them. They'd been defeated. Deploy the troops. Yes, sir. Understanding the situation, Murin didn't hesitate and immediately ordered his subordinate. Boo-oh-oh. The subordinate blew a horn to signal the waiting troops. Then, with a slight tremor in the ground, soldiers began advancing toward the kiwi farm, closing in from a position about 500 meters away. It was a grand march of 100,000 troops, 50,000 soldiers raised by Murin, 20,000 from the Green Pig and Red Pig families, and 30,000 hastily hired mercenaries. However, Krueng, Fu. Suddenly, a powerful roar, unfitting for such a cute sound, blasted from the enemy lines with enough force to send a large rock embedded in the ground flying. The troops' advance visibly slowed. The 100,000 troops, overwhelmed by Quenji's mighty Krueng, Fu, lost their fighting spirit. To have their morale crushed before even engaging in battle. Nelknim, I'll leave this to you. Murin looked at Nelk, the head of the Red Pig family, and said, leave it to me. The Red Pig family's bomber unit, the Red Terror, prepare for takeoff. When Nelk shouted loudly, one of his subordinates waved a massive red flag. Boom! Boom! 300 Red Pigs, who had been waiting in the rear, launched themselves into the sky using the rocket backpacks strapped to their backs. As they reached their highest point, wings unfolded on either side of their backpacks, and the pigs of the Red Pig family began to soar freely through the sky, dropping bombs over Sejun and his companions from above. However, shield, come out. Quenji, lift this above our heads. Krueng. Sejun summoned the elder brother shield of dragon horn that protects proudly from his void storage using his power and boom! 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 The bombs were easily blocked. Poo-hoo-hut. Their employees, meow, Pio, Theo Nim, I'll help too. Meanwhile, Theo and Pio quickly ascended into the sky, taking down the bombers. Krueng. Quenji used telekinesis to catch the falling Red Terror squad members and gathered them all in one place. How could this be, for the Red Terror to be defeated so effortlessly? Nelk and the Red Pig family pigs were in shock as the bombing squad was subdued in an instant. The shock spread to the surrounding troops, completely crushing their morale. Before long, even the sound of the soldiers' footsteps disappeared. Poo-hoo-hut. That attack just now was aimed at Chairman Park. Meow. Now that you're full-time employees, you'll be paying for your sins for the rest of your lives. Meow. In the now silent battlefield, the only sound was Theo's laughter as he stamped seals on the foreheads of the Red Pigs. At that moment, Murin, if we keep going like this, we'll lose. And that will be the end of your dream of becoming the family head. The red gemstone embedded in Murin's necklace glowed, and a sinister whisper echoed in his mind. I know. But there's nothing I can do. Marin responded in his mind, seemingly familiar with the whisper. There is a way. Surrender your body to me, and I will deal with these lowly pests for you. What? What do you mean by that? You don't want to? Then do you want your children to feel the same emotions you felt? If that's your choice, do as you please. The whisper sneered while stabbing at Marin's heart, and that's... Marin began to waver. Ever since he'd been lost the family head position to his older brother, Yuto, Marin had felt a deep sense of betrayal. Those who had once seemed willing to do anything for Marin had immediately severed ties and flocked to Yuto when Marin failed to become the family head. Marin felt as if he'd fallen to rock bottom, no, even deeper. With his chances of becoming family head gone, he had become worthless. It was then that he encountered the necklace he now wore. Look at your brother Yuto, Marin. Doesn't it enrage you that someone with less ability than you is sitting in the family head position? Do you want your children to feel the same bitterness you did? The being within the necklace had fed on Marin's jealousy and resentment, whispering to him that he must secure the family head position for his children. Just then, when a gap in the next family head position started appearing due to Yuren's foolish actions, those who had once turned their backs on Marin began to approach him again, pretending as if nothing had ever happened, suggesting that either of his sons, Makhun or Megan, should become the next family head. Marin, if you don't become the family head, you'll be cast aside. Don't let your children experience the same sense of worthlessness. The whispers from the necklace drove Marin to an obsessive pursuit of the family head position. And now, fine. I'll offer up my body. Driven by his obsession, Marin finally resolved to sacrifice even his own body for the sake of becoming the family head. As soon as Marin consented, coo. Marin demon, a good choice. With a chillingly delighted whisper, a crimson energy began to seep from the necklace, consuming Marin's body. I am Selort, the demon king of envy and jealousy. In accordance with our contract, I'll take your body and soul. It's been amusing watching you chase empty dreams. What? This dash. I rescind it. Give me back my body, coo. Regret always comes too late. With that, Selort subdued Marin's soul. Coo. I, Selort, demon king of envy and jealousy, have returned. The pink pig's eyes turned a menacing red, and it smirked with a sinister grin. Chapter 521, He. The butler will be surprised later, won't he? Green Tower Administrator Zone. One of the growth conditions for the Green Tower, planting 100 billion seeds, has been achieved. Ho. My granddaughter is working hard. Brachio Iorg, the leader of the Great Green Dragons, smiled broadly as she looked at the notification displayed in the crystal sphere. Ophelia, still harboring a competitive spirit towards Sejun, was putting in her best effort to catch up with him. A good rival is one who spurs you to grow. Of course, Sejun, the sunfish that he was, had no idea he was being considered a rival by a great dragon. Now, we only have 3 more Green Tower growth conditions left to fulfill, Brachio said as she reviewed the list of conditions for the growth of the Green Tower. Tower Farmer, A, was fulfilled when Ophelia became an A-rank Tower Farmer. Growing the World Tree was fulfilled when a chestnut World Tree suddenly appeared on the 57th floor of the tower. Achieve one great feat was accomplished when Theo's sale of Sejun's sturdy blade green onions to the Nita tribe led to the extinction of the locusts. Then again when Theo sold the vitality-infused fragrant grapes and the screaming pineapple, leading to the extinction of the giant blood-sucking leech, earning 2 great feats in total, thus exceeding the requirement. With that, 5 out of 8 growth conditions for the Green Tower had been met. Achieving in just 1 year what hadn't been done in 3,000 years was a very satisfying result. Wahahaha! Brachio, how have you been? Thanks to Sejun, we just fulfilled 6 growth conditions for the White Tower. At least until the magic communication from Kellyan Mamib, the administrator of the White Tower, arrived. We'll achieve 7 before the next dragon meeting. Brachio's competitive spirit was ignited. It seemed Ophelia's competitiveness was indeed inherited from her grandmother. 86th floor of the Golden Tower. Seed with envy and jealousy, Selort used his power to cast a widespread curse on the surroundings. Immediately, Everton! What makes you so much better than me, Willie? Why does the captain always praise you? What do you have that I don't? Loto! Why are you the only one winning the lottery? TL, the name when translate would be Roto, but I am keeping it as Loto. The soldiers' eyes turned red, and the jealousy and envy buried deep in their hearts began to surface. But the soldiers didn't look at those they were envious and jealous of. Instead, they turned their hostile gaze towards Sejun's group, filled with fury. Cook. Now fight each other to death. Salort took twisted pleasure in making others see their allies as objects of envy and jealousy, leading them to fight and ultimately destroy each other. This was why Salort was known as the Demon King of Envy and Jealousy. And then, you have been cursed by Salort, the Demon King of Envy and Jealousy. The curse of Salort began to seep into Sejun's group as well. Demon King. Along with the message, Sejun's eyes started to turn red as envy and jealousy started to rise within him. Why am I the only one who's weak? The jealousy and envy that he had buried deep inside began to stir. The effect of the title, One Who Hates Demons, allows you to resist the impure energy. You have successfully resisted the curse. Fortunately, thanks to his title and the mental strength and divine power Sejun had accumulated, he was able to push back against the curse. Guys, are you all okay? Having successfully resisted the curse, Sejun hurriedly checked on his companions. Meow? Pooh hut. Hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, am a cat who has everything, so I'm not affected by such petty curses. Naya, I have the great Hybrid Chairman Park's lap, so there's nothing to envy. Meow. Krueng. Dad loves Quenji, so Quenji is fine. As long as Dad loves Quenji, Quenji is happy. Pio. I'm okay too because I have peanuts. Pee. I'm already Theo Nim's right front paw after all. Theo, Quenji, and Pio, who already had everything they wanted and lacked nothing, weren't affected by the curse. Kihihit, King. Hee, Butler. I beat the curse. The Blackie family possessed mental defenses so strong that even if they wanted to, they couldn't be affected by something as trivial as the Demon King's curse. There was no need to worry. However, why is Theo Nim the only one who gets to be happy? Why is Theo Nim the only one with endless luck? Give me some luck too. There was one person who couldn't resist the curse. Uran, who had always envied Theo's luck, had his eyes turn red with fury. And then, Theo Nim, give me some of your luck too. Ooh-hee-heh. I'll hold on tight and won't let go until you share your luck with me. Uran, eyes filled with envy, charged toward the soldiers. In his mind, all 100,000 soldiers appeared to be Theo. Vice Chairman Theo, let's put him to sleep. Understood. Meow. Thwack. Kook. Theo struck the back of Uran's head, knocking him out cold. Once the situation was under control within the group, that's mine originally. Give it back. I have to have it. That was supposed to be mine. The soldiers, now completely overtaken by envy and jealousy, had lost their senses and were about 100 meters away, closing in on them. Leave this to me. Sejun spoke confidently. Seeing the soldiers charging forward with unfocused eyes, it was clear that stopping them with a powerful attack like before would be difficult. If he had to knock them out one by one, it would take far too long. And if they regained their senses and fled while he was dealing with the Demon King, they might lose these valuable employees. We can't lose the full-time employees. Clack! Sejun pulled out a purple gemstone. Finally, I get to use this. Crack! He squeezed it, shattering the gemstone in his hand. Immediately, Blessing Stone of Uncle, the god of grapevines, has been destroyed. The blessing of the grapevine of restraint is activated. The grapevine of restraint will subdue all the enemies. A series of messages appeared as rustle. Vines sprouted from the ground beneath the soldiers' feet, winding around them. At first, the soldiers tried to shake off the vines. Rustle. Rustle. But the vines kept growing endlessly, wrapping around the soldiers, and in the end, they were completely restrained by the grapevines. Hee. The effect is great. Uncle Nim, I should offer something at your achievement monument. Pleased with the performance of the Blessing Stone, Sejun began planning a strategy to obtain more Blessing Stones from Uncle. Once the soldiers were fully subdued, everyone! Get him! Sejun pointed at Salort. Meow! Got it! Meow! Krueng! Pio! Theo, Quenji, and Pio swiftly charged towards Salort. Blackie, you're good at exorcisms, right? Sejun asked Blackie while following behind the three. Kihihit! King! Hee. The great Blackie can defeat even the Demon King. I'll defeat them all. All right. Sejun stroked Blackie's head, who was barking confidently, as they reached Salort, who had been knocked out by a blow to the head from Theo. Then, go. Exorcism. Blackie. King. Butler. Leave it me. The great Blackie will handle this. Blackie family, move out. Thunk. Following Sejun's command, Blackie headbutted Salort's forehead along with his subordinates. Flop. Sejun carefully picked up the unconscious members of the Blackie family from the ground and placed them in his sling bag. He had already confirmed how strong Blackie was during their time in the mental world of the Silent Plunderer, white whale Mobius, so there was no need to worry. As he waited for Blackie's exorcism to finish, Pooh Hut. Stamp! 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 Theo was stamping the backs of the soldiers' heads, who had been restrained by the grapevines. His relentless diligence was truly remarkable. Selort's mental world. I am Selort, the demon king of envy and jealousy, Selort screamed in desperation as he faced the giant black wolf. But, I am the great Blackie, you demon king? I am the great Blackie. I win. Thud! Blackie effortlessly stomped on Selort with his front paw, and the exorcism was over in an instant. The souls that had been trapped by Selort began to glow with a blue light as they escaped his mental world. And then, you have freed 11,123 souls. The effective power, soul pacification increases all stats by 32,580. With this, Blackie instantly surpassed Sejun in one go. Among the saved souls, there must have been some powerful ones, as the stat increase was tremendous. Guys, take this. And don't let the butler find out, okay? Blackie distributed 3,000 points from his newly gained stats to each of his subordinates, while telling them to hide their power. Sealing their strength without letting it show was an easy task for the former apostles of destruction. He. The butler will be surprised later, won't he? Blackie found it amusing that Sejun still thought he was weak. Moreover, if he thinks I'm weak, he'll keep letting me stay in the sling bag. Blackie knew his butler was a bit narrow-minded, so if Sejun found out about his strength, he might stop carrying him around in the sling bag. There was no way he could give up his spot in the sling bag, where he could feel Sejun's warmth. Let's get out now. With their powers hidden, the Blackie family exited the mental realm. While the Blackie family was busy with the exorcism, Sejun, who had nothing else to do, hummed a tune as he watched Theo stamping his seals. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, are you watching me carefully? Meow. Yeah, I'm watching. Pooh Hut. Got it. Meow. Theo kept checking if Sejun was watching him work, which occasionally interrupted his humming. But, Kiu, Pio, Quenji and Pio sang along with him from the side, so the melody never completely stopped. Just as Sejun started humming again, a guardian deity for Scudo has not been appointed. Please designate a proxy guardian deity quickly. The longer the appointment of a proxy guardian deity is delayed, the faster the pace of destruction will accelerate. Messages appeared urging him to designate a proxy guardian deity. Ah. Right, I forgot about that. Well, I could make Harmonim the guardian. No, wait. Sejun reconsidered appointing Harma as the proxy guardian deity to give him a physical form through divine power. Currently, Sejun could barely handle the stats he'd borrowed from other tower farmers, and Harma was also busy creating enhancing elixirs. Then, who should I choose? As Sejun pondered. At that moment, Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 other gods asked, Park Sejun, can you hear our voices? A message appeared before Sejun. Yui, the god of loneliness, had gathered several solitary gods together, and they had collectively prayed to Sejun. The prayer combining the wills of multiple gods became a clear enough message to reach Sejun. Yui? Yes, I can hear you. By any chance, is Yui, the god of loneliness, the same Yui as the grapevine Yui I named? Sejun asked, immediately thinking of the grapevine Yui upon hearing the name. Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 other gods confirmed that it is indeed true. Really? That's great. Congratulations on becoming a god, Yui. But what's the matter? Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 other gods ask if they could also have temples built for them. Temples? How about being a proxy guardian deity instead? Sejun, who needed proxy guardian deities, asked. Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 other gods say they would like to jointly serve as proxy guardian deities. Jointly? Is that allowed? I'd like to designate Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 others as joint proxy guardian deities, with the allocation being 1 share each. When Sejun said this, a proposal has been sent to Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 other gods, offering the position of Scudo-ses proxy guardian deity under the condition of an 89-11 allocation. The proposal was sent to the gods. If it weren't for Yui, even with 11 gods involved, Sejun would have simply allocated 1 share to all of them. But then, Yui might end up being disliked, and Sejun didn't want Yui to feel lonely there. To ensure Yui received favorable treatment, Sejun allocated 1 share to each god. A moment later, Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 other gods have accepted the position of proxy guardian deity for Scudo. Yui, the god of loneliness, and 10 other gods have become the proxy guardian deities for Scudo on behalf of Park Sejun. The 11 gods accepted Sejun's proposal, and you have gained command over 11 gods. Due to the effect of title, one who overwhelms gods, all stats increase by 550, divinity increases by 22. By gaining control over 11 gods, Sejun achieved an unexpected result. Thanks to designating proxy guardian deities, you have become an unofficial guardian deity of Scudo. Just as Sejun became the unofficial guardian deity of Scudo. Thwack! Theo struck the back of Marin's head, who was starting to regain consciousness, knocking him out again. Stamp! Pooh-hoo-hut! Chairman Park, I've stamped them all, meow. Take this, meow. With the final stamp on the back of Marin's head, Theo removed the necklace around Marin's neck and handed it to Sejun. Thank you, crack. Sejun crushed the heart of Selort, the demon king of envy and jealousy, pouring into it the envy and jealousy that had once lingered in his own heart. Of course, if he ever found out that Blackie had become stronger than him, those feelings of envy and jealousy might flare up all over again. Chapter 522, Pooh-hoo-hut. I like everything, meow. Give me all of it, meow. Let's head out now, Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. All full-time employees, follow the great hybrid Chairman Park, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo shouted out to the 100,000 full-time employees. And so, Sejun's group, along with the 100,000 full-time employees of Sejun Company, set out for Yuren's family home. Ooh-hee-hee-hee. Leading the way to his home, Yuren was in high spirits. With the massive force following him, it truly felt like a triumphant return. That's my house over there. Yuren pointed towards a massive mansion visible in the distance. The mansion was built on a slightly elevated hill, allowing a commanding view of the surroundings. Although it was quite a distance away, the mansion was large enough to be clearly visible. After moving for about 30 minutes, there are too many people, so let's leave the employees here. Sejun decided to have the employees wait. No matter how large the demon family's mansion was, it wouldn't be able to accommodate a force of 100,000. Moreover, if they continued like this, it would look like they were surrounding and besieging the demon family's entrance. Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. Only you guys, come with us, meow. At Sejun's words, Theo only had Marin and the heads of the green pig and red pig families follow along, who were the main instigators of this incident. This was because the treasures they had gathered were inside the mansion. When Sejun's group arrived at the mansion after having the troops wait outside, young Master Yuren, the head butler of the demon family, Reuter, was at the front and recognized Yuren immediately, rushing over to him. Head butler Reuter. Yuren cheerfully waved his hooves at Reuter, who had looked after him since he was young. Young Master, the task assigned by the family head. As he approached Yuren, Reuter asked cautiously in a low voice. If Yuren had returned without completing the task, Reuter was planning to quickly send him back before anyone else from the family saw him. And the young master must have had a hard time. Reuter was convinced that Yuren hadn't completed the task. Given Yuren's personality, which Reuter had observed since he was a child, it was nearly an impossible mission for him. However, ooh-hee-hee. Of course I came back because I completed the mission. Yuren responded with a proud expression towards Reuter. His face was brimming with a confidence that Reuter hadn't seen before. Ah, our young master has truly grown. Reuter looked at Yuren with pride. But why aren't Marin-nim, Ejin-nim, and Nelk-nim stepping forward from behind? Noticing that the three of them had their heads bowed, Reuter realized it belatedly. Though he didn't greet them due to the strange atmosphere, from the current situation, it was clear that Yuren was above the three. Not only did he complete his mission, but he also subdued the leaders of the opposing faction who constantly interfered with the family head's plans and brought them along. The family head will be pleased. Congratulations, young master. I will go report to the family head that you have returned. You there, attend to young master Yuren. Reuter called over a passing servant to assist Yuren and then hurried off to report to Yuto. It was the lightest step Reuter had taken in nearly a decade. After the head butler Reuter left, young master, where shall I escort you? The servant asked Yuren. Then, Pooh-hoo-hut. First, lead us to the treasure vault, meow. Theo, acting as if he owned the place, took the lead. Please lead me to the treasure vault. Yuren nodded to the servant while looking at Theo. Sejun-nim, can we allow these three to go gather their assets? Yuren asked, looking at Marin, Ejin, and Nelk. Even though they had tried to kill him, the three held high positions within the family, and there were many eyes watching here. Moreover, with Theo's stamp, they wouldn't be able to do anything reckless like embezzling the assets. Sure. With Sejun's permission, the three gave Yuren a grateful look and quickly slipped away, avoiding the gazes of others, while the rest of the group headed toward Yuren's treasure vault. Finally, they arrived at Yuren's treasure vault. Clank! As they opened the door. Wow! The vault was filled with all sorts of treasures. As the only son of the head of the demon family, Euron regularly received treasures, and even more would come as gifts on his birthdays. These are things I received when I was younger. If there's anything you like, please take it. When Euron said that, Pooh Hut. I like everything, meow. Give me all of it, meow. Theo, the shameless cat with no concept of restraint or modesty, began stuffing all the treasures in the vault into his bag. Oh. This is a Earth's jewel. Coo hey hey hey. Kihihit. Sejun and his group also quietly joined in and started collecting treasures together. After a while, Pooh Hut. Got everything, meow. Once Sejun and his group had completely emptied the vault, there are more treasure vaults besides this one. I'll show you those as well, Pooh Hut. Sounds good, meow. Euron led the group to another treasure vault. Originally, there had been about 20 such treasure vaults, but due to Euron's gullible nature, only 5 remained. After Sejun and his group had looted around 3 of Euron's treasure vaults, Euron. Where are you, my baby piggy? A woman's voice desperately calling for Euron was heard from afar. Thud. Thud. Soon, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, and a pink pig noblewoman, dressed in a beautiful gown and adorned with jewels, who was a head taller than Euron, appeared before them. This was Euron's mother, Hamey Demon. One of the maids, who had spotted Euron along with the head butler Reuter, had immediately run to inform Hamey. Mom, Euron. The two ran toward each other. Look at how skinny you are. How little must you have eaten while you were away? Hamey touched Euron's skinny face and burst into tears. Euron's mother, don't you see the shine on Euron's face? Sejun, who had worked hard to keep Euron well-fed, felt wrongfully accused. By any measure, Euron was a chubby pig. A little while later, oh dear, how unbecoming of me to behave this way in front of guests. Euron, who are these people? After her emotions calmed down a bit, Hamey wiped her tears and asked Euron to introduce Sejun and his companions. At that moment, bang! Bang! The sound of heavy, hurried footsteps approached. Black Towers Tower Farmer Park. Sejun Nim, welcome. I am Yuto Demon, head of the demon family. Yuto, wearing a black tuxedo with a refined mustache and an air of dignity, hurriedly approached Sejun and bowed in greeting. Realizing from her husband's demeanor that Sejun's status was extraordinary, Hamey quickly followed Yuto's lead and bowed as well. Yuto had already heard from Cecilia, with whom he had occasional contact, about Sejun who was helping Euron. He knew that Sejun was someone who had received personal gratitude from Artemis Yol, the great golden dragon and administrator of the Golden Tower. And as a token of gratitude, Sejun had even received gifts of golden dragon scales and teeth. Moreover, he was someone who was close not only with the great golden dragon but also with other great dragons. Ah. Hello. Faced with Yuto's overly respectful greeting, Sejun returned the bow with his own bow. For Yuto, such a respectful gesture was only natural. Sejun was someone who could converse with the great dragons, beings who would actually listen to what he had to say. Sejun Nim, you must be hungry. Let's have a meal first. Yes. Following Yuto's guidance, they entered the dining hall. Pooh Hut. Theo, as if it were the most natural thing, seated himself in the head seat. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I've saved your seat. Meow. Thump. Thump. He called for Sejun while patting the center of the chair with his front paws. Hey! Get down. Sejun hurriedly waved his hand, gesturing for Theo to get down, but, thump. Thump. Great hybrid Chairman Park must sit in the best seat, meow. Theo persisted, patting the chair. Ha ha ha. Sejun Nim, please take the head seat. It's only right that Sejun Nim sits there, but it would make us more comfortable too. Please sit. All right. After Yuto's repeated urging, Sejun finally took the head seat. As Sejun sat down, Quenji naturally took a seat to his right, and Pio settled on his left. Across from Sejun sat Yuto, with Hamey and Euron on either side of him. Pooh Hut. Theo, pleased with himself, also climbed onto Sejun's lap, making himself comfortable. I told you to get down. Squeeze. Chairman Park. Why, meow. I just sat down, meow. Until the food arrived, Theo had to endure Sejun pulling on his cheeks like stretchy rice cake, all while a small smile appeared on Sejun's face. A short while later, rumble rumble. Carts loaded with food entered the dining hall endlessly, filling the table to the brim with dishes. Sejun Nim, please enjoy. Yes. Thank you, I will. The meal began. Pooh Hut. I want churu, meow. Even in this grand setting, Theo still wanted the churu that Sejun made for him. As they continued eating, Sejun's stomach was already feeling full, but why doesn't it end? The servants kept clearing away empty plates, only to replace them with new dishes loaded with food. True to their status as a family of pigs, the food seemed truly endless, no matter how much they ate. Ku hey hey hey. Ooh hee hee hee. Thanks to this, Quenji and Yuren were thrilled, eating heartily as if they hadn't had a proper meal in months. Was I really starving them? Sejun was genuinely starting to wonder if he had somehow been starving them. At that moment, King! Hey, butler! Give me that next. Blackie, peeking out from Sejun's sling bag, barked to ask for a food he hadn't seen before. All right, hold on. Sejun carefully examined the food, picking out only items that he knew Blackie could safely eat. Although he had recently realized that Blackie was quite different from ordinary canines. Eat carefully. If something feels off, spit it out right away. Got it? To Sejun, Blackie was still a super sunfish that needed looking after. Hee hee. The great Blackie has conquered chocolate. And grapes. And everything else. Of course, Blackie, who could overcome foods that regular canines couldn't eat, was a bit frustrated that he couldn't just eat whatever he wanted. Hee hee. But I like it when Butler takes care of me. He stayed still because he preferred being cared for by Sejun. It was too happy just chewing the food that Sejun put in his mouth without moving. After 2 hours of the meal, family head Nim, the head butler, Reuter, quietly called for Yuto. What is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me today because of our important guest? I apologize, but this is urgent. I see. Sejun Nim, would you excuse me for a moment? Of course. Please, take care of your business. Thank you. With Reuter's words, Yuto quickly excused himself, obtaining Sejun's permission to step away. 10 minutes later. Ha ha, my apologies. I received a report that a trade caravan heading to the 46th floor of the tower had been ambushed by bandits. Yuto returned after handling the situation. Is that so? Were you able to resolve it? Yes, we decided to negotiate by paying them off. As soon as Yuto sat back down, Heimenim, a maid approached and carefully called for Heimi. What is it? I told you to cancel all schedules today. It's something you need to see for yourself. Understood. Sejun Nim, I apologize. I need to step out for a moment as well. Of course. Heimi also left her seat. 20 minutes later. I'm so sorry. There was a sudden issue with some goods scheduled for delivery today. Heimi returned, explaining the situation to Sejun. I hope the food suits your taste. We noticed you weren't eating much. Should we bring something else? The two tried to restore the atmosphere that had become a bit chaotic due to the interruptions, but Yuto Nim. Soon, Reuter once again called for Yuto. Heimi Nim. Then, another maid called for Heimi. Suddenly, incidents and emergencies started popping up from all directions. As a result, they had to frequently leave the table to handle matters. And then, as expected, the king of misfortune. Sejun seemed to understand what was happening. Yuren's misfortune seemed to be casting its shadow over the demon family estate. In reaction to Yuren's overwhelming happiness at being home, his misfortune had grown stronger, threatening to engulf the entire demon household. Even Yuren, who had been frantically eating without concern at first, sensed something wrong and put down his spoon with a sad face. He realized it himself, that it wasn't yet time for him to return home. Let's go back. All right. At Yuren's words, Sejun, Quenji, and Pio quietly stood up. No words of comfort could offer solace in this moment. Pooh hut. Yuren, let's stop by the remaining 2 treasure vaults on our way out. Meow. Only Theo, oblivious as always, spoke up with his usual enthusiasm. But then, ooh hee hee hee. As expected, Theo Nim is the best. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. I, hybrid vice chairman Theo, am always the best, meow. In the end, it was Theo who provided the greatest comfort to Yuren, uncovering a clue in the treasure vault that could help control Yuren's misfortune. Chapter 523, Not unfortunate enough to use it? A little while ago, Sejun and his party raided Yuren's 4th treasure vault. Pooh hut. Now, it's the last vault, meow. All right. Let's finish this quickly. Krueng. Pio. With great enthusiasm, they headed toward the last remaining treasure vault. And then, for now, take everything. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Krueng. Pio. By now, Sejun, Theo, Quenji, and Pio had become complete experts at raiding treasure vaults, quickly emptying out Yuren's 5th treasure vault. Yuren was still in a state of depression. While Yuren remained downcast, the treasure vault raiding crew diligently swept the treasures into their bags. Meow? What's this unpleasant item, meow? Theo carefully inspected a square black wooden piece that he felt reluctant to touch with his paw. Misfortune swallowing amulet. The entire front of the palm-sized amulet had the character deeply engraved on it. TL? Means misfortune in this case. SSSSS. SSSSS. The amulet seemed to want to avoid Theo's paw, shifting slightly to the opposite side of where Theo's paw approached. A mismatch of affinities between the two. But, thwop. Where do you think you're running, meow? It was impossible to escape from Theo's paw. Chairman Park, I found something strange, meow. Theo picked up the amulet and brought it over to Sejun. Something strange? Sejun took the amulet and examined it. Misfortune swallowing amulet. A divine relic crafted by Misfortune, the god of misfortune, after striking a branch of a 10,000-year-old jujube world tree with lightning and imbuing it with divine power. TL, the name Misfortune is in English, while God of Misfortune is in Korean in the original raw. By absorbing a small misfortune that befalls the wearer, it can prevent a large misfortune within the next 24 hours. It cannot block massive misfortunes. Activates once per day. The more misfortunes it swallows, the more the relic's power grows. Usage restriction, only those recognized as unfortunate by Misfortune, the god of misfortune. Creator, Misfortune, the god of misfortune. Grade? Oh. This is a divine relic. Since it was a gift sent to Uran, it even came with an appraisal. It can prevent a big misfortune by swallowing a small one. Then it's perfect for me. For a sunfish like him, a single big misfortune meant losing one of his lives. While Sejun was happily holding the amulet, Misfortune, the god of misfortune, does not recognize you as unfortunate enough to use this relic. What? Misfortune, the god of misfortune, rejected Sejun, not realizing what a great opportunity he was missing. TL, opportunity for god of misfortune. After being rejected by misfortune like that, Sejun, not unfortunate enough to use it? Then, that guy is 100% qualified. He naturally looked at Uran, who was making a sad face in front of the treasure vault. Vice Chairman Theo, give this to Uran. Understood, meow. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo handed the misfortune-swallowing amulet to Uran. Misfortune, the god of misfortune, shudders, saying he's never seen someone as unfortunate as you. Misfortune, the god of misfortune, cries out, asking where you've been all this time and begs to stay with you forever. Uran became the owner of the divine relic amid Misfortune's intense welcome. And then, the misfortune-swallowing amulet swallows one small misfortune. The misfortune-swallowing amulet grows slightly. It will prevent one large misfortune within the next 24 hours. One large misfortune has been prevented. The relic immediately swallowed a small misfortune of Uran's and blocked a large misfortune that was going to happen to him today. Of course, waves of misfortune were still relentlessly looming behind that blocked one. Mom, Dad, it seems I have to leave again. If I just keep strengthening this relic. And so, Uran left the demon family with hope of controlling his misfortune. This time, he was leaving by choice, not like 10 years ago when he was chased out. However, that's right. As a man should. You must see the wider world. Don't worry about us and stay out as long as you want. Uran, make sure to eat well. And if you need money, don't struggle to come all the way back. Just call us. We'll send it right away. For some reason, Uran felt like he was being chased out again, just like 10 years ago. In a secluded corner of the combat shop headquarters. Aha waha. Finally, my divine relic has found an owner. I've never seen anyone this unfortunate before, those who avoided me, saying they'd be cursed with misfortune if they stayed with me. I'll make them pay. Misfortune, the goddess of misfortune, cheered as she lay on the street in rags, her ashen hair disheveled and homeless. Like the way darkness is deepest where the light is brightest, the combat shop headquarters housed a few combat gods who were even poorer than the non-combat gods. Misfortune, the goddess of misfortune, was one of them. At that moment, the misfortune-swallowing amulet has absorbed a small misfortune and gained 0.01 divine power. The misfortune-swallowing amulet has prevented a major misfortune and gained 0.5 divine power. Yes! I got divine power! Misfortune cheered, reading the messages. Not realizing that if she had recognized Sejun as the owner of the divine relic, she could have received her achievement monument for eliminating his misfortune and earned dozens of times more divine power. How fitting for the goddess of misfortune. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. After registering the waypoint on the 86th floor of the Golden Tower, Sejun returned via the waypoint to the 99th floor of the Golden Tower. It's already night. Everyone, good work today. Sleep well. As soon as he arrived at the farm, he went straight to his house and fell asleep. Snore. Gororong. As Sejun and his companions slept, pip pip. Good night, everyone. Peace Bays woke up. And, kihihit. King. Hee hee. It's time. When Peace Bays went outside, Blackie ran out as well and brought back his 1% core fragment, which he had hidden in his treasure trove. It was a core made from combining purified fragments cleansed by the destruction devourers long ago, and it was the essential material for the great method Blackie had been preparing. Since long ago, Blackie family had occasionally gathered in the mental world to hold meetings. Their main agenda was, how can we make the butler stronger? How can we live without worrying about the butler? How can we prevent the butler from becoming envious of us? Naturally, everything was about Sejun. And, if the butler is strong, everything will be solved. All the answers led to one conclusion. Thus, the Blackie family joined the trend of making Sejun stronger, along with Theo, Quenji, the dragons of the Four Dragons Council, Eileen, and even the Creator God. By now, it seemed like the entire universe was trying to help Sejun, but he still remained a fragile speck in the universe, unable to shake his sunfish status. There were countless ways to make Sejun stronger, but he was too weak to handle any of that power. Yet, Blackie family didn't give up. After long, intense deliberation, they finally found a very safe way to strengthen Sejun. Let's give the butler a core too. Cores were organs exclusive to divine beasts, known for their exceptional stability. The only issue was that Sejun wasn't a divine beast. But, hee. Let's forcefully create one. With 8 excellent divine beasts here, there was no reason it couldn't be done. Blackie family planned to create a core in Sejun's lower abdomen. Alright, let's begin. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, swallow this. Blackie forcefully pushed the core fragment into Sejun's mouth. Tap tap tap. Then he scurried down to Sejun's lower abdomen. Melt. Kiruk. Sharalang. Break down. Kark. Piyak. Mew. The other 7 subordinates, who had already positioned themselves around Sejun, began channeling their power to assist Blackie in breaking down the 1% power-contained core. They had practiced this extensively in the mental world, so their actions were precise and flawless. After the core was broken down, King. Gather. Blackie concentrated the energy of his dismantled core fragment back into Sejun's lower abdomen. King. Here we go. He created an invisible, tiny mass of energy, which he began to roll and gradually absorb energy to grow in size. And then, compression. As the mass grew slightly larger, Blackie consumed some stats to stabilize it by pressing it from all sides. This was why Blackie had distributed his stats to his subordinates. After rolling the energy mass to make it smaller, then compressing it again by expending more stats every time it grew, they repeated the process dozens of times. King. It's complete. At last, the energy stabilized completely and settled in Sejun's lower abdomen. Thud. Kirorong. Iemrorong. Kirurung. The exhausted Blackie family fell into a deep sleep, as if they had passed out. All right. Sejun woke up energetically, as usual. But today, something felt different. His stomach felt heavy. It's not like I need to go to the bathroom. As Sejun rubbed his heavy belly and looked ahead, he saw, power, Sunfish Core has been acquired. A message appeared before him. Sunfish Core? Who named this power like that? Whoever it is, if I find them, I won't let them get away with it. Determined to punish whoever dared to name the power Sunfish Core, Sejun checked the details of the power. Power, Sunfish Core, a core designed and created by Blackie and his 7 subordinates, created after long planning for the Black Tower's Tower Farmer, Park Sejun. Butler. Get stronger. All stat potential 3000. Every day, all stat potential 30, up to a maximum of 50,000. Butler. Don't die. Vitality 500%. Butler. Absolutely do not die. For 1 minute, all stats can be converted to stamina. The power was amazing. It immediately boosted all stat potentials by 300 and would continue to increase by 30 every day. Although there was a cap of 50,000, that number was still far off for Sejun. On top of that, there was a 500% increase in vitality and even an ability to convert all stats to stamina for 1 minute. So Blackie was the culprit, to think that a baby sunfish dared to think of me as a sunfish. Sejun felt a mix of emotions after checking the power. He should punish Blackie for calling him a sunfish, but reading the description made his heart soft as he realized how much Blackie cared about him. Maybe I'll let it slide this time? Kirorong. Sejun reached out and patted Blackie, who was sprawled on his belly, sleeping in position. At that, kihihit. Blackie let out a happy giggle, enjoying Sejun's touch. He. How cute. Without realizing it, a smile appeared on Sejun's face, and he forgot what he was even thinking about. But then, Kihihit. King? King? He. Butler. How's the sunfish core I made for you? It's good, right? Kihihit. King. He. With the sunfish core, you can get stronger too, Butler. Kihihit. King. He. I'll make your sunfish core even better later. Blackie, who had woken up, ran frantically around Sejun while enthusiastically explaining about the sunfish core. This super sunfish. Are you still calling me a sunfish? That's it. I can't take it anymore. Bloop bloop bloop. King? Kihihit. In the end, that sunfish Sejun snapped and punished Blackie with belly farts. And then, poo-hoo-hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, do it to me too, meow. Krueng. Beside him, Theo and Quenji presented their bellies, waiting their turn. Bloop bloop bloop. Poo-hoo-hut. Bloop bloop bloop. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Bloop bloop bloop. Kihihit. Sejun went on giving belly farts to all three of them in turn until he was dizzy. Only then could he go have breakfast. After breakfast. Who? Sejun, what did you pick up this time? Looks like a divine beast's core this time? Who? There's another energy mixed in? Isn't this the battle aura that ogres use? Ha ha ha. Our Sejun is becoming more of a hybrid by the day. TL, hybrid here is in Korean. The dragons of the Four Dragons Council started teasing Sejun, who now had not only dragon bones and divine blood but also a divine beast's core mixed into him. I'm not a hybrid, but hybrid. And you know, hybrids are actually healthier. TL, just like last time, the dragons are calling Sejun a hybrid in Korean, and Sejun is saying hybrid in English. Sejun earnestly preached the virtues of hybrids to the dragons. For the sake of the future park Sejun too. TL, damn, Sejun is already thinking about his future child. Chapter 524, 1000 Ways to Completely Win a Cat's Heart. 99th floor of the Black Tower. From this day forward, we will form the Hybrid Protection Association to protect hybrids. Sejun declared the founding of HPA, short for Hybrid Protection Association, to counter the dragon's teasing. In a very solemn voice. Then, poo-hoo-hut. Good, meow. Since the great hybrid Chairman Park is the chairman of the HPA, of course, I, hybrid vice chairman Theo, will naturally be the vice chairman of the HPA. Meow. Theo, who had dragon claws and dragon skin, exclaimed excitedly at Sejun's words. Bahehet. I'm a hybrid too. Peace Bays, who also had dragon claws, mumbled with a still sleepy voice, laughing. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. Me too. Me too. Blackie, who had dragon tooth, wagged his tail and barked excitedly. I also have dragon bones in my body, so I am a hybrid as well. Kiruk. Shalarang. Following their leader Blackie's subordinates also proved themselves to be hybrids. They had already long enhanced their bodies by using dragon tooth, scales, and skin stored in the void storage. Thus, as everyone united under the HPA banner. Krueng. Quenji is not a hybrid though. Quenji, who was a pureblood, felt sad all by himself. Misfortune, the god of misfortune, says they can sense another divine relic of theirs within the Black Tower and has asked you to find it. Uran and Pio, who were also purebloods like Quenji, had set off to search for Misfortune's other divine relic right after breakfast. Quenji, it's okay. You're an honorary member of our HPA. To comfort Quenji, Sejun quickly established an honorary member system. Everything was at the chairman's discretion. Krueng. So Quenji is now part of the same Hybrid Protection Association as Dad. That's right. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. Quenji is so happy. At Sejun's words, Quenji's expression brightened immediately. All right then, let's take a break. After calling out to his companions, Sejun took a sip. Slurp. He drank the coffee Quenji had brewed for him. Morning coffee was essential. Poo-hoo-hut. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Kihihit. Sejun's companions settled around him and began relaxing together. Even though they had formed the HPA, nothing had really changed. And that was just how it was meant to be. Slurp. Anyway, would he finally be able to raise his stats again? As Sejun sipped his coffee, he checked his stats. Thanks to the power, Sunfish Core, all his stat potentials had increased by 3000, so there should now be some leeway in his potentials. And, Stats: Strength, 84 90 80 10 113, Stamina, 93 72 99 82, Agility, 76 97 86 33, Magic Power, 10 177 10 177, Mental Strength, 1934 3000, Divinity, 35.71 24 100. As Sejun had predicted, with the increased potential, he was able to raise his stats except for magic power. Wow! My stats are incredibly high now. Total stats of 35,744. Sejun's chest swelled with pride as he looked at his stats. Moreover, with these stats, I'm probably the third strongest among the tower farmers, after Ophelia and Arjux, right? The total stats of other tower farmers he had calculated when borrowing stats before was around 25,000. Now, Sejun had surpassed them. Summon, Veronica, they'll be surprised by my power? With that thought, Sejun let his energy flow freely and summoned Veronica. After about 30 seconds, summoning Veronica, Purple Tower's honorary full-time employee, Veronica appeared with her 3m tall body packed with muscles and snow-white skin. Did you call for me, Sejun Nim? Contrary to Sejun's expectations, Veronica looked at him without the slightest hint of intimidation and asked calmly, Who? On the other hand, Sejun was overwhelmed by Veronica's aura. Veronica's total stats were around 50,000. While Sejun had been growing, Veronica had also been leveling up a lot more than he had. Veronica, return! Feeling disheartened, Sejun sent Veronica back. Summon, Zelga. Summon, Quinn. Summon, Udon. Hoping there would be at least one tower farmer weaker than him, Sejun summoned all the other tower farmers. However, none of them were weaker than Sejun. Why is everyone's stats higher than mine? When Sejun voiced his frustration, Kelkulkul. Sejun Nim just doesn't have any talent. What? You can go back too. Auric, the last one he had summoned, sneered slyly next to him, getting on Sejun's nerves. But, in a way, Auric was right. The other tower farmers each possessed talents like deficient absorption, perfect digestion, and a drug boost, which enhanced the effects of the items they consumed. Thus, Sejun spent the entire morning confirming that he was indeed the weakest tower farmer. Today, since I'm feeling down, it's going to be a meat feast. He filled his belly with a hearty meat lunch and then, clink! He entered the void storage, planted destruction pioneers and destruction devourer seeds, and harvested the crops he had planted in Alice's body. During the harvesting process, you have harvested a scorching cherry. The skill your field LV8 has activated, dealing additional damage. The skill your field LV8 has activated, allowing you to harvest the stats of Alice, the mesmerizing spider, and 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Strength 20, Stamina 20, Agility 25, Magic Power 30. Magic Power stat potential has reached its limit. You can no longer absorb Magic Power stat. The acquired Magic Power stat returns to nature. Each time the stat harvesting skill activated, his stats increased, and the excess Magic Power he couldn't absorb was returned to strengthen his battle aura. Nice! I'll get stronger. Thanks to the meat, Sejun had completely shaken off his depressed mood and worked enthusiastically. Your proficiency of Eurofield LV8 has filled, and the level has increased. He upgraded the Eurofield skill to level 9. As a result, the amount of stats he gained from each activation of stat harvesting increased to a maximum of 150. While Sejun continued working hard in the void storage. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Krueng. He. This will be good for Dad to eat. Quenji went to the herb garden and dug up herbs to feed to Sejun. Pooh-hoo-hut. Greetings, meow. I am the right hand of the great hybrid Chairman Park and the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, the deadly dragon-clawed golden hybrid cat Theo Park, meow. Come and check out these goods, meow. Theo had started a new business on the 4th floor of the Golden Tower, as the exit point of his bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers had changed. Usually, it would take some time for business to pick up, but this time, it's the sturdy blade green onions, and this smell. The vitality-infused fragrant grapes. That wasn't the case. Thanks to the great golden dragon Artemis distributing the green onions and grapes he had bought from Eileen to the hunters of the Golden Tower, the hunters of Olga were already familiar with Sejun's crops. Pooh-hoo-hut. Then let the auction begin, meow. As a result, Theo was able to auction off Sejun's crops immediately and sold out, meow. He was able to finish up and clock out early. And then, Pooh-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, I'm back, meow. Yeah. Good work. Theo snuggled up on Sejun's lap, where Sejun was wrapping up his day by making samyangju with karbi and the level 1 golden rice. Just like that, next 10 uneventful days quickly passed by. Morning of day for 77. Alright, Sejun got up energetically as usual. Due to the effective power, Sunfish Core, all stat potentials have increased by 30. After checking the message, meow, king. He took care of Theo and Blackie, went outside to raise potential while walking around the farm and ate breakfast. And then, now shall we start work? Just as he was about to start his morning tasks, the world Risha, governed by the Blue Tower, is being devastated by a calamity. You, a mid-level administrator of the Black Tower, are offered a final chance to save Risha. A mid-level administrator quest has appeared. Mid-level administrator quest, go to Risha, protect the remaining 5 Blue Towers, and eliminate the calamity. Reward, peace for Risha, all stats 100, 10 billion tower coins. Failure, you will automatically return to the Black Tower. Do you accept the quest? A message appeared before Sejun, asking for his choice. The calamity that had invaded Risha, governed by the Blue Tower, was pushing the world to the brink of destruction. Ooh, you're telling me to go fight in a place managed by the Blue Tower? Sejun was taken aback as he read the message. This was the first time he'd received such a message, and up until now, no one had ever received a message like this before, because the last chance to save a dying world was only given to towers that had grown into tower status. Typically, the dragon administrators of a tower were granted an opportunity to descend into a dying world for about an hour when only one tower remained standing. But their descent wasn't to save the world. It was a last resort to reduce the power of destruction. Since the worlds they descended into were already considered doomed, the dragons could descend without worry, slay calamities during the allotted time, and return. I'll accept. After a moment of consideration, Sejun accepted the quest. He didn't have any grand intentions of heroically saving the world. Since he could safely return even if he failed, he just wanted to do whatever he could to help the residents of Risha. Once Sejun accepted the quest, you will be transported to Risha in 30 seconds. You may bring your subordinates with you. Please designate the subordinates you wish to bring. Guys, get into the void storage. Poohoo hut. Understood, meow, Krueng, king. Sejun quickly opened the void storage and had his companions enter. Just in case his magic power wasn't enough to bring them all. And this was a very wise decision. With his magic power, he could only bring along mushroom ants and poisonous bees. Not only the other tower farmers, but even the residents of the 99th floor of the Black Tower had grown stronger by consuming Sejun's crops. This was why Sejun, despite his growth, was still comparatively weak like an sunfish. After 30 seconds passed, within the limits of your available magic power, subordinates are designating automatically, transporting to Risha. With 700 mushroom ants and 100 poisonous bees, Sejun disappeared from the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Combat Shop Headquarters. Lately, it's been dull without any action from Park Sejun. Bev, the god of courage, was bored as he awaited news of Sejun's recent courageous deeds. But since pushing him would only result in being blocked, Bev had no choice but to stay quiet. Just then, Quenji. You need to embrace the path of a warrior. Ark. Blocked again. In the distance, Thunder, the god of storms, cried out in frustration after being blocked for the 35th time while trying to convince Quenji to follow the path of a warrior. He. Well, at least I'm doing better than that guy. Bev chuckled to himself as he looked at Thunder. A moment later, hello, Bev Nim. Thunder noticed Bev and greeted him. Still no luck? Yes. The moment I even mention the war of in warrior, Quenji blocks me. You have to befriend him first, then bring it up subtly. It works sometimes. Really? Yeah. Bev proceeded to teach Thunder the art of coaxing someone onto the path of a warrior. By the way, Thunder, have you seen Battler recently? Or heard anything about him? Bev asked about the recent whereabouts of Battler, the god of battle. No, now that you mention it, it's been a while since I last saw Battler him. I heard he hasn't been coming out of his house lately. Really? Battler wasn't the type to stay cooped up at home. Bev sensed something unusual. Let's go visit Battler's place. All right. Bev led Thunder to Battler's house. And then, bang! Bang! Battler, are you in there? Bev knocked loudly on Battler's door. What is it? Battler with his huge frame opened the door with sunken eyes. In his hands was an exceptionally thick book titled 1000 Ways to Completely Win a Cat's Heart. Battler, the god of battle, still hadn't given up. Chapter 525, He. This place seems worth getting involved with. The sky had turned a crimson ash color, and the land and rivers were dead. And then, It's all over now. No matter what we do, we're all going to die. Between them were the residents of Risha, sighing as they sensed their impending end. In the distance, they could see terrifying calamities approaching their city, but no one attempted to fight. They had fought for a long time against the first calamity, the locusts, and the second calamity, the giant blood-sucking leeches. Recently, by using the crops bestowed by the great blue dragon, they achieved consecutive major victories against both calamities and began to nurture a sense of hope for peace. On top of that, as the calamities retreated and their numbers dwindled significantly, the residents of Risha were almost in a celebratory mood. It felt as if peace would come with just a little more effort. Just a little more. However, their hopes were shattered into pieces when, a few days ago, 5 calamities suddenly descended, ranging from the first calamity, the locusts, to the 5th calamity, the slimes. The 5 calamities moved together, with the fire moth burning down the sturdy blade green onions, which were the locusts' weakness, and the petrifying spider turning the vitality-infused fragrant grapes, the weakness of the giant blood-sucking leeches, into stone, neutralizing Sejun's crops. The calamities advanced with unstoppable momentum, swiftly capturing 80 of the blue towers, leaving only 5 blue towers remaining in Risha. It was a downfall from what they believed was within reach at the summit. The residents, who had plummeted from hope to despair in an instant, could not shake off the shock and quietly prepared to accept their end. Take up your weapons. Are you going to die like this? Get up. Of course, there were those with an unyielding heart, like King Gororo of Frog City, but the residents, like candles with only wicks left, had nothing more to burn. They needed a new fuel called hope. However, Gororo could not give them such hope. He was already struggling just to keep his own flame alive. Thus, Gororo's shouts rang hollow. Soon, the faint but increasingly clear sound of the locust's wings, the fastest of the calamities, began to reach their ears. So, in the end, I'm alone. It didn't matter. A king's position was always a lonely one. From the moment he became king, he had never known anything but solitude. Gororo stood alone at the entrance of Frog City, facing the oncoming enemies. Swing! Gororo drew his sword as he looked at the locusts darkening the sky. Unlike Gororo's heart burning with its last flame, the sword's edge was piercingly cold. You have arrived at Risha. Camouflage. Though this world had no one stronger than Sejun, as a naturally cautious being, Sejun hid himself first. Then he looked around. What's this? Why is this place like this? It was the first time he'd seen a city so devoid of vitality. The frog residents of the city were breathing and alive, but their eyes were all dead. Just then, quack! Quack! Whir! Whir! The mushroom ants and poisonous bees that had come with Sejun began searching frantically for him, distressed at not being able to see him. Guys, I'm over here. Sejun quickly deactivated his camouflage and revealed himself. Quack! Whir! The mushroom ants and poisonous bees swarmed around Sejun in relief and joy. All right. You must have been really worried, huh? Sejun soothed them and opened his void storage. But, syncing the void storage of Black Tower's Park Sejun with Risha. 1 hour remaining until synchronization is complete. An unexpected issue had arisen. Synchronization. Synchronization? How am I supposed to survive alone for an hour without the others? Sejun was flustered. Just then, boom! A loud explosion sounded from nearby. What was that? As Sejun cautiously approached the source of the sound, he saw a frog slightly larger than the others, swinging his sword while surrounded by an enormous number of locusts. He's strong? The frog was indeed powerful. But, he's still weaker than me. He was far weaker than Sejun. Both Gororo and the calamities were no match for Sejun. Although the sunfish was looked down upon on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, there were hardly any beings who could threaten him elsewhere. This place seems worth getting involved with. Guys, it's dangerous, so stay back. Realizing he could handle things here, Sejun instructed the mushroom ants and poisonous bees that had followed him to stand back. Clink! He picked up a sword lying on the ground. Whoosh! He lightly swung it toward the sky, where the locusts were swarming. And then, whoong! With a loud sound disproportionate to its strength, a sword wind sliced through the locusts. Though it was a crude attack relying only on strength, but, you have slain the first calamity, the locust. It was more than enough to tear the locusts to shreds. Huong! Huong! Like swatting flies, Sejun kept swinging the sword, taking down the locusts. Crack! The sword broke midway through, but there were plenty of swords lying around, so he picked up another and continued killing the locusts. In the meantime, giant blood-sucking leeches, fire moths, and petrifying spiders joined forces with the locusts to start blocking Sejun's swordwind attacks. Crash! But Sejun hurled the sword with full force, as if it were a throwing star, taking down the calamities. You have slain the second calamity, the giant blood-sucking leech. You have slain the third calamity, the fire moth. You have slain the fourth calamity, the petrifying spider. With each throw of the sword, calamities fell in droves wherever the blade landed. Quack! Whir! The quick-thinking mushroom ants and poisonous bees, as if in sync with Sejun, brought him more swords from the surroundings, allowing him to keep throwing swords without pause. Crash! Crash! The number of calamities dwindled rapidly. At that moment, slosh! Slosh! Slowly, yet unstoppably, the fifth calamity, the slime, approached where Sejun was. The slime devoured the corpses of the fallen calamities as it advanced toward him. Don't touch my meat! Create thundercloud! TL, it's been a long time since this has been used, but if you guys don't remember, it's one of the first skills he gained for creating rain and clouds. I haven't even tasted the fire moths and petrifying spiders yet. Enraged at the slime stealing his meat, Sejun created thundercloud in the sky and then, throw thunder, crash! As the lightning struck the slime, the scent of delicious roasted pork began wafting through the air. Who is that? Gororo, who had paused his battle, looked at Sejun with awe-filled eyes. The power to kill thousands of calamities with a mere gesture. And to wield divine lightning on top of that. Could he be a god? As Gororo recalled the long-lost god of the frogs. Coo! Thud! Thud! From afar, an aura of malevolence began closing in, as the sixth calamity, the ogre, who had been directing the others from the shadows, now started charging toward Frog City. Oh, God! Please save us! Gororo prayed as he looked at Sejun. But, camouflage! Sejun quickly hid himself. A sunfish must know when to strike and when to retreat. Combat shop headquarters. What's that book, Battler? Are you thinking of adopting a cat? Bev asked, who had entered the house with thunder. Something like that. Don't ask. Battler, holding back a surge of emotions, answered quietly. He couldn't exactly explain that he had become a slave. Really? So prickly. As Bev was about to switch topics, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, is now confronting an unbeatable foe, the sixth calamity ogre. A message appeared before Bev. Kuhavaha. As expected of our Park Sejun. Truly a brave warrior, I knew I could count on him. Bev laughed heartily. This is the perfect time. I'll bestow upon you the achievement of courage. And if you defeat it one-on-one, I'll grant you 5 achievements of courage. Bev hurriedly sent the offer to Sejun. Who? Blocked. Why? But once again, he was blocked. Then, Park Sejun? You mean that farmer from the Black Tower? Hearing a familiar name, Battler asked Bev. Ha ha ha, that's right. Battler, it seems you've already had your eye on our Park Sejun too. Well, Park Sejun is a great and brave warrior, you as the god of battle might be in turn. What nonsense. Why would I be interested in such a weak farmer? Weak? I mean, well, that's true. But still, our Park Sejun is a fearless warrior who even fought against an apostle of destruction. HMPH. Instead of him, keep an eye on the cat next to him. Park Theo is truly extraordinary. When Bev praised Theo, Thunder jumped in with his own opinion. What are you talking about? Quenji Park, who's next to Park Sejun, is the best. That guy is a born warrior. Thunder passionately defended Quenji, whom he'd pegged as a true warrior. What are you saying? Park Sejun is the most courageous. Park Theo is the real fearsome one, I'm telling you. No one can match Quenji's natural talent. And so, they ended up in a heated debate over who was the most outstanding warrior among Sejun, Theo, and Quenji. However, it was a completely meaningless conversation. Sejun, Theo, and Quenji had absolutely no interest in becoming warriors. The pointless argument continued for quite a while until, alright, you guys, just go home. Battler finally kicked Bev and Thunder out. He had important things to take care of now. Good. Time for practice. Having finally mastered 1,000 ways to completely win a cat's heart, Battler was ready to put it into action. First, I should probably win him over with some food, right? For cat food. Obviously, it has to be a live mouse. Battler sent Theo a live mouse. And of all things, it was a hamster. The book said not to act friendly right after giving food, so, yawn should I get some sleep? Battler, who hadn't slept a wink while mastering the book, yawned, lay down on his bed, and immediately fell asleep. And then, eek! Spare me! I'm sorry, that night, Battler had a nightmare. Kee. Pooh-hoo hut. Battler! Stop right there, meow. It was a dream where a giant Theo, with a strange-sounding white hamster attached to his tail, was chasing him. Risha, Dev, the god of courage, offers you 5 achievements of courage if you fight the 6th calamity ogre, one-on-one. How am I supposed to fight that thing one-on-one? Blocked. Sejun, faced with the terrifyingly fierce gaze of the ogre in front of him, immediately blocked Bev. Sniff sniff. The ogre was busy sniffing around near Sejun, who was using his camouflage skill. It seemed to sense a familiar presence. The durable spider silk camouflage suit made by Gogomi perfectly concealed Sejun's energy, but the ogre, highly sensitive to any trace of battle aura, had picked up on even the tiniest hint of Sejun's energy. Please, just go away. As a result, Sejun was holding his breath, feeling like he was going to die from the tension. The only fortunate thing was that the ogre's full attention was on him, which meant that the mushroom ants, poisonous bees, and the residents of Frog City, who were hiding under Sejun's orders, were safe. Sniff sniff. While the ogre was busy sniffing for Sejun's scent, since I can endure once as a master of deflection anyway, Sejun prepared for battle. Plan A. Take out the Orb of Death's energy and use the Harvester of Death skill to kill the ogre. If the first attack failed? Plan B. Eat the black bin set. Then, rely on his talent, Master of Deflection, which guarantees a 99% chance of deflecting the first attack, to survive the incoming blow. With his enhanced strength, he would then summon the divine relic, Earth Blade, and use power, Earth Blade. Alright. Perfect. Just as Sejun was finalizing his plan and preparing to attack the ogre. Clang. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. The void storage opened, and Theo launched himself at Sejun. Meow, Kuo? In midair, Theo's eyes met those of the ogre standing next to Sejun. Don't you dare scare Chairman Park, meow. Wham! Quickly stepping through the air to change direction, Theo swung around and struck the ogre on the back of the head, knocking it out cold. And then, Chewie! 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 As expected of Sejun Company's unrivaled second-in-command. The great hybrid, Vice Chairman Theo Nim. Absolutely splendid. Clap! 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 At the entrance of the void storage, a brown hamster, one Sejun had never seen before, was clapping enthusiastically, praising Theo for saving his life. Chapter 526, Poohoo Hut. So many things have happened, meow. Krueng! Krueng! Dad, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? King? King! King! Butler! Are you alright? Don't worry anymore. The great Blackie will protect you. Following Theo, Quenji and Blackie family emerged from the void storage and threw themselves at Sejun, who had been alone for over an hour. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Ki-hit. Once Quenji and Blackie family confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Sejun's body, they rubbed their bodies against his, showering him with affection. Poohoo Hut. Since they dared to target the life of the great hybrid Chairman Park, they must become full-time employees, meow. Meanwhile, Theo took out a stamp, preparing to stamp it on the back of the ogre's head. But Theo, how did you get out? Sejun asked Theo curiously. Originally, there should have been about 20 more minutes until the void storage synchronization was complete. And who is this hamster? Chewie! 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 Hello! Great hybrid Chairman Parknim. While I'm here, I will serve you with utmost loyalty. Lick! Lick! The brown hamster, who was trying to stick out its tongue to lick his shoes, was a bit much to handle. Stop that! As Sejun moved his foot away, Dad-ada. The brown hamster, refusing to give up, quickly rushed towards Sejun's shoe. However, swish! Swish! Since the brown hamster's agility wasn't that high, it couldn't catch up to Sejun's shoe no matter how much it ran. Not wanting to keep playing this game of tag, Sejun grabbed the brown hamster by the scruff of its neck. Chewie! Chewie! Please don't do this. Please grant me the honor of licking the great hybrid Chairman Parknim's shoe. The brown hamster whined, wiggling its short legs. Just to be sure, Sejun took a quick look and confirmed that it was male. Phew. That was a relief. It seemed like there wouldn't be a bloodshed over this. As Sejun breathed a sigh of relief. Poohoo Hut. So many things have happened, meow. Theo began to speak with a nostalgic expression. 30 minutes ago, Sejun's void storage. Meow. I miss the great hybrid Chairman Park. Meow. Theo was waiting with a blank expression for the void storage to open. Battler, the god of battle, says he picked this up on the way and tells you to enjoy eating it. Battler, the god of battle, sends down a brown hamster. In front of Theo, who was waiting, a brown hamster appeared along with a message from Battler. Chew, ee. Chuek, ca, cat. Hayek. The brown hamster, who had been offered as a sacrifice by the god, saw Theo and immediately sensed its impending doom. A mouse in front of a cat. All the mouse could do was shiver. Shiver, trembling in fear at the horrible future that awaited. However, Hack! How dare you give me, hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, a creature of the same species as Iona to eat? Battler, you won't get away with this when we meet, meow. Rather than eating the hamster, the cat was angry at the god who had sent it and, Helnim, can you hear me, meow? I want to send this one back, meow. Since Battler didn't respond, Theo started talking to another god, hoping to find a way to send the brown hamster back. A cat talking to gods. Incredible! The brown hamster gazed at Theo with eyes full of reverence. Kihihit. King? King. He. Newcomer, are you? Then you should have come to greet the great Black in him first. TL, it's actually are you a newcomer, but I was imagining Blackie talking like Yoda. Blackie barked at the brown hamster and, Chewie. I apologize. New hamster recruit, Cal Kai, reporting in. Cal Kai hurriedly lowered his head and introduced himself. Kihihit. King? He. Your name is Cal Kai? Chewie. Yes. My teeth are brown, so my name is Cal Kai. TL, Cal, comes from a meaning brown, and Akai means tooth. Cal Kai showed his brown teeth as he spoke. Kihihit. King. He. I really like the name of this rookie. It sounds like a name our butler would give. After establishing the hierarchy with Cal Kai, Blackie went back to playing. And then, meow? This place is synchronizing, meow. Through hell, Theo learned that Sejun had already arrived in Risha. At that moment, meow? The great hybrid Chairman Park is in danger, meow. Sejun's knee detector alerted him to the danger he was in. Helnim, synchronize it quickly, meow. If you refuse, I'll push for impeachment, meow. So Theo hurriedly threatened Hell, and as a result, the synchronization finished 20 minutes earlier than scheduled. I'll have to do something nice for Helnim later. Thinking of Hell, who must have had a hard time, Sejun pondered a reward. By the way, is your name really Cal Kai? Chewie. Yes. Cal Kai, held in Sejun's hand, smiled and proudly showed off his neat brown teeth. That's a pretty clever name. Chewie. Thank you. Cal Kai was filled with joy, having his name acknowledged by the most esteemed person here. Stamp. As Theo finished his story, he stamped the back of the unconscious ogre's head. However, meow, this being is contaminated with the energy of destruction. Unable to make employee with the 9 Dragons employee contract seal. Red energy repelled the seal, preventing the stamp from being made. Stamp. Become a full-time employee of Sejun Company, meow. Theo, refusing to give up, kept stamping, but the seal still wouldn't take, and frustration started to show on Theo's face. Vice Chairman Theo, what's wrong? Sejun asked, noticing Theo's frustration. Chairman Park, the stamp won't stick, meow. It won't stick? That's right, meow. It says it's contaminated with the energy of destruction, so I can't make it an employee, meow. Really? Destruction Devourers, come out for a moment. Sejun called out the Destruction Devourers, who had been absorbing the energy of destruction emitted from Alice's body in the void storage. Try absorbing the energy. He instructed them to absorb the energy of destruction from the ogre's body. Chomp. The Devourers diligently absorbed the energy of destruction from the ogre's body. As they did, the red ogre's body began to turn white. No, it was turning transparent, starting to dissipate. A calamity is a being composed of the energy of destruction. To strip it of this energy meant death. Death was the only way to be freed from destruction, unless one possessed special abilities like Blackie family. Oh. Guys, stop! Realizing belatedly that the ogre was vanishing, Sejun shouted, and the Devourers froze mid-bite in awkward positions. No, you can move. Just don't eat the energy of destruction. Kiki. At Sejun's words, the Devourers nodded and closed their mouths. This ruins my plan. Sejun had intended to restore the people to the ogre King Les, the boss of the 99th floor of the White Tower, but now he was troubled as he looked at the ogre. Purifying the energy of destruction would cause it to vanish. It was a situation where he couldn't do one thing or the other. Meanwhile, the ogre's body continued to become more transparent. Once the dissipation began, the energy of destruction was scattering. Sejun, who had been watching the ogre and contemplating for a while, Should I just let it disappear? Just when his thoughts had almost completely leaned toward disposing of the ogre, oh, he sensed a certain energy from within the ogre's body. A hot, dynamic, and powerful black energy. It was battle aura. And then, the ogre's battle aura communicated through Sejun's own battle aura, asking Sejun for help. Let me fight. It wanted to fight against destruction. I promised, our king, Lesnim, that I would buy time. It wanted to keep its promise. A plea so earnest that it was impossible to refuse. All right, so Sejun decided to respond to the request. He didn't know how he could help the ogre, but the ogre's desperation moved his heart, and he had a vague certainty that his own meager battle aura would reveal a way. Clasp. As Sejun placed his hand on the ogre's vanishing body, buzz. The ogre's battle aura resonated with Sejun's. And then, Suraruk. The battle aura that escaped from the ogre's body settled into Sejun's. It wasn't absorbed by Sejun's own battle aura. Thank you. The ogre's battle aura persisted as an independent force, existing solely as the ogre's battle aura. It was merely residing temporarily in Sejun's body until it could find a new vessel. It said there would be a way when they went to Ogre King Les. With that, as the ogre's battle aura transferred into Sejun's body, Parsasak. The ogre's body disintegrated. You have defeated the 6th Calamity Ogre. You have gained 500 billion experience points. You have leveled up. You have obtained 1 bonus stat point. Strength has increased by 30. Strength potential has increased by 1%. A quest has been triggered. Upon reaching level 130, Sejun received a job quest. The job quest required securing 20 new crop varieties, but since Sejun already had 27 new varieties, he completed it easily. As Sejun annihilated the ogre. Wow! The God of Frogs has defeated all the calamities protecting us. Long live the God of Frogs! Hooray! Gororo and the residents of Frog City, who had gathered around Sejun on their knees, bowed down to him in reverence. The appearance of the frog god rekindled hope in the hearts of Frog City's residents, and their eyes were ablaze with renewed spirit. But then, that's not true, meow. The great Chairman Park is not the God of Frogs, meow. Theo poured cold water on their fervor, putting a stop to their cheers. He had to. Chairman Park is a god greater than the God of Frogs, meow. Because Garen, the God of Frogs, is my subordinate, meow. And I am Vice Chairman Theo, the right hand of Chairman Park. My subordinate Garen, come out, meow. There was indeed a separate God of Frogs. To be precise, he was the God of Jewel Frogs, but since he was still a frog, it would be fine. Theonym, did you call me? Garen, the God of Frogs, answers your call and manifests before Theonym. Garen, who had been pestering Theo to summon him, emerged from the water with a grand presence, speaking in a dignified voice. He had dressed up as much as he could, especially in front of other frogs. And then, oh! It's truly the God of Frogs. Long live frog god Garen-nim. The majestic appearance of Garen, a god who shared the same frog form as them, was enough to fill the hearts of the frogs with awe and pride. Then, your subordinate, the slave of Theo Park, the god of Jewel Frogs, Garen, is being praised by the residents of Risha. Currently, Risha has no guardian deity. Would you like to appoint Garen, the god of Jewel Frogs, as the proxy guardian deity of Risha? A message appeared before Sejun. Yes, Sejun immediately approved. Garen had been working hard under Theo for a long time, so it was time for him to find some freedom. When Sejun appointed Garen as the proxy guardian deity of Risha, long live Sejun-nim. Long live Theo-nim. Thank you so much. Garen shouted in gratitude. Long live Sejun-nim. Long live Theo-nim. The frog residents echoed Garen's cheers. At that moment, flash! Light began to radiate from Kalchi's body. This was Hell's arrangement, completed to send Kalkai back home. Chewie! Chewie! Ah! It looks like it's time for me to go back now. Goodbye, everyone. All right. Take care, Chewie! Chewie! Yes! If you ever come to Hamk, please make sure to visit me. Kalkai waved his 2 front paws enthusiastically and returned to where he originally came from. All right, then. Let's go hunt down the other calamities. Yes! I will lead the way. Having become the proxy guardian deity, Garen now had the authority to observe the situation in Risha in detail. He carried Sejun and his party, leap, setting off to deal with the remaining calamities attacking the Blue Tower. And then, let's follow Garen-nim. Yes! Gororo gathered all his forces and followed behind them. In the small hamster village of Hotori in Hamk. Flash! Kyuk! Kalkai! Twitwi! Kalkai has returned. As Kalkai, who had once been offered as a sacrifice to Battler, the god of battle, reappeared in a flash of light, the hamsters cheered in excitement. Chewie! Chewie! Listen up! I'm about to tell you the story of how I survived meeting a great cat that even dared to defy the gods. With that, Kalkai enthusiastically began sharing his adventure story with the other hamsters. Chapter 527, It's Your Fault. Risha, Kru Eng, Fu. As the shockwave of Kru Eng, Fu, fired by Quenji towards the calamity, came surging forward, intermediate herbalist Quenji Park has defeated the first calamity, Locust. You've gained 50 experience points, which is 50% of the experience points earned by intermediate herbalist Quenji. The calamities vanished in an instant. Kuar, an ogre who had been commanding the calamities, appeared next. Meow, thud. He was knocked out cold, struck on the back of the head by Theo. Pooh hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, it's safe now, meow. Theo, precisely spotting Sejun hidden with camouflage, waved his front paw. Vice Chairman Theo, good job. Pooh hut. That's right, meow. The hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, worked overtime today, meow. At Sejun's praise, Theo quickly clung to Sejun's lap, looking quite proud. It was a right he fully deserved after his hard work. With Theo perched on his lap, Sejun arrived in front of the ogre. I'll help you. Come this way. Swish. He placed his hand on the unconscious ogre's body and absorbed the battle aura. Done. Vice Chairman Theo, finish him off. Pooh hut. Understood, meow. Meow, puck. At Sejun's command, Theo defeated the ogre with a single strike of one meow slash. Then, the ogre's body turned transparent and faded away. The dead ogre left nothing behind except for the battle aura. With the disappearance of the last ogre in Risha, you have exterminated the sixth calamity sent by destruction, the ogre. You have achieved a great feat that no one has accomplished before. As a reward for the great feat, the sixth calamity ogre can no longer invade Risha. As a reward for the great feat, future stay fees for the 0th floor of the Black Tower will be reduced by 0.5%. Messages appeared. He. You just keep giving me things. Sejun chuckled as he looked at the messages. So far, he had leveled up 3 times while defeating the calamities, and the Earth's day fee had been reduced by a total of 2.1%. In addition, you have exterminated all the calamities that threatened the 5 remaining blue towers in Risha. You have completed the mid-level administrator quest. As a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest, all stats increase by 100. As a reward for completing the mid-level administrator quest, you have acquired 10 billion tower coins. Even the rewards for completing the mid-level administrator quest were received. However, he. Guys, no time to waste. Let's gather quickly. In Sejun's opinion, the biggest gain was the corpses of the calamities. The familiar taste of the locust, the giant blood-sucking leech, and the slime were naturally precious. But who would have guessed that the fire moth and the petrifying spider could yield such unique flavors? Upon trying them in cooking, it turned out that the third calamity, the fire moth, and the fourth calamity, the petrifying spider, also made excellent ingredients. The fire moth had a texture and taste similar to squid, and with the effect of the title, One Who Cooks Calamities, it granted an ability that enhanced fire attacks. The petrifying spider, on the other hand, was a true gem. Its 8 thick legs tasted like crab, while its body meat tasted like lobster. With the petrifying spider, Sejun gained the ability to petrify opponents upon receiving an attack, thanks to the effect of the title, One Who Cooks Calamities. Thrilled with the new ingredients he obtained the previous night, Sejun had whipped up various calamity dishes: squid sashimi, parboiled squid, fried squid, spicy seasoned squid, steamed crab legs, lobster with butter, and more, along with locust, leech, and slime-based calamity dishes. He ate heartily with the 10,000 frogs who joined after defeating 3 of the 5 calamity forces targeting the 5 blue towers. Thanks to this, Sejun increased all his stats by 500 with title, Saint of Feeding, and he also received praise that boosted his mental strength by around 150. Of course, the frogs who ate Sejun's cooking also grew significantly stronger. It was natural as eating locust-based dishes naturally boosted their stats, and some frogs even awakened talents or acquired skills similar to the effects of the other calamity dishes. Why don't I get any? As Sejun watched the frogs acquiring new talents and skills, he, too, ate eagerly, driven by jealousy. But sadly, all he got was frequent trips to the bathroom. Back to the present. Pooh hut. Got it, meow. Kru Eng. Following Sejun's orders, Theo and Quenji quickly packed the corpses of the calamities into the void storage. Kihihit. King. King? He. Big bro. Hurry up and load the delicious stuff. Are we going home now? Blackie, stop lurking around here. King. The Blackie family, who were frantically running around, only managing to get in the way of their brothers, were caught by Sejun and tucked into his sling bag. We'll help too. With the help of the frogs, they hurriedly packed up the Calamity's corpses. You have completed your duty as a mid-level administrator. You will return to the Black Tower 99th floor in 5 hours. A message appeared, saying he'd be sent back in 5 hours. When he was in a rush to leave, the system would give him the most expensive express ticket. But now that the urgency had passed, it gave Sejun the cheapest local ticket. Though the system was treating Sejun like he was a complete nobody. Oh. 5 hours? He had gained time. To Sejun, this was actually a bonus, our precious opportunity to increase his stats. Everyone, those who didn't eat with me yesterday, come over here and line up. For the next 5 hours, Sejun cooked the 5 calamities for the frogs, feeding them until they were full, raising all his stats by 300 and his mental strength by 100. And returned after leaving behind lots of food cooked with calamity corpses that couldn't be stored because the void storage was full. And then, this is food personally made by guardian deity Park Sejun. Do not waste a single morsel. If you're full, then eat till you die. The remaining frogs ate Sejun's cooking and grew even stronger. Blue Tower Administrator Area. Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has achieved the great feat of being the first to exterminate the 6th Calamity Ogre in Risha, the world protected by the Blue Tower. Exceeded the goal of achieving 5 great feats, one of the growth conditions for the Blue Tower. Completed the requirement to eliminated all 5 of the required 5 6th Calamity Ogres, one of the growth conditions for the Blue Tower. One of the growth conditions for the Blue Tower has been achieved. Woo-ha-ha-ha, what a windfall, all thanks to Park Sejun. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Kinasta, the Blue Tower Administrator, grinned happily as he read the messages. Just yesterday, Kin had been preparing for battle, worried about Risha's grim state as it faced imminent destruction. But Sejun's arrival turned the situation around 180 degrees in just one day. Meanwhile, the last remaining Red Tower of Karnos will accept Karnos refugees for 1 hour. After 1 hour, the Red Tower will withdraw from Karnos. There were places where the situation had turned 180 degrees in the opposite, more disastrous direction. Hunters in Karnos had been using Sejun's crops effectively to fend off the calamities. But then, the Kraken itself descended upon Karnos, and the land fell to ruin in an instant. The Kraken unleashed its fury upon Karnos, venting its rage after the total annihilation of its forces in Risha. As Karnos fell into destruction and began to sink, Red Tower Administrator Ramterza here, you may descend upon Karnos. Will you descend? A notification appeared in front of Ramter. Of course. I'll put an end to this today. You will be transported to Karnos in 1 minute. Prepare for battle. Gulp. Ramter disappeared, after eating Sejun's binset and some well-aged golden samyangju. You have arrived in Karnos. Upon arrival, Ramter saw the massive Kraken, its tentacles wrapped around Karnos, preparing to swallow it whole. Ramter was also enormous, nearly a kilometer in size, but compared to the Kraken, which was large enough to devour an entire planet, he was like an ant. Just one of the Kraken's tentacles was hundreds of times larger than Ramter. Kuu! Ramter started the battle by first shooting a breath attack toward Kraken's head. With the binset boosting all his stats by 16 times and his magic power increased tenfold thanks to the well-aged golden samyangju, Ramter unleashed a red flame breath infused with his immense power. The incredibly powerful breath scorched both the land and sky as it reached Kraken and, boom! An enormous explosion erupted, as if erasing the very world itself. However, Kuhaha! That actually hurt a bit. Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and 6th seat of the Apostle of Destruction, managed to withstand Ramter's breath attack with just one of its 8 tentacles. One of its tentacles bore a massive hole, but it was already regenerating rapidly. Die! Arrogant red dragon! The Kraken launched a water cannon blast at Ramter. Kuu! Ramter retaliated with another breath attack, refusing to back down. Water and fire, natural opposites. The clash between the two forces caused the world itself to scream as it was simultaneously engulfed in flames and drowned. And after an hour of intense fighting, Red Tower Administrator Ramterza here, your permitted descent time has ended. Returning to the Red Tower Administrator area. Ramtur was forced to return, having failed to inflict significant damage on the Kraken or prevent the fall of Karnos. 2 defeats, he had failed to save Karnos from destruction and had barely damaged the Kraken that was devouring it. Kraken dash! Unable to contain his frustration, Ramtur let out a furious roar. Great beings like him were not accustomed to defeat. And then, Kuu! Sensing their leader's defeat to destruction through his roar, the other red dragons also bellowed in anger. At that moment, shush! An unseen, ominous energy slithered up from the shadows of the red dragons, attempting to infiltrate their bodies. But, zzzzzt. The moment the energy touched the red dragons, it dissipated instantly. This was thanks to the curse-breaking effect of the golden Samyangju the dragons had consumed. Unbeknownst to them, the curse of destruction cast upon the dragons was growing stronger each time a world met its end. Had the dragons remained unaware of the curse, they would have eventually fallen into serious peril. And, fee-hee-hee. Delicious! The cursed energy tried to invade the body of the red dragon hatchling, Parion Zahir, who was cheerfully sipping on a drink with floating rice grains. Too young to drink the golden Samyangju, Parion hadn't consumed any. However, fzzzt. The cursed energy that attempted to climb up Parion's round body slowly disintegrated. This was thanks to the Siki, a traditional rice drink Sejun had specially prepared as a curse-breaking drink for the hatchlings. And so, without even realizing it, the red dragons achieved one small but perfect victory against destruction. You have arrived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Sejun returned home after just 1 day away. Home, though he'd only been gone for a day, he was still overjoyed to be back. And then, clank! Pooh-hoo hut! I missed you, Chairman Park, meow, coo-hey-hey-hey, ki-hit. This time, Theo, who had gotten rid of the synchronization time by threatening hell early, rushed towards Sejun along with Quenji and the Blackie family. To them, Sejun was someone they missed terribly even after just 1 second apart. I missed you guys. Of course, Sejun felt the same way. While Sejun and his companions were having their emotional reunion, Sejun felt a heavy weight pressing on his shoulders, to the point of discomfort. It was a weight that wasn't physically present but felt very real. It was the battle auras he had absorbed. When he'd taken in 1 battle aura, it hadn't been noticeable, but with 5 battle auras in his body, the burden was now significant. I need to deliver these quickly. Sejun decided he needed to transfer the battle auras to Ogre King Les as soon as possible. Guys, we're going to have to part again. Meow, Krueng. King? He immediately transported to the 99th floor of the White Tower. Sejun Hyung. Sejun was welcomed warmly by Arjux upon arriving at the White Tower. Arjux, here, eat this. He handed Arjux some dishes he'd prepared from the 5 calamities, then went to find Les. Les, here, take these battle auras. He transferred the 5 battle auras that had been burdening his body over to Les. Thank you for returning my people, Sejun Nim. Les expressed his gratitude to Sejun, carefully accepting the 5 battle auras. The battle auras would absorb the unique energy exuded by Ogre King Les and eventually reconstruct their bodies. All right, I'll be going. As Sejun was about to step back onto the waypoint to return, Sejun Nim, wait a moment. Les called out to Sejun. What is it? Your battle aura level has increased. Why are you leaving just like that? Who? My battle aura level increased? Didn't you say I would just know when the level increases? Yes, that's normally the case, but I didn't know. It's your fault. Sejun stared at Les with an accusatory look, not considering his own low talent. Chapter 528, Please don't give me roasted and dried sweet potato. Battler's house. Knock. 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 I was just about to get some sleep. Battler, who had been plagued by nightmares and had only just managed to start drifting into a deep sleep, frowned and covered his ears with a pillow at the sound of knocking. But, knock. 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 The persistent knocking continued, as if it wouldn't stop until he got up. Ah. What is it? Finally unable to endure it anymore, Battler got up from bed and opened the door. And there, Battler, you were sleeping? Meanwhile, I had to go through hell because of you. Hell, the god of merchants, glared at Battler as she spoke. And then, why did you send a hamster to Theo? Don't you know Theo's girlfriend is a hamster? This is the divine power invoice for sending back the hamster you sent to Theo. Hell, true to her title as the god of merchants, handed Battler an invoice for all the divine power she spent to return the hamster. Then she hurriedly left, practically fleeing. Total divine power charge, 1,114,123. What? Why is it so expensive? Battler was horrified as he looked at the price on the invoice he'd received from hell. Void storage synchronization acceleration cost, divine power 750,000. Labor fee for hell's hard work, divine power 350,000. In the middle of the receipt, there were unnecessary charges written in very tiny text, barely noticeable without closer look. 99th floor of the White Tower. Sejun Nim, I'm sorry. The Ogre King Les, the boss of the 99th floor of the White Tower, hastily apologized to Sejun, who was questioning him. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of Sejun's gaze. In fact, even now he was itching to speak the fact, it's because of your trashy talent, Sejun Nim. But, you should have properly informed my young, Sejun. Under the fierce gaze of Arjux, who was glaring at him with blazing eyes, Les had no choice but to bow his head like a guilty party. It was a wise move befitting a king who ruled over ogres. If Les had dared to voice his thoughts about Sejun's talent being trash, or if he had shown defiance, boom! It would have been like lighting a fuse on gunpowder, setting off a chain reaction of fury starting with Arjux, then Theo, Quenji, and the rest of the Blackie family, all descending upon him. Les, so now I can learn the technique to strengthen my body with battle aura? Sejun asked Les, who had barely managed to escape this dangerous situation. Yes. Absolutely. I'll teach you the ogre secret aura technique, muscle strengthening technique. Les, eager to escape this uncomfortable atmosphere, quickly decided to teach Sejun the battle aura technique and send him on his way. Muscle strengthening technique? Oh. Teach me quickly, he. Just the name sounds powerful. Sejun's eye sparkled at Les's words. The muscle strengthening technique was an essential foundational skill that could be called both the beginning and end of battle aura techniques, enhancing every muscle in the body to its limits. Since ogre battle aura techniques generally put immense strain on the body, strong muscles were essential. Knowing the importance of this technique, the ancestors of the ogres had devised a method over thousands of years to make learning the muscle strengthening technique easy. Now, even a 5-year-old ogre could master the technique with just one demonstration. Once someone guided the battle aura through the path, it would circulate throughout the body autonomously, strengthening all the muscles along the way. This was why Les had confidently offered to teach Sejun. It was an unbreakable technique that couldn't fail. Once you get the flow going, stopping it is even harder. There's no easier battle aura technique than this. Then, I'll teach you the muscle strengthening technique. Sejun Nim, please sit here. Okay. Les had Sejun sit in front of him and placed his hands on Sejun's back. Move. Wung. Using his own battle aura, Les guided Sejun's battle aura along the path of the muscle strengthening technique, circulating it. Under Les's guidance, Sejun's battle aura started to circulate along the pathways between his skin and muscles. After a moment, Les had completed one cycle of guiding Sejun's battle aura through the path of the muscle strengthening technique. Normally, a single cycle would be enough for the battle aura to move perfectly along the path of the muscle strengthening technique, but just in case, Les, feeling uneasy, circulated Sejun's battle aura one more time. He simply couldn't trust Sejun's talent. So, after guiding Sejun's battle aura around the path twice, Sejun Nim, you can do it on your own now, right? He asked, removing his hands from Sejun's back. However, do what? Sejun's face showed he had no idea what Les was talking about. In fact, he looked somewhat aggrieved, as if to say, aren't you supposed to teach me something first before asking if I can do it? Sigh. Alright, let's try again. Les placed his hands on Sejun's back and started circulating the battle aura once more. But Sejun's expression remained one of complete bewilderment. He still doesn't get the muscle strengthening technique, even though it's as easy as breathing. Is it because of difference in species? Les finally acknowledged it. There was a significant gap between ogres and humans. Things that ogres could do just because through instinct didn't come naturally to Sejun, a human. Realizing that teaching Sejun the muscle strengthening technique wasn't going to be easy, Les felt a pang of frustration. He wanted to give up, but Arjux was watching closely from beside Sejun, with an intense glare that said, you better do this properly. So, even though he knew it was pointless, Les guided Sejun's battle aura again. At this point, he needed to at least show that he'd put in the effort. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Several hours passed like that. Snore. Sejun, overtaken by boredom, had fallen asleep outright. Krueng, Gyurong, Kirarong, Ararong, and his companions, who were leaning against Sejun's body, had also fallen asleep beside him. Wung. Only Les remained, fully focused, continuing to circulate Sejun's battle aura. Wriggle. Perhaps Les's efforts paid off, as the battle aura finally began to move very slowly. At last, the muscle strengthening technique was imprinted onto Sejun's body. The power of repetition was truly remarkable. And then, arg! Sejun began to scream as all his muscles tore simultaneously from the pain. Pain was essential for muscle growth. Muscle strengthening technique. It was a rigorous training method suited for the robust bodies of ogres, where battle aura would destroy the muscles and then regenerate them. You'll probably be dealing with severe muscle pain for about a week, Les said, his lips curling into a slight smirk as he watched Sejun writhe in agony. Seed shop headquarters. This time, I'm definitely going to sell my seeds. HMPH. Sorry, but I'm the one who's going to be Trustin Park's choice this time. No way. It'll be me. I've prepared a special seed just for today. How laughable. That's the same seed as last time. The non-combat gods were brimming with enthusiasm, preparing seeds to sell in the upcoming seed shop. The fervor of the non-combat gods was growing stronger every day. It was only natural, considering the rewards from Sejun had risen significantly. In the beginning, the rewards from Sejun were just ordinary temples, but now world proxy guardian positions had been added to the reward options. Moreover, thanks to the divine power brought by the gods who had become proxy guardians, the seed shop headquarters had visibly improved. The non-combat gods could see with their own eyes the impact of the rewards Sejun provided. Of course, it was still nowhere near as grand as the combat shop headquarters. However, just repairing the large holes in the ceiling, where they could once see the stars at night, and the drafty cracks in the walls made the non-combat gods happy. It's a good sight to see. Chaos, the god of chaos and one of the 3 executives of the seed shop headquarters, watched the lively non-combat gods with a pleased smile. Indeed. It's all thanks to Trustin Park. Order, the god of order, smiled and agreed with Chaos's comment. She, too, was one of the 3 executives of the seed shop headquarters, along with Chaos. Chaos, order, and abundance. These 3 gods acted as executives in the seed shop headquarters, managing the seed shop and the non-combat gods. Order joined Chaos in observing the non-combat gods boast about their seeds. Leah is lucky. She gets to sell the seed of abundance as a proxy guardian. Order murmured as she glanced at the residence of Leah, who was busy completing Ainos's quest. Since meeting Sejun and the establishment of the tower, Leah was experiencing the peak of her power. The seed of abundance sold by Leah held a meaning that far surpassed other gods' transcendence-grade seeds, because they contained the power to bend the causality of the world. Though it was difficult for the seed to hatch, once it sprouted, the reward that returned to the god who created it was substantial. And for some reason it felt like Trustin Park will easily make them sprout. They didn't know why, but it was just a feeling. Perhaps it was because they trusted Park Sejun that much. I'm starting to feel like making a seed myself. Hold yourself back. Our seeds consume way too much divine power. Chaos held order back with those words. The seeds of chaos and order, which twisted causality even more drastically than the seed of abundance, required an enormous amount of divine power. With that kind of divine power, it was a better choice to distribute it among the other non-combat gods to further develop the seed shop headquarters. Just then, Chaosnim, Ordernim, hello. It's been a while. Hell approached them directly and greeted them. I've accumulated quite a bit of divine power recently, so how about receiving an investment from me? In return, create a seed with the invested divine power and give me a share of its equity. With the divine power she'd received from Battler, Hell proposed an investment to Chaos and Order. Normally, she would have opted for a risk-free interest return rather than a share in equity, but the future is with the seed shop headquarters, where Park Sejun is. With her foresight as the god of merchants, Hell decided to invest in this place, where the future looked bright. And we'll take the investment, Chaos and Order answered simultaneously. Even if they had to give up a portion of the equity, creating seeds was more profitable. Thus, with Hell's investment, Chaos and Order also began creating their own seeds. The next morning, Sejun, who tried to get up energetically as usual, screamed in pain from muscle soreness. Damn muscle strengthening technique. Groans escaped his mouth due to the aching pain all over his body. Vice Chairman Theo? Vice Chairman Theo, wake up. In a dying voice, Sejun called out to Theo. He couldn't even shake his knee to wake him up because moving hurt so much. After a few desperate calls from Sejun, meow, Theo rubbed his eyes and got up. Press. 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 With his eyes half closed, Theo pressed down on Sejun's body with his front paws. He. Ah. That feels good. Theo's healing massage. After receiving this, Sejun could manage a few hours without muscle pain. Kihihit. King. He. Butler. I'll help too. Thump. Thump. Blackie also tried to help by stepping on Sejun's body with his paws, but, Blackie, you stay still. it didn't have the same healing effect as Theo's. Oh. The butler can't move? Instead, Blackie discovered Sejun's weak spot. Kihihit. King? King? Hee. Are you going to give me lots of roasted and dried sweet potatoes from now on? Or not? Thump. Thump. He began pressing his paws on Sejun's body in a threatening manner. Of course, Blackie's pitiful attempt at blackmail was quickly thwarted when Sejun's right hand, now recovered from Theo's massage, grabbed him by the scruff. And then, Blackie, take this and go stand in front of the house. Blackie had to face punishment for what he'd done. King. With a pet sign hanging around his neck, Blackie trudged outside. Plop. Following Sejun's instructions, he sat down in front of the house and began nodding off, his head bobbing up and down as he dozed. The sign around his neck swayed along with his nodding head. The sign read, "I am a bad wolf who went crazy over roasted and dried sweet potatoes and threatened my owner. Please don't give me roasted and dried sweet potatoes." And then, Krueng. Seeing the sign, Quenji put the roasted and dried sweet potatoes he usually gave to his younger brother Blackie back into his snack pouch and returned inside the house. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew by. Thanks to that, Blackie's appearance looked even more pitiful. Chapter 529, You damned system, someday our vice chairman Theo will impeach you. Outskirts of destruction. Jormungandanim, I have returned. Kraken, who had destroyed Karnos, returned leading the remaining forces. Good. You've done well. Jormungandr, who had been watching over Hydra and Leviathan as they began their molting, turned to Kraken and spoke. Then I will prepare for the next attack right away. All right. Kraken sought out a world to attack with the remaining forces. This place looks suitable. Kraken chose Nenma, a world guarded by the White Tower. Crack. Opening a rift toward Nenma. Calamities. Go forth. He sent all remaining Calamity troops to Nenma. At that moment, crunch. A hand emerged from a narrow gap in the black moon and began to forcibly pry it open. And then, snap. Snap. Thump. Thump. From the first calamity, Locust, to the sixth calamity, Ogre, an enormous number of forces started pouring out of the black moon. Destruction, enraged by Melpheus's defeat, dispatched even more forces. However, the 6 calamities weren't the end. Rumble. Following them, 5 massive turtles, each about half the size of Earth, barely squeezed through the gap that destruction had created. These were the most powerful 7th calamity, the planet-destroying turtles. Do not disappoint me again. With those last words, which sounded like a final warning, destruction shut the black moon. Jormungandr and Kraken trembled quietly. Hydra and Leviathan, who were in the middle of molting, did too. Calamities. Go. Go forth and destroy the worlds. Feeling pressured by destruction's words, Kraken sent some of the calamities that emerged from the Black Gate to Nenma for a guaranteed victory, while opening rifts to 3 other worlds and dispatching the remaining calamities there. In addition, the planet-destroying turtles were sent to each of the 5 worlds, 1 per world. The planet-destroying turtles were terrifying calamities that could annihilate an entire world on their own. Thus, destruction's offensive struck at the worlds again with its menacing claws. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Slurp. This is good. When Sejun sipped his coffee and gave a thumbs up with an expression of pure satisfaction. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Quenji grinned widely and clung to Sejun's side, rubbing his head against Sejun's body. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Me too. Blackie, trying to make up for his earlier mistakes, also rubbed his head against Sejun's leg. But, Blackie, if you finished eating, go back to your punishment. Sejun's punishment for Blackie wasn't over yet. King times. With a sullen expression, Blackie returned to his spot in front of the house, wearing a sign around his neck like a prisoner. He. So cute. Seeing Blackie and his subordinates like that softened Sejun's heart. I'll just drink coffee and soothe them. Slurp. Sejun drank his coffee faster than usual, stood up, and tap. As casually as he could, he picked up Blackie and placed him in his sling bag. Kikihit. Thanks to that, Blackie and the other subordinates quickly cheered up. When Sejun, carrying Blackie, woke up earlier than usual. Pooh-hoo-hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I'm off to work hard today too, meow. Krueng. Quenji will work hard gathering herbs too. Theo and Quenji also left for work earlier than usual, with the 2 heading off to the 4th floor of the Golden Tower and the Herb Garden. Clank. Hello, little ones. Sejun entered the Void Storage and planted the seeds of the Destruction Pioneers and Destruction Devourers. The Calamity corpses that had been stored in the Void Storage were moved to a storage room with preservation magic, leaving plenty of space again in the Void Storage. For reference, before breakfast, he stopped by the 10th tower and used the accumulated power of creation to upgrade the tower. The lighthouse of creation, which had been completed 5 days ago and could burn destruction, required 300,000 L of creation energy per hour to operate, so it was currently turned off. He had tried using it, but the lighthouse's range was too short to be of much help. Good. I've planted all the seeds I got. Once Sejun finished planting the seeds, he started harvesting the fruits. You have harvested the electrified gold kiwi. Your field LV9 has activated, inflicting additional damage. Your field LV9 has activated, harvesting the stats of Alice, the mesmerizing spider, and 9th seat of the Apostles of Destruction. Strength 35, Stamina 25, Agility 45, Magic Power 45. He. Sejun smiled contentedly while harvesting stats again today. But then, your stamina stats potential has reached its limit. Your magic power stats potential has reached its limit. You can no longer absorb stamina and magic power stats. The acquired stamina and magic power stats are returned to nature. As the stamina and magic power stats were returned, Sejun's battle aura grew stronger. He grimaced as the muscle pain throughout his body intensified with the strengthening of his battle aura. All 30 points of stat potential, which he had gained through the power, Sunfish Core, had already been maxed out during breakfast. And now, there was no one around to help him. Theo and Quenji, who usually gave him massages, were both at work. Unable to avoid it, Sejun endured the muscle pain and continued working. Les said that even if muscles hurt, moving around helps the pain go away faster. However, you have harvested the scorching cherry. Strength 35, Stamina 30, Agility 35, Magic Power 50. The acquired stamina and magic power stats are returned to nature. Once again, stat harvesting increased his battle aura and intensified his muscle pain. Unable to bear the intensified muscle pain, Sejun just lay down on the ground. Lying down was the position that involved the least muscle movement. As he lay there resting, Seed Shop is now open. A message appeared in front of Sejun. The 14th seed shop had opened. Park Sejun Nim's rank is Transcendent. 7 types of seeds, including Transcendence grade seeds, are randomly displayed for today's sale. At your current rank, you can purchase as many seeds as you want within a 500 tower coins limit. Moon Fruit Seed, Transcendence grade, 150 tower coins, 270 pieces of World's Energy. Generous Green Onion Seed, Transcendence grade, 100 tower coins, 130 pieces of World's Energy. 10,000 Carrot Seeds, 300 tower coins. 10 Durian Seeds, 100 tower coins. 5 Pine Tree Seeds, 80 tower coins. 100 Bok Choy Seeds, 50 tower coins. 50 Cabbage Seeds, 30 tower coins. If I buy all the Transcendence grade seeds, I'll have 250 tower coins left. Sejun calculated the prices as he reviewed the seeds. I already have carrots, so I'll skip that. But 300 tower coins for 10,000 seeds? Why is that so expensive? I've never tried durian, so I'll buy it. And I should get pine tree since Christmas is in 3 months. Last year, he had missed out, but this year he was determined not to forget. He grinned, imagining himself dressed as Santa, giving presents to the others. Then, with 70 tower coins left, Sejun pondered whether to choose bok choy or cabbage. I'll go with cabbage. He chose cabbage, which he could use in various dishes. Once Sejun finished selecting his seeds, you have paid a total of 460 tower coins and 400 pieces of World's Energy to purchase Moon Fruit Seed, Generous Green Onion Seed, Durian Seed, Pine Tree Seed, and Cabbage Seed. 460 tower coins have been deducted from Park Sejun Nim's seed bank account. 4,600 points have been accumulated in the seed shop's mileage points. You currently have a total of 14,601 seed shop mileage points. You have spent 400 pieces of World's Energy. 400 seed shop coupons have been issued. The only item currently available for exchange is the seed shop random period reduction tickets. The 400 seed shop coupons have been automatically exchanged for 4 seed shop random period reduction tickets. Along with many messages, 5 leather pouches containing seeds and 4 time reduction tickets appeared in Sejun's hands. Struggling, Sejun painfully moved both arms to tear the reduction tickets. You have used the seed shop random period reduction ticket. 1 day, 1 day, 2 days, 1 day. Fortunately, one of the tickets yielded 2 days, so with the 4 random time reduction tickets, he managed to reduce the time by 5 days. To think I have to call this good luck, Sejun suddenly felt a pang of emptiness and sighed. If only he had Theo's golden front paw. With the help of Theo, the king of luck, the seed shop could have opened by now. You damned system, someday our vice chairman Theo will impeach you. With that thought, Sejun drifted off to sleep, hoping that Theo would avenge him one day. He fell asleep. The ground, warmed by the sunlight, was pleasantly cozy. And then, Kihihit. King. Hee. Follow the leader? Blackie, who was playing leader with the destruction devourers. King? Butler. Are you asleep? Poke. Blackie cautiously approached Sejun and nudged him with his front paw. He didn't want to risk getting punished again. In response, only the sound of Sejun snoring was heard. Kihihit. King? Hee. Is Butler asleep? Then I'll sleep too. The Blackie family snuggled into the warm space under Sejun's arm. Hee. So warm. Cura wrong. They quickly drifted off to sleep. A few hours later. Poohoo hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I've returned, meow. Theo, who had sold out all of Sejun's crops, returned and ran over to Sejun. Cura wrong. Raw wrong. Meow. Theo found Sejun and the Blackie family asleep, lying on top of Alice, the apostle of destruction. Poohoo hut. Is it nap time? Meow. Plop. Theo climbed onto Sejun's lap, intending to join in on the nap. Sejun groaned in pain. Meow. Muscle pain again. Meow. Press. As Theo started massaging Sejun's body with his front paws. Smile. As Theo continued, the pained expression on Sejun's face began to soften. While Theo was massaging Sejun. Krueng. Dad, Quenj is back. Dad, are you hurting again? Quenji, who had returned from gathering herbs, noticed Sejun and joined Theo in massaging him. I must have dozed off. As Sejun opened his eyes, the fatigue from the muscle pain had disappeared. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, are you awake? Meow. Krueng. Dad, are you not hurting anymore? Theo and Quenji clung to Sejun's knee and sighed. Yes. Thanks to Theo and Quenji's massage, I'm not in pain anymore. Thank you. As Sejun patted both of their heads. Poohoo hut. Ku hey. Both of them smiled happily, their faces filled with joy. King. On the other hand, Blackie, who had been enjoying the warmth, frowned when Sejun stood up, and, with his eyes still closed, he started to wriggle around, searching for the warm scent of his butler. Flop. Hee. So warm. He nestled his face against Sejun's backside and drifted off to sleep again. Hee. So soft. Poohoo hut. Ku hey. Cura wrong. As everyone enjoyed their peaceful time together, Sejun, we need you. Help. From afar, black, white, and purple dragon statues came flying swiftly. Strangely, the red dragon statue, which was usually with them, was nowhere to be seen. And then, so, you're asking me to make some strong liquor to help Ramtanim regain his spirits. They explained the reason for their visit. They wanted Sejun to help Ramter, who was struggling with feelings of anger, guilt, and defeat after losing Karnos. And why did they understand Ramter's emotions so well? Because all three dragons had experienced it themselves. When the number of worlds they had managed and subsequently lost to destruction was added up, it easily surpassed 1,000. So they understood Ramter's devastated heart well. Strong liquor, huh? Kabi, help me out. Shalarang. After a moment of contemplation, Sejun called on Kabi, who possessed the power of decay, and began working on creating a new brew to help Ramter recover his spirit. Combat Shop Headquarters. You bastard! Do you have any idea how much divine power I wasted because of you? You said cats like live mice, Battler shouted as he grabbed Hunt, the god of hunting and author of 1,000 Ways to Completely Win a Cat's Heart, by the collar. Please, wait a second, Battlerim. Hunt, who was caught by the collar, hurriedly opened his mouth. If he stayed silent, he was definitely going to get hit. A cat that doesn't like mice. Battlerim, you just had bad luck. It's a rare case. A rare case? Yes, but don't worry. With this new book I recently finished, you won't have any problems. With a confident tone, Hunt handed Battler another book. 7 Ultimate Techniques to Get Chosen by a Cat as its owner. This time it's the real deal, right? Of course. I am Hunt. The god of hunting, who knows and perfectly understands the habits of every animal, Hunt replied with a self-assured expression to Battler's question. All right. I'll trust you one more time. Battler took the book and went back home, diving into study mode once again. Chapter 530. This time, I won't lose. The 66th floor of the Black Tower. In an antique shop within the Red Fortress ruled by Red Orcs. Misfortune Nim, is this the one? Coin of certain defeat, Euron asked, picking up a black coin with tails on both sides from a pile of rusty coins. Then, Misfortune, the god of misfortune, says that is indeed her divine relic. Misfortune, the god of misfortune, is delighted, saying it's fortunate to easily locate her own relic despite being the king of misfortune. Misfortune responded cheerfully. And then, Pio, this is the first time something like this has happened. Pio, who had followed Euron, looked at Euron with shock. Except for the time lost gathering information from the 99th floor of the Black Tower down to here, their journey had been remarkably smooth. They hadn't encountered a single monster, bandit, or even a fragment of Jormungandr, the Apostle of Destruction. Furthermore, Euron had located the coin among countless others in a pile, almost as if he were as lucky as Theo, the King of Luck. But it made sense. Each day, Euron used the misfortune-swallowing amulet to prevent one large mishap. More importantly, as the King of Misfortune, Euron's very act of searching for the divine relic of misfortune, the god of misfortune, was essentially a direct march toward misfortune, nullifying other misfortunes along the way. A negatives minus symbol combined with another negatives minus symbol results in a positive. Misfortune, the god of misfortune, urges you to try using the divine relic. Yes, at Misfortune's urging, Euron infused the relic with magic power. The game of certain defeat begins. Today's stakes are 10 billion tower coins. If the tail side of the coin appears, you lose. However, if the coin lands on its edge, you will receive 1,000 times the stake. Please toss the coin. Messages appeared. The divine relic, the coin of certain defeat, initiated a random wager daily, betting an amount that the owner could never win. Whiz. Following the message's instructions, Euron tossed the coin. Clink. The coin landed on the floor, showing the tail side. It was, of course, expected of both sides of the coin were tails. You lose. 10 billion tower coins have been taken as the stake. In sympathy, a bit of your misfortune has been taken as well. The divine relic, which took money but also absorbed a little misfortune. Thanks to this, Euron felt just a bit less unlucky today. And then, Misfortune, the god of misfortune, urges you to hurry up and search for her final remaining divine relic. Urged by Misfortune, Euron and Pio set off once more to find the last divine relic of misfortune, the god of misfortune. It seemed that this journey would be smooth as well. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Crash. Sejun poured about half of the scorching cherries into a jar. The moment he heard the words strong alcohol, he recalled the fire carrot wine made by Udon, the tower farmer of the Red Tower. He decided to make an even fiery drink using the scorching cherries. Of course, he wasn't just going to make alcohol, he was planning to add spicy seafood stew as a side dish. With a spicy side to accompany the strong drink, it would surely boost his spirits even more. Rustle. Sejun poured sugar into the jar with the cherries and stirred them with a stick to mix the cherries and sugar together. As he stirred, he intentionally crushed the cherries. Crushing the cherries would allow their rich aroma to infuse more deeply into the drink. After mixing the cherries and sugar, gurgle gurgle, he added the alcohol. Specifically, soju that had been distilled from samyangju made with level 1 golden rice to increase the alcohol content. Once it was prepared, fermentation. Sejun placed his hand on the sealed jar and used his skill to speed up the process. He wanted to complete the cherry wine quickly so he could deliver it to Ramtur, who was feeling weak. Using fermentation LV5. The fermentation period is shortened by a day and a half thanks to fermentation LV5. Fermentation LV5 speeds up the process slightly. Fermentation LV5 deepens the flavor slightly. Your proficiency in fermentation LV5 increases slightly. Shalarang. Kabi assisted Sejun from the side by using the power of decay to support the fermentation process. While Sejun and Kabi worked hard to make the cherry wine delicious through careful fermentation. Poohoo hut. Here comes Vice Chairman Hybrid Theo, the master of fishing, meow, ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Honorary member of the Hybrid Protection Association, Quenji, is also great at catching fish. Under Sejun's instructions, Theo and Quenji were busy catching seafood from the cave pond to use in the spicy seafood stew. Meanwhile, Kihihit. Except for Kabi, the unhelpful Blackie family was just playing around running through the farm. That was what Sejun wanted from the Blackie family anyway. Just don't cause trouble. As each person focused on their roles, the sun eventually set, and a gentle starlight illuminated the darkened sky, taking its place. The starlight wasn't as dazzling as the sun, but it was enough to brighten the night sky. It was like Sejun, who, despite being strong himself, was often treated like a sunfish among the ultra-strong. All right. It's done. Sejun, who had been working tirelessly late into the evening without even eating, shouted, "You have achieved the feat of being the first in the tower to create well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine. The recipe for the well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine has been registered under the cooking master skill." Messages appeared. Just as the fermentation process was finishing up, Kabi used the power of decay to age the wine, completing the maturation process perfectly. He. Let's see how it turned out. Sejun checked the options of the cherry wine, the product of his hard work. Well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine. A wine made with soju distilled from golden samyangju made with golden rice. 1. Grown by the Tower Farmer Park Sejun of the Black Tower, and brewed with scorching cherries and sugar. The rich aroma of cherries is deeply infused. Upon consumption, enhances fire attribute abilities, and its powerful energy of fire with powerful dispelling effects burns away curses, amplifying magic power by 2000% for 20 seconds. If consumed by a god with fire-related divinity, increases divine power by 150, increases divine power by 100 for other divinities. If unable to handle the intense heat of the well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine, the fire may burn the body itself. Chef, Park Sejun, Tower Farmer of the Black Tower. Assistant Chef, Kabi. Usage restrictions, requires over 5 million magic power, or at least 1 million divine power. Shelf life, 1000 years. Grade? This should be strong enough, right? Sejun looked at the wine's options with a satisfied expression. Then, could you each take a sip and let me know how it is? He went to the dragons by the fountain and asked them to taste the wine. The dragons who transferred the wine glasses Sejun poured to their main bodies through their mouths. They were silent for over a minute. Or rather, they couldn't speak, overwhelmed by the lingering impression left by the wine. When they drank, whoosh, their mouths were filled with the rich cherry aroma, accompanied by an intense sweetness. Gulp. As the wine went down, they could feel the heat all the way down their throats, as if it were burning its way through their esophagus. It was so hot it seemed like their throats were aflame. The wine continued down their throats, spreading warmth throughout their bodies, starting from their stomachs, and the dragons felt an odd sense of comfort alongside the heat. In contrast, the esophagus, which had been burning moments ago, now felt cool and refreshing. The warmth spreading through their bodies, the coolness in their throats, and the lingering cherry aroma and sweetness in their mouths came together to leave a long-lasting impression on the dragons. Grin. Before they knew it, the dragons were smiling. It's good. Sejun, who had been tense while watching the silent dragons, felt assured upon seeing their smiles. This wine was a success. As Sejun felt confident about the wine and was about to head back. Ahoom. Sejun, I suddenly feel a bit weak. I, too, feel so weak. I can't do anything. Maybe I'll feel better if I have just one more glass of cherry wine? The dragons spoke in voices that sounded like they were on their last breath. However, you should have drunk moderately. This is a hangover. Sejun, seeing through the dragon's little act of pretending to be weak just to get more of the well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine, ignored them and headed down from the fountain. Then, he quickly made his way to the kitchen to start cooking with Sejun number 1. The side dish. Thunk. Sejun grabbed the largest and best quality fish in the kitchen to prepare it. Meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park, you can't use that. Meow. That's the fish for my grilled fish. Meow. Theo cried out in alarm. Theo-nim, let's give it to Ramtonim this time. Ramtonim is not feeling well. Meow. Fine, meow. Since it's Great Hybrid Chairman Park's request, I'll give it up, meow. Theo spoke in a slightly dejected voice, reluctantly giving up his fish. Hey, my octopus is safe. Quenji chuckled as he watched, relieved. However, Krueng, Quenji has to give it up too. When Sejun picked up the huge octopus he had his eye on and put it in the pot, Quenji's face fell. King! Great Blackie will win. In the end, only Blackie, who was fighting with an octopus half his size that he had chosen as his dinner, managed to score an unexpected victory in this situation. King! Butler! Help me! Along with a definite defeat. Sigh, how can my sunfish not even handle a single octopus? Sejun laughed as he pried Blackie free from the octopus, which had its 7 tentacles wrapped around him, with one of its tentacles still in Blackie's mouth. Here, eat this and behave. Kihihit. King. Hee. Okay. Sejun gave Blackie some roasted and dried sweet potato to snack on and went back to preparing the ingredients. A little while later, that's good, Sejun exclaimed in delight after tasting the completed spicy seafood stew. Even though he had made it himself, it was incredibly delicious. With the cooking done, Sejun number 1, thank you for all your hard work. Sejun patted Sejun number 1 on the shoulder, who had helped him with the cooking. It was now time to say goodbye. Swish! Sejun number 1, whose time had expired, transformed into a beautiful ivory-colored light and quietly disappeared. You don't realize the presence of someone when they're there, but you feel their absence keenly once they're gone. Sejun felt an immediate emptiness. At that moment, grrrr, the sound of Quenge's stomach growling. Come to think of it, everyone had skipped dinner while preparing the food and drink for Ramtur. Hold on a moment. Sejun hurried back to the fountain. Ramtur Nim, please try this. Put the well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine and spicy seafood stew into the mouth of the red dragon statue to transfer it. Then, you must be hungry. Let's eat dinner quickly. He grilled some fish, fried eggs, and mixed soy sauce and butter into rice, sharing a quick dinner with his companions. Another busy but peaceful day passed by. Red Tower's administrator area. Ramtur sat there in a daze, so drained of energy he didn't even have the strength to slightly move the tip of his tail. Then, Ramtur's nose twitched at a spicy aroma tickling his nostrils. Gulp! Ramtur unconsciously swallowed the saliva that had pooled in his mouth. It was a small movement, but like a small weight moving a huge mass on a lever, it was enough to stir Ramtur into action. And then, well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine, calamity spicy seafood stew. What's this? Ramtur turned his head toward the source of the smell and saw the food and drink place nearby. The stew had an intimidating name because Sejun had added fire moths, which tasted like squid, and the legs of petrifying spiders, which tasted like king crab. Slurp! Ramtur started by tasting the spicy seafood stew, which had a mouth-watering aroma. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction at the rich, spicy broth. And then, swoosh! His hand naturally reached for the bottle of cherry wine. Pour! He poured a glass and downed it in one shot. This time, a long sigh escaped as the intense sensation of the drink burned down his esophagus. Soon, Ramtur was drenched in sweat as he devoured the wine and side dishes. While he was deeply engrossed in his feast, BZZZ, the Red Tower is now connected to a new world, Grima. The crystal orb vibrated, announcing that the Red Tower had connected to a new place. This time, I won't lose. Whoosh! Ramtur, who had regained his energy by now, was burning with determination. Because of this, the remaining wine and food evaporated on the spot. Sejun's wine and side dishes had greatly enhanced Ramtur's strong aura. It's fine, I'll just ask Sejun to make more. With the wine and food Sejun had given him, Ramtur had burned away all his negative emotions. I should ask him to make about 10 bottles of cherry wine and 3 bowls of seafood stew for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sejun should be able to manage that, right? I am the great red dragon Ramtur, after all. It seemed he had become a bit too positive. Chapter 531, I Hate You, Butler. The Great Black Dragon's Territory. Thud. Anton infused his magic power into the massive crystal orb he had installed in his lair. Then, whoom! The magic circles engraved on the crystal orb began to glow. Drawing in so much magic that even Anton, the mighty black dragon, found it hard to endure. Find it! Gritting his teeth, Anton cast the spell. It was a spell he could only use once a month due to the strain it placed on his body, but thanks to Sejun's crops, his recovery speed had improved, allowing him to use it once a week now. And then, you foolish boy! Kaiser quietly observed his son Anton casting magic in secret from the other dragons and then left. A short while later, huff! Huff! Another failure today. Drained of magic power, Anton collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. Creator God's Temple. With the invasion of the 7th Calamity, the planet-destroying turtle, Ilani, has been destroyed. With the invasion of the 7th Calamity, the planet-destroying turtle, Bimea, has been destroyed. With the invasion of the 7th Calamity, the planet-destroying turtle, Huanor, has been destroyed. Dozens of messages about world destructions appeared before the Creator God. The Creator God groaned, feeling a mix of guilt for the worlds that could not fully use the lives he had given them and sadness over the destruction of his creations. Creator God, perhaps we should seek Park Sejun's help after all? The Creator God's second apostle, Amor Langer, cautiously suggested. If misinterpreted, his words could be seen as disregarding the Creator God or expressing a reluctance to perform his current duties. Creator God, I also agree with Amor's suggestion. Fortunately, the Creator God's first apostle, Emila I. Beans, lent support to Amor's words. And then, I, too, would like to seek Park Sejun's help. The Creator God agreed with their opinions. However, Park Sejun is too weak. Even though he wanted to ask for Sejun's help, he couldn't. The issue, once again, was Sejun's ability. Sejun was already exerting influence over the world to the maximum, or rather, beyond the maximum, that his soul and body could withstand. Just managing the influence he had created was already more than Sejun could handle. If he were given any additional responsibilities, his existence might not be able to withstand it. In the worst case, he could even disappear. Surpassing one's own limits, no matter how beneficial, is never advisable. Not even for a good cause. Fenrir, no. Blackie, I'm counting on you. This was why the Creator God had left his third apostle, Blackie, at Sejun's side instead of summoning him here. To support Sejun so he wouldn't be swallowed by the massive wave of influence he had created. And also, even if I called, he wouldn't listen to me anyway. This decision was partly due to Blackie's notoriously difficult personality. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Get up. Time to eat. Lick, lick. A hungry Blackie diligently licked Sejun's face, trying to wake him up. Hee. Since Butler said it hurts when I press on him with my feet. It was Blackie's way of being considerate towards Sejun. But, Blackie, go play somewhere else. This ungrateful Butler ignored Blackie's act of kindness. King. I hate you, Butler. Furious, Blackie raised his front paw with all his strength and, puck, UHK, gave Sejun a hard stomp before bolting out of the room. Why are you acting like this first thing in the morning? Completely clueless as to why Blackie was behaving this way, Sejun finally opened his eyes and, due to the effect of power, Sunfish Core, all your stat potentials has increased by 30. Check the message that appeared. Vice Chairman Theo, he called for Theo. He needed a massage to relieve his muscle pain. And then, meow, Theo, who answered Sejun's call, half asleep, press, started kneading Sejun with his front paws. Though he had gotten a massage before bed the previous night, the effects had worn off. Krueng. Dad, good morning. The filial son Quenji, who woke up earlier than usual and helped ease Sejun's body with a physical magic massage. Thanks to the massages from the two of them, Sejun was back to normal condition. Blackie, where are you? Let's eat some roasted and dried sweet potato. Kihihit. King. Hee. Great, Blackie is here. Hee. Got you, King? Sejun lured Blackie over with the roasted sweet potato. You stomped on me and ran off earlier, didn't you? Face the judgment of justice. Boo. Kihihit. He retaliated by blowing raspberry on his belly. Poo-hoo hut. Ku-hey. Watching this, Theo and Quenji naturally presented their bellies to Sejun, as if expecting the same treatment. Sejun spent some time going around, blowing raspberries on each of them on their bellies. Then, Patrick Nim, can I go now? After getting confirmation from Patrick, the 11 divided powers combine into one, activating power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky for 13 seconds. Strength increases by 1,300%. Click! He teleported to the 10th tower and used the gathered energy of creation that had accumulated over the day to upgrade the tower. And then, Harmer Nim, is the enhancing elixir ready yet? Harmer, the god of farming, says to stop rushing him, as he's working hard on it. After giving Harmer a little nudge, Sejun planted the Destruction Pioneer seed and then returned to the Black Tower to make breakfast. It feels empty without Sejun number 1 around. Without Sejun number 1, who usually prepared breakfast for him, Sejun found himself busy from the early morning. In the middle of it, Ramtur, in an overly excited mood, came by and demanded some cherry wine and seafood stew like he had yesterday. But, what you ate yesterday wasn't free. Please pay up. Poo-hoo hut. That's right, meow. There's no such thing as a free meal in this world, meow. Ramtur Nim, pay up, meow. What? In a spicy capitalist shock therapy, Sejun snapped Ramtur back to reality. After finishing breakfast, slurp. Oh, Sejun enjoyed a brief moment of relaxation, drinking the coffee Quenji had brewed for him before starting his morning tasks. Once coffee time ended, Theo went off to work, and Quenji also left for the herb garden, while, click, Sejun entered the void storage to start his morning routine. He planted seeds for the pioneers and devourers, as well as the durian, pine, and cabbage seeds he'd purchased yesterday, then exited the void storage. He planned to do the harvest in the afternoon after Theo and Quenji returned home. Just in case stat harvesting activated, stats might revert and cause severe muscle pain. With no harvest scheduled, Sejun found he had some free time in the morning. The moon fruit seed probably has something to do with moonlight, so I should try exposing it to moonlight when there's a blue moon. And for the generous green onion seed, Sejun started contemplating how to sprout the transcendence grade seeds he'd bought yesterday. Now that he thought about it, those green onions had truly been generous. Their leaves grew quickly, serving as food, cooking ingredients, plates, ropes, and more, fulfilling so many roles. If it hadn't been for those green onions, surviving when he was stranded would have been much harder. Plus, the green onions had played a big role in helping him establish a contract with the black minotaurs. Not to mention, with the sturdy blade green onions, he'd managed to defeat locusts, and the detoxifying green onion had saved his life multiple times with its detoxifying properties. Green onions really are a remarkable plant. Sejun gazed warmly at the small green seed in the palm of his hand. I don't know your name, but thank you. With a heart full of gratitude. At that moment, whoosh, the generous green onion seed began to emit a faint light. Ooh, what's going on? When Sejun examined the seed, generous green onion seed, you must harvest it to check its options. Sensing someone's gratitude, the seed has awakened to a noble desire to help others, transforming into a world tree seed. The description of the seed had changed. A world tree seed? Just like that, all of a sudden? Sejun suddenly began to treat the green seed, which had now transformed into a world tree seed, with even greater care. At that moment, a quest has been generated. Quest, upon awakening as a world tree seed, the generous green onion seed received one calling. Please plant the generous green onion seed in the forgotten world of Omid. Reward, the reconnect ion of Omid to other worlds, 1000 to all stat potentials, 500 to all stats, 100 to mental strength, 10 divinity. A quest message appeared before Sejun. Why are they giving out so much? Looking at the quest rewards, Sejun realized that this quest wouldn't be an easy one. Well, not that there's any way to get there. In other towers, there might be other ways, but there was no way to travel to other worlds except through the methods provided by the system. Peace, if you happen to come across a place called Omid while wandering between dimensions, wake me up. Just in case, Sejun left a note for Peace to see. And then, sorry, seed. It's tough right now, but if I ever get to Omid, I'll plant you there. Swish! He gently placed the generous green onion seed, which had turned into a world tree seed, carefully in his pocket. But when is this going to sprout? Sejun muttered as he took out the seed of abundance that he had planted in the ground to inspect it. He'd planted it nearly a month ago, but it still showed no sign of sprouting. Seed of abundance. You must harvest it to check its options. It has absorbed some of the energy of abundance and gained a bit of desire to grow, but it still doesn't feel like sprouting. Still not yet? Puck! Sejun carefully replanted the seed of abundance back into the ground. Previously, he had asked Theo to consult Hel, the god of merchants, to see if Leah, the god of abundance, knew of any way to sprout the seed of abundance. A method to sprout the seed of abundance? I don't know either. It was of no help at all. Well, now I need to start preparing food for the upcoming meeting. Do I have all the ingredients? Sejun headed to the kitchen to make lunch, checking if he had all the ingredients needed for the dishes he would make at the upcoming third dragon meeting. If he was missing anything, he would need to start gathering it now to have it in time. After checking the ingredients, Sejun sighed. Of all things, we're out of milk. He looked regretfully at the nearly empty milk fountain. One of the dishes Sejun planned to make this time was a whipped cream cake, so he absolutely needed milk. I should go buy some milk at the Merchant Street tomorrow. While I'm at it, I'll pick up a few other things too. While Sejun was cooking and making plans to go shopping at the 75th floor tomorrow. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I have returned, meow. I smell delicious grilled fish, meow, coo hey. Krueng, he. Quenji has returned too. Theo and Quenji returned. King. Butler, is it time to eat? Blackie, who had been dozing in Sejun's sling bag the whole time, yawned and sniffed the air. And so, they all sat down together to eat lunch. Everyone, are you ready? Pooh Hut. Just trust in the hybrid vice chairman, meow. Krueng. Quenji won't hurt Dad, I promise. Sejun received massages from Theo and Quenji as he harvested his crops, resulting in a total stat increase of 190 from 3 harvests, while 260 stat points were reverted, reinforcing his battle aura. The next morning. Alright, let's set off. Pooh Hut. Got it, meow, coo hey. Kihihit. Sejun and his companions departed for the 75th floor of the tower to buy the ingredients they needed. You have arrived on the 75th floor of the Black Tower. Once they arrived on the 75th floor, Sejun made his way to the Merchant Street. Coo hey. Krueng. He. Quenji has pocket money. Kihihit. King. He. Big bro Quenji, buy me that. Quenji and Blackie went off to buy snacks at a street stall. First, I'll take 100,000 bottles of milk and 10,000 each of that cheese and butter please. Sejun purchased the ingredients he needed and stored them in the void storage. Then, goodbye. Thank you. Please come again. The shop owner gave him a deep 90-degree bow of gratitude for the large purchase that greatly boosted their sales, and Sejun left the store. At that moment, Sejun Nim, please stop that rascal. Jeras from the Wandering Merchants Association pointed to a grey squirrel running towards Sejun and shouted, "Who?" Whoosh! Before Sejun could even react, the squirrel darted past him. He. I'll make good use of this. In the middle of its escape, the squirrel casually snatched Sejun's coin pouch. Meow? How dare you steal from the great hybrid chairman park? Meow. This is outrageous. Meow. Enraged by the squirrel stealing Sejun's money pouch, Theo quickly caught it using Meow Step, and Jerez's incident log. Swift squirrel twitch wee of the shopping street. One additional pickpocketing victim, Park Sejun Nim, reported, but with the help of Theo Nim, the culprit was apprehended. Bounty of 1,500 tower coins has been awarded. Jerez closed up another case in the records. Chapter 532, I should have left out the heart, after all? The chairman's office of the Wandering Merchants Association. Sejun, who came to the Wandering Merchants Association headquarters to collect the bounty for the pickpocket twitch wee, decided to drop by Mason's office. Here are the land deeds I've gathered so far. Thank you. Mason handed over 3 land deeds to Sejun. Black Tower 72nd floor land deed. Black Tower 89th floor land deed. White Tower 55th floor land deed. Sejun Nim, since you're here, why not have a cup of tea before leaving? Mason offered tea to Sejun as he was checking the land deeds. However, no, thank you. If I'm away for too long, Quenji and Blackie get anxious. Sejun declined, worrying about the 2 he had left behind at the street stall, and quickly got up to leave. As Sejun made his way back to the street stalls. Ku hey. Krueng. He. Dad's triple price haggling always works. Kihihit. King. He. Big bro. This is delicious. Let's eat more. Contrary to Sejun's worries, Quenji and Blackie were happily buying and eating street snacks. Moreover, the 2 worked well together. Krueng. I'll haggle. When Quenji tried to haggle, King. Cut the price. Give us a discount. Blackie would bark noisily from the side or, King. We won't move until you cut the price. If you want to keep running your business, you'd better listen to my big bro. He would lie down on the ground and throw a tantrum. There was no bigger nuisance than these 2. As Quenji and Blackie's notoriety was slowly building among the street vendors. Guys, let's go. Fortunately, before their reputation could fully take root, Sejun called them back. Krueng. Dad's here. King. Butler. Hearing Sejun's call, Quenji and Blackie rushed over to him. Let's eat out today before going home. When Sejun suggested eating out because he didn't feel like cooking dinner. Krueng. King. While Quenji and Blackie immediately liked the idea of trying something new. But, no way, meow. I want the grilled fish made by the great hybrid chairman park, meow. The home-cooked food enthusiast Theo voiced his opposition. However, Theo, you can eat the churu I made for you. That should do, right? Pooh hut. Fine, meow. The churu made by Chairman Park is also delicious, meow. Since there was an alternative in the form of churu, Theo was easily convinced and, alright, let's go. Sejun and his companions went out for dinner, even enjoying dessert afterward, and returned late at night to the 99th floor of the tower. Looks like the blue moon will rise soon. Sejun began preparations for the blue moon. He took out moon fruit seeds and blueberries, spreading them out carefully to better absorb the blue moon's energy. Slurp. Pooh hut. Ku hey. Sipping the coffee brewed by barista Cu, Sejun waited for the blue moon to rise, stroking Theo and Quenji, who were nestled on his lap and by his side. Kirarong. Rorong. Kirurung. The Blackie family, exhausted from their day of fun outside, had already fallen asleep and entered dreamland. Moments later, as a blue light illuminated the surroundings, a single blue moon suddenly appeared in the sky. Quack! The mushroom ants quickly scattered to harvest crops imbued with the energy of the blue moon. But who do the mushroom ants serve? The god of mushrooms or the god of ants? Land moving. As Sejun had these useless thoughts. Achievement monument for the god of green onions. Sejun began erecting achievement monuments to honor the gods of beings and things that had helped him. Achievement monument for the god of mushrooms. Achievement monument for the god of ants. Achievement monument for the god of cherry tomatoes. In large quantities. He was both expressing gratitude and killing time while waiting. As Sejun erected monument after monument, he thought to himself, surely, dragons must have a god too, right? Achievement monument for the god of dragons. He even set up a monument for the dragon god, Myrna. Although Myrna was the one who had provided the dragon fruit, the fruit's description had no information about her, so Sejun still didn't know of Myrna's existence. By the time Sejun had erected about 30 monuments, Quek! A mushroom ant, assigned to monitor the moon fruit seeds, called out to Sejun. The moon fruit seed, having fully absorbed the blue moon's moonlight, was trembling while emitting a soft blue light. As if calling out to Sejun. Tack! Sejun hurried over and picked up the seed. Moon fruit seed fully soaked in blue moonlight. You must harvest to check the options. The moon fruit has awakened to the power of moonlight by fully absorbing the energy of the blue moon. The seed's desire to grow is immense. Please plant it quickly before its enthusiasm wanes. The seed's description had changed. I got it. Hold on, I'll plant you right away. Clank! Sejun quickly opened the void storage and, thud! Your field LV9 has been activated. You have planted the moon fruit seed fully soaked in blue moonlight in the body of Alice, the mesmerizing spider, and ninth seat of the Apostles of Destruction. He planted the moon fruit in Alice's body, which was overflowing with vitality. Crack! Fueled by its overwhelming growth drive, the moon fruit rapidly absorbed Alice's life energy, growing quickly. Before long, a single gourd the size of a watermelon had grown, perfectly round and golden. Is this it? It was too small to be considered a moon. Even though Sejun knew there was more inside the gourd, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Moon fruit, I'm sorry for being disappointed. Sejun quickly apologized in his heart to the moon fruit. He felt he had no right to be disappointed in the fruit of the moon fruit's hard work. Only the moon fruit itself, the one who had created the fruit, had the right to judge it. Wow! It's like a real moon. Such a beautiful moon. After apologizing, Sejun sincerely praised the moon fruit. Then, as the moon fruit's fruit reached its climax and radiated a brilliant golden light that illuminated the surroundings, pop! Sejun harvested the fruit containing the moon. You have harvested the moon fruit. Your job experience has increased slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV9 has increased slightly. You have gained 100 experience points. Along with the harvest message, crack! The good opened on its own, and a golden aura ascended to the sky. The golden energy expanded as it ascended and quietly took its place at the edge of the night sky, finally completing the Black Tower's night sky. You have achieved the great feat of placing a moon in the night sky of the Black Tower. As a reward for this great feat, you have acquired the title, One Who Raised the Moon. Due to the effect of title, One Who Raised the Moon, magic power increases by 20% while moonlight is present. Due to the effect of title, One Who Raised the Moon, divinity increases by 1 for each god you command. As a reward for this great feat, the cost of staying on the 0th floor of the Black Tower is reduced by 0.1%. More messages followed. Then, you have two similar titles to title, One Who Raised the Moon. As title, One Who Glimpsed the Beginning has been activated, it had combined title, One Who Restored the Night and title, One Who Illuminated the Stars have been combined with the One Who Raised the Moon to form a single title. Title, One Who Completed the Night Sky. All stats increase by 25% during the night, maximum stat increase, 1 million. Divinity increases by 1 for every star you light in the night sky. You receive the blessing of the blue moon whenever it rises. Oh. This is good? Hee hee hee. The name is cool too. Sejun smiled with satisfaction after checking the title. And, an ambiguous dragon has built a temple for you. Your divine power has increased by 300. Hee. Meanwhile, a god in the seed shop headquarters was also smiling with deep satisfaction. I can't believe there's a dragon following me. Although she found the ambiguous prefix slightly annoying, a dragon was still a dragon. It's fine. This Nuna will take good care of you. The dragon god Myrna grinned widely and began crafting a divine relic as a gift for Sejun, the ambiguous dragon that followed her. Black Tower, 99th floor. It was the morning of the 489th day, a week after the blue moon, and the day of the third meeting of dragons. Sejun was incredibly busy from the crack of dawn, preparing the final dish for the gathering. All right. Quenji, move the chocolate over here. Krueng. At Sejun's instruction, Quenji carefully lifted a massive chocolate replica of the Black Tower and placed it in the center of a giant cream cake. The cream cake was 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters tall. On top of it sat the chocolate black tower, surrounded by dozens of chocolate figures of great black dragons. These dragons were secured in place with Gogomi's invisible spider threads, creating the illusion of them flying around the tower, fiercely protecting it. The dynamic and valiant appearance of the black dragons made them look truly imposing. Kaiser came to check in the morning and after seeing the great black dragon chocolate Sejun made, asked him to make as many as there were great black dragons. But how am I supposed to make that many right now? You should have told me earlier. Sejun flatly rejected the idea. Alright, let's add the fruit now. Vice Chairman Theo, have you finished cutting the fruit? Pooh Hut. Of course, meow. The great hybrid Chairman Park's orders have all been carried out, meow. Good. You've worked hard. Quenji, lift it up. Krueng. When Quenji used telekinesis to lift the fruit, King? Blackie, who was holding a piece of fruit in his mouth, ended up dangling along with it. Blackie. What are you doing up there? Kihihit. King. Hee. Escape time. At Sejun's yell, Blackie quickly fled the scene. Sigh, that little rascal. While Sejun was busy adding the finishing touches to the cream cake, Kelly and Nim, welcome. Welcome to the territory of the Black Dragons. Dragons began to gather one by one at the Black Dragon's domain, and Anton and the other Black Dragons were busy welcoming their guests. And, welcome, here, try this. Sejun made these snacks, they're delicious. Eileen also opened a portal and, as a member of the Great Black Dragon Clan, eagerly welcomed other Dragon Clan guests from the Black Tower Administrator area. At that moment, Kahaha! Great Dragons! Welcome to our Black Tower. Now, let us begin the third meeting of dragons. Kaiser loudly declared the start of the meeting to the assembled dragons. And so, the green onions sold in the Black Tower are exceptional. I believe we should use them in other towers as well. That's right. Ever since we distributed green onions and grapes, the speed of world destruction has noticeably slowed. Throughout the meeting, the central topic was Sejun's crops. Park Sejun's crops are incredibly effective. We must use Park Sejun's crops in other towers as well. When we used Park Sejun's crops in this way, the results were even better. The majority of the discussions revolved around these points. That's right. That's right. Our Sejun's crops are the best. Nod. Nod. Kaiser crossed his arms with a pleased smile, nodding earnestly as he listened to the other dragons' praise. A while later, then we'll end this meeting here. At Kaiser's announcement of the meeting's end, suddenly all the dragons' eyes sparkled. They were all eagerly awaiting the feast that would follow. Kahaha! Everyone must be hungry, so let us eat. With Kaiser's words, the food appeared in the center of the gathering. 9 types of liquor brewed to match the 9 dragon clans' attributes. Spicy braised chicken cooked with calamity, seaweed soup, spicy octopus stew, steamed king crab and lobster, pork ribs, and more. The variety of dishes was immense, but, wow, what is that? It's so beautiful. The centerpiece of the feast was the cream cake in the middle. The dragons marveled at the beautiful cake, adorned with chocolate decorations and fruit. Their eyes naturally traveled from the outer edges of the cake inward, then upward. The dragons' gazes naturally moved from the outside of the cake to the inside, from bottom to top, and they continued to marvel at the vibrant great black dragons and majestic black tower sitting atop the snow-white cream. And the dragons' gazes stopped on the beautiful and elegant black dragon standing proudly at the peak of the black tower. The long silence without a single exclamation revealed how moved the dragons were. That's, of course, the most moved was Eileen. After all, it was a chocolate sculpture shaped like Eileen that Sejun had prepared without her knowing. Feeling that a mere chocolate sculpture wasn't enough to express his feelings, to Eileen, the most beautiful dragon in the world, from Sejun, he didn't forget to add a heartfelt message beside it. Black Tower, 99th floor. Great hybrid Chairman Park, no matter how much I think about it, the heart was a bit much, meow, was it? I should have left the heart out, after all. Hearing Theo's honest advice, Sejun twisted in embarrassment and belated regret at how cringy it was. Chapter 533, Hee. Got it. Koo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Kaiser laughed joyfully, watching the dragon stare blankly at the cream cake that Sejun had made. Here. Eileen, this is for you. Kaiser broke off the entire top section of the Black Tower and handed it to Eileen. Grandpa, thank you so much. Eileen expressed her deep gratitude for Kaiser's consideration. Taking the most delicious and beautiful portion for oneself when hosting guests would have been extremely rude. However, Kaiser, the granddaughter fool that he was, had the mindset of who cares about some rude behavior? Just let them complain. Who would dare complain to me anyway? Actually, he was just shameless. Alright, Let's eat now. Yes. The dragons, who had been eagerly waiting for Kaiser's words as the host of the meeting, began eating the food in front of them. Kihihihi. I'll put this in my collection storage. Holding her chocolate statue, Eileen headed toward the collection storage room in the administrator area, where treasures passed down through generations were kept. And then, ancestors, I'll borrow some space here. Clink. She used her tail to push aside of extreme ice a sword made of eternal ice, which was part of the collection belonging to Oily Pratani, the former head of the family. Using her tail. Thud. Carefully, she placed her chocolate statue on the now empty spot. Next to her chocolate statue, there was still a spot on the display case taken up by the washed apples bag that Eileen had placed there long ago. TL, Chapter 23, Kihihihi. So pretty, Eileen indulged in admiring the chocolate statue of herself to her heart's content. Ooh? What's this? She belatedly noticed the writing Sejun had left behind. To Eileen, the most beautiful dragon in the world, from Sejun? A heart? Goodness gracious, a heart. KR. I'm so happy. Eileen let out a silent scream, worried her inner voice might somehow leak out, as she read Sejun's message. Kihihihi. Later, I'll have to tell my Sejun he's the most amazing person in the world too. I'd better get going now. She had been away for too long. Eileen calmed her fluttering heart and headed back to the dining area. At that moment, but isn't Eileen unusually mature for her age? She doesn't look for her mom, right? I've never seen her ask for her mom. Doesn't she miss her mom? If it were me at that age, I'd be throwing a tantrum saying I wanted to see my mom. Isn't that just because it's you? You've always been like that. What? No way. When I was a hatchling, I had an amazing sense of independence. The voices of the other dragons' conversation reached Eileen's ears. Pause. Eileen quietly turned and walked back to the administrator area. I want to see my mom too. She had wanted to see her every day. But she couldn't show it. Whenever she asked about her mom, her grandpa would wear a sorrowful expression, and her dad would look guilty. So, to avoid seeing those expressions, she deliberately refrained from bringing up her mom. She did it so everyone could keep smiling. But strangely, the smiles felt bitter. Not once had she truly laughed from the heart. Not until Sejun came along. Thanks to Sejun, Eileen no longer had to force bitter smiles. Sniff. Eileen buried herself in a corner of the administrator area and quietly cried, ensuring no one could see her. At that moment, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, is asking what you're doing. Sejun, the man who could make Eileen smile, had sent her a message. However, Sejun, I can't respond right now. I'm sorry. Not wanting him to know she was crying, Eileen couldn't bring herself to reply. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Is she busy? I was going to tell her Theo wrote it without my knowledge. Sejun, hopelessly pathetic until the end. Who? This is great. Lying flat on the outdoor platform, Sejun flailed his arms and legs as he enjoyed a rare moment of solitude. Theo and Quenji were both at work. He. I'm not going to do anything today. Having been extremely busy preparing food for the dragons over the past few days, he planned to take the day off. Yeah. I should take at least one day off. Sejun spent the past week not only preparing dishes but also scurrying around various towers to gather fruits needed to brew liquors matching the attributes of the 9 dragon clans. For the red dragon, there was already the well-aged extremely fiery cherry wine that Sejun had made before. For the black dragon, he made cherry wine using thick darkness cherries. For the golden dragon, kiwi wine was crafted using electrified golden kiwi. The green dragon's drink was made from golden kudzu root of life as kudzu wine, and the blue dragon's was crafted using drought-inducing watermelon as watermelon wine. However, for the remaining 4 dragons, there were no fruits suitable for their attributes. He could have simply served them well-aged golden samyangju made with level 1 golden rice seed, which would have sufficiently pleased the dragons. But, I want to make them. Having already set the goal of crafting liquors that matched the attributes of the 9 dragon clans, Sejun couldn't resist his ambition. And I need to leave a good impression on Kaizenim too. He. Thus, to find the fruits with specific attributes, Sejun summoned other tower farmers and began updating the experienced farmer's plant encyclopedia, which he had previously overlooked. Since he was at it, he updated information from all the towers. For someone like Ophelia, whom he couldn't meet directly, Sejun resolved the issue by leaving the encyclopedia on the 99th floor of the Green Tower. Ophelia would then update it herself. In this way, Sejun learned the location of all the plants in the 9 towers. Fortunately, with the land deeds he owned from various towers, he was able to solve everything except for the Silver Tower, where he didn't own a single land deed. So, go, Quinn! For the Silver Tower, Sejun sent Quinn to the 75th floor to fetch whirlwind lemons. Using these, he brewed lemon wine. As for the remaining 3 towers, Sejun personally went with his companions. From the lime farm on the 55th floor of the White Tower, he obtained light-infused limes and made lime wine. From the grapefruit farm on the 89th floor of the Purple Tower, he retrieved paralyzing poisoned grapefruits to make grapefruit wine. Lastly, from the pear farm on the 32nd floor of the Brown Tower, he harvested rock-hard pears overflowing with intelligence to make pear wine. Ooh. Next time I'm definitely not going to work this hard. Sejun vowed not to push himself so hard next time. But he seemed oblivious to the fact that his personality always drove him to give his all when work came up. As Sejun continued to laze around. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Let's play. All right. Go fetch this. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Look at this. I found something interesting. Great. Now go fetch again. The Blackie family was having a blast because Sejun kept playing with them. After running around energetically like that, the Blackie family. King. Butler, I'm sleepy. All right. Time to sleep. Hop. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, they climbed onto Sejun's chest. Kirarong. Rorong. They sprawled out and fell asleep. Snore. So did Sejun. While Sejun and the Blackie family were sound asleep. Poo-hoo-hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I've returned. Meow. Krueng. Quenji is back too. Theo and Quenji had come back. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park, are you sleeping? Meow. Finding Sejun asleep, Theo naturally climbed onto his lap and made himself comfortable. And, Queng, Dad said if you don't work, you can't eat, but Dad isn't working. If Dad doesn't work, we won't have food today. This is a big problem. Quenji, who believed that skipping even one meal was catastrophic, was deeply worried as he watched Sejun laze around. But, I cooked already. Son, cooking isn't as easy as you think. Krueng. That's right. Dad did work. That's a relief. Dad will be able to eat. Relieved by Sejun's words, Quenji let out a big sigh of relief. Ku-hey-hey-hey. Feeling reassured, Quenji clung to Sejun's side, showing off his cutest antics. As Sejun lay with his companions, enjoying a leisurely moment, the tower administrator is asking if there's any food because she's hungry. Eileen called out to him. She had cried so hard earlier that she now felt hungry. Ooh? Food? There should be plenty of food over there. Why ask me? Although puzzled, Sejun replied, all right. What do you want to eat? Thinking she might have her reasons, he jumped up and headed to the kitchen. The tower administrator says she wants something spicy. Is she feeling down? Wanting spicy food often meant someone was feeling gloomy. Without asking why Eileen was gloomy, Sejun quietly began making food to comfort her mood. First, he started with spicy cheese braised chicken. He added various ingredients like rice cakes, sweet potatoes, and sausages. Especially since Eileen loved rice cakes, he decided to triple the amount. As the spicy cheese braised chicken filled with rice cakes began to cook, he prepared a sweet and tangy cherry tomato juice to help offset the spiciness. Eileen, eat this first. Sejun handed Eileen the spicy cheese braised chicken and cherry tomato juice before continuing to make more dishes. He planned to recreate every dish served at the Dragon's meeting today, just for Eileen. A Sejun buffet dedicated solely to Eileen. As Sejun was working hard on his 4th dish, the tower administrator says she misses her mom so much. The tower administrator says, but her mother is somewhere else so she can't see her. Eileen began sharing what she had kept in her heart, and Sejun silently continued cooking as he listened to Eileen's story. So Eileen's mother is alive. From the atmosphere, he had thought it was best not to ask about her mother and had never brought it up. Sejun continued to quietly cook as he listened to Eileen. The tower administrator says her mom descended to a place called Omid 150 years ago and went missing. Pause. She's trapped somewhere. Sejun stopped moving and carefully listened to Eileen. According to Eileen, the Black Tower of Omid was the last one remaining at that time. Eileen's mother, the tower administrator, descended to Omid. However, when Eileen's mother descended, a specific magic had been triggered. A dimensional spell that severed all connections with other worlds, isolating itself. A isolated world. Because of this magic, Omid became a place no one could locate. This was because Omid, having severed all connections with other worlds, kept drifting through dimensions like a raft adrift in a vast ocean. Eileen, don't worry. I'll find your Eileen's mother. I promise. Sejun comforted Eileen with a confident voice. Not that he had any specific plan in mind. He just had a feeling he could somehow make it happen. Vice Chairman Theo would surely pull off something miraculous this time too, right? As Sejun looked at Theo with a gaze full of trust. Lick, lick. He saw Theo enthusiastically licking between his legs. Maybe not Theo this time? Suddenly, his confidence plummeted. At that moment, the tower administrator says she saw your message. Eileen unexpectedly brought up the message Sejun had left earlier. That. Sejun was about to hurriedly make the pathetic excuse he had prepared earlier. But, the tower administrator says she thinks you're the most handsome person in the world too. Eileen spoke just a beat faster. He. Really? Sejun grinned ear to ear at Eileen's words. And then, meow, that's the method, meow. If Eileen Nuna's eyes get blinded from love, then Chairman Park's ugly face might not matter anymore, meow. Theo suddenly had an epiphany. The sea of dimensions. Countless worlds floated like islands, while many others drifted freely along the currents of the dimensional sea. At that moment, he. Got it. Flamey grabbed hold of one drifting world with her roots. The name of the world Flamey caught was Omid. The one who pulled it off this time wasn't Theo, but Flamey. Chapter 534, The Mother-in-Law. Please wait a little longer. Son-in-law Park is coming to save you. The Black Dragon's territory. Kuhahaha. Now, let's try the electrified golden kiwi wine this time. Sure, sounds good. At Kaiser's words, the other clan leaders began pouring kiwi wine into their cups. They were tasting each of the 9 attribute-infused wines that Sejun had made, one by one. When all their glasses were filled, Kaiser raised his cup. All right, drink. Gulp. The kiwi wine, infused with the energy of strong thunder, passed through their throats, sending a tingling electric sensation that pricked their senses. Krrr. This is electrifying. After drinking the delicious wine, Kaiser felt immensely pleased. He. I miss my granddaughter. Wanting to feel even better, he looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of his granddaughter, who was probably somewhere savoring Sejun's food. However, Eileen was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? I'll step out for a bit to get some fresh air. Kaiser quickly got up and began searching for Eileen. Could she be in the administrator's area? Kaiser headed toward the administrator area of the Black Tower. Upon arriving, he saw someone who had come ahead of him to look for Eileen. Anton? His son was standing there blankly, coo-hee-hieing. Sejun, I miss Mom. While watching Eileen crying sadly saying she misses her mom. Kaiser silently stood there, gazing at his son and granddaughter. There wasn't anything he could do but watch quietly. Coo-hee-hee-hee. Sejun, this is delicious. Kaiser, seeing his granddaughter smile as she ate Sejun's food, finally turned away and left. Sigh. Anton, too, let out a deep sigh filled with relief, longing, and guilt, and then vanished into the shadows. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Starting today, we're forming a rescue team to save my mother-in-law, who's stranded in Omid. Pooh-hoo hut. That's great, meow. Since the great hybrid Chairman Park is the rescue team's chairman, I, hybrid vice chairman Theo, will be the vice chairman of the rescue team, meow. At Sejun's declaration, Theo Park immediately burned with enthusiasm to participate. Krueng. What is a mother-in-law? Quenji tilted his head in confusion at the unfamiliar word. King. Butler. I'm awake now. Let's play again. Blackie, who had just woken up from a good nap, wagged his tail excitedly, asking to play. Quenji, a mother-in-law is. Sejun was about to explain to Quenji what a mother-in-law was. Originally, Sejun's mother-in-law is Quenji's maternal grandmother. But Quenji's mother is Pink Fur Anne. If I try to explain all this, the family tree gets too complicated. The family tree itself was a hybrid mess. Mother-in-law means Eileen's mother. After a moment of hesitation, Sejun gave a simplified explanation. Vice Chairman Theo, then from now on we'll search for mother-in-law. Now, search. Sejun grabbed Theo by the waist and lifted him high in the air, giving him the signal. Poo-hoo-hoo. Got it, meow. Meow. Theo extended his 2 front paws forward and began concentrating. The pull is too weak, meow. He felt a faint pull, but it was too weak to pinpoint. However, poo-hoo hut. With the help of Chairman Park, I, hybrid vice chairman Theo, am invincible, meow. There were no limits for Theo, the devout follower of Sejun's knees. Meow. I feel a pull, meow. Theo succeeded in detecting something. What? Really? Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. There's nothing I can't do when I'm with Chairman Park, meow. Theo proudly rested his 2 front paws on his waist, puffing up with pride. Where is it? It's right beneath us, meow. Beneath us? Pooh Hut. Trust me and follow, meow. Over there, meow. All right. Following Theo's directions, Sejun walked toward the location Theo pointed to while still holding him. Here? Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. You have to go below the pond, meow. Theo pointed to a pond within a cave. Really? Then let's go right away. With that, Sejun and his group entered the pond. Theo used his water attribute talent to create bubble helmets, and one by one, they put them on and swam down to the bottom of the pond. Pooh Hut. It's here, meow. Theo pointed to a passageway at the bottom of the pond. It was a path leading to the Sea of Dimensions. Oh. If we go out through there, will we find it? Pooh Hut. That's right, meow. I can feel the pull coming from that direction, meow. Hearing Theo's words, Sejun moved toward the passage. Suddenly, the orb of death's energy warns of imminent death. The orb of death's energy formed ominous red letters in front of Sejun, warning him that the path ahead led to death. This wasn't surprising. If exposed to the dimensional pressure of the Sea of Dimensions, Sejun wouldn't be able to endure it and would immediately disintegrate. Even if he somehow withstood the dimensional pressure, he would still be swept away by the violent dimensional currents, left to wander aimlessly in the Sea of Dimensions. For this reason, even the mighty dragons dared not venture recklessly into the Sea of Dimensions. Even dragons could meet their end, drifting helplessly after being caught in the dimensional currents. The only reason Flamey could navigate the Sea of Dimensions was that she was deeply rooted. More precisely, she had left her roots to the flow of the currents. As Sejun stopped in his tracks after reading the deadly warning. Meow? Chairman Park, no, meow. Krueng. Dad, it's dangerous. King. Butler. Don't go there. Sejun Nim, please don't go. Kiruk. Sharalang. The party, with their sunfish danger sensors activated, hurriedly clung to Sejun's arms and legs, trying to stop him. Just like the saying, even a dog recites poetry after 3 years at the village school, living with a sunfish for 3 months gives you a sunfish danger sensor, whether you want it or not. Thus, Sejun and the party realized that danger lay right in front of them. Everyone, tell me if you have any good ideas. They returned to the surface and entered a strategy meeting. Since it wasn't yet certain that the place Theo found was Omid, they decided not to inform Eileen to avoid raising her hopes prematurely. Meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park, I have a great idea, meow. Theo raised his paw enthusiastically. Oh? What is it? Chairman Park needs to eat a lot of rice, meow. Ooh? What are you talking about? If you eat a lot, you'll become stronger, meow. If Sejun ate rice, each bowl of rice triggered the rice as medicine effect, which raised his total stats by 150 points. The warning might disappear if he became stronger. That makes sense? Alright, let's eat first. Pooh Hut. Koo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Kihihit. At Sejun's words, the group rejoiced. After all, it was dinner time, and they were hungry. Sejun quickly prepared rice using the sturdy stone pot made by Eomdol, grilled some fish, and began preparing dinner. A short while later, guys, I'm going to eat now. Sejun, in a solemn voice, announced his turn to eat after waiting for Theo and Quenji to finish their meal. When Sejun's stats increased, his stamina and magic power stats, both filled to their potential, would return to nature. This would cause battle aura to become stronger, leading to severe muscle pain due to his muscle strengthening technique. That's why massages from Theo and Quenji were absolutely necessary. Today, Sejun planned to eat a lot, so even their massages might not be enough to overcome the muscle pain. Kirorong. Iemrorong. Kirurung. The Blackie family fell asleep immediately after dinner. They absorbed and dispersed 90% of Sejun's rapidly increasing influence that started growing when he became interested in Omid, and the great dragons highly praise your food. Your soul becomes greatly fulfilled from the high praise of numerous dignified beings. Mental strength increases by 100. Oh, my mental strength is rising fast. He. Although they were absorbing 90% of the mental strength being poured into Sejun from the dragon's praise to prevent overload. Eat, sleep, and play, what an easy life. But to him, the Blackie family just looked like a bunch of freeloaders. Despite his grumpy tone, Sejun carefully placed the Blackie family in his sling bag with care and picked up his spoon. The menu? Soy sauce butter egg rice. It was a dish that allowed him to eat a lot without getting sick of it. Harp! As Sejun began eating, Pooh hut. Just trust in me, great hybrid Chairman Park, meow, coo hey hey hey. Krueng. Dad, you don't need to worry. Quenji will make sure Dad doesn't feel pain. Press. Press. Rub. Rub. Theo and Quenji worked hard to massage Sejun as he ate. When Sejun had eaten about 5 bowls of rice, you have consumed 100,000 grains of rice. The rice as medicine effect is activated. Your total stats randomly increase by 150 across strength, stamina, agility, and magic power. Strength increased by 20, stamina by 70, agility by 50, and magic power by 10. Agility, stamina, and magic power stats have reached their potential limits. The notifications appeared. Before he knew it, even his agility stat had reached its full potential. And then, throb. The muscle pain grew worse, reaching a point where even Theo and Quenji's massages could no longer alleviate it. Meow? Chairman Park, are you okay? Meow. Krueng. Dad, are you okay? I'm fine. Sejun reassured the two, calming them down, and resumed eating. Mother-in-law, please wait just a little longer. Son-in-law Park is coming to save you. It was unnecessarily dramatic for just eating rice, but Sejun was really in too much pain. His overflowing battle aura tore through his muscles continuously, and the more he ate, the stronger that energy became. After finishing about 8 bowls of rice, gulp, every swallow became painful as it stimulated his throat muscles. Even his jaw and facial muscles hurt with every chew. Harp! Even so, Sejun didn't give up and kept eating. And in the end, he burned himself out. After eating 10 bowls of rice, returning 800 of his total 1500 stats, Sejun succumbed to the unbearable muscle pain and passed out. Press. Press. Rub. Rub. Theo and Quenji carried the unconscious Sejun to his bed, continuing to massage him until, Gorarong. Krueng. They too fell sound asleep. A few hours later. Pip pip. Good night, everyone. Peacebays woke up and greeted the exhausted, sleeping Sejun and the others with a cheerful night greeting. Of course, since everyone was asleep, no one responded. Flap. Flap. Peacebays went to the kitchen. Slurp. Slurp. As he sipped the juice from the fruit Sejun had prepared, he pondered how to find Omid, as Sejun had requested. At that moment, Peacebays. Who? Flamey Flamey called out to Peacebays in a very soft voice. It was so quiet that most wouldn't have heard it, but Peacebays heard it loud and clear. Yes, it's me. Come this way. Pip pip. This way. Yes. Follow my energy and open a dimensional gate. Pip pip. Got it. Finishing his meal quickly. Pip pip. Peacebays flew swiftly toward the coordinates Flamey had marked. Shoo. Before long, Peacebays arrived in another world. Where am I? Peacebays hurriedly looked around. We must stop the enemy at all costs. We need to buy time. Kill all those who follow the dragons. Now's our chance to kill the dragon. What Peacebays saw and heard was a fierce battle between soldiers defending a massive fortress wall and those attacking it. Both sides fought desperately, with resolute determination. Although Peacebays found himself in the middle of this chaotic battlefield, his exceptional stealth skills ensured that no one noticed him. Why are they fighting? Peacebays, watching the battle between the two factions, asked Flamey. Pip pip. Flamey, where is this place? This is Omid, the place Sejun Nim is searching for. Pip pip. Really? Yes. What's the situation there? Since the world was closed off and Flamey couldn't see inside, she asked for an update. Forcing a view inside the world wasn't impossible, but doing so could break the world itself. In the worst-case scenario, it might even cause the world to collapse. I'm not sure. But the two sides are fighting each other. Fighting? Pip pip. Yes. What should I do? For now, head back an. While Peacebays and Flamey were discussing their plan, there's a rat here, a one-eyed giant, who stood at nearly the same height as the fortress wall, swung his iron club toward Peacebay's location. The one-eyed giant Maclops had a special ability. No matter how excellent someone's stealth was, his eye could see through it. Boom! The area around where Peacebays was hovering was obliterated by the shockwave of the giant's club. However, Pip Pip. Why are you attacking me? Enraged, Peacebays flew straight toward Maclops. And then, Power Spin. Using his new skill Sejun had named for him, Peacebays spun his body rapidly and launched himself headfirst in a powerful tackle. Boom! A massive hole appeared in Maclop's upper torso, and the one-eyed giant collapsed on the spot. The sudden appearance of a powerful being stunned the soldiers on both sides, halting their battle in confusion. This was the dazzling debut of Peacebay's new skill, Pa's Spin. Meanwhile, mother-in-law, son-in-law Park will be there soon. Sejun was sound asleep, not knowing that Peacebays had found Omid. Chapter 535, Mother-in-law. Son-in-law Park has arrived. After being cut off from the rest of the worlds, the residents of Omid believed that peace would finally come, because now destruction couldn't invade. However, there was no paradise to be found in their place of refuge. As the threat of destruction disappeared, the demon army led by the demon king of sloth, Adraus, began to ravage Omid. In truth, it was Adraus who had activated the dimension magic to isolate the world. Adraus, lacking confidence in his ability to fight destruction, sought to isolate Omid and make it his dominion. However, why is the Black Dragon here? When the great Black Dragon, which had descended upon Omid, became trapped alongside them, trouble arose. Who dares? Who used the dimension magic to isolate this world? The great Black Dragon flew into a fury and sought the one who had cast the dimension magic, while Adraus, hiding his demon army, desperately fled to avoid the dragon. For decades, Adraus ran from the Black Dragon. Then one day, the dragon suddenly vanished. Even after the Black Dragon disappeared, Adraus spent several more years biding his time in hiding. Only when he was completely certain that the Black Dragon's presence had disappeared from Omid did Adraus summon his demon army once more. Although the demon army suffered great damage from the Black Dragon, there was no one to stop the demon army in Omid without destruction and dragons. The advance of the demon army was unstoppable. Starting with the empire that once ruled over Omid being reduced to ashes within a year, many kingdoms fell to the demon army. Some kingdoms, seeking survival, voluntarily submitted to the demon army. Others declared resolute resistance and were ultimately destroyed. In the process, an enormous number of refugees were created, but there was no kingdom left to protect them. It was then, if you go to Mount Modin, the great Black Dragon will protect you. A rumor began to spread among the refugees. Clutching at straws, the refugees braved countless hardships to head toward Mount Modin. And as rumored, those who received permission from the Black Dragon were living within huge fortress walls. Welcome! This is the territory of the great Black Dragon, Elizabeth Pratani. You are safe now. These people welcomed the refugees within the walls, and the refugees settled in the land granted by the Black Dragon. There, they prepared for the inevitable battle with the demon army while leading peaceful lives. But that peace did not last long. The demon army, which had conquered all of Omid, eventually turned its eyes toward the Black Dragon's territory. Without hesitation, they began their assault on the dragon's domain. Adraus, the demon king of sloth, was certain that the Black Dragon would not be able to act. During his long investigation into dragons, Adraus had discovered a large bloodstain at the last known location of the Black Dragon. A large bloodstain and the subsequent disappearance of the Black Dragon. Connecting the two led to one conclusion: a serious injury. It was clear that the wound sustained in the battle against the Apostle of Destruction had worsened. When Adraus realized that the Black Dragon had suffered a fatal wound, Kuhuhu. This is my chance. He decided to go so far as to hunt the Black Dragon. If he could obtain the dragon's heart, becoming a demon god of sloth would no longer be an impossibility. Attack! Bring down the walls! The demon army invaded the Black Dragon's domain, but as expected by Adraus, the Black Dragon did not reveal itself despite its territory being under attack. Instead, boom! Occasionally, it would unleash magic to annihilate the demon army, but the forces waiting in reserve far outnumbered those wiped out. And seeing the Black Dragon unable to attack distant troops, Adraus became even more convinced. The Black Dragon had weakened to the point where it could not even detect enemies far away. Adraus continued sending troops, deliberately provoking the Black Dragon into repeatedly using its magic. It was to make it more exhausted. No matter how fatally wounded, a dragon was still a dragon. Even one hit would mean his annihilation. He had to exhaust the Black Dragon to the point where it couldn't even resist his final strike. And so, after years of relentless efforts, signs of the Black Dragon's fatigue began to show. The intervals at which it cast magic, once every hour, gradually grew longer. Then, a few days ago, the dragon stopped using magic altogether. It's over now. The dragon's heart is mine. Just as Adraus was nearly certain of his victory in the hunt for the dragon, Pa's Spin, his plans crumbled due to a single golden bat that appeared using a technique with a strange name. Pip Pip. Did you tell him to attack me? Before Adraus knew it, the golden bat, Peacebays, had appeared in front of him and was preparing to attack. Pa's Spin, Coup! A drouse, the demon king of sloth, was struck by Peacebase's attack and was sealed within a small stone. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Ugh! Ark! Sejun woke up to start his morning with muscle pain. And then, meow! Krueng! Hearing Sejun's groans, Theo and Quenji rubbed their eyes as they woke up. Need. Press. They hurried over to give Sejun a massage. Though even their massages couldn't help Sejun's muscle pain yesterday, overnight, his muscles had adjusted to the strength and energy that had been infused, and the soreness was greatly reduced. Thanks, you guys. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, let me help too. No, Blackie, you go fetch this. Oomph! Sejun gritted his teeth through the soreness and threw a rounded stone with all his strength. Kihihit. King. Hee. Got it. I'll play fetch with you, Butler. Although his intention was to send Blackie away to avoid further disruption, Blackie, thinking it was playing a game with Sejun, happily ran off to retrieve the stone. Ah, that's better. While receiving massages from Theo and Quenji, Sejun checked a message that appeared before him. Due to the effective power, Sunfish Core, all stat potentials have increased by 30. After checking the message, how much strength stat potential is left? He checked his stats. Stats, strength, 10 237 16 122, stamina, 10 592 13 622, agility, 9 255 12 255, magic power, 10 793 or 13 823, mental strength, 3000 5000, divinity, 35.99 34 100. Contrary to Sejun's expectations, there was plenty of potential left in all his stats. Each of his stat potentials had increased by a whopping 3,000. Yesterday's efforts had caused his muscle strengthening technique to grow to the next level, raising his potential. All that hard work had paid off. As a side note, Blackie had contributed to raising his mental strength, but instead of trying to get credit for it, Blackie, sniff, King? Where did it go? Was busily digging in the ground, searching for the stone Sejun had thrown. Shortly after, everyone, gather around. Sejun called his companions together to head to the 10th tower and attempted to activate the power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky. However, the power did not activate. Who's missing? Let's do a roll call. I'll start. 1, 2, Meow, Krueng. 3, King. 5, Kiruk, Sharalarang. Mew. The roll call ended at 11. And then, Peacebase isn't here? Sejun realized that Peacebase hadn't returned yet. Where did it go? Peacebase. Sejun quickly began searching for the golden bat. At that moment, meow. Chairman Park, I feel yesterday's pull coming from here, meow. Theo pointed toward a dimensional gate that Peacebase seemed to have created. What? This is. When Sejun discovered a small dimensional gate, approximately 15 centimeters in diameter, leading to Omid. Pip. Elizabeth Nim, hello. I'm Hybrid Golden Bat, Peacebase. Peacebase greeted Elizabeth Pratani, Eileen's mother, after obliterating the demon army. Normally, it would have been impossible for Peacebase to face the mighty dragon, but Elizabeth's energy was in a greatly weakened state. Elizabeth, appearing frail, had curled her body tightly as though nursing an injury to her abdomen. Yet, she was trying her best to maintain the dignity unique to the great black dragon. Ah, so you're Peacebase. Thank you for helping me. Elizabeth expressed her gratitude to Peacebase, as the situation could have become truly dangerous if Peacebase hadn't appeared. Normally, she wouldn't have allowed Peacebase to approach her so easily, but she sensed Kaiser's aura emanating from Peacebase, which was why she called him in. And then, there isn't much time left. In truth, Elizabeth was in no position to be picky or question the situation. Hey. It's nothing. Elizabeth Nim, you're Eileen Noona's mother. Of course, I had to help. Oh. You know my Eileen. My Eileen is. Ugh. Hearing Eileen's name, Elizabeth twisted her body violently in pain. It seemed her movements had irritated her wounds. Thud. Overwhelmed by the pain, Elizabeth collapsed and dropped her head as she lost consciousness. Pip. What do I do? Seeing Elizabeth in such a state, Peacebase panicked, unsure of what to do. After a moment of contemplation, Pip. Sejun Nim will surely have a solution. Just as he was about to hurry back to the dimensional gate while thinking of Sejun, the most reliable and omnipotent being he could trust and depend on. Pooh Hut. Peace-Bays, so here you are, meow. Theo, who used Meow Step, suddenly appeared in front of Peace-Bays. With the liquid-like flexibility unique to cats, Theo had managed to squeeze through the narrow dimensional gate and find Peace-Bays. Meow? But is this Dragon Nim the mother-in-law of Great Hybrid Chairman Park? Meow. Pip pip. Yes. This is Elizabeth Nim, Sejun Nim's mother-in-law. She suddenly collapsed. What should we do? Pooh hut. Don't worry, Peace-Bays. With my healing skills, I, Hybrid Vice Chairman Theo, will treat Chairman Park's mother-in-law. Meow. You go inform Chairman Park. Meow. Pip pip. Understood. Flap. Flap. As Peace-Bays flew off, Theo began to massage Elizabeth's body with his front paws. Flash. Suddenly, Theo's paws emitted a blinding light as he burned through a pile of money. Realizing the severity of the situation, Theo spent every last coin Sejun had entrusted to him before his departure. However, the amount wasn't enough to heal the great dragon. Far more astronomical sums were required. And then, hell Nim, give me money, meow. If you don't, it's impeachment, meow. Having run out of money, Theo resorted to extorting Hell, the god of merchants, as he worked diligently to heal Elizabeth. Pip pip. I need to quickly tell Sejun Nim. Flap. Flap. Peace-Bays flew hard using Pa's step and crossed the dimensional gate. Sejun Nim. The moment Peace-Bays passed through the dimensional gate and urgently called for Sejun. At the gate's entrance, Sejun, Quenji, Blackie family, and the dragons of the Four Dragons Council were already waiting for it. It was thanks to Gogomi, who had listened to Theo's report through the spider thread connection and relayed the situation to them. They were prepared. Peace-Bays. Quickly, put this on. Sejun threw a piece of skin over Peace-Bays, which belonged to the great golden dragon, Artemis Yul. Transform. At Sejun's command, Kaiser used dragon speech to transform Peace-Bays' skin into that of a golden dragon. The skin was taken from Artemis's shoulder just moments ago while he was drinking. Kaiser! What are you doing? Artemis protested angrily at having a piece of his shoulder skin suddenly removed away. Sorry. I'll make it up to you with this. Whom? 2 bottles. Fine. The matter was resolved with 2 bottles of electrified golden kiwi wine. Pip pip. With black dragon claws and golden dragon skin, am I now a super hybrid? As Peace-Bays was suddenly and inexplicably outfitted with golden dragon skin, it celebrated in delight. Peace-Bays, can you recreate the dimensional gate to Omid? Sejun asked. Pip pip. Yes. Swoosh. At Sejun's request, Peace-Bays immediately created the dimensional gate once again. However, pip pip. Why is the dimensional gate so much bigger? Peace-Bays, noticing that the gate behind it had grown to about 70 centimeters in diameter, was startled. Unbeknownst to Peace-Bays, during its absence, the dragons had analyzed Peace-Bays' ability to create dimensional gates. They discovered that one of the reasons why Peace-Bays couldn't enlarge the gate was due to the physical limitations of its body's durability. A significant portion of Peace-Bays' abilities had been used to protect its own fragile body. So, the dragons replaced Peace-Bays' skin with the golden dragon skin to allow Peace-Bays to use its abilities fully and, thanks to this, the dimensional gate was now large enough for Sejun to pass through. And then, go! Anton, controlling the black dragon statue, spoke in a cold voice and took the lead. Yes! Sejun quietly followed Anton, using Quenji's telekinetic powers to fly. Although he had grown somewhat close to Kaiser, his relationship with his future father-in-law, Anton, was still very awkward. So the two flew in silence and a suffocating, murderous silence hung in the air. At that moment, King! Butler! Don't be scared. I'll protect you. Blackie, dangling from the sling bag, barked fiercely at Anton, thinking Sejun was intimidated by him. Fat! You, a sunfish, are saying that. Thanks to Blackie's bold behavior, Sejun was able to laugh a little. Shortly after, Elizabeth, mother-in-law, son-in-law Park has arrived. Sejun finally came face-to-face with Eileen's mother, Elizabeth. Chapter 536, Pooh Hut. I've completely sold off Chairman Park. Meow. Omid. Squish. Squish. Pooh Hut. Elizabeth Nim, listen carefully. Meow. I'll tell you about our great hybrid, Chairman Park. Meow. Our Chairman Park's name is Park Sejun. Listen up. Here comes the legendary story of Chairman Park. Meow. While Theo was treating Elizabeth, he started talking about Sejun. Of course, as a devoted fanatic of Sejun's knees, his words were filled with nothing but praise for Sejun. However, it was a bit different than usual this time. he omitted the facts about his ugly appearance or his weaknesses and focused solely on compliments. Vice Chairman Theo, will raise Chairman Park's score with his future mother-in-law, meow. This was to ensure Elizabeth developed a favorable impression of Sejun. As Theo enthusiastically recounted Sejun's merits to Elizabeth, Chairman Park. Chairman Park, what's that sound? Elizabeth occasionally regained consciousness and caught fragments of Theo's words. It's been a while since I felt this comfortable. This cozy sensation was something she hadn't experienced in a long time. So, feeling good, she attentively listened to Theo's story while enjoying his massage. Most of the story was about a human named Chairman Park. Pooh Hut. Speaking of our Chairman Park, he's an incredible tower farmer who owns 27 new crop varieties, meow. Using those varieties, he's made all the other tower farmers his subordinates, meow. Pooh Hut. On the 99th floor of the Black Tower, there are 2 world trees grown by our Chairman Park, meow. And this is a secret even the great Chairman Park doesn't know, but since you're Eileen Noona's mother, I'll tell you specially, meow. We also have a tree called Flamey that's even more amazing than the world trees planted by Chairman Park, meow. The more she listened, the more Elizabeth realized that this Chairman Park wasn't an ordinary human. On top of that, what? Chairman Park completely healed my Eileen's heart with his cherry tomatoes. Chairman Park exterminated the locusts with his green onions. Chairman Park turned the Black Tower into the Great Black Tower. There was a curse on the great dragons, and he lifted it. With his alcohol, no less. As Theo continued recounting Sejun's accomplishments, the feats only became more astonishing. Thus, Theo persistently narrated Sejun's incredible achievements to Elizabeth as if brainwashing her. This human named Chairman Park really possesses extraordinary abilities. Elizabeth developed a favorable impression of Sejun, just as Theo intended. However, Pooh Hut. The great white dragon Arjux Mamib considers our Chairman Park his elder brother, meow. Pooh Hut. The great Chairman Park is. Theo's praise for Sejun showed no signs of stopping. Too much is as bad as too little. Enough. Finally, Elizabeth couldn't endure it any longer, opened her eyes, and sat up. At that moment, Elizabeth, the black dragon statue, controlled by Anton, called out to Elizabeth. This magic power. Anton? Recognizing Anton's magic, Elizabeth exclaimed joyfully. How much had she missed him? Yes. It's me. Elizabeth and Anton were reunited. They looked at each other and began their first conversation in 150 years. Vice Chairman, come here. Sejun, noticing Theo awkwardly lingering atop Elizabeth's stomach, motioned for him to come over. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I missed you, meow. But why are you calling me, meow? Theo rushed to Sejun at his call, clinging to his knees as he asked. Sejun quietly led Theo outside. Right now, they needed time alone. As Sejun exited the cave where Elizabeth was, flap, flap, pip pip. Sejun Nim, this sealing stone of a drouse, the demon king of sloth. Peacebays brought the stone containing the sealed Adrouse, the demon king of sloth. Blackie, time to work. When Sejun handed the sealing stone to Blackie, Kihihit. King, he hit. Butler. Leave it to me. Krueng. Blackie grabbed the sealing stone and fell asleep. He had begun exorcism with his subordinates. Meanwhile, Sejun looked around and, clank, opened his void storage to take out some crops and began cooking. Mother-in-law's condition is too poor. Elizabeth's condition was poor, so Sejun decided to prepare a nourishing dish to restore her health. The fact that Sejun could stand near Elizabeth in her true form and remain unaffected demonstrated just how severe her condition was. Crop miniaturization. Sejun used his skill on the crops that would go into the dish, reducing their size. Today's dish was a highly concentrated nutrient-packed chicken porridge, made using the crop miniaturization skill. While Sejun didn't necessarily need to use crop miniaturization, Elizabeth was a dragon. Condensing the ingredients as much as possible would aid digestion and help her recover faster. I need to score points with mother-in-law with this. With that thought in mind, Sejun began cooking, using locust meat and various crops. Sniff. That smells delicious. I'm hungry. Drawn by the aroma of Sejun's cooking, children started gathering one by one to watch. At first, it was only children, but before long, adults began to gather as well. After a brief moment of thought, Sejun took out a large pot, added potatoes, onions, corn, and slime meat, and began preparing soup. Take this and share it with everyone. He started distributing the soup to the crowd. partly out of pity, but also because he wanted to leverage the effects of his title, Saint of Feeding, to gain praise and boost his for primary stats and mental strength. Pooh Hut. Come here, get stamped, and join Sejun Company as an employee. Then you can eat 3 meals a day for free, meow. Wait, I didn't think of that. Thanks to Theo, Sejun also began to benefit from the effects of his title, Slave King. And then, Vice Chairman, tell them they can only join Sejun Company until today. Pooh Hut. Understood, meow. Make sure to emphasize that this isn't an everyday opportunity and that the deadline is approaching. That'll make it more effective, meow. As expected, Chairman Park is a genius, meow. You're amazing, meow. Hoo. Sejun decided to take this opportunity to recruit more employees and taught Theo one of Earth's marketing techniques. The ultimate sales tactic, limited time offer. Pooh Hut. Humans, this isn't an opportunity that comes every day, meow. If you miss today, you'll lose your chance to join Sejun Company, meow. The deadline is approaching, meow. Theo immediately put Sejun's marketing lesson into practice. Rumble. The residents of Omid, who had no resistance to such tactics, hurriedly lined up in front of Theo to receive their stamps. You have recruited 50 slaves. Due to the effects of your title, Slave King, all stats have increased by 0.5. He. While Sejun was busy turning the residents of Omid into employees, feeding them until they were full, and increasing his stats. Kihihit. King. He. Great Blackie has successfully completed the exorcism. Blackie woke up and barked proudly. And then, King. Butler. This. Look. Spit. Blackie spat out the stone that had once sealed a drouse, the demon king of sloth, into Sejun's hand. Heart of a drouse, the demon king of sloth. The sealing stone, now devoid of a drow soul, had transformed into the demon king's heart. How dare you make my mother-in-law suffer? Crack! Sejun crushed a drow's heart and continued stirring the porridge to ensure it didn't burn. Sejun, Elizabeth says she wants to see you. Anton called out to Sejun. Yes. Just a moment. Finally, the long-awaited first meeting with his mother-in-law. Sejun quickly grabbed the pot of porridge and entered the cave. Squish. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Squish. Chairman Park's face must look as good as possible, meow. Theo diligently patted Sejun's face with his front paws, trying to help him make a good first impression. This time, Sejun quietly received the facial massage. Black Tower Administrator Area. Is it true? You found Omid? How? Kuhahaha. Once again, our lucky charm Sejun found it. Right now, your dad and Sejun are in Omid, looking for your mom. Kihihihi, as expected of my man. Hearing Kaiser's words that Sejun had found her mother, Eileen smiled shyly. But then, what? Sejun is with them too. Eileen was taken aback. The fact that Sejun went to visit her mother meant he was going to meet the dragon's true form. Sejun was in danger. Eileen, don't worry. Your mother is currently. Kaiser reassured the anxious Eileen, explaining Elizabeth's current condition. She was in a severely weakened state, so there was no chance of Sejun being harmed. However, what? I can't meet my mom. It seemed unlikely that Elizabeth would be able to return until her body recovered. The last time Eileen saw Elizabeth was when she was 50 years old. Since then, 150 years had passed, and for Eileen, who desperately wanted to see her mother, this was heartbreaking news. But, will Mom like Sejun? Eileen asked, worrying about Sejun. Well, come to think of it, didn't Elizabeth marry our Anton after seeing his face? Will our Sejun be okay? Kaiser suddenly started worrying about his future grandson-in-law. Hello, Elizabeth Nim. I am Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower. Yes. Nice to meet you. When Sejun introduced himself, Elizabeth replied in a warm voice, her face filled with a kind smile. She had already developed a favorable impression of Sejun through Theo's prior words. Moreover, during her conversation with Anton, she learned about how much Sejun had helped the Great Black Dragons and, in particular, Eileen. On top of that, Sejun's title, Dragon Race's Helper, which prevented him from being despised by dragons, also contributed to her goodwill. Anton stood silently next to Elizabeth with his arms crossed, watching Sejun as if he had never praised him. Elizabeth Nim, please try this. It should help with your recovery. Sejun handed the pot of porridge to Elizabeth. Thank you. Elizabeth grabbed the pot with her massive hand. Although the pot was large, it looked smaller than a bottle cap in her hand. Smells delicious. The scent emanating from that small pot was so rich that it completely dominated Elizabeth's keen sense of smell. Elizabeth tilted the pot and swallowed the entire porridge in one go. Gulp. The moment she swallowed, this is so delicious. Not only did it please her taste buds, you have consumed the highly concentrated nutrient chicken porridge. Due to the effect of the power, perfect digestion, the benefits of the meal are increased fivefold. Due to the effect of the power, high-efficiency magic absorption, the magic recovery rate increases tenfold. All stats increase by 250. Magic power increases by 500. Body recovery rate increases by 500% for 10 minutes. She could feel her body recovering rapidly. Would you like some more? When Sejun cautiously asked. A whom? Perhaps? Elizabeth, setting aside her embarrassment, subtly pushed the pot back towards Sejun. The taste was excellent, but more than that, the quick recovery of her body made it impossible to refuse. Just a moment. Huong. Sejun began preparing another batch of porridge, pulling out ingredients and imbuing them with magic. Squish. Squish. Poo-hoo-hut. Elizabeth Nim, our Chairman Park is not only skilled in cooking but is also a man of many other talents, meow. As Theo massaged Elizabeth's massive body, he resumed promoting Sejun. Hurry up, meow. Our great hybrid Chairman Park doesn't show up every day, meow. The deadline is approaching, meow. Theo even applied the marketing strategy he learned from Sejun earlier that day. Deadline? Approaching? He won't come back after today. Elizabeth's face began to stiffen at Theo's words. Hey! Why are you using that tactic here? Sejun panicked. At that moment, come to think of it, there's something that's been bothering me. Why aren't you calling me mother-in-law? Who? If you've promised a future with my Eileen, shouldn't you naturally call me mother-in-law? Or, don't tell me you're seeing my Eileen with casual intentions. Elizabeth leaned her massive face close to Sejun and questioned him accusingly. Nod. Nod. Anton silently nodded along in agreement. Since Kaiser and Anton had already approved Sejun as a match for Eileen, Elizabeth decided to acknowledge Sejun as well. Though, from her perspective, Sejun's face left much to be desired. But if my daughter likes him, she chose to respect Eileen's feelings. Well, of course. I'm completely serious about this. Then go ahead and call me a mother-in-law. Yes. Mother-in-law, yes. I've been acknowledged by my mother-in-law. Overwhelmed with emotion after being accepted by Elizabeth, Sejun enthusiastically shouted the title he had only dared to call her in his heart until now. Smirk. A faint smile briefly appeared on Anton's lips as he observed Sejun through the black dragon statue before it quickly faded. And then, Poo-hoo-hut. I've completely sold off Chairman Park, meow. Theo, who had successfully sold Sejun, smiled with great satisfaction. Chapter 537, I'll give you a super embarrassing name. Mother-in-law, does the food suit your taste? Ho ho ho. Of course, our son-in-law Park made it, so it's absolutely delicious. Hee hee hee. There's plenty of food, so please eat more. While Sejun was busy preparing health food with a silly grin at being called our Park son-in-law. Poo-hoo-hut. Chairman Park's mother-in-law, get well soon meow. Krueng. Mother-in-law grandma, get well soon. Ho ho ho. Yes, dears, I'll recover quickly. Theo and Quenji were treating Elizabeth with massage. Since Elizabeth was both Sejun's mother-in-law and grandmother to Quenji, Sejun had hastily created the term grandmother-in-law. Thus, while Sejun, Theo, and Quenji were treating Elizabeth, Kugum, a sound suddenly came from Elizabeth's direction. To be precise, it was a vibration transmitted from the area between Elizabeth's body through the earth. A fart? Given the circumstances, it seemed certain. What should I do? As Sejun panicked, unsure how to respond to his mother-in-law's fart. Ho ho ho, a whom? Sejun, we mighty dragons do not fart. Noticing Sejun's expression and realizing what he was thinking, Elizabeth burst into hearty laughter, while Anton cleared his throat and offered an explanation. Ah, so that's what it was. Then what was that noise? While Sejun was still pondering the source of the sound. Ho ho ho. It must be that our little one is eager to meet their brother-in-law. When Elizabeth raised her enormous body, a black egg she had been carefully holding was revealed. This was the reason why Elizabeth, who had been pursuing a drouse, the demon king of sloth, had suddenly gone into hiding. Although Anton and Elizabeth had a good marriage, the chances of dragons conceiving were extremely low. Elizabeth, who had already given birth to Eileen, never imagined that she could be pregnant again. That's how Elizabeth ended up giving birth while in poor condition. In her fragile state, she had desperately protected the egg while warding off the approaching Demon King's forces. If Peacebays had arrived just a few days later, it could have been truly perilous. If I'm the brother-in-law, then this is my brother-in-law? TL, in English, this feels odd because, in Korean, there are specific terms of address for each relationship. However, in English, both are referred to as brother-in-law, which makes this part feel awkward. Hello, brother-in-law. Nice to meet you, Sejun greeted the black egg. The egg was about knee-height to Sejun, which was extremely small considering the size of adult dragons. A moment later, yawn. I'm feeling sleepy now. Son-in-law Park, why don't you go and rest for a bit as well? Elizabeth yawned and closed her eyes. Yes, please rest well. Let's go, everyone. Phew. It was tough, but things worked out well. Sejun quickly led the group outside. Elizabeth, who had been rapidly regaining her strength thanks to Sejun's nourishing meals, had recovered so well that it was starting to make Sejun feel overwhelmed. Wanting to show his mother-in-law his best side, Sejun had stubbornly stayed by her side despite the exhaustion. Luckily, Elizabeth had given him an excuse to step out. However, our son-in-law Park must be having a hard time. Elizabeth, noticing Sejun's struggle, had kindly suggested he take a break. Indeed, a mother-in-law's love for her son-in-law knows no bounds. And so, with Elizabeth's consideration, Sejun stepped outside. The area around the cave was now empty. As Elizabeth's energy intensified, the nearby residents had relocated to avoid the overwhelming aura. Alright, time to plant some green onion seeds. Sejun also moved to a place quite far away, where Elizabeth's energy wouldn't reach, to plant the generous green onion. Then taking out the giving green onion seed, Puck, he dug into the ground and planted the seed. Thunk. As soon as the seed was planted, the green onion began to grow rapidly. However, its size was modest, not at all befitting the grandeur of its name, World Tree. Ooh? Is this fully grown? While Sejun examined the normalized green onion, you have planted the generous green onion in the forgotten world of Omid. Quest completed. As a reward for completing the quest, Omid will reconnect with other worlds. It will take 1 day for the connection to fully stabilize. As a reward for completing the quest, all of your stat potentials have increased by 1000. Reward messages appeared as the quest completed. However, a quest has appeared. Quest, for the generous green onion seed to grow properly, it must also give generously. Harvest the leaves of the generous green onion and distribute them generously to the residents of Omid. Reward, appointment as guardian deity of Omid. Even before Sejun could fully check the reward, a new quest popped up. Guardian deity? Although Sejun wasn't tempted by the reward since he would have to designate a proxy guardian deity anyway and had no use for divine power. Swish! Still, he cut the green onion leaves for the sake of the generous green onion. While the quest reward didn't move Sejun's heart, the generous green onion's desire to give moved his heart. As Sejun cut the leaves of the green onion, crunch! The leaves of the generous green onion grew back immediately. Swish! Swish! After Sejun cut them a few more times. Oh, it grows bigger the more I cut it. The generous green onion had grown slightly larger than before. With each cut, its height increased by 1 centimeter and its thickness by 1 millimeter. Vice Chairman Theo, can you help me cut these green onion leaves? Pooh hut. Leave it to me, meow. Clink. At Sejun's request, Theo smugly pulled out his dragon claws with a confident laugh. Meow meow meow. As Theo swiftly began cutting the green onion leaves. Crunch. The green onion, refusing to be outdone, grew back even faster and larger. Green onions taste best when grilled. Whoosh! Sejun grilled the green onion and said, you just peel off the burnt part and eat it like this. He gathered the residents of Omid and taught them how to enjoy grilled green onion. Wow, it's sweet! It's delicious! Thanks to Sejun, the residents of Omid feasted on grilled green onions until their bellies were full. You have fed 100 people to their heart's content. Due to the effect of the title, Saint of Feeding, all stats increase by 10. Sejun finished raising the stats he hadn't been able to max out yesterday. And then, I'm truly happy. Me too. The Demon King's army is gone, and I'm full. I'm so happy. As the residents' happiness was reached the generous green onion. Crunch. Feeling rewarded, the green onion radiated energy and grew even larger. Meow meow meow. Pooh hut. I am a specialist in cutting green onions, meow. I won't lose, meow. Fueled by his competitive spirit, Theo began cutting the ever-growing green onion leaves even faster. Moments later, The generous green onion has grown properly. Please stop cutting it now. The generous green onion's vitality is decreasing. Messages appeared. Vice Chairman Theo, stop. Sejun hurriedly stopped Theo and, meow? I don't need to cut it anymore, meow? Yeah, pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. Theo returned to Sejun's lap. You have completed the quest. As a quest completion reward, you are appointed as the guardian deity of Omid. Your divinity is far too insufficient to serve as the guardian deity of Omid. I know. Please designate a proxy guardian deity to become Omid's guardian deity in your place. The proxy guardian deity's qualifications can be revoked at any time. Who should I appoint as the proxy guardian deity this time? Sejun pondered while reading the message. Since I need to restore the milk spring anyway, I'll designate Fons, the god of the spring, as the proxy guardian deity. The distribution will be 99-1, with the additional condition that the milk spring must never dry up while serving as proxy, proposing the proxy guardian deity position for Omid to Fons, the god of the spring, under the conditions of a 99-1 distribution and the condition of managing the milk spring. The proxy guardian deity position was proposed to Fons, and Fons, the god of the spring, has accepted the proxy guardian deity position for Omid. Fons, the god of the spring, has become the proxy guardian deity of Omid on behalf of Park Sejun. The reply came quickly. So is it over? Green onion, grow well and healthy. As Sejun patted the towering 50-meter-tall green onion and cheered for its future. Sejun Nim, I have a request. Please give me a name. The generous green onion, having fully awakened as the world tree, asked Sejun to give it a name. A name? Wait a moment. Sejun began the naming process. Hee. We've got something interesting to watch. Thump. Thump. The Blackie family watched Sejun with sparkling eyes. And then, how about Omipace? TL, this time, the name is a combination of 3 parts. Omi, from Omid. Pa, from green onion, and Se, from the world tree. Since it's the world tree of Omid's generous green onion, Omipace fits. Omipace. I love it. Omipace was overjoyed, repeating the name Sejun had given it. Hee, this time even I think I came up with a great name. Sejun was also very satisfied with the name he had given. As for the Blackie family, they were split into 2 groups. Kihihit. Omipace, really? Kiruk. Shasharayang. PFF. That's too much. Piyak. One group mocked the name Omipace. Caw. Mew Mew. While the other refrained from laughing outright. Thus, the generous green onion came to have its name, Omipace. To commemorate this day, Omipace decided that every year, it would allow the residents of Omid to harvest its green onion leaves. And the residents of Omid started hosting a yearly festival where they cooked the green onion in various ways. Battler's house. All right. Now it's perfect. Snap. Battler closed the book titled 7 Ultimate Techniques to Get Chosen by a Cat as its owner after fully memorizing its contents. And, first, I'll have to make grilled fish that Theo likes. Followers. Bring me the best fish you can find. He began his search for the finest fish to prepare the grilled dish. A little while later. All right, this one should do. From the massive pile of fish in front of him, Battler selected a tuna over 10 meters long. Vigorous giant tuna, ruler of Buadaha Lake. Whoosh! Battler placed the tuna on the fire and began grilling it. A short while later, as the grilled fish became perfectly golden brown, Kakak. The book said sprinkling this will make it irresistible to cats, right? He sprinkled catnip powder on the surface of the grilled fish. It was a gift from Hunt, as Butler might really come to kill him if he failed again this time. Here, I just picked this up on the way. Eat it and choose me as your owner. Battler sent the grilled fish, coated with catnip powder, to Theo. But, Theo Park, the legendary merchant of the Black Tower, says he won't eat grilled fish that doesn't taste good. Theo instantly rejected Battler's grilled fish. Hunt, you bastard! You said this was a 100% sure thing. Bang! An enraged Battler stormed off toward Hunt's house. Omid, Chairman Park, are you going to eat this? Meow. Theo pulled a massive 10-meter-long grilled tuna out of his bag and handed it to Sejun. Naturally, it was the grilled fish Battler had made. Grilled vigorous giant tuna that cats love. A dish made by grilling the vigorous giant tuna, ruler of Buadaha Lake. Sprinkled with catnip powder at the end, it's especially appealing to cats. Effects, unlocks water attribute talents and increases all stats by 30 upon consumption. Requirements, magic power 1000 or higher. Expiration date, 10 days. Grade, day. It's way too big, and the stat increase was negligible compared to the size of the meal. Quenji, you can have it. After brushing off the catnip powder, Sejun handed the grilled tuna to Quenji. Boom! Quenji, who had grown larger to match the tuna's size, devoured the grilled fish in an instant and shrank back to normal size. Then, Krueng! Quenji has gained the talent to run on water. Quenji had unlocked the talent, water walking. Oh, really? Show me, Krueng! After watching Quenji's newly acquired talent for some time, Sejun returned to the cave where Elizabeth was. Who? Oh. Sejun, perfect timing. In the cave, only the lonely black egg and Anton remained, who had been anxiously watching it. Anton, looking worried as he stared at the egg, greeted Sejun with relief. Elizabeth was nowhere to be seen. Where's mother-in-law? She's returned to the Black Tower. What? Since Omid suddenly reconnected with the other worlds. As Omid reconnected with the world, the Black Tower system detected Elizabeth, who hadn't returned to the tower in a long time, and forcibly brought her back. Sejun, who had connected Omid to the world, quietly kept his mouth shut and, "All right, everyone, let's massage the egg." In Elizabeth's absence, he took over caring for the egg. Pat, pat, press, press, rub, rub, lick, lick. Blackie, it's not food, king. And so, while Sejun, Theo, and Quenji were tending to the egg, crack! A crack began to form on the egg. It had started to hatch. Everyone, get down! Sejun urgently shouted to his companions and hit the ground. He suddenly recalled the fact that newly hatched creatures often imprint on the first being they see, treating them as their parent. However, dragons were beings on an entirely different level compared to such animals. Pooey-hee-hee. Brother-in-law, you idiot! The baby black dragon, with only its head and legs out of the egg, looked down at Sejun and sneered. How dare you laugh at your brother-in-law? As Sejun became indignant at being ridiculed by his newly born brother-in-law. Oh. Since our baby's first sight is of you, Sejun, you should give the baby its name. That's our tradition. Anton granted Sejun the honor of naming the black dragon. He. Sure, I'll give you a super embarrassing name. As Sejun smiled sinisterly while preparing his revenge. Heek. Brother-in-law, you're scary. Hick. Hick. Startled by Sejun's sinister expression, the baby black dragon began to hiccup and meow. Chairman Park, your face looks ugly, meow. Control your expression, meow. Theo quickly started kneading Sejun's face with his front paws. Chapter 538, Cry Out. Brother-in-law, Black Tower Administrator Area. Hee. To think I have a younger brother. Eileen smiled brightly upon hearing the news that her younger brother would soon hatch from the egg. Just moments ago, Anton had shared the news that Elizabeth's health was improving thanks to Sejun, along with the news about having a younger brother. Thanks to my Sejun, I'm so happy. Ever since Sejun came to the tower, good things had been happening one after another. Hee. Time to work. As Eileen began managing the tower with a happy smile. Voom! The crystal orb vibrated. And then, former Administrator Elizabeth Brittani has been detected, activating the return protocol that could not be executed in the past. Elizabeth Brittani will return here in 3 seconds. Who? Mother is coming. No, Mom hasn't recovered enough to meet with us yet. Is there another place I can send Mom to? Eileen hurriedly searched for an alternative location to redirect Elizabeth. She can be returned to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Then send her there. The return protocol is being executed. The Great Black Dragon, Elizabeth Brittani, returned after 150 years. To the 99th floor. Black Tower, 99th floor. Goo. Elizabeth appeared in the sky with an overwhelming presence. Moo. Kuong. Startled by the sudden appearance of the Great Black Dragon, the Minotaur King and Pink Fur quickly bowed toward the sky. Queek. Whir. The mushroom ants and poisonous bees also hurriedly lowered their heads in reverence toward the great being's arrival. And then, oh. Isn't that Elizabeth? It's been a long time. You've worked hard. Kellyanne, Ramtur, and Tia welcomed Elizabeth's return. Meanwhile, Pock. But isn't it strange that my brother-in-law can talk right after being born? Do dragons receive education even before they hatch? Sejun asked Anton curiously while receiving a massage from Theo. After thinking about it, it was indeed surprising that the baby dragon could speak right after hatching. It's less education and more of a transfer. Basic knowledge is passed down through knowledge transfer magic. Oh, that's amazing. If only I'd had knowledge transfer magic as a kid, I would have scored 100 on every memorization test. All right. Shall we come up with a name for our dear brother-in-law? When Sejun held the frightened baby black dragon in his arms, Dad, help me. The baby black dragon flailed desperately, sending pleading looks to Anton for rescue. But, ha ha ha. Our Sejun is so good with kids. I might have to leave the little one with him from time to time. Anton, oblivious to his child's plea for help, simply looked at Sejun fondly. Oh no. Dad's fallen for brother-in-law's innocent facade too. I saw it just a moment ago. The evil demon hiding behind that smiling face. I must stay sharp. The baby black dragon made a firm resolution not to be deceived by his brother-in-law. However, brother-in-law. Yes, brother-in-law. Want to receive a good name? Yes. The baby black dragon, who had yet to receive a name, quickly forgot his earlier resolve and eagerly nodded his head. Really? That doesn't sound like the voice of someone who truly wants a good name. No. Brother-in-law. I really want a nice name. Desperate to show how much he wanted a good name, the baby black dragon raised his voice as earnestly as he could. He. All right. Let me think about it. Pat. Pat. When Sejun patted the baby black dragon's bottom. So warm. Pooh-hoo. The baby black dragon quickly fell asleep. Let's check if my brother-in-law's heart is okay. Although Anton had already confirmed the baby's health, Sejun decided to check again just to be sure. My brother-in-law is precious, after all. When Sejun placed his ear against the baby black dragon's chest, thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. The heart was beating incredibly fast. Do dragons normally have such a fast heartbeat? As Sejun pondered this question, inside the baby black dragon's dream. How dare you call the butler stupid? Wah! I'm sorry. I won't do it again. The baby black dragon was desperately running away from the members of the Blackie family, a giant wolf, a stone giant, a spider, butterfly, and others. Moments later, I'm sorry. With a scream, the baby black dragon woke up from its dream. Brother-in-law seems weak. We need to give him some nourishing food. He. Brother-in-law is a sunfish too. With a satisfied smile, Sejun carried the baby black dragon on his back and began preparing porridge for him to eat as baby food. But, who? Wow! Brother-in-law, this is so delicious. Instead of eating the porridge, the baby black dragon boldly used a spoon to scoop up Sejun's rice and started eating it. How dare you eat your brother-in-law's rice? Sejun stared at his impudent brother-in-law, debating whether he should teach him a lesson, but eventually let it slide. Upon closer inspection, the baby black dragon already had a full set of sturdy teeth capable of chewing through meat. That's my mistake. Baby brother-in-law, isn't your brother-in-law's cooking delicious? TL, I am translating it as baby brother-in-law from now on to make it more easier to understand. Yes. Brother-in-law's cooking is the best. The baby black dragon who started his first meal with Sejun's cooking. Thanks to this, his tolerance for bad food significantly decreased. He. Baby brother-in-law, eat as much as you like. Yes. And so, the baby black dragon eagerly devoured Sejun's cooking. Thud. Just one meal later, the baby black dragon became twice as strong. The great dragons differed slightly in their abilities and talents, but they were beings that fundamentally processed anything they ate with several times the efficiency of ordinary creatures. At this rate, baby brother-in-law might become stronger than me in just a few days. Feeling threatened by the baby black dragon's rapid growth, Sejun clenched his resolve. I'll stay stronger than him for at least a month. Sejun realized that if he didn't try hard now, he might never be able to surpass his brother-in-law again. Determined, Sejun ate his own food with renewed enthusiasm. I'm full. As Sejun patted his stomach, Sejun felt his back had become damp. Pooh-hoo. The baby black dragon, who had fallen asleep while being carried on Sejun's back, had drooled all over him. Sejun thought about laying the baby black dragon down on the floor, but, pooh-hee-hee, hearing the soft, contented laughter of his brother-in-law as he tightly clung to Sejun's clothes, Sejun decided to carry him a bit longer. At that moment, Sejun had a thought. He realized he had just gained a trump card he could use if he ever needed to win an argument with his brother-in-law in the future. I raised you on my back. He. Perfect. This should give me the upper hand for at least a year. As Sejun basked in satisfaction over his newfound trump card, to think he can smile even when his back is soaked with my son's drool. As expected, Sejun is so kind, Anton thought, watching Sejun with a pleased smile. And then, I think we can leave now. Let's go back. He said it's time to return. Normally, a dragon wouldn't travel for several years after hatching to ensure stability. However, there was no mother here to look after the baby black dragon. Fortunately, thanks to Sejun's cooking, the baby black dragon had grown strong enough to endure short travels. Yes, at Anton's words, Sejun packed their belongings and moved through the dimensional gate created by Peacepays with the others. The capital of the Thunum Empire, rulers of Hamk. Do you understand the gravity of your sins? A gigantic hamster, so fat that moving seemed difficult, roared angrily. I don't know. I really don't know. Why are you doing this to me? Kalkai flailed about, shouting in protest. Kalkai was being put on trial in a religious court. The charge was, did you not spread rumors about a cat that disrespected the great gods? How dare you praise a cat in the holy hamster empire? Are you claiming to be innocent while worshipping a cat idol? Cat idol worship? The Kalch's stories about Theo, which he had shared with the hamsters in his village, had spread like wildfire throughout the empire and eventually reached the ears of the religious order. Worshipping? I just told the truth. Silence. Heretic. It's clear that the cat demon has possessed you. Guards, lock this heretic up in prison. In 10 days, we shall burn this heretic in front of everyone to drive out the demon. No, no. I'm innocent. And so, Kalkai was dragged off to prison. 5 days later. Flap. A few locusts started flying around Hamk. After a day passed, the 6 calamities revealed themselves. Coo! With the ogre's roar, the calamities descended upon the Thunum Empire. Black Tower, 99th floor. We're back. As Sejun stepped out of the dimensional gate, Pip. Sejun Nim, can I close the gate now? Peacepays, perched on Sejun's palm, asked in a slightly tired voice. Maintaining the dimensional gate for over a day had worn it out. Yes, go ahead and close it, Pip. Understood. Once Peacepays closed the gate, Peacepays, you did well. Sejun gently petted Peacepays, which was still on his palm. Pa hey hee hee. Bearerong. Peacepays chuckled happily and immediately fell asleep. Whoosh. It then activated stealth to hide its presence. Shuck. Carefully, Sejun moved the now invisible Peacepays to his shoulder. And just as he was about to do the work he couldn't finish before, son-in-law Park, welcome. A graceful woman emerged from the kitchen area to greet Sejun. She had a mature appearance that made her look like what Eileen might become in about 10 years by human standards. Mother-in-law, yes. Thank you for bringing back my baby. You must be hungry, right? I've prepared some food, so come in and eat. Yes. Where's father-in-law? Who? By the time Sejun looked around, the black dragon statue controlled by Anton was nowhere to be seen. What? Where did he go? Puzzled, Sejun followed Elizabeth into the kitchen. Wow! Gulp! The dining table was covered with dishes that looked absolutely mouth-watering. As expected of the mother-in-law's love for her son-in-law. Sejun was moved by Elizabeth's food. The aroma was also fantastic. Her cooking skills were on a completely different level compared to Eileen's. If only Eileen hadn't been separated from her mother, her cooking skills would have been great, too. Then I wouldn't have had to suffer. Sejun briefly recalled all the meals of love he had endured from Eileen in the past. Mother-in-law, thank you. I'll enjoy the meal. With gratitude, Sejun took a big bite of the food Elizabeth had prepared. And then, he realized. He understood now why Anton had suddenly disappeared. The appearance and aroma of the food were different, but the taste was unmistakably similar to Eileen's cooking. No, in fact, it seemed Eileen's cooking might be a bit better than this now. Son-in-law Park, what's wrong? Does it not taste good? No, it's delicious. Hard, very delicious. In response to Elizabeth's question, Sejun forced himself to chew the food and gave her a mechanical reply. And then, help me, guys. Sejun frantically signaled to the others for help, but, meow. I have to do the work that's piled up, meow. Krueng. Quenji wants to go harvest herbs now. King. Big brothers, take me with you. Save me. Seeing the look on Sejun's face, everyone scattered and fled outside. Traitors. Abandoned by his companions, Sejun sat there helplessly. At that moment, who? Mom, the baby black dragon, who had been sleeping on Sejun's back, woke up. Oh my baby, did you sleep well? You must be hungry. Here, try some of the food Mom made. Okay. Elizabeth offered her food to the baby black dragon. This is my chance. Let brother-in-law feed you, baby brother-in-law. Okay. A dash. The baby black dragon obediently opened its mouth wide at Sejun's words. Sorry, brother-in-law, but I have to survive, too. Feeling guilty, Sejun silently apologized in his heart as he filled a spoonful of Elizabeth's food and placed it in the baby black dragon's mouth. And then, who? The baby black dragon froze in shock, its mind momentarily going blank from the taste. This reaction was understandable. Having been spoiled by Sejun's incredible cooking as his very first meal, the baby black dragon now had impossibly high standards. To him, this wasn't even food. Cry out, brother-in-law. Wah! This isn't food. It's garbage, the baby black dragon screamed and cried, voicing the exact thought Sejun couldn't express aloud. Black Tower Administrator Area. Kihihihi. So, I really take after my mom. So, my bad cooking skills were inherited from mom. Watching the scene unfold in the kitchen through the crystal orb, Eileen chuckled. At that moment, woong! Woong! The crystal orb vibrated rapidly. The Black Tower has detected the world of Hamk being invaded by destruction. Black Tower initiating protection of Hamk. Installing 120 Black Towers in Hamk. The Black Tower had connected to Hamk. Chapter 539, Brother-in-law, I can't let you surpass me. Black Tower Administrator Area. Who? Earth exists, but it's connected to another world. The startled Eileen hurriedly used the crystal orb to confirm the situation. And then, since Earth was temporarily incorporated as Floor 0 of the Black Tower, we can manage the new world. She quickly grasped the situation. Wait, there's more explanation here. While Eileen was reading through the description she hadn't noticed earlier, you have arrived on the first floor of the Black Tower. The hamsters from Hamk entered the Black Tower through vanishing. And this wasn't the usual small-scale vanishing scene before, it was a large-scale one. Kiwi? Where are we? Kiwi? It says it's Black Tower Floor 1? About 10,000 hamsters looked around in confusion, not understanding their surroundings. At that moment, Da. A brown hamster swiftly darted out from the group. It was Kalkai, who had been imprisoned. Hamk had been invaded by destruction. Having been in Risha, Kalkai instantly understood the situation as soon as the term Black Tower came up. And, Theonim definitely said that he and Sejun live on the 99th floor of the Black Tower. He decided to climb the tower quickly to meet Theo, to prove his story to the Thunim Empire, and to save Hamk. To Kalkai, the most powerful and fastest way to save Hamk was to find Sejun and ask for his help. As Kalkai disappeared to the second floor through the waypoint. Hamsters! Earth's hunters spotted the hamsters looking around their surroundings. The sight of so many hamsters with variously colored fur gathered together was irresistibly adorable. Oh my! They're so cute! Do you think we can touch them? Enchanted by their cuteness, the hunters approached the hamsters without hesitation. At that moment, Kiwi, a golden-furred hamster, stepped forward. Thud! It stomped its foot. Do not come closer! The warning was conveyed clearly through the ground. Despite their adorable appearance, the hamsters exuded a ferocious aura, as if they could tear their enemies apart at any moment. And then, the hamsters are stronger than us. Earth's hunters were deeply shocked by the overwhelming power of the hamsters. At that moment, how dare you cause trouble as newcomers? How dare you create chaos in Chairman Park's market? The Black Bears of the Krueng gang in charge of market security and the skeleton mags responsible for appraising goods appeared. Kiwi! Kiwi! Contrary to their cute appearance, the aggressive hamsters immediately tried to fight. Alright, since you attacked us first, now you'll work for Sejun Company. 5 years should be appropriate. Thus began the process of recruiting employees. Kiwi! Kiwi! The 10,000 hamsters united their strength to fight, but, Koom! The Black Bears were originally from the 80th floor of the tower. And, magic, bind the enemy. Bind, Earth, hold the enemy down. Stone Hand, fire, trap the enemy. Flame Cage. The skeleton mags were elite soldiers who had once served Regis, the Lord of Bones who ruled the 96th floor of the tower. Since you disrupted business today, we'll forgive this incident if you work as Sejun Company employees for 5 years. Quickly stamp the contract, but don't worry too much, we'll give you 3 meals a day and even pay you a salary. In the end, the thoroughly defeated hamsters had no choice but to press their tiny prints on the contract, and, Kiwi! My dad is Duke of the Thunim Empire. Kiwi! I'm a prince. But now, they were all equally 5-year temporary employees of Sejun Company. Black Tower, 99th floor. Baby, is my cooking really that bad? Elizabeth, shocked by her child's words, asked hesitantly. It's terrible. Mom's cooking isn't cooking. I'm only going to eat brother-in-law's cooking from now on. The baby black dragon delivered a devastating blow to Elizabeth with a brutally honest remark. To say my cooking isn't cooking, Elizabeth was deeply hurt by her second child's words. Mother-in-law, I'm so sorry. Sejun felt a pang of guilt seeing Elizabeth like that but didn't stop his baby brother-in-law. I must endure. If we don't seal mother-in-law's cooking here, it's over. An even greater calamity will come. Determined not to eat Elizabeth's cooking ever again, he held back with all his might. Good job, baby brother-in-law. Deliver the final blow. Out of Elizabeth's sight, Sejun patted the baby black dragon's back in silent encouragement. At that moment, chuck! Elizabeth put a bite of her own cooking into her mouth. And then, ugh! The devil queen, no, mother-in-law, self-destructed after tasting her own cooking. I didn't know my cooking tasted like this. Elizabeth finally realized the truth about her food. Just like Eileen, she never tasted her food while cooking. Thanks to this, Elizabeth's cooking was perfectly sealed, and, growl! Brother-in-law, give me food please. The baby dragon looked at Sejun with sparkling eyes, asking for food. All right. Today's menu is dragon nugget chicken. Sejun decided to make dragon-shaped nuggets in honor of his hero baby brother-in-law who sealed mother-in-law's cooking. You're the best, brother-in-law. The baby black dragon cheered, even though he had no idea what dragon nugget chicken was. Poo-hoo-hut, ku-hey-hey-hey, ki-hit. Theo, Quenji, and Blackie watched while secretly clinging to Sejun's body as he cooked, and, brother-in-law, I want to watch too. The baby dragon reached out his little arms, asking to be carried. All right, Sejun lifted the baby dragon onto his back so he could watch him cook. After a while, when everyone, including Elizabeth, was enjoying a happy meal, I just remembered. Sejun, who had been eating enthusiastically while competing with the baby dragon, suddenly spoke up. Poo-hoo-hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, what did you remember, meow? It must be something amazing, meow. Theo looked at Sejun with eyes full of expectation. Yes. Of course it's amazing. Because it's my baby brother-in-law's name, Sejun replied confidently. Name. Hearing the word name, the baby dragon and the Blackie family looked at Sejun with eyes full of anticipation. Bongryong. TL, Bong meaning seal and Ryong meaning dragon. The dragon of sealing. Bongryong. It was a meaningful name to honor the achievement of sealing Elizabeth's cooking, but, why is my name Bongryong? The baby black dragon, now named Bongryong, burst into tears. Son-in-law Park, maybe you should reconsider. Even Elizabeth subtly expressed her dissatisfaction with the name. And, kihihit. Puhawa. Bongryong, really? Kiruk. Shararang. It's too funny. Kararuru. Payak. The Blackie family laughed at the name Bongryong. However, Mew Mew. Once again, Mubelchill couldn't bring himself to laugh. At that moment, you have achieved the great feat of creation for naming a great dragon and a sacred being. Awakening unique talent, namer for achieving the great creative feat. As a reward for achieving the great feat of creation, the cost of staying on the 0th floor of the Black Tower has been reduced by 1%. Messages appeared. Namer, unique talent, namer. When you give a name to an unnamed being, the name will be imbued with special power. The better the name, the stronger and more unique the power imbued. This talent is a unique talent that only one person can possess. Special power is imbued, he. My naming skills have finally been recognized. While Sejun was reading the talent description with a satisfied expression, Kuung, Bongryong, who was crying because he didn't like his name, suddenly started getting stronger. Sejun's namer talent had been activated. As a result, all of Bongryong's stats increased by 10,000. Oh. Mom, I just gained a power. What kind of power? It's called Seal the Dot. He also gained the power, Seal that could seal anything he wanted. Oh. That's a great power. Congratulations. Poohee. Bongryong smiled brightly after receiving Elizabeth's congratulations. But, there was one man who couldn't smile. Park Sejun. I've been surpassed by my baby brother-in-law. Bongryong's stats suddenly skyrocketed, making Sejun weaker than a baby dragon not even a day old. Baby brother-in-law, I can't let you surpass me. Determined to rename his baby brother-in-law, Sejun quickly got to work. Let's go with a name starting with the. He shouted the first word that came to mind. Ace. As expected, when a touch of malice was involved, the quality of the name improved. Renaming Bongryong Pratani to Ace Pratani. It is currently impossible to completely rename a great dragon with your current abilities. Combining the two names. You currently lack the ability to imbue special power into the second name. The second name does not contain any special power. Bongryong Pratani's name has been changed to Bongryong Ace Pratani. A failure. as Sejun was feeling dejected. Wow! Mom! Brother-in-law changed my name. Now I'm Bongryong Ace Pratani. That's great. Then we can call you Ace, right? Yeah, Ace was overjoyed. While it was a complete failure for Sejun, it was a perfect success for Ace. After all, he got everything he wanted: stats, a power, and even a new name. Baby brother-in-law. Does it feel good to have everything? While Sejun was looking at Ace with eyes full of envy and jealousy, the tower's administrator says that the Black Tower has connected to a place called Hamk. The tower's administrator says this has nothing to do with you, but you should know. Eileen spoke up. Hamk? Hamk? I've heard that somewhere before. As Sejun was trying to recall his memory. Poohoo Hut. Chairman Park. Hamk is where Kalkai is from. Meow. This is great. Meow. Let's take over Hamk too. Meow. Theo exclaimed excitedly. But we won't be able to go, right? When Sejun said this, the tower's administrator says that if you want to go, you can do so as a mid-level administrator. This was a new feature that came with Black Tower's upgrade. But won't it cost a lot to stay? The tower's administrator says since Hamk is a level 7 world, the cost won't be high. Level 7 world? Worlds also had levels according to their strength. The higher the level, the stronger the beings inhabiting that world. Additionally, the world's capacity to endure powerful forces also increased. For reference, Earth was classified as a level 1 world, the weakest. This was why the cost of staying there had been so high. It was a system where immense power was balanced by money. Really? Then should we go and visit Kalkai? Poohoo Hut. That sounds good. Meow. But did Kalkai say where he lives? Poohoo Hut. I don't know. Meow. Really? Then let's go down the tower and gather some information first. Poohoo Hut. All right. Meow. And so, Sejun decided to go down the tower. At that moment, brother-in-law. Take me with you. Ace grabbed Sejun's pants and pleaded. No way. Ace, you're still too young, and it's dangerous. But brother-in-law is weaker than me. This brat, no, this baby brother-in-law kept hitting him with facts at the worst times. Sejun was left speechless by Ace's words. Guys, he quietly called his companions, without Ace noticing. Get in. He sent them into the void storage. And then, shwak. Unfolding the land deed of the 4th floor of the Black Tower, Sejun quickly disappeared. A short while later, Wara. Mom. Brother-in-law left me behind. Ace, realizing too late that Sejun had gone without him, clung to his mother and bawled his eyes out. Ace, your brother-in-law left you behind because you're still young and he was thinking about your safety. So let's grow up quickly, okay? Stop crying now, okay? Sniff. Hick. Hick. Wara. I can't stop crying, it's okay. Why don't you imagine eating the food your brother-in-law will make for you? Okay. Poohee-hee-hee. Ace smiled at the thought of eating Sejun's food. Poohoo-poohoo. Soon, he drifted off to sleep in his mother's arms. Black Tower, 4th floor. Move aside. I must meet Sejun Nim and Theo Nim. Clatter, clatter. Kalkai dashed straight toward the waypoint, cutting across the vineyard while evading the dragon warrior guards protecting the grape farm. Intruder. Protect Sejun Nim's farm. The black skeleton stepped in to block Kalkai. This was because Kalkai, charging fiercely toward the farm, was exuding an intimidating aura. At that moment, you have arrived on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Thud! Suddenly, Sejun's leg appeared in Kalch's path, and the two collided. Ooh! Sejun clutched his leg, overwhelmed by the sharp pain shooting through his shin. If his bones weren't dragon bones, it would have been enough impact to break them. That hurts. Rustle, rustle. While Sejun was rubbing his leg. Ah! Sejun Nim, you've come to see this Kalkai? I'm very honored. This time, I will properly demonstrate my loyalty. Lick, lick, lick. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kalkai clung to Sejun's shoe and enthusiastically began licking it. Chapter 540, Poohoo Hut. It's only natural to offer food to your superior, meow. You have been recognized as the rightful owner of the grape farm on the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Since he had already been managing the grape farm, Sejun was immediately acknowledged as the rightful owner of the land deed. While checking the message, hey! Stop licking, splat. Sejun hurriedly removed Kalkai from licking his shoe. Then, Chewie! Chewie! Please let me lick it. I want to lick the shoes of the great hybrid, Sejun Nim. Kalkai flailed wildly in Sejun's hands. At that moment, clank! Chairman Park, I've missed you, meow. Chairman Park, your face looks ugly again, meow. Theo suddenly emerged from the void storage and threw himself at Sejun's face. Just a moment ago, Sejun's expression had twisted slightly after bumping into Kalkai, which apparently bothered Theo. Squish. Squish. As Theo began massaging Sejun's face. Chewy. Chewy. Theo Nim. I've missed you. It's me, Kalkai. Kalkai called out to Theo. Poohoo hut. I know, meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park, you're amazing, meow. You've already found Kalkai, meow. Chewy. Chewy. That's right. Sejun Nim found me right away. That's enough now. Having reunited with both Sejun and Theo, Kalkai was absolutely delighted. After all, Kalkai had now met Sejun, who was omniscient, and Theo, who could vouch for Kalch's words. To Kalkai, it seemed as if all his problems had been resolved. Krueng. Kalkai, nice to see you. Kihihit. King. King? Hee. Welcome, Kalkai. Want to play with me? Next, Quenji and the rest of the Blackie family also emerged from the void storage. Sejun Nim, hello, I, Philip, Sejun Nim's first ho, greets you. Cybele the 18th and Philip approached Sejun and greeted him. Yeah, have you both been well? While asking about their well-being, Sejun, land moving, erected an achievement monument. Leah's achievement monument number 2. This was the reason Sejun had come to the 4th floor of the tower, to build Leah's achievement monument and assign followers to it. Cybele the 18th, you'll manage Leah Nim's achievement monument from now on. Yes. Please leave it to me. All right. I'm off, then. Since Sejun had other places to go, he quickly bid farewell. Everyone, get back inside. He sent his companions back into the void storage. And then, swoosh! He used the land deed for the Black Tower's 2nd floor and disappeared. Having descended already, Sejun intended to secure the 2nd floor farmland as well. You have arrived on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. You have moved from the tower's topmost floor, the 99th floor, to the 2nd floor. You descended 97 floors. Due to the title, Retrogressor, and the title, One Who Reached the Summit of the 7 Towers, all stats increase by 679. Due to the title, One Who Reached the Summit of the 7 Towers, you gain 3 seconds of invincibility. As soon as Sejun arrived on the 2nd floor, messages appeared before him. The title, One Who Reached the Summit of the 7 Towers, had been acquired during Sejun's quest to gather materials for the 9-attribute infused wine, after registering the waypoints of the 99th floors of the Purple Tower and the Brown Tower. Thanks to this, the retrogressor effect had increased from 5x to 7x, and the invincibility duration had risen from 1 second to 3 seconds. There shouldn't be anything here, right? Since the 2nd floor of the tower no longer posed any significant threat to him, Sejun scanned the area with a relaxed expression. But it's too empty? The surroundings were a barren wasteland, completely devoid of anything. The 2nd and 3rd floors of the tower had been turned into desolate lands after Michael had set up his experience farming areas there. Since then, the floors had been abandoned and neglected, leaving even hunters to merely pass through without stopping. At that moment, clank! Chairman Park, I've missed you, meow. Chewy! Sejun Nim, this time I'll truly show you my loyalty. Theo and Kalkai, following behind him, hurled themselves towards Sejun. And then, squish! Squish! Lick! Lick! Theo massaged Sejun's face while Kalkai licked his shoes. Hey! We just saw each other a moment ago. Sejun hurriedly pushed the two away as he exclaimed. A moment ago is too long, meow. It's already been a whole minute since we last met, meow. Chewy! Chewy! That's right. So please let me lick your shoes. Theo and Kalkai confidently shouted, placing their front paws on their waists. The two were perfectly in sync. At that moment, a quest has appeared. Quest, rebuild the farm. Farm restoration progress, 0%. Reward, recognition as the rightful owner of the Black Tower's 2nd floor farm. A quest to restore the farm had appeared. Rebuild? Do I just need to plant crops? Sejun took out a sturdy blade green onion seed and planted it in the ground. He figured Hamk would need plenty of green onions to deal with locusts in the future. You have planted a sturdy blade green onion seed in soil infused with magic power. After planting about 10,000 green onion seeds, what's the restoration progress at now? It should be almost done, right? Sejun checked the restoration progress. Farm restoration progress, 0.001%. What? I planted 10,000 green onion seeds, and it's only 0.001%. To reach 100% restoration, wouldn't he need to plant crops across the entire floor? Sejun's assumption was correct. When Michael turned the entire floor into an experience farm, the floor itself had been transformed into a single, massive farm. Sigh. I can't do this alone. It wasn't that he couldn't do it if he tried, but it would take way too long. Sejun decided to register the waypoint for the second floor of the tower first and bring some manpower from the fourth floor. Even though it was a hassle to travel from the waypoint to the farm, you have arrived at the fourth floor of the tower. Vice Chairman Theo, go deliver this. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow, I'm back, meow. Since Theo could instantly go back and forth using meow step, it wasn't too troublesome. Thus, Sejun delivered the instructions along with a pouch of green onion seeds to the fourth floor. Alright, let's head to the first floor of the tower. Sejun finally moved toward his original goal, the first floor of the tower. Seed shop headquarters. Milk, yap. Milk, yop. Milk, yep. With strange chants accompanying him, Fons, the god of springs, was fervently producing milk. The amount was enormous. The milk he created was sent to every milk spring Fons could sense. Sejun had appointed Fons as the proxy guardian deity of Risha to ensure his milk spring wouldn't dry up, but all Trustin Park instructed was, make sure the milk spring doesn't dry up. Fons misunderstood and was managing all the milk springs. Thanks to his efforts, several worlds that had been struggling with food shortages were able to alleviate their hunger with milk from the springs. Alright. This should be enough for the milk springs for now. Need water for crops? This is my specialty. Spring creation. After producing enough milk, Fons started working on Risha's quest. Once the quest was completed, he used the divine power earned as a reward to create more milk. And, here, everyone. Take this. Drink the milk, too, thanks. I'll drink it well. Fonsnim, thank you. I feel like I've grown taller after drinking your milk. Fons shared the remaining divine power along with milk with other non-combat gods. Thanks to Fons' efforts, the living conditions at the seed shop headquarters were improving little by little. Trustin Park. Trustin Park. Trustin Park. Suddenly, chanting broke out. This meant Trustin Park had accomplished something significant once again. Trustin Park. Trustin Park. Trustin Park. Fons and the other non-combat gods joined in the chant as they gathered in the central plaza of the seed shop headquarters. Trustin Park. There stood Leah, the god of abundance, shouting the chant passionately. This was due to a message that had just appeared. Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has built a second temple for you. Divine power increases by 300. Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun has assigned St. Ludwig Schruen Argon Walter 18 as an archbishop-level follower in the second temple. Divine power increases by 10,000. Archbishop-level follower St. Ludwig Schruen Argon Walter 18 has begun proselytizing to the Black Skeletons. Black Skeleton number 1283 has been inspired by the teachings of abundance. Black Skeleton number 1283 has become a low-rank follower. Divine power has increased by 10. Black Skeleton number 571 has been inspired by the teachings of abundance. Cybele the 18th, stationed at the temple, could convert others and make them into followers. The religious order believing in Leah, the god of abundance, was being rebuilt. Non-combat gods. Trustin Park has built a second temple and even assigned an archbishop to it. Wow! An archbishop? This is no time to stand idle. Everyone, shout together. Trustin Park. Raise your voices. Trustin Park. Trustin Park. Trustin Park. As the non-combat gods chanted Trustin Park in unison at Leah's testimony, quiet dash, a murderous shout that overwhelmed the non-combat gods chanting came from beyond the wall. It was Battler, the god of battle, enraged after being humiliated by Theo. Though the non-combat gods were no longer their old timid selves, they still flinched. Flinch! They weren't at the level to talk back to an executive of the combat shop headquarters. Trust in Park. Trust in Park. Their chants diminished into barely audible whispers. Someday, Trustin Park will avenge this humiliation for us. They silently entrusted their revenge to Sejun. All right. It's finally quiet. Now, where were we? Battler turned to Hunt, the god of hunting, whose eyes were dark and swollen like a panda, and asked. I said we can't fail this time because we'll use churu. Churu? What's that? This. No cat can resist this. Hunt confidently revealed a sticky, pungent food item that emitted an overwhelming fishy smell. Ooh. That stinks. Put it away now. Yes. As Battler frowned and clenched his fist, Hunt quickly stashed the churu away. So, you're saying this churu thing works on Theo too? Absolutely. It's 100% effective. This time, I'll assist personally as well. Hunt, whose pride as the god of hunting and even his life were at stake, decided to join the mission to capture Theo. You have arrived at the first floor of the Black Tower. Clank. Chairman Park, I've missed you. Meow. Chewie. Chewie. The moment Sejun arrived on the first floor, the void storage opened, and Theo and Kalkai lunged towards Sejun's face and shoes. Swoosh! He couldn't avoid Theo's face attack but, whoosh! Chewie! But he managed to evade Kalch's attempt to pounce on his shoes. What's this fishy smell? Sejun turned his head toward the source of the pungent odor. Ku-hey-hey-hey! Lick! Lick! Quenji was eagerly eating churu, and, kihihit! King! Hee-hee! It's so tasty! Slurp! Slurp! Next to Quenji was Blackie, who had gotten a bite, licking the churu around his mouth. Where did that churu come from? Pooh-hoo-hut! Battlenin gave it to me, meow. Why does he keep giving you food? Pooh-hoo-hut! It's only natural to offer food to your superior, meow. Is that so? Sejun had asked about the reason before when Battler gave Theo the grilled vigorous giant tuna that cats love, and he heard that Battler had gotten stamped inside Theo's mental world. Pooh-hoo-hut! That's right, meow, but this smell is way too strong. Alright, let's go brush your teeth. While the maintain cleanliness skill could clean the outside, it couldn't reach the insides of their mouths and so they had to brush manual. Krueng! Got it! At Sejun's words, Quenji pulled out his toothbrush from his snack pouch, and, King! King! No! Toothpaste tastes bad. Blackie tried to run away. But, it's roasted sweet potato flavored toothpaste, though, King? Kihihit! King! Really? Hee-hee! Then I'll do it. Hearing Sejun's words, Blackie immediately ran back. Okay. Open wide. King! Roasted sweet potato flavor. Roasted sweet potato flavor. Blackie, now filled with anticipation, happily opened his mouth wide. And then, scrub. Scrub. As Sejun inserted the toothbrush and began brushing, the sweetness that spread through Blackie's mouth was incredible. It was a perfect roasted sweet potato flavor. To perfectly replicate the taste of real roasted sweet potatoes, are you a genius, Butler? As Blackie was amazed once again by his butler's genius. Suddenly, the taste changed. No, it returned to the original toothpaste flavor. Sejun had tricked Blackie by putting a little piece of dried roasted sweet potato on the toothbrush at first, only to switch it to real toothpaste midway through. King! No! Realizing belatedly that he was tricked, Blackie broke free from Sejun's hand. Or rather, Sejun let him go. Ha ha ha! It's already done. Rinse your mouth with water. The brushing was already complete. Once again, Blackie had been easily fooled today. How could the great Blackie have been deceived? As Blackie fumed in frustration, Kiwi! Kiwi! What's your problem? Move out of my way! A golden hamster carrying luggage yelled at Blackie, irritated, even though Blackie wasn't blocking its path at all. It was like slapping someone who already wanted to cry. King! King! I am the great Blackie! Don't mess with me! Bonk! Blackie headbutted the hamster. Chapter 541, I'm the boss here. Why do I have to do this kind of work? This is so hard. If this keeps up, my elegant golden fur that I've taken care of so diligently will be completely ruined. Louis Gorgon, the second prince of the Gorgon kingdom who had now become a temporary employee of Sejun Company, was struggling to walk while carrying a cherry tomato in each hand. At that moment, who? Why are there so many creatures here with such lowly colors here? Louis wrinkled his face in disgust upon spotting a puppy with black fur. In the Black Tower, the darker the fur color, the more preferential treatment one received. However, that wasn't the case in Hamk. In Hamk, golden fur signified royalty or nobility, yellow, blue, and green fur denoted the aristocracy, brown fur represented commoners, and black fur was the color of the lowest class. Additionally, there was an old legend passed down in Hamk about a pure white hamster who would one day appear to save the world, but for thousands of years, no such pure white hamster had ever been seen. Of course, this obsession with fur color was mainly a concern for the royals and nobles. So Louis, a royal who loved distinguishing by color, felt even more displeased, wronged, and angry about being beaten by black bears with the color of the lowest class. I found you at the right time. Louis decided to vent his frustration from his earlier humiliation on this black-furred puppy, yelling and intimidating it. King! King! The black puppy barked feebly as if angry and made a pathetic attempt at a headbutt. How dare this lowly creature! Since it was such a trivial attack, Louis decided to let it hit him once and then retaliate. However, boom! Who? Where am I? The moment he collided with the puppy, the world suddenly changed and thud! Thud! How dare an insignificant thing like you tell the great Blackie to move aside? His opponent had changed too. Into something huge and terrifying. Was it you? The one who dared to be rude to Great Blackenim, the noble wolf who hunts demon kings. Great Blackenim! I'll seal this fool with thorny spiderweb so he'll suffer eternal torment. Then, 7 subordinates of Blackie also revealed their massive forms, glaring murderously at Louis. Please spare me. This lowly one failed to recognize the Great Blackenim. Louis immediately dropped to the ground, bowing as flatly as possible and begging for forgiveness. Under the overwhelming pressure and terror, all he could do was beg. Fine. I'll forgive you this time. Great Blackie is merciful after all. Ah, I'm so cool. Feeling his anger from being tricked by Sejun dissipate, Blackie said, let's go. Yes, thud. Thud. With that, Blackie and his subordinates left Louis's mental world. While Blackie was giving Louis mental education, Chairman Park, Vice Chairman Theo, Boss, welcome, the black bears of the Krueng. Gang bowed at a 90-degree angle to Sejun, Theo, and Quenji. Kiwi, Kiwi. The hamsters trailing behind the black bears cautiously bowed to Sejun as well. So, what's with these hamsters? Sejun asked while looking around at Louis who was sleeping with Blackie and the other hamsters. Ah. These employees are. One of the black bears began explaining how the hamsters had become part of the company. Oh, I see. So they've signed 5-year contracts as employees? Yes, that's correct. Ha ha ha. Good work. Sejun was pleased after hearing the explanation. Bringing the local hamsters along when heading to Hamk would undoubtedly be helpful in various ways. I'll take these guys with me. Yes, of course. And so, the affiliation of 10,000 hamsters changed to directly under the chairman. All right then, everyone, let's head out. Kalkai, go on ahead and wait for us. Chewie. Understood. Since the hamsters and Sejun used different pathways, Sejun agreed to meet Kalkai at the capital of the Thunum Empire and move to the northern exclusive passage. Then, clink. Sejun placed his hand on the black hole-like opening in the floor. Currently, there are 2 available destinations. Please choose your destination. Earth, LV1. Hamk, LV7. A message appeared. Hamk, currently, 12 individuals are attempting to use the exclusive passage. Would you like to pay the stay fees for all 12 and proceed to Hamk? Yes. When Sejun responded, the system began calculating the stay fees. Calculating the stay fee based on the stats and rank of Park Theo. The stay fee is 150 million tower coins per hour. Calculating the stay fee based on the stats and rank of Park Quenji. The stay fee is 100 million tower coins per hour. Calculating the stay fee based on the stats and rank of Park Peacebays. The stay fee is 10 million tower coins per hour. Oh. It's definitely cheaper. When traveling to Earth, just the stay fees for the 3 of them had exceeded 1 trillion tower coins, but now it was only 260 million tower coins. It had become incredibly affordable. Calculating the stay fee based on the stats and rank of Park Sejun. Next up was Sejun's turn. He. How much will mine be? Sejun eagerly checked the message. The stay fee is 500,000 tower coins per hour. Power, sturdy young dragon solid bone have been confirmed. An additional 1 million tower coins are added to the stay fee per hour. Power, divine blood passing through the heart of dark, the god of darkness has been confirmed. An additional 900,000 tower coins are added to the stay fee per hour. Power, sunfish core has been confirmed. An additional 2 million tower coins are added to the stay fee per hour. With all the powers combined, the total was 4.4 million tower coins per hour. Am I really this cheap? Sejun had been pleased when his companion's stay fees had gone down, but now that his own cost was so low, he felt offended. But, when traveling to Earth, the additional cost for the power, sturdy young dragon solid bone had been 1 trillion tower coins. Now, it was only 1 million, a difference of 6 zeros. And the level difference between Earth and Hamk was 6. So, does this mean that for every level difference between worlds, the stay fee decreases by a factor of 10? While Sejun was figuring out the principle behind the stay fees, calculating the stay fee based on the stats and rank of Park Blackie, it was finally time for Blackie family. King. Guys, hide. Yes, Kiruk. Shazlang. At Blackie's command, his subordinates completely hid themselves within Blackie's fur. Then, bloodline, noble wolf have been confirmed. An additional 1 billion tower coins are added to the stay fee per hour. Power, noble wolf spirit have been confirmed. An additional 500 million tower coins are added to the stay fee per hour. Thankfully, Blackie's subordinates managed to ride for free, but Blackie alone racked up a stay fee of 120 billion tower coins per hour. Hee hee. Butler. Now you know who the real super sunfish is, right? As Blackie looked at Sejun with a triumphant expression, feeling proud. Just at you, a super sunfish with good lineage that only ends up costing me a fortune. Blackie, you better realize how lucky you are to have met me. Sejun also looked at Blackie with a smug expression. A moment later, with your current funds, you can stay for more than 10 days. Moving to Hamk. Sejun and his party headed to Hamk. Hamk, the sudden disappearance of hamsters had thrown various nations into chaos. This was because the children of royal and noble families had vanished without warning. On top of that, ordinary citizens were also going missing, causing public sentiment to become greatly unsettled. The sudden appearance of black towers, the mass disappearances, and even the swarms of locusts devouring crops, everything seemed like a bad omen. The kings of various nations held meetings to devise countermeasures for finding the missing people. Ever since that black tower appeared, disappearances have been occurring all over. It seems highly likely that the tower is connected to the disappearances. We must send an investigative team. The meetings were mostly reaching the conclusion that the towers needed to be investigated. Thus, as the nations began forming teams to investigate the black towers that had appeared in their capitals. Kiwi! Kiwi! Who? The missing hamsters began emerging from the black towers. You have arrived in Hamk. Where is this? Sejun looked around. A mountain? As he observed the thick clouds beneath him and the sharp peaks that seemed to pierce the sky, a quest has been triggered. Quest, defeat the destruction invading Hamk. If the current state continues, Hamk will be destroyed in 20 years. Reward, peace in Hamk. A quest has been triggered. Quest, save Hamk's hero Bochi. If Bochi dies, the speed of Hamk's destruction will be accelerated by 10 years. Reward, inherit one of the skills of Hamk's hero Bochi. 2 quest messages appeared in rapid succession. Hamk's hero Bochi? Sejun didn't know who Bochi was, but he seemed like a very important hamster. The fact that Hamk's destruction would accelerate twice as fast just from Bochi's death made that clear. But how am I supposed to save him if I don't know where he is? System, is this how you're going to do things? As Sejun cursed the system for not providing proper information. Bang! Boom! A loud explosion was heard from below the clouds. That sounds like a fight. Quenji, let's head over there. When Sejun pointed toward the source of the sound while holding Quenji. Krueng! Quenji quickly used telekinesis to descend through the clouds. And then, Kyuk! They found a black hamster fighting 2 giant ogres with a sword that looked as thin as a toothpick. Hamk's hero, Grand Swordmaster Bochi. It was Bochi, the one Sejun had been looking for. Kyuk! Kyuk! Bochi was fighting valiantly, but, Kuo! Boom! It was too much to handle against 2 ogres. Kyuk! Bochi was gradually being pushed back by the ogres' relentless attacks. Guys, attack the ogres! Got it! Meow! Krueng! At Sejun's command, Theo and Quenji swiftly charged toward the ogres. Puck! One ogre was knocked out cold by Theo's front paw striking the back of its head. Bang! Crackle! The other ogre was struck on the head by Quenji's thunderbolt staff, its body trembling before collapsing unconscious. And just like that, the battle was over in an instant. I'll take you to your king. Come over here. Sejun placed his hand on the ogres' bodies, collecting battle aura to transport them. All done. Finish them off. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it. Meow. Meow. Krueng. Puck. Bang. At Sejun's instruction, Theo and Quenji finished off the ogres. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat point. Strength has increased by 30. Strength potential has increased by 1%. A quest has been triggered. Sejun leveled up, reaching level 134. You have saved Hamk's hero Bochi. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you may inherit 1 skill from Hamk's hero Bochi. Simultaneously, a quest completion message appeared. Kyuk! Thank you for helping me. Having recovered somewhat, Bochi approached Theo and Quenji, offering a bow of thanks with clasped paws. Then, Kyuk! 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 The Great Will has commanded me to pass one of my skills to you. Even though I find your talent quite lacking, one cannot go against the Great Will. Bow to me at once. Bochi, now addressing Sejun in an arrogant tone, demanded that he bow in order to receive the skill. I'm the boss here. Annoyed by Bochi's dismissive attitude, Sejun made a sullen expression. Meow? How dare you try to make the great hybrid Chairman Park bow to you? Meow. Krueng. Krueng. Are you looking down on my dad because you think he's weak? Quenji is angry now. King? King. How dare you try to make my butler bow to you? Do you want to get headbutted by the great Blackie and cry? The atmosphere quickly turned tense. Kyuk. 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 No. I didn't mean you have to bow. Please, just let me pass my skill to you. Bochi, the hero of Hamkan, a grand swordmaster, hurriedly changed his tone and began deliberating on which skill to pass to Sejun. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Wizard Tower, Chairman's room in Black Park RA Wizard Tower. Creak. Kayut kayut kayut. My training is finally over. Now, I must go see Theonim. As space split apart, Iona, having completed her closed-door training, appeared with a beaming smile. Kayut kayut kayut. Search. Iona began searching for Theo, but, kayut. She couldn't sense Theo's energy. Ki. Theonim is gone. Ku. An ominous aura began emanating from Iona, radiating a powerful energy incomparably stronger than before. It's the third stage of Kiyu. While the wizards of the Black Park RA Wizard Tower trembled in fear. Kayut. Ah. Is that so? Thankfully, Eileen informed Iona of Theo's whereabouts, instantly dispelling the third stage of Kiyu. Chapter 542, Hee. With teamwork. Hamk, Kyuk. Then, I will impart a skill. Bochi climbed onto Sejun's head and, Chak, placed his paw on Sejun's head, beginning the skill transfer. The one-time only skill transfer permitted by the Great Will. Bochi intended to choose the strongest skill as desired by the Great Will and transfer it. However, Hamk's hero Bochi attempts to impart the skill Invincible Bochi Swordsmanship. This skill contains racial traits and can only be learned by hamsters. Skill transfer failed. Kyuk. The transfer failed because of an incompatible race. Hamk's hero Bochi attempts to impart the skill Unity of God and Sword. This swordsmanship contains too high enlightenment. Target cannot comprehend it. Skill transfer failed. Kyuk. The transfer failed because the enlightenment level was too high. Hamk's hero Bochi attempts to impart the skill Advanced Aura Swordsmanship. Target has no aura. Skill transfer failed. The transfer failed due to the absence of aura. Kyuk. What should I impart? There was no strong skill that could be transferred. This was only natural. Sejun was a sunfish, and the skills of a grand swordmaster weren't easy to impart. Yet Bochi's pride as a grand swordmaster wouldn't allow him to transfer low-level swordsmanship skill. And so, Kyuk. Sejun Nim, from now on, will spar. He decided to build Sejun's foundation so he could receive his skills. Sparring? Kyuk. 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 Yes, I will transfer the skill through sparring. Draw your sword. Bochi phrased it as skill transfer through sparring, knowing that if he called it basic training, Sejun might refuse. Though there was a slight lie mixed in, it wasn't entirely false. After all, skill transfer would only be possible after building up ability through sparring. Ooh? Is this how skills are transferred? Sejun, disappointed as he had expected to gain the skill effortlessly, sighed. All right, swine. Nonetheless, he drew his sword. He couldn't waste the reward he had been given. And, that was pretty sick. Even to Sejun, who knew little about swordsmanship, Bochi's sword techniques, which had been used against ogres, looked undeniably cool. Chak. For the sparring session, Bochi also picked up a fallen leaf from the ground. With that? You're going to fight with that? Kyuk. Kyuk. Yes. Whatever I hold becomes a sword. An extremely arrogant statement. However, Bochi, the Grand Swordmaster, had more than earned the right to make such a claim. Kyuk. Come at me. Okay. Here I come. Having seen Bochi's combat with an ogre, Sejun approached cautiously and swung his sword with all his might. And, clang! Bochi effortlessly blocked Sejun's sword. Using a leaf, strengthened with aura to be harder than steel. Kyuk. Continue. Got it. Clang. Clang. Under Bochi's guidance, Sejun continued to swing his sword. Kyuk. If you swing so widely, how will you defend yourself? Kyuk. The sword should be swung fast like a typhoon, but your legs should be heavy as a mountain. With Bochi's precise and pointed corrections, your proficiency of intermediate swordsmanship LV7 has been filled, and the level has increased. Strength has increased by 3. Stamina has increased by 2. Sejun's swordsmanship skill level and stats rose rapidly. Master Bow. From then on, Sejun regarded Bochi as his master and, while heading to the capital of the Thunnum Empire, continued training under him. 3 days into traveling while receiving training from Master Bo. What? Master Bo was originally a slave. Sejun heard the shocking tale of Bochi's past. Kyuk. 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 Yes. It was already 300 years ago. Back then, straighten your back. As Sejun, carrying a massive boulder, trudged along, Bochi corrected his posture. Even while traveling, Sejun continued to receive training from Bochi. Thanks to this, his total stats increased by about 500 and his swordsmanship skill advanced to mastering intermediate swordsmanship and reaching level 3 in advanced swordsmanship. Additionally, thanks to Bochi, he learned that once advanced swordsmanship was mastered, the next step would be magic swordsmanship, the stage where one could imbue magic into their sword. To progress in magic swordsmanship from beginner to advanced, one must master it entirely again to qualify for beginner aura swordsmanship. In other words, the advanced aura swordsmanship that Bochi tried to transfer was at a level that required prolonged and intense dedication to attain. But Master Bo, did you just say it was 300 years ago? Kyuk. Kyuk. Yes. My life as a slave was so difficult that I ran away. Afterward, I met an old man in Mount Bara, the place where I met Sejun Nim, and learned swordsmanship from him. I've been training in the sword ever since, and before I realized it, 300 years had passed. What? Master Bo, you're really old. Sejun was shocked at Bochi's age, which didn't match his cute appearance. However, Sejun didn't start treating him differently just because he was older. Doing so would threaten Sejun's position in the group. In terms of age hierarchy within the Sejun family, Sejun was one of the youngest, after Quenji and Peacebays. Even Theo had lived for over 100 years, and the Blackie family were beings who had lived for at least 10,000 years. Kyuk! Focus! Your stride just faltered. Yes, and so, under Bochi's guidance, Sejun continued heading toward the capital of the Thunnum Empire with his companions. Along the way, other hamster employees heading to the Thunnum Empire joined them, causing Sejun's group to grow larger. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Ace, come eat. Eek! Mom, you said you weren't cooking anymore. At Elizabeth's call for him to eat, Ace quickly waddled away in an attempt to escape. But, he. Oh, my dear Ace, here you are. Come, let's eat. You need to eat well to grow quickly. There was no way for Ace, who wasn't even a week old, to escape from Elizabeth. Did Mom cook this? No. I told you, Mom don't cook anymore. Your sister did. Really? I want to eat right away. Unlike his mom, Ace had high hopes for his sister's cooking. He even had some justification for it, since Sejun and Eileen were dating, and lovers tend to resemble each other. He assumed Eileen's cooking skills must be similar to Sejun's. When Ace took Elizabeth's hand and headed to the kitchen, they found 2 black dragon statues sitting side by side in front of a plate piled high with dumplings. Kuhaha! My grandson is here. Come, have a seat. These were the black dragon statues controlled by Kaiser and Anton. Anton, too, had sent a black dragon statue resembling himself to the 99th floor of the tower to see his wife and child. Now, let's eat. As they were about to eat, Kaiser spoke in a somewhat lethargic voice. Yes, only Ace answered energetically and picked up one of the dumplings that Eileen had made after taking cooking lessons from Sejun's mother, Kim Miran. Eileen was still diligently taking cooking lessons from Kim Miran these days. And then, who? Ace was stunned after taking a bite of Eileen's cooking. Why does it taste like Mom's cooking when sister made it? This is Traz. As tears welled up in Ace's eyes, ready to burst into a wail over the terrible taste. Ahoom! Kaiser cleared his throat and, pop, quickly put a honey jelly in Ace's mouth. Pooey hee hee. Sweet! Ace smiled at the sweetness of the honey jelly. Anton, let's eat. Yes. In the meantime, Kaiser and Anton hurriedly devoured the rest of the food to spare everyone further suffering. Once the food was gone, the tower's administrator asks if her cooking was delicious. It was Eileen, asking for feedback on her cooking. Since Sejun wasn't around, she had called her family together to test her food. Kahava. When did my granddaughter's cooking skills improve so much? It was delicious. Wasn't it, Anton? Unable to tell his granddaughter her cooking was awful, Kaiser praised the food and quickly sought Anton's agreement. Yes. It was delicious. Anton struggled to get the words out but managed to say it was tasty. The tower's administrator says she knew you'd like it and made plenty more. The tower's administrator tells you not to eat it all yourselves this time but to save some for Mom and Ace. Bang! A massive plate piled high with dumplings appeared again in front of them. Sejun, hurry and come back. Son-in-law, please return soon. Son-in-law Park, come back quickly. Brother-in-law, please come quickly. I'll listen well to brother-in-law from now on. Eileen's family members who had to eat Eileen's cooking instead of Sejun desperately waited for Sejun's return. Outskirts of destruction. Jormungand and him, 2 of the ogres we sent to Hamk have been defeated. Was there someone in that world capable of dealing with ogres? If they continued to lose ogres like this, destruction would surely grow furious. Hearing Kraken's report, Jormungand fell into deep thought. Unlike other calamities, ogres and planet-destroying turtles were beings that could not be created using the power of destruction. Once lost, they were gone forever. Thus, any reduction in the number of ogres or planet-destroying turtles inevitably led to reprimands. Of the 10 ogres granted by destruction, 5 had already been lost in Risha. Losing any more ogres would be dangerous. Kraken, I need you to go again. Understood. Fortunately, this place has a high level, so it's not burdensome. Then I'm counting on you. Once Hydra and Leviathan finish molting, I'll allow you some rest. Yes. Then I'll be going. Kraken began preparing to descend upon Hamk. Hamk, Kiwi. In just 3 more days, we'll reach the capital of the Thunum Empire. Louis, the second prince of the Gorgon kingdom who had joined the group yesterday, spoke to Sejun. Until now, Sejun had been relying on directions from others to head toward the capital of the Thunum Empire, but thanks to Louis's guidance, he no longer had to wander aimlessly. At that moment, Kyuk, your pace has slowed. Boch's voice rang out. Yes, Sejun was still carrying a massive boulder as part of his training under Boch's guidance while traveling. After traveling 1 more day like that, crack, crack. Suddenly, cracks began to form in the sky. Powerful energy of destruction has been detected. A message appeared before Sejun. Even without the message, it was impossible not to notice the immense power emanating from the cracked space and the red mist that dyed the sky. Boom! Everyone, take these. Sensing that something was seriously wrong, Sejun set the boulder down and quickly handed out bin sets to his companions, preparing for battle. Master Bo, please take this too. Sejun gave a bin set to Bochi as well. And the rest of you, take cover. Kiwi. He evacuated the hamsters to safety. Clink. At that moment, the space shattered like glass, and through the cracks emerged 2 massive legs covered with countless suction cups. Wriggle. Wriggle. The 2 legs, forcing their way through the broken space, began to widen the gap further. Crack! The space gradually widened. And then, an octopus? A giant octopus head appeared beyond the torn space. King! It's Kraken! Blackie's cry echoed. Mew Mew! Welcome, Kraken! Mubelchill, who had been hiding in Blackie's fur, poked his head out and looked at Kraken with eyes full of hope. He longed for another terrible name to take his place. At that moment, Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and 6th seat of the Apostle of Destruction has descended upon Hamk. A quest has been issued. Quest, expel Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and 6th seat of the Apostle of Destruction, from Hamk. Reward, postponement of Hamk's destruction. Failure, Hamk's destruction. A quest appeared before Sejun. No way. I'm going to capture it. Defeating the creature and exorcising it to prevent further wrongdoing seemed like the better choice. Everyone, let's catch it. Of course, Sejun wouldn't be doing it himself. He. With teamwork. Pooh Hut. Great hybrid Chairman Park, lend me your power this time. Meow. Theo stepped forward, envious of how Quenji had shone while defeating Melpheus, the demon of ruin and former apostles of destruction. All right. Everyone, stick to Vice Chairman Theo. When Sejun and the group touched Theo's body, the 11 divided powers combine into one, activating power, strength to support 13 handfuls of sky for 13 seconds. Strength increases by 1,300%. The power activated. On top of that, whoosh, Theo burned money to further enhance his abilities. With his enhanced power, here I go, meow. Using the skill Lightspeed Meow step that came with the golden boots of the one who believes in miracles, Theo dashed toward Kraken at the speed of light. But, swish, meow, Theo was effortlessly caught by one of Kraken's legs. There was something everyone had overlooked. The reason Quenji had been able to knock out Melpheus was because of the power of the Beast of Apocalypse. Their current strength was still insufficient to overpower an Apostle of Destruction. Meow. I can't get out, meow. I'm being sucked in, meow. The numerous suction cups on Kraken's legs created a strong vacuum, preventing Theo from escaping. I need to ask Chairman Park for help, meow. Just as Theo was about to enter his fanatic mode, crack, crack. Once again the sky cracked and shatter. Space shattered. And then, Kia, let go of my Theonym right now. He's my cat. The great destructive wizard Iona descended upon Hamk. Black holes and white holes combine into nothingness. Annihilation. She unleashed a new spell she had learned and perfected during her closed-door training. Chapter 543. What? Sejun Nim is not single. Iona's magic literally erased a spherical space with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The tip of the Kraken's tentacle, which had been gripping Theo, vanished without any sound or warning. Meow. Thanks to that, Theo easily escaped from the suction cups of the Kraken's tentacle that had weakened after being separated from its main body. Pooh hut. Iona, thank you and I've missed you, meow, expressing his gratitude to Iona. Pooh hut. This time, I'll teach you a proper lesson, meow. Iona, wait just a bit, meow, Kayut. Got it. Theo started charging toward the Kraken again. Though Iona's magic was powerful, it couldn't inflict significant damage on the Kraken, whose size rivaled an entire world. It merely managed to sever the tip of one of its tentacles. This was only possible because the tentacle's end was thin. Had the magic struck even slightly higher, severing the entire tentacle would have been impossible. However, how dare you cut the tentacle of me, Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and sixth seat of the Apostle of Destruction? Die! Even that seemed to have hurt its pride, and the Kraken grew enraged. Crunch! The Kraken squeezed its remaining 6 tentacles into the small space and attacked Theo, who was charging toward it. Meow! I won't let my guard down this time, meow. Theo moved swiftly to dodge the attacks, but the Kraken's tentacles were colossal. Dodging every attack while closing the distance to the Kraken was difficult, and Theo struggled to make progress. Kayut. Theonym, I'll cover you. Connect a black hole and a white hole to create a pathway. Wormhole. Seeing Theo in trouble, Iona cast another spell. Squirm. A black hole appeared in front of the Kraken's tentacle. Swoosh! The Kraken's tentacle disappeared into the black hole. Bang! It re-emerged through the white hole Iona had created, colliding with another tentacle that was trying to grab Theo. Pooh hut. Iona, thank you, meow, Kayut. Theonym, just leave it to me. With Iona's support, Theo finally reached the Kraken, which had just begun pushing its head into Hamk. Great Hybrid Chairman Park, please help me, meow. He started praying to Sejun for assistance. And then, Wuong, the right hand of Giant Chairman Park manifested over Theo's right front paw. Theo had channeled the enormous hand of Giant Chairman Park into his front paw. Pooh hut. As expected of the Great Chairman Park, meow. Now, the Giant Chairman Park is with me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Today again, the fanatic pulled off something utterly nonsensical. Pooh hut. Giant Chairman Park's right hand punch, meow. Theo swung his right front paw and struck the back of the Kraken's head. Bang! Cake! The impact forcibly pushed the Kraken's head further toward Hamk. I can't get my body out like this. The Kraken's body became stuck between spaces. Moreover, Kayut. I've tied them all up. At some point, Iona had tangled the Kraken's 8 tentacles together. Eek! The Kraken was now completely immobilized. Everyone, let's go! Finally, Sejun stepped in. Krueng! With Quenji's telekinesis, Sejun ascended into the sky. Step! Landing on one of the Kraken's tentacles. Krueng! Quenji will help big bro. Pip. I'm coming too. Quenji and Peacepace flew toward the Kraken's head to assist Theo. Meow! Giant Chairman Park's right hand punch. Krueng! Lightning strike. Pip. Pa spin. Kayut. Black holes and white holes combine into nothingness. Annihilation. While Theo, Quenji, Peacepace, and Iona launched a relentless assault on the Kraken's head. Blackie, I'll leave the exorcism to you. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler, trust in the great Blackie. Blackie family, move out. Thunk. The Blackie family, secured from falling off the Kraken's tentacle by Gogome's spider web, began the exorcism and clink. Guys, devour it. Now it's our turn to teach it a lesson. Kiki. Sejun opened the void storage and allowed the destruction devourers to consume the Kraken's energy of destruction. And then, plunk. Your field LV9 has been activated. A seed of magical cherry tomato has been planted in the body of Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and 6th seat of the Apostle of Destruction. He planted all sorts of crop seeds from his pocket at random wherever he could reach. Squirm. Squirm. The kraken's tentacles thrashed violently, trying to shake off the attackers. Harp! Harp! However, the destruction devourers were only sticking their mouths out of the void storage, so they were unaffected. Ha. It's no use. Thanks to the Fielder skill effect, which gave adhesive properties on his feet when planting crops, Sejun could hang upside down from the kraken's tentacles without falling. Kyuk! Invincible Bochi Swordsmanship, Chapter 1, Ferocious Beast Hamsters Bite. Bang! Bochi, too, diligently attacked the kraken's tentacles, doing his best to be of help to the group. Crunch! Meanwhile, the crops rapidly grew by absorbing the kraken's life force and began bearing fruit. Plop! The kraken's vigorous movements caused the fruits to be automatically harvested, falling to the ground below. Crops raining down from the sky. Kiwi? What is this? Kiwi? It's food, isn't it? The hamsters hiding on the ground picked up the cherry tomatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes that fell before them. Crunch! Munch! Munch! They naturally put the food into their mouths as they watched the epic battle unfolding in the sky. Inside the mental realm of the kraken's 8th tentacle. Kraken! The great Blackie has arrived. A giant wolf appeared and shouted. Squirm! Squirm! One of the giant octopus tentacles waved a white flag, signaling surrender. What's this? Where's Kraken? Blackie asked the tentacle waving the white flag. Squirm! Squirm! Our minds are divided between the head and 8 tentacles. Please spare Yoda, the tentacle hurriedly replied. What? The consciousness is divided into 9 parts? To be precise, the consciousness in the head controlled the critical functions, while the smaller matters were left to the tentacle's consciousnesses to handle independently, a system they hadn't known about because they'd never fought a kraken before. For now, follow me out. Squirm! Yes! At Blackie's command, the kraken's 8th tentacle Yoda hurriedly followed Blackie and one of the kraken's tentacles stopped moving. Squirm! Squirm! Please don't eat Yoda. Spare me. Instead, a thin octopus tentacle wriggled desperately in Blackie's mouth. Blackie kept Yoda restrained as there was still room for betrayal. King! If you don't behave, I'll really swallow you. Squirm! Yes! Intimidated by Blackie's threat, Yoda quieted down. King! It'll take too long to subdue the tentacles one by one. If we do, won't Butler stop seeing the great Blackie as great? King! King! That's unacceptable. Everyone, target the kraken's head directly. Blackie decided to go after the kraken's head with his subordinates. Kihihit! King! Hee. The great Blackie is on the move. He flew into the sky, heading for the kraken's head. Shararang! Caw! Piyak! Mew. To be precise, Kabi, Kararuru, Sherry, and Nubelchill carried Blackie on a spiderweb net created by Gogomi, holding its edges in their mouths. Since Blackie couldn't fly on his own. King! Faster! Boom boom! Blackie spun his tail like a propeller to help propel forward, but it didn't contribute much. And then, Mew. Unlike the others, Nubelchill's wing flaps were exceptionally powerful. King! Balchill, you're too fast. Though Blackie scolded him for it, Moo-hee-hee-hee, Nubelchill still couldn't wipe the smile off his face. After a while, thud, the battle ended as Blackie collided with the kraken's head. Guys, let's take care of the kraken's body. Sejun, standing atop the kraken's head, spoke as he gathered the sleeping Blackie family. Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood. Meow. Krueng. Whack. Bang. Theo and Quenji struck the back of the kraken's head, dislodging its body from between the spatial rift and storing it in the void storage. While Theo and Quenji worked on storing the kraken's body in the void storage. Kayut. There are so many hamsters here. Aina descended from the sky to reunite with her kind. The legend was true. The savior, the emperor of the Thunum Empire, Shokalang Hamsteria, gazed up with reverence at the pure white hamster, Iona, descending from the heavens. At that moment, crunch! Crunch! A frivolous sound came from nearby. What is that sound? Frowning, Shokalang turned toward the source of the noise. Oh! What is this addictive crop? It was his son, vigorously gnawing on a peanut. A hamster so plump that he looked like he could roll around like a ball. This was none other than the crown prince of the Thunum Empire, Moose Hamsteria. Ah, yes. I have a son. If I marry the savior to my moose, the Thunum Empire will prosper forever. As Shokalang made up his mind to somehow marry Iona to Moose. Kyuk, beautiful lady, will you marry me? All my loneliness was for meeting this hamster. Another hamster had beaten him to it. It was Bochi, Sejun's master, who had spent 300 years training in Mount Bara and remained a single hamster for 3 centuries. And then, QQQ get lost. Power of gravity, tear apart the enemy. Triple black hole, Kyuk. Kyuk. For the crime of confessing, Bochi had to frantically run for his life to avoid being sucked into a black hole. This isn't going to work. Seeing this, Shokalang quickly abandoned his plan. Even one suggestion of marriage could lead to the collapse of the Thunum Empire. I pay my respects to the great savior, the emperor of the Thunum Empire. Shokalang Hamsteria bowed deeply to Iona. Kyuk. Unable to even properly confess and completely battered, Bochi dejectedly approached Sejun. He thought Sejun was the same type as him. But, Master Bo, stay strong. Someday a good day will come for you just like it did for me. Sejun was a soon-to-be married man. Ha ha. I already have a father-in-law, a mother-in-law, and even a brother-in-law. Feeling proud, Sejun consoled Bochi. Kyuk. Kyuk. What? Sejun Nim is not single. What's with that look of disbelief? Kyuk. Hurt once again by Sejun's words, Bochi slouched away, searching for a kindred spirit somewhere. Just then, God Iona is being hailed as a guardian deity by the residents of Hamk. Currently, Hamk has no guardian deity. God Iona lacks sufficient divinity to become the guardian deity of Hamk. Please designate a proxy guardian deity for Hamk in place of God Iona. The proxy guardian deity's qualification can be revoked at any time if God Iona attains the necessary divinity to oversee Hamk. A message appeared before Sejun. Iona, who had recently gained great enlightenment and significantly increased her strength, now possessed higher divinity than Sejun. However, Hamk was a level 7 world. To become Hamk's guardian deity, she needed even greater divinity than that required for other worlds. Who should I pick as the proxy guardian deity? As Sejun pondered. Krueng. Dad, we're done. Pip pip. Quenji and Peacebays, who had loaded the Kraken's body into the void storage, flew over and clung to Sejun's sides and shoulders. Pooh-hoo hut. Chairman Park, I've returned. Meow. Kayut kayut kayut. Sejun Nim, hello. Theo also appeared with Iona, who had crushed Bochi's hopes, hanging from his tail, and clung to Sejun's knee. Good job, everyone. Pat. Pat. Sejun patted the heads of his companions, praising them. Is Blackie still not back? Cura wrong. As Sejun patted the still sleeping Blackie's head, inside the Kraken's mental world. Kraken, raise your 7 tentacles and bow your head. Yes. Now tell me everything you know. Yes. Currently, the calamities are being commanded by Jormungandanim. Hydra and Leviathan are in the middle of molting. And also, Blackie was extracting information about the calamities from the Kraken. Chapter 544. Hee hee. This popularity. Outskirts of destruction. What is he doing? Jormungandr, on his way to Hamk, stopped and looked curiously at Kraken, who was just standing still. He didn't realize that the Kraken was stuck between spaces, unable to move either forward or backward. At that moment, suddenly, the Kraken's body went limp, and srrk. It was sucked into the space between dimensions, and the space closed. And then, what? This energy. Fenrir. Just before the space closed, Jormungandr sensed a familiar energy. Specifically, it was the spiritual pressure emitted by a soul. From beyond the space, the spiritual pressure of Fenrir, the god-hunting noble wolf and first seat of the Apostle of Destruction, could be felt. He abandoned Hamk. Jormungandr decisively gave up on Hamk. The fear of Fenrir, imprinted on Jormungandr's soul, made him do so. To Jormungandr, Fenrir was a reassuring ally when on the same side, but a terrifying foe when faced as an enemy. Hamk, you have defeated the destruction invading Hamk. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, peace has returned to Hamk. Well, of course, peace returns when there are no enemies. No other rewards? As Sejun muttered while checking the quest completion message. Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. Name this one. Blackie, who had successfully performed the exorcism, came running while holding a tiny octopus in his mouth, one with a head no bigger than a thumbnail. Prue Luke. Including its legs, the octopus was only about the length of a thumb and was making strange noises. It was, of course, Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and 6th seat of the Apostle of Destruction. A name? Let's see. Sejun carefully examined the Kraken. After all, he needed to understand its characteristics before naming it. The infamous Sejun naming shop is now open. Thump. Thump. The hearts of the Blackie family began pounding with anticipation. Of course, the heart pounding the hardest. Mukian. Mukian belonged to Mubelchill, who had long awaited this moment with great anticipation. Octopus, 8 legs, cephalopod, mollusk, suction cups. As Sejun assessed Kraken's characteristics under everyone's expectant gazes. Pooh! Kraken suddenly squirted ink right onto Sejun's face while he was observing it closely. Splash! Covered in ink out of nowhere, Sejun exclaimed. Ah! I can't see. He furiously wiped his face to remove the ink, but it wouldn't come off easily. Meow? Chairman Park, what did you do to your face? Meow. Covering it like that won't hide your ugly face. Meow. Theo, who had been handing over heart-shaped fur balls he made to Iona, belatedly noticed Sejun and offered some sincere advice. My face isn't ugly. And I'm not covering it. Just pour some water on me first. Got it. Meow. Splash! While Theo poured water on Sejun's face to help him clean up. King? King? Hey! What did you just do to the butler? Do you want more punishment? Blackie growled ferociously and threw Kraken, which he had been holding in his mouth. Pooh! Pooh! Great Blackanim, I'm sorry. I was so nervous I didn't realize that I accidentally. Kraken had a condition where it would spray ink uncontrollably when anxious, much like irritable bowel syndrome. As Sejun wiped his face. Muck Boople. He spoke a name that suddenly came to mind. Ink, muck, squirting sound, bu, 8 legs, pal. Muck Boople. Mew Mew. Mubelchill cheered loudly for the name Sejun had come up with. It wasn't worse than his own name, but it wasn't one he could mock either. Welcome, Muck Boople. Mubelchill now had a companion to share his plight. Once the Kraken was given the new name Muck Boople, the effect of talent, Namer, has been activated. A special effect has been imbued in the name Muck Boople. All stats increase by 888. Power, Ink 8 shadow clones has been bestowed. With the activation of the Namer effect, the name Muck Boople granted Kraken additional stats and a new power. Lucky you. Sejun looked at the messages enviously. A mere name gave it a stat boost and even a new power. And then, Muck Boople, you should know how lucky you are. If not for me, where would you find such a great name, that comes with stats and a power? Sejun puffed up his chest as he addressed Muck Boople. Pooh! For Muck Boople, it didn't feel like luck at all. If the name had come out even a little later, Sejun, holding a grudge against the Kraken for spraying him with ink, might have tried hard to give it a terrible name. Just as Sejun finished naming it. Chewy! Chewy! Excuse me. Coming through. From a distance, Kalkai pushed through the hamsters and approached Sejun's group. However, Kiwi! 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 How do you try to approach the great ham god? Insolent fool! Capture him! Kiwi! Yes, sir! A plump hamster with golden fur, dressed in flamboyant clothing, commanded the temple knights leading the front row of hamsters to subdue Kalkai. It was Burel, the high priest of the ham god cult, who had once sentenced Kalkai to death by fire before the emergence of the Black Tower. For context, the ham god cult is a religion that worships the hamster god, and all the hamsters living in believe in it. Chewy! Chewy! Let me go! I'm going to Sejun Nim. Kiwi! 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 Silence! Heretic! After paying respects to the ham god, I'll deal with you. Burel threatened Kalkai and then approached Iona. And then, Kiwi! Kiwi! It is an honor to meet the great ham god. I, Burel, high priest of the ham god cult, offer my greetings to the ham god. Burel prostrated himself before Iona, who was dangling from Theo's tail while hugging one of his heart-shaped fur balls tightly. Kayut! Ham god, as Iona tilted her head in confusion. Kiwi times Kiwi? Ah. Since we do not know the great ham god's name. May I humbly ask for your honorable name, great ham god? Burel cautiously inquired. Kayut. I'm Iona. Knowing that she would later become the guardian deity of Hamk, Iona answered her name without hesitation. Kiwi! 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 Oh! I offer my greetings again. Great ham god Ionanim. I am Burel, high priest of the ham god cult. Upon hearing Iona's name, Burel prostrated himself again. Despite doing nothing more than bowing and standing back up twice, sweat dripped from his body and soaked the ground, dampening his thick fur. Kayut. Nice to meet you, Burel Nim. Kiwi. Kiwi times. The honor of meeting the great ham god Ionanim fills me with such overwhelming emotion that I cannot contain myself. This glorious moment is the reward for the decades of devout prayers I have offered to the ham god. After Iona called him by his name, Burel eagerly recounted all the things he had done in service to the ham god, wringing out every last detail. However, this is too long. His response was excessively lengthy and tiresome. Although Iona, as the tower master of the Black Parkari Wizard Tower and the head of the Wizards Association, was not unaccustomed to dealing with such individuals. Harm. Meow times. Crew Eng, times. Sejun, Theo, and Quenji, who had been listening out of curiosity and amazement, stretched out and yawned loudly, physically expressing their boredom. And then, Kaiut. Theo Nim is bored. I must end this now. Realizing Theo's disinterest, Iona tried to dismiss Burel. Kiwi times. How dare you yawn while the great ham god Ionanim and I, the high priest, are speaking? Even as her servants, your behavior is utterly disrespectful. Great Ionanim, please burn them to uphold the dignity of the great ham god. Completely oblivious to the atmosphere, Burel scolded Sejun, Theo, and Quenji, pointing his finger at them and clucking his tongue in disapproval. And then, Ki, power of fire. Burn the enemy. Ignite. How dare you point fingers at our Sejun Nim, Theo Nim, and Quenji? Enraged, Iona burned Burel with fire. Kiwi. Burel rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body. Thanks to his quick actions and the fact that his fur was damp, the fire didn't spread significantly. However, Burel's once proud golden fur was scorched black, leaving him looking like a black hamster. Q stand over there with your hands up. Kiwi times. Yes times. Unable to respond to Iona's words, which were brimming with killing intent, Burel obediently accepted his punishment. At that moment, who? Isn't that Kalkai? Sejun noticed Kalkai, who was being restrained by the temple knights. Kalkai! When Sejun called out to Kalkai, Kiwi, the temple knights were flustered. Just moments ago, their high priest had pointed at that human and was punished by divine retribution. Chui! Sejun Nim! Seizing the opportunity, Kalkai dashed toward Sejun. Lick! This time, I'll make sure to lick it. Kalkai charged at Sejun's shoe, but, grab. Chui! Kalkai was caught in Sejun's hand, failing once again. Kalkai, congratulations, you're the new high priest now. Sejun spoke while looking at such a Kalkai. He had a feeling that if Kalkai managed the temple, it would become very clean. Chui? Me? A high priest? Kalkai was flustered by Sejun's declaration. Yup. From now on, you'll assist the guardian deity who comes in place of Iona. As for you, Bochi, you're promoted to commander of the temple knights. Sejun also assigned a position to Bochi. And, you're just a believer now, Kiwi? Burel, who had dared to point fingers at Sejun, was demoted from high priest to a mere believer. Thus, word spread among the residents of Hamk that the Kraken invasion was repelled by the ham god Iona, and peace was restored. 3 days later, Sejun was still staying in Hamk, feeding the hamsters every morning, noon, and evening, which increased his stats and mental strength. In his spare time, he learned swordsmanship from Bochi. Hup! As Sejun shouted and swung his sword. Kayak! Your sword path deviated by 0.1 degrees. Bochi lightly tapped Sejun's sword. Ooh? Oh, thud! Sejun lost his balance and fell to the ground, following the sword path he had created. Kayak! Oh dear! You should have been more careful, especially since you have someone special, Bochi said, looking at Sejun with mock sympathy, all while wearing a mischievous smile. You? Master Bo! You did that on purpose, didn't you? Sejun quickly got up and confronted Bochi. Ever since Bochi found out that Sejun wasn't single, he had been messing with him during every sparring session. Though it annoyed Sejun, your proficiency of advanced swordsmanship LV9 has reached its limit and is leveling up. Strength increased by 13. Stamina increased by 8. Agility increased by 5. He couldn't stay mad because it was helping him improve his training. Should I start matchmaking among the hamsters? While Sejun pondered as he looked at Bochi, who wore a smug expression. Chui! Kalkai, who had been assisting Sejun nearby, began mimicking his swordsmanship, swinging a small stick and attempting to replicate Sejun's earlier movements. Chui times Chui. If Sejun Nim moves like this here, then I should move like Bochi Nim does. Oh. This way, I'll be able to lick Sejun Nim's shoes. Even while practicing swordsmanship, Kalkai, now a high priest, could only think about licking Sejun's shoes. However, Kayak, he's already replicating that. Bochi was shocked as he watched Kalkai swing the stick. Kalkai wasn't just following Bochi's sword path, he was also grasping the sword's intent and wielding it accordingly. It turned out that Kalkai was a genius in swordsmanship. Kayak? High Priest Kalkai, do you have a significant other? Chui? Chui? A significant other? No, I don't. Kayak. From today onward, you will learn swordsmanship from me. Chui. Yes. Welcome to the Singles Corps, soldier. Unknowingly, Kalkai had enlisted in the Singles Corps. And then, Chui. Oh. So this is magic swordsmanship. Within an hour of training with Bochi, Kalkai, who started at beginner swordsmanship LV1, had awakened magical swordsmanship. 5 days later, you can now imbue magic into your sword. As your realm advances, advanced swordsmanship, master, has transformed into magic swordsmanship LV1. The potential of all stats has increased by 300. All stats have increased by 100. Sejun also managed to awaken magical swordsmanship, but you have run out of stay fee funds. Returning to the 99th floor of the Black Tower. Who? I haven't finished learning yet. With funds depleted, Sejun and his companions were forced to return to the Black Tower. And then, Sejun. Why are you only back now? Son-in-law. Son-in-law Park. Brother-in-law. Kaiser, Anton, Elizabeth, and Ace gave him an intense welcome. He. This popularity. Sejun, thinking they were welcoming him because of his popularity, smiled with satisfaction. But then, the tower's administrator tells you that she had been practicing cooking diligently while you were away. The tower's administrator urges you to hurry to the kitchen and taste her cooking. Hearing Eileen's words, Sejun's expression stiffened as he realized the true reason behind their welcome. Chapter 545, Oh Yay! The 99th floor of the Black Tower. I feel bloated. After finishing Eileen's food, Sejun emerged from the kitchen with a drastically worsening complexion. Of course, it wasn't because he had eaten too much. Meow? Chairman Park's face is chubby and looks seriously ugly. Meow. What do you mean chubby and seriously ugly, MMPH? This is an emergency. Meow. There's no time. Meow. Immediate treatment. Meow. While receiving a facial massage from Theo's front paw. Krueng. Dad, here's some hot chocolate milk. Drink this and get your energy back. Sejun recovered his condition while drinking the chocolate milk Quenji had made for him. Kihihit. King. Hee. Butler. Cheer up. I'll play with you. Blackie, pretending to help improve Sejun's condition, was actually attempting to fulfill its own selfish desires. Blackie, go play with your subordinates. King times. But I want to play with my butler. It didn't work on Sejun. With the care from Theo and Quenji, Sejun recovered his condition. Let's go to bed now. Good night, Quenji. Krueng. Good night, Dad. After sending Quenji off to Pink Fur, Sejun went into the bedroom with his companions to sleep. Shortly after, Pip. Good night, everyone. Peacepace got up and began its nightly activities, heading outside. Ku, Gorarong, Kirarong, Murarong. In the bedroom, where everyone was fast asleep, only Mukboople remained awake. No, in fact, Mukboople hadn't slept even once since joining Blackie family. Pooh! I can't fall asleep. Mukboople was suffering from insomnia. It vaguely remembered sleeping before, but ever since it started hanging out with Snake Faction, it rarely got any sleep. More precisely, Snake Faction had prevented Mukboople from sleeping, to exploit it. Although Leviathan brought Kraken to Snake Faction, claiming they were all sea creatures. Kraken, I'm a bit busy right now. Could you handle this for me? All right, Kraken, I have too much work to do. Could you go there on my behalf? Sure. Snake Faction's true intention was to use Kraken for its own benefit. Between Jormungandr, Hydra, and Leviathan, Kraken ended up doing the bulk of Snake Faction's tasks while fulfilling their requests as well. To handle the workload, Kraken gradually reduced its sleeping hours until it could no longer sleep at all. Pooh times. So bored times. Unable to sleep, Mukboople alleviated its boredom by exploring Sejun's bedroom. At that moment, Mukboople, why aren't you sleeping? Sejun, half asleep, opened his eyes and asked Mukboople. Pooh, I can't fall asleep. Really? Wait a moment. Clink. Hearing Mukboople's reply, Sejun opened his void storage and, Kia? Bring me a plum of deep sleep. Had the Destruction Pioneer bring plums. Then, crop miniaturization. Here, eat this. It'll help you sleep better. Using his skill, he reduced the size of the plum and handed it to Mukbupul. Pooh! Thank you for the meal. Even though the plum had been shrunk, it was still larger than Mukbupul. Wrapping its legs around the plum, Mukbupul's body stretched, fully engulfing the plum. Pooh! Pooh! It's delicious. So good. Mukbupul began eating the plum with great relish. Come to think of it, Jormungandrenim did promise to let me rest after this mission was over. Pure wrong. While munching on the plum, thoughts of a vacation crossed Mukbupul's mind, and it slowly drifted off to sleep. In its dreams, Mukbupul swam through the ocean, enjoying a peaceful holiday. King? King! Hey! Wake up! It's playtime now. Until Blackie woke it up in the morning. And then, eating, playing, sleeping, eating, playing, sleeping. A real vacation, not a dream, began. Siege Shop Headquarters. The time for battle has come again. This time, I have a good feeling. Trust in Park is on my side. What nonsense. Trust in Park is with me. No, it's me, I tell you. The non-combat gods who had created their transcendence grade seeds for the Siege Shop began gathering in the plaza. This was because the Siege Shop was set to open in a few hours. At that moment, what nonsense. Trust in Park is with me, I tell you. Pan, the god of gold dust, appeared confidently, holding a transcendence grade seed in his hand. TCH. I'd like to argue, but I can't. Indeed, the other non-combat gods gritted their teeth in frustration at Pan's triumphant proclamation. But, poo-ha-ha-ha. Congratulations, Pan. Isn't this guy getting too full of himself? Let it slide. At times like this, you've got to let him enjoy the moment. Soon, they all banded together to celebrate Pan. This was because Pan had just become the proxy guardian deity of Hamk. A few days ago, Park Sejun, the tower farmer of the Black Tower, proposes appointing you as the proxy guardian deity of Hamk under the condition of a 99:1 distribution ratio and an expansion of the gold dust mining area you previously established. Trust in Park assigning Hamk to me? Sejun had sent Pan a message proposing he become the proxy guardian deity. The reason Sejun chose Pan as Hamk's guardian deity was to expand the 3.3 square meter sized gold dust mining area in the pond. Whying? Oh. There's a lot of shiny stuff here. The 7th poisonous queen bee, 7th, who lived on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, began mining gold dust, making it possible to operate the mining area effectively. Whying? Sweetie Nim, if we give this shiny stuff to Sejun Nim, he'll be happy. Buying? Really? True to its talent for sycophancy, 7th knew that to win over Sweetie, it first had to win over Sejun. Unlike those who were harassing Hunt, the god of hunting, back at the combat shop headquarters, 7th took a different approach. Thanks to this, Sweetie was receiving praise from Sejun daily while delivering 10 kilograms of gold to him every day. It's time for your 2-hour reminder. If you've been sitting, consider taking a moment to stand up, stretch, use the restroom, or have a refreshing drink of water. Your body will thank you. Now back to the story. Of course, even if it wasn't gold, Sejun would have still praised Sweetie. Sweetie, is there anything uncomfortable for you? But in addition to the praise, Sejun's meticulous capitalistic service was also included. When nearly all the non-combat gods had gathered in the plaza with their seeds in hand, Kugum! It's here! At the center of the Siege Shop headquarters, a spherical seed altar appeared, and the non-combat gods began placing their seeds into the altar. When all the non-combat gods in the plaza had placed their seeds into the altar, phew! Made it just in time. Thankfully, we're not late. Chaos, the god of chaos, and order, the god of order, appeared in the plaza and placed the seeds of chaos and order into the altar. Then, Gugang! The altar began spinning rapidly, preparing for the draw. Trust in Park! Trust in Park! Trust in Park! The non-combat gods chanted desperately while staring at the altar, praying that Sejun would choose their transcendence grade seeds. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Mio! Keeking! As Sejun and Theo woke up and Theo stretched lazily at the front door, brother-in-law, Ace came running towards Sejun. His expression was full of joy, but, wadadada! His footsteps sounded dangerously threatening. And then, puck! Ace threw himself into Sejun's arms. Ugh, my baby brother-in-law has gotten strong. Thanks to this, Sejun experienced firsthand how much stronger Ace had become. Although Sejun himself had grown much stronger in Hamk, he was no match for the wild Ace, who had grown powerful by eating Sejun's crops raw to escape Eileen's cooking. Brother-in-law! Let's eat! Ace, looking around warily, urged Sejun to hurry and eat. He was on edge because he didn't know when his sister might force him to eat her food. Though Sejun's presence meant he no longer had to eat Eileen's food, the young dragon Ace wasn't ready to let his guard down just yet. All right. Since he was planning to make breakfast anyway, Sejun carried Ace on his back and headed to the kitchen. Krueng! Along the way, they met Quenji and went together. Hum hum hum. As Sejun hummed a tune while cooking in the kitchen. Ho ho ho. Our dear son-in-law, you're up early today. Elizabeth walked into the kitchen with a bright smile. A little while later, mother-in-law, please have some. Everyone, dig in. Sejun placed the finished food on the table. Eileen, try this. He also sent a massive amount of food to Eileen. The tower's administrator says she wonders why you made so much and that she can only eat a little, but she'll try her best to eat it since it's from you. Speaking with a happy voice. He. You say that, but I know it'll all disappear by today. Perfect. This ensures Eileen won't be cooking today. Sejun had preemptively filled Eileen's stomach to prevent her from cooking. Kihihihi. Today I'll just eat lots of Sejun's cooking and go to sleep. Fortunately, Sejun successfully sealed away Eileen's cooking for the day. He. Now, let's see how it tastes. Thus, his happy breakfast began. A little while later. Oh my! How much did I eat? As expected, our dear son-in-law's cooking is the best. Poohihihi. That's right. Brother-in-law's cooking is the best. The great black dragon, Elizabeth Pratani, praises your cooking highly. Your soul becomes greatly fulfilled from receiving high praise from a high-ranking being. Your mental strength increases by 30. The great but young black dragon hatchling, Ace Pratani, praises your cooking highly. Your mental strength increases by 5. Receiving high praise from Elizabeth and Ace, who had eaten proper food for the first time in a while, Sejun's mental strength increased. After breakfast, Krueng. Thanks, Quenji. Slurp. As expected, the coffee my son makes is the best. Sejun gave a dramatic thumbs up as he sipped the coffee Quenji had brewed. Ku hey. Quenji smiled brightly and widely in response. A little while later. Poohoo hut. Chairman Park, I'll go make lots of money, meow. Krueng. Quenji will gather lots of herbs, too. Theo and Quenji headed off to the 4th floor of the Golden Tower and the Herb Garden, respectively, while Sejun also began his morning routine. Magic swordsmanship. Sejun, applying what he learned from Bochi, infused magic into his sickle and began harvesting green onions. As he worked, you have harvested detoxifying green onions. Magic is slightly infused into the detoxifying green onions. Their shelf life is extended by 3 hours. Your job experience increases slightly. Your proficiency in harvesting LV9 increases slightly. Your proficiency in magic swordsmanship LV1 increases slightly. You gain 100 experience points. The shelf life of the crops had increased, even if only slightly. Thanks to that, Sejun worked with quadruple efficiency, harvesting crops, increasing shelf life, and raising proficiency in 2 skills. Ha. This is the swordsmanship of a tower farmer. Farming swordsmanship. Swish. While Sejun was enthusiastically harvesting crops feeling a bit smug, seed shop is now open. Sejun's 15th seed shop opened. Park Sejun Nim's rank is Transcendent. 7 types of seeds, including Transcendence grade seeds, are randomly displayed for today's sale. At your current rank, you can purchase as many seeds as you want within a 500 tower coins limit. However, 100 bok choy seeds, 70 tower coins. 100 gondre seeds, 50 tower coins. 10 yuzu seeds, 5 tower coins. This time, not a single Transcendence grade seed appeared in the seed list. It had been a while since Sejun had such bad luck. While it was disappointing for the non-combat gods, Sejun wasn't disappointed at all. Oh. Gondre, mix it with rice to make thistle rice and season it with sauce. Ku. He. With yuzu, I can make citron tea and citron jam, because there were many delicious things. After buying all 7 types of seeds, hum. Come on, little ones, grow quickly. Humming a tune, Sejun planted the seeds. Sea of Dimensions, is it here? Boom. When Flamey struck a massive wall with her enormous root, Kugum, the wall crumbled, revealing a stone statue in the form of a sacred goddess. He. I found it. Flamey happily touched the statue with her root after discovering it. At that moment, candidate for the Tree of Creation, are you prepared to undergo the trial? The statue's mouth moved as it spoke to Flamey. This was the place Creator God had taught her about, where one takes the test to become a true Tree of Creation. Yes, when Flamey answered with a voice full of determination. Very well. Then I shall begin the first trial. Bring me a magic stream seed within 10 days. The trial had begun. Will a great magic stream seed work as well? Knowing that Sejun didn't have a magic stream seed but did have great magic stream seeds, Flamey asked the statue. Yes. Since it is better than magic stream seed, there will be additional rewards. Oh, an incredibly easy trial. Flamey was about to ask Quenji to fetch the seed from Sejun and quickly complete the trial when, I will seal your powers while you take the first trial. The statue sealed Flamey's powers. Who? You're sealing my powers? Oh yay. Great. Now I can stay with Sejun Nim. Flamey scrapped its plan to pass the trial immediately and decided to spend the full 10 days playing by Sejun's side before completing the first trial. Chapter 546, What should we do with our Flamey being so fragile? 4th floor of the Golden Tower. Pooh Hut. Olga family, I have arrived. Meow. Theo, who came out of the bag of the legendary merchant wandering the 9 towers, announced his arrival. At that moment, Vice Chairman Theo Nim, you've arrived? The elves, who had joined Sejun Company and were selling Sejun's crops to the Olga family, approached Theo and greeted him. The elves were no longer in the skinny, malnourished state they had been in before. They looked healthy, as if they were eating well. This was thanks to the changes that had occurred in the Golden Tower over time. First of all, Theo had hired the elves and compensated them for their work entirely with magical cherry tomatoes as both meals and wages, providing the elves with a large supply of food. On top of that, during the 3rd gathering of the dragons meeting, the golden dragons drank the earth attribute pear wine, which partially neutralized the lightning energy clashing with their internal energy. As a result, the amount of lightning energy released outside significantly decreased, and the frequency of lightning strikes around the Golden Tower had dropped substantially compared to before. Thanks to this, the elves had more time to wander outside, allowing them to collect additional food from the outside world. For reference, the trio Murin, Makhun, and Magin were leading the 3-Ma Trading Company, affiliated with Sejun Company, and were active in the mid-floors of the Golden Tower. The name 3-Ma Trading Company was given by Sejun because all 3 had the surname Ma. The 3-Ma Trading Company quickly gained a foothold, thanks to support from Demon Family's head, Yuto, who helped his younger brother start anew. From the very first month, they began generating profits and were paying 50% of their earnings as tribute to Theo. Olga family, let's start the auction. Meow. After receiving greetings from the elves, Theo looked at the assembled Olga family members and began the auction. And, Pooh Hut. Sold out. Meow. Once again, Theo successfully sold out Sejun's new crops, concluding the auction. Pooh Hut. Everyone, keep up the hard work. Meow. I can't wait to see Chairman Park. Meow. As always, Theo was quick to leave work for the day. Shall we head home now too? Let's do that. Following their vice chairman's example, the employees of Sejun Company also finished their work on time and left for home. 99th floor of the Black Tower. Pooh Hut. Chairman Park, I have returned. Meow. Krueng. Dad, Quenji is back. Theo and Quenji, who had both returned around the same time, came looking for Sejun. Oh. You're back? When Sejun welcomed them. Meow. Krueng. Theo and Quenji hurriedly covered their noses. Chairman Park, your breath smells like poop. Meow. Krueng. Don't tell me Dad even poops from his mouth. Because there was a poop smell coming from Sejun's mouth. Poop? No way. That's not it. Ha ha. Smell again. Who? Sejun teased Theo and Quenji by blowing his breath toward them. At that moment, meow, Theo quickly put on a gas mask that Iona had made and clung to Sejun's leg. Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. Hee hee hee. Quenji doesn't smell anything now. Quenji also plugged his nose and clung to Sejun's side. Both of them were already accustomed to such situations, so they always carried tools to block odors. Ahoom. Guys, this isn't a poop smell. It's this smell. Sejun, who had lost interest in teasing them, showed them a yellow fruit with sharp thorns. It was durian. He had planted the fruit long ago and forgotten about it, only to notice a foul smell coming from somewhere. When he investigated, he discovered the durian had ripened. Sejun and Blackie were in the middle of tasting it when Theo and Quenji arrived. At that moment, Kihihit. King. Hee hee. Butler. Give me more. I'd like some as well. Kiruk. Shalarang. Apparently, the durian suited their tastes, as Blackie family began urging Sejun for more. All right, hold on. Sejun cut the durian into small pieces and distributed them to Blackie family. Quenji, do you want to try it too? He asked Quenji, who was staring curiously at the durian. Krueng, that's really not poop. No. It's delicious. Trust Dad and give it a try. When Sejun brought the durian to Quenji's mouth, Krueng. All right. Quenji tightly closed his eyes and accepted the durian. And then, Quenji's eye sparkled like a star exploding, gleaming with delight. Krueng. Krueng. It's delicious. Soft and sweet. Quenji, who had just discovered the taste of durian, became excited. Kihihit. King? Hee. Big bro, it's delicious, right? Peel one for me too. Ku hey. Krueng. Hee. Got it. Quenji began peeling and eating durian with Blackie, who was enthusiastically wagging his tail right in front of him. Mother-in-law and Ace said they'd sleep until dinner. Then lunch will be durian. Sejun thought that lunch was now sorted. Chairman Park, I'm hungry, meow. He felt Theo's intense gaze piercing through him. All right, Chi-yik. Sejun grilled fish to a golden perfection and gave it to Theo. Pooh hut. As expected, Chairman Park's grilled fish is the best, meow. Theo praised it highly while eating with great delight. How could I not cook for someone eating so deliciously? He patted Theo's head while continuing to eat his durian. A little later, okay. Let's brush our teeth now, King. King, no. The great Blackie doesn't need to brush his teeth. Blackie ran away at full speed upon hearing Sejun's words. However, summon shadow minions. King? Sejun summoned 3 shadow minions to block Blackie's escape route. King. Fake butler. Let go of the great Blackie. Blackie was ultimately captured by the shadow minions and handed over to Sejun. King. It tastes bad. In the end, Blackie grimaced as he was subjected to brushing. All right. Let's get to work now. After finishing up the toothbrushing, Sejun and his companions were about to start their afternoon farming. At that moment, Sejun Nim. Flamey appeared, calling Sejun with a strained voice. Who? Flamey. Ah. Vice Chairman Theo, absorb my energy. Got it, meow. Sejun quickly had Theo absorb his energy. Flamey had been struggling due to Sejun's overly strong energy. That's right. My Flamey is like a fragile sunfish. Sejun, infinitely kind to sunfish-like beings, immediately began caring for Flamey. Flamey, are you okay? He placed Flamey in his palm and started giving her some gentle care. Farmer's Warm Touch LV Innate is activated. Your touch slightly heal the weakened apple tree Flamey. First, Sejun used Farmer's Warm Touch to provide healing. Abundance. Power. Abundance is applied to apple tree Flamey. Apple tree Flamey's vitality has doubled. Next, he used the power, abundance to increase Flamey's vitality. For a sunfish-like being, vitality was of utmost importance. And then, Flamey, startled by Sejun's sudden use of a power, froze. She cautiously observed Sejun with a tense expression. Flamey, are you feeling better now? But Sejun's expression remained unchanged. Yes. I feel much better now. Flamey responded brightly, smiling widely at Sejun's question. Hee. This seal is really good. Thanks to the trial statue perfectly sealing her powers, Sejun remained fine even after using powers on Flamey. So Flamey felt relieved that she was perfectly sealed. Hee. It's so warm. Sejun's aura of sunlight, an additional effect of his growing seed job talent, made his palm a supremely cozy resting place. I'm so happy. Focusing on the warm touch of Sejun, who gently stroked her leaves, Flamey quietly settled down. It was the unique way a tree, which couldn't sleep, rested. Is she asleep? Sejun gazed quietly at Flamey, who had gone silent. What should I do with our Flamey being so fragile? He looked at her with worried eyes. And then, Great Hybrid Chairman Park, now is not the time to be worrying about Flamey, meow. Dad, Flamey Nuna is way stronger than you. Theo and Quenji looked at Sejun with sympathetic expressions. King, butler. Play with me too. Only Blackie was an exception. Having often seen Sejun act this way, any sense of pity Blackie might have felt had long disappeared. Instead, King, butler, I'm hurt too. Who? Where does it hurt? King, my stomach hurts. TSK. You ate too much earlier. You really are such a sunfish. Come here. Hee. Stupid butler. Blackie had realized it was more fun to tease Sejun. Blackie, follow me, meow. Krueng. Blackie, it seems we need to have a long overdue chat. As long as he didn't get caught by his older brothers, of course. Creator God's Temple. The planet Moke has fallen to the invasion of the seventh calamity, the planet-destroying turtle. The Black Tower's Tower Farmer Park Sejun and his companions have defeated Kraken, the sea-devouring monster and sixth seat of the Apostle of Destruction, and saved Hamk. The planet Gamo has fallen to the invasion of the seventh calamity, the planet-destroying turtle. Amid messages of destruction, there was one message of salvation, like a much-needed rain. How strange! With Sejun and his companions' power, it should have been absolutely impossible to defeat the Kraken. The Creator God stared at the message, puzzled. Even though there were 8 beings in Sejun's group that possessed the souls of the Apostles of Destruction, they were merely the former Apostles in soul. Their strength was minimal. Not to mention Sejun's utterly weak power. Theo, Quenji, Peacebays, and Iona were strong, but not to the extent of inflicting significant damage on an Apostle of Destruction. There was no clear explanation, yet Sejun and his companion seemed to win in situations where victory seemed impossible. Not just once, but multiple times. For some unknown reason, things that shouldn't have been possible became possible when they were together. Even the Creator God, who could see through all natural laws, didn't know what mysterious force was working among them. A force that bound them tightly. Should I take a gamble on them? The Creator God began to contemplate deeply with a serious expression. Thanks to Sejun taming as many as 9 Apostles of Destruction, the speed of the Calamity's invasions had significantly slowed down. But the world was already like a ship sinking into the sea, slowly heading towards destruction. At that moment, Wuung, the black crystal that Emilia and Amor were touching turned white, and the waypoint connected to the land of destruction began to activate. And then, Creator God, we're heading out. We'll be back. The 2 Apostles of Creation moved to the land of destruction through the waypoint. 1 hour later, huff, huff, the 2 returned, drenched in blood, gasping for breath. Combat Shop Headquarters. Why isn't my method working? Hunt, the god of hunting, had once again had his pride shattered. There's definitely something I don't know about. He was carefully observing Theo to figure out how to approach him. And then, what? Battling him. Theo already has a butler who feeds him. He protested to Battler as he watched Theo happily eating grilled fish that he had received from Sejun. Butler? So the one who feeds him is the butler? Sigh. I clearly wrote it in 1000 Ways to Completely Win a Cat's Heart, Chapter 1. If there's already a butler feeding the cat, it's easier to just find another cat. He spoke in a dejected tone. Did you? I must have skipped over the first chapter. So, is there no way? HMPH. I am Hunt, the god of hunting. There is no prey I cannot catch. I'll descend myself and tame that cat, Theo. Boasting loudly to Battler, Hunt began searching the area around Theo. All right. That one will do. He dropped his divine relic in front of a black minotaur who was tilling the soil. It was an attempt to descend through the divine relic. Sending a divine relic to a specific location was a method that consumed a great deal of divine power and was rarely used, but my pride is at stake. Recovering his pride was far more important. And then, Moo? What is this? Wu Cheon-sam, Minotaur 1003, who had been tilling the ground, noticed the antique-looking bow lying on the ground. Moo! Sejun Nim, there's something here. He called out to Sejun, who was planting seeds nearby. After being caught as a thief by Theo in the past, Wu Cheon-sam in Minotaur 1003 had developed the habit of not picking up anything that had fallen to the ground without first confirming it with Sejun. Yes? Sejun approached after hearing Wu Cheon-sam's in Minotaur 1003 call. Who? It's a bow? Why would something like this be here? Grab. The moment Sejun grabbed the bow, damn it, it's a chick instead of a pheasant. Hunt, the god of hunting, had no choice but to descend into Sejun's body. But, who? Where am I? Whether the descent had gone wrong, Hunt found himself in the middle of a forest. And then, what do you think you're doing? A colossal tree, so enormous that it couldn't be captured in a single glance, stood at the center of the forest and glared at Hunt with hostility. Don't disturb my vacation. Crunch. Roots large enough to cover the sky began crashing down on Hunt. Who? Flamey, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Sejun, noticing Flamey frowning, looked at her with worried eyes. He. No, I'm fine. I just feel a little stiff. I think it's time to move around a bit. Stretching as if to shake off the stiffness, Flamey subtly removed the leaf she had placed on the bow. Chapter 547. Honestly, I think I sang pretty well. How dare you? How dare you? Bang! Ooh. Candidate of the Tree of Creation, let's talk this out. Hunt, the god of hunting, shouted belatedly upon recognizing Flamey's identity. Bang! 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 Flamey, furious at Hunt for interrupting her vacation, punished him relentlessly until her anger subsided. It's entirely my fault. Only after Hunt knelt down did Flamey finally stop her strikes. Then, Theo Oroboni. Flamey called out to Theo, who was busily licking his fur while sitting on Sejun's knee in reality. Meow? Why are you calling? Meow? Please give me your front paw. Meow? When Theo held out his paw to Flamey, tap! Shift! Flamey touched Theo's front paw with her leaf, and, where is this place now? And the bewildered Hunt looked around at the suddenly changed surroundings. At that moment, Pooh Hut. Welcome, meow. Ultra Supergiant Chairman Park, please grab that guy, meow. Thud. Theo, clinging on the knee of Giant Chairman Park in his mental world, grinned wickedly as he looked at Hunt. Flamey had transferred Hunt to Theo's mental world, where Giant Chairman Park resided. Moments later. Giant Chairman Park, hold him tight, meow. Don't let him escape, meow. After Theo caught Hunt, he exited the mental world. And then, Pooh Hut. Blackie, stamp here, meow. I'll give you some roasted and dried sweet potato in return, meow. Theo presented a permanent employee contract to Blackie, urging him to stamp it with his paw next to his own paw print that was already on it. To make a contract with a god, the power gap needed to be bridged. King? Roasted and dried sweet potato. Stamp. At the mere mention of roasted and dried sweet potato, Blackie stamped the contract without a second thought. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Hyung, I stamped it. Hurry and give me the roasted and dried sweet potato. Blackie barked eagerly, wagging his tail in front of Theo. It seemed Blackie didn't know the gravity of randomly stamping contracts. After all, no one had ever dared to deceive Blackie before, and it was unlikely anyone would dare in the future. Even if someone tried, Blackie was strong enough to forcibly break the contract, so casually stamping contracts probably wouldn't lead to any major issues. Moreover, now he had terrifying Hyungs to back him up. In any case, Pooh Hut. Here it is, meow, kihihit. Blackie received the roasted and dried sweet potato from Theo. Crunch. 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 And began eating it joyfully. Pooh Hut. Theo returned to his mental world holding the contract stamped with Blackie's paw print. Now stamp here, meow. No. Theo slipped between Hunt's hands, which were immobilized by Giant Chairman Park, and pressed Hunt's thumb onto the contract under the employee section. And so, following Battler, the second permanent employee from among the gods joined Sejun Company. Hunt, the god of hunting, who had come to tame Theo, ended up becoming Theo's subordinate instead. I'm not going down alone. Theo Nim, actually. All of this was ordered by Battler, the god of battle. Let's summon Battler too, and make him stamp the contract. I'll help, meow. Battler already stamped it, meow. What? I'm not the first. That's right, meow. Damn it. This is frustrating. Hunt felt strangely frustrated at Theo's words. He wasn't sure if it was because Battler hadn't mentioned being forced to stamp the contract, or because he had stamped it later than Battler, but either way, Battler. Hunt, the god of hunting, seethed with resentment and vowed revenge against Battler. And then, Theo Nim, actually Battler was planning to. Hunt tattled on all of Battler's schemes to Theo. And so, unaware that Sejun Company had just acquired its second god employee, Relentless Hunter's Bow, a divine relic created by Hunt, the god of hunting, using the bones and tendons of his hunted prey as materials, infused with his power. Even if the target isn't aimed at directly, the arrow flies toward the target. The more magic power is infused, the more accurately the arrow will fly toward the target. Usage restriction, none. Creator, Hunt, the god of hunting. Grade, SSS. Skill, homing wind arrow, master. Homing wind arrow, master. 3 times per day, shoot a wind arrow made of wind that pursues the enemy until the end. Sejun checked the options on the bow he had picked up. But why is a divine relic just lying on the ground? The sudden appearance of a divine relic. He. Finders keepers. Sejun didn't care about the reason and, I should give this to Kwangchul. He decided to give the divine relic of Hunt, the god of hunting, to his colleague Oh Kyungchul. Hunt had removed the usage restrictions from the divine relic to allow anyone to use it, and thanks to that, Kyungchul would be able to equip a good bow. Clank! Sejun stored the bow in his void storage and then, swoosh! You have planted golden rice seed, too, in magic-infused soil. He began planting rice in the field again. Recently, he had used 1 drop of the enhancing elixir made by Hama, the god of farming, on the rice seed to create a 2 golden rice seed, and now the total stats increase from the rice as medicine effect had risen from 150 to 200. The reason Sejun was suddenly so focused on rice farming was because the dragons had placed massive orders for attribute wines. The interesting thing was that they didn't just order wine matching their own attributes, but also large quantities of wines opposing their attributes. At first, they had consumed the wines because they were delicious, but after the meeting, when back in their tower, the dragons realized that wines of the opposite attribute neutralized their energy and helped maintain the balance of the tower. As a result, all the attribute wines Sejun had previously made were long sold out. Moreover, by the time the dragons realized the effects of the wines, Sejun was away in Hamk, leaving the tower unattended for several days, which led to an overwhelming pileup of advance orders from the dragons. In response, Sejun had hurriedly instructed the black minotaurs to prepare the fields, and he was now busy planting rice. The rice planting continued until evening, and as the sun began to set, "Quenji, Blackie, let's eat dinner," Sejun called Quenji and Blackie, who were helping him plant rice. Of course, for Blackie, simply avoiding trouble counted as helping. There was no need to call Theo, who had been clinging to Sejun's knee while planting rice, or Flamey, who had spent all day sunbathing on Sejun's straw hat. As they wrapped up the day and walked toward the cooking area, "Flamey, are you feeling okay?" "Yes. Being with you, Sejun Nim, makes me feel energized. And I got to relieve lots and lots of stress." Flamey stretched widely and responded to Sejun's question with enthusiasm. A moment later, "Son-in-law Park, we're here. Brother-in-law, Ace is here." Elizabeth and Ace entered the cooking area, where Sejun was preparing food. "Ah. Just a moment." Vice Chairman Theo, absorb their energy. Pooh hut. "Got it, meow." Sejun quickly had Theo absorb Elizabeth and Ace's energy to protect Flamey from any potential danger. He. "Thank you, Sejun Nim." Flamey was overjoyed at receiving Sejun's sunfish care. She was happy to be by Sejun's side and receive his attention. At that moment, "So, you're Flamey. Nice to meet you. I'm a great black dragon, Elizabeth Pratani." Elizabeth, having heard from Kaiser and Anton about Flamey's true nature, introduced herself first. However, even the dragons merely thought of Flamey as a dimensional tree slightly higher in rank than the world tree. They hadn't realized she was the tree of creation. The difference was just 1 word, but the level between the tree of creation and a dimensional tree was worlds apart. "Hello. I'm Flamey Park." Flamey also bowed politely in greeting. Elizabeth was Sejun's mother-in-law. There were plenty of reasons to make a good impression. Then, "Hello, Flamey. I'm the Great Black Dragon, Bongryong Ace Pratani." Ace, peeking his head out shyly from behind Elizabeth, greeted Flamey timidly. He seemed awkward since it was his first time meeting Flamey. "Brother-in-law gave me my name." Still, he didn't forget to boast. After the greetings were over, dinner began. As expected, brother-in-law's cooking is the best. "I want to live with brother-in-law forever." Ace declared that he wanted to live with Sejun, only for the tower administrator to interrupt. The tower administrator absolutely forbids it. The tower administrator says Sejun must live with her. "Wah! I want to live with brother-in-law too." Ace burst into a storm of tears at his sister's opposition. "It's okay. You can just live next door. So don't cry." "Okay, sniff brother-in-law, thank you." After that small commotion, the enjoyable dinner came to an end, and Elizabeth and Ace went back to sleep. Elizabeth needed rest to recover, while Ace needed it for his growth. And then, this is nice. Slurp. Sejun sat on the wooden bench, sipping the coffee Quenji had brewed, as he gazed at the night sky. "Pooh hut. He. Ku hey. Kihihit." The companions each found a spot, on Sejun's lap, his side, his sling bag, or his palm, to sit and enjoy the night sky together. HM. With the dazzling night sky, delicious coffee, the slightly cool air brushing his nose, the pleasant scent of his companions, and the warmth they shared, Sejun couldn't help but hum a tune. And then, meow. He. Krueng. King. Following Sejun's lead, everyone cheerfully started singing. At that moment, Quek! The representative of the mushroom ants approached, antennae standing stiff, clearly displeased. "Ooh? Why are you out here instead of sleeping?" Sejun asked. "Quek! It's too noisy to sleep." The mushroom ant stated its reason for coming. Sejun and his companions had inadvertently disturbed the mushroom ant's sleep. "Sorry about that." We'll keep it quiet now. Go back to sleep, quick! After the mushroom and left, Sejun and his companions quietly watched the stars. After a while, honestly, I think I sang pretty well. Feeling a bit wronged, Sejun muttered. Then, Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Great hybrid Chairman Park and I sang well, meow. Theo Oroboni, I can't agree with that. Didn't you hear how perfectly I harmonized with Sejun Nim? Krueng. Krueng. Nope. Quenji sang with Dad. Kihihit. King. King. Hee. Wrong. It was the great Blackanim who sang with Butler. Each of the companions chimed in. Everyone claimed they sang well with Sejun, but in the end it was just noise. And then, quick! I really wish Sejun Nim wouldn't sing. It turned out the main culprit behind the noise was Sejun himself. As meaningless conversations continued about who sang better with tone-deaf Sejun, the night deepened on the 99th floor of the Black Tower, and, hee. I'm happy. Even such trivial conversations made Flamey, who was on the second day of her 10-day vacation, feel genuinely happy. The next morning, what? No way. Son-in-law, reconsider this. Yeah, son-in-law Park, think it over again. Wah. Brother-in-law. Don't leave me. Don't leave me behind this time. I want to go too this time. The dragons were in emergency mode. I'll just go down the tower for a bit. It was because Sejun had announced that, only 2 days after his return, he would once again leave the 99th floor of the tower. Sejun wanted to show Flamey around other parts of the tower and create some good memories together. Don't worry. I've prepared all your meals in advance, and I'll send food to Eileen every day. Kuhahaha. Really? Whom? All right, go ahead. Son-in-law Park, take care of yourself. Yes. At Sejun's words, all the adult dragons agreed, but, wah. Brother-in-law, take me with you too. Ace was the only one still upset. More than the food, Ace just wanted to spend time with Sejun. Ace, let's travel together when you're older. Here. I promise. Sniff. Okay. I promise. I'll eat a lot and grow bigger. In the end, Ace stopped crying only after Sejun made a pinky promise with him. Sejun, come back immediately if there's danger. Son-in-law, have a safe trip. Son-in-law Park, take care. Brother-in-law. I'll grow up quickly. Sejun went down the tower with the dragon sending him off. And then, you have arrived on the 75th floor of the Black Tower. The first place they went was the shopping street with lots to see. 55th floor of the Black Tower. Grandpa, did you really teach farming to Chairman Park? Fatty, I told you to call me principal here. And yes, it's true. How many times do I have to say that I taught Sejun Nim how to farm? Believe me already. No way. You're lying. Even Shishi Nuna said you were making it up. What? Even Shishi? Shishi was one of the oldest rabbits at the farming school. HMPH. The father rabbit, momentarily deep in thought, finally made up his mind. Fatty. Go tell everyone to pack their bags. Bags? Where are we going? Yes, we're going on a field trip to the 99th floor of the tower. He decided to prove his words by actually meeting Sejun. Chapter 548, Theo Nim, I was scared. This guy bullied me. Black Tower, 75th floor. Krueng. Dad, Quenji is going to buy snacks. Kihit. King. King. Hee. Butler, I'll go buy snacks too. Hyung, take me with you. When they arrived at the shopping district, Quenji and Blackie family dashed toward the street stalls. Let's take a look around first. Sejun strolled through the shops with Theo and Flamey. If they found something to buy, how much is this? 10 tower coins. Flamey, fighting. Pooh-hoo-hut. Flamey can do it. Meow. PL, please give me a discount. Cheered on by Sejun and Theo, Flamey practiced haggling 3 times. Although he would protect Flamey, haggling skills were essential since you never knew where you might get taken advantage of. Hee. It could even be fun once you got the hang of it. At first, Flamey was a little awkward, but that's it. Our Flamey is doing well. Pooh-hoo-hut. Flamey has a knack for this, meow. Hee. Really? With encouragement from Sejun and Theo, Flamey quickly adapted. 3 hours later. 30 tower coins. Hee. Mister, please give me a discount. Then, how about 25 tower coins? There are some scratches here too. Please give me more of a discount. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Fine, I'll give it to you for 23 coins. Hee hee. Since you're already giving a discount, why not go down just a little further? How about 20 tower coins? Ha ha ha. All right. Your laugh is so cheerful, I'll give you a special discount. But don't tell anyone else about this, okay? I'll be in trouble if word gets out. Hee hee. Yes. And Sejun Nim and Theo Oraboni, you can't tell anyone either. It would trouble the boss. Flamey cleverly mimed zipping their lips shut and even made Sejun and Theo swear secrecy. She had become a skilled professional haggler. Meanwhile, Krueng, lower the price now. King, lower it. If you don't, I'm not moving from here. Quenji and Blackie, on the other hand, had become the notorious troublesome duo of the street stalls. At that moment, Quenji Nim, please stop that one. Jeraz, who was chasing a criminal, shouted as he spotted Quenji. Krueng. Hearing Jeraz's cry, Quenji used telekinesis to subdue the figure passing in front of him. Eek! The criminal struggled desperately to escape Quenji's telekinetic grip, but it was futile. Thank you. Here's the bounty. Thanks to Quenji's help, Jeraz easily captured the criminal and handed over the 500 tower coin bounty to Quenji. Krueng. This is for Quenji. Yes. Ku-hey-hey-hey. With this, I can buy more than 100 snacks. Quenji was ecstatic as he stared at the money in his hands. Key-hit. King. Hee-hee. Hyung, I want that too. Blackie was just as excited. Hee-hee-hee. If we catch criminals, we can eat tons of snacks. Hee-hee. Earning money is easier than I thought. As they munched on their snacks, both had the same thought. Krueng. Detective Kunin is on the case. Key-hit. King. Hee-hee. Detective Kapang will help too. TLKA comes from, which means a Blackie, and Pang is likely derived from a Pang Bo Pang Adventures, whichever you prefer to call it. The two began hunting for more criminals. Why me? Jeraz ended up joining them, as they needed someone to provide information about the criminals. Sniff, 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 sniff. Like that, the two diligently searched for suspicious smells, and entered what looked like an expensive lodging. And then, clack! As if it were their own room, they confidently opened the door to the finest room in the inn and sat at the dining table. Moments later. Oh. I was just about to call you. How did you know to come? Sejun, carrying dishes from the kitchen, greeted Quenji, Blackie, and, oh. Jeraz, you're here too? Sejun smiled as he noticed Jeraz, who had been dragged along by the two, sitting at the table. Sejun had rented the inn to prepare meals for Eileen, while also making dishes for his group. The menu was soy-braised slime, fried eggs, and white rice. Hello, Sejun Nim. What am I even doing here? Jeraz quickly greeted Sejun, all the while questioning his situation. But then, the moment a piece of savory soy-braised meat was placed atop white rice and entered Jeraz's mouth, all his doubts vanished. This is destiny. Today, he had woken up 10 minutes earlier than usual to have an early breakfast, skipped lunch while apprehending 2 criminals, and chased down another criminal on his way back. All to arrive here, at this precise moment, to eat this food. Delicious. As Jeraz wolfed down his meal hurriedly. Krueng. So Quenji caught the criminal and got the bounty. Key-hit. King. Hee-hee. Butler. Hyung used the bounty to buy me food. Quenji and Blackie proudly boasted to Sejun about their recent exploits while eating. Good job. While listening to their story, Sejun, Flamey should try catching a criminal too. He decided to do a criminal catching experience with Flamey, Detective Sherlock Sejun and his assistant Tierson, Detective Kunin and Detective Kapang. As Sejun was assigning roles. What should Flamey be? After some contemplation, Sejun decided. Buljanil? Detective Buljanil. TL, Bull, comes from, which means Flamey, and Ajianil is derived from Kim Jong Illinois, the detective in the Kindaichi case files. Sejun had considered using this name for Quenji back in chapter 244 but rejected it at the time, saying, if he appears, there's always a murder case IDKY. He thought it was a good choice this time. That should work, right? The name felt like it could invite trouble, but considering the team members, he figured it would probably work out. Once the roles were assigned, Jeraz, give us a case. Ooh? A case? Yeah. Something with a high bounty. We'll solve it for you. Sejun asked Jeraz for a high bounty case. And then please take this one. It's a case with a 10 billion tower coin bounty, to catch an organization called the Haron Gang that's been selling suspicious drugs in the tower lately. Jerez, who had been overworked recently, eagerly passed his most troublesome case to Sejun. A suspicious drug? Got it. Case accepted. He. Detective Sherlock Sejun and friends will handle it. Pooh-hoo-hut. That's right, meow. Once Detective Sherlock Sejun and Assistant Tierson take the field, everything gets solved, meow. He. Detective Buljanil, under Detective Sherlock Sejun's command, will do her best. Krueng. Detective Sherlock Sejun's son, Detective Cunan, will help too. Kihit. King. He. The great Detective Kapang will assist the butler too. Thus, the strongest team of detectives set out to capture Harong Gang. It was like using carpet bombing with nuclear missiles on a problem that could be solved with a single grenade. For Harong Gang, this was the beginning of a disaster. And the first thing they did was, Assistant Tierson, do you feel anything? Meow, not yet, meow. They decided to eat snacks while waiting for Theo's front paws to sense something, a purely instinct and luck-based investigative method. After about an hour had passed like that, meow. Detective Sherlock Sejun, I feel the pull, meow. Theo called out, and, where? Sejun quickly picked up Theo and rushed outside. In a dark alley of the shopping street. Hey! Nah, give me 10 Harong candies. A red orc, who didn't look too well, frantically pulled out some money as he spoke to a figure in a black hood. Sorry. With that money you can only buy one. Starting today, Harong candies went up to 10 tower coins each. Na took the 10 tower coins from the red orc's hand and replied in a sly tone. What? Yesterday, it was only 1 tower coin per candy, nothing I can do about it. If the boss says to raise the price, I have to. By the way, starting tomorrow, the price will go up to 20 tower coins each, so if you've got the money, stock up today. Kakak. At Na's words, the red orc spent all his money to buy 3 Harong candies. And just like that, every few minutes, Na sold more candy. Detective Sherlock Sejun, that's the guy, meow. Theo pointed at Na in the distance. All right, let's get him. Pooh-hoo-hut. Understood, meow. Thwack. At Sejun's words, Theo immediately struck the back of Na's head, knocking him unconscious. Normally, investigators would tail a suspect to locate their base of operations. But for Sejun's detective squad, that wasn't necessary. Detective Kapang, go. Kihit. King. He. Great Detective Kapang will sniff everything out. Thunk. Kirarong. Blackie headbutted Na and promptly fell asleep. Moments later, eek. I'll tell you everything. Just please, spare my soul. Na, who had regained his senses, was ready to spill everything. Hideout. It's in GER village on the 72nd floor of the tower. It's the biggest mansion in the village, you'll recognize it right away. Name of the Harong Gang's boss? That I don't really. Gah. When Na couldn't answer, Blackie immediately growled. How cute. To Sejun, it was nothing but adorable, but, eek. It's true. This isn't information someone as low-ranking as me would know. But I do know the names of the people I've dealt with. Oh, now that I think about it, I did hear the name of a mid-level boss once. I'm sure it was Cosette. Na panicked at Blackie's growl and desperately spilled everything he knew. After getting information from Na like that, Sejun handed Na over to Jerez and moved to the 72nd floor. Black Tower, 72nd floor. P.O.? This is all because of you, Uranim. Sorry. P.O. was furious at Uran. A few days ago, the two of them had been on their way to find the last divine relic of misfortune, the god of misfortune, when they encountered highway robbers for the first time in a while. For P.O. and Uran, dealing with them wasn't a big deal, they easily subdued the thieves and prepared to stamp. But, P.O., what is this stuff? I don't know. Ooh-hee-hee. But it feels good. After inhaling the black powder the bandits had scattered, they began experiencing side effects. Pee-hee. Ooh-hee-hee. Their bodies weakened, their mood lightened, and uncontrollable laughter began to bubble out of them. And then, all right, they're completely drugged. Grab whatever's valuable. The bandits started taking money from the dazed pair. If they had only been robbed of money, it wouldn't have been much of a problem, but, ooh-hee-hee. Look at this. I can even make gold like this. Uran, in his drugged state, showed the bandits his ability to create gold, and things quickly spiraled out of control. When the two regained their senses, they were restrained with equipment that sealed magic power, and locked in prison, and, P.O. P.O.? Why would you make gold for them? Even as P.O. scolded him, Uran had no excuse to offer. At that moment, clank! So you're awake. A towering yellow minotaur entered the prison carrying a basket filled with stones. Then, made gold, legendary merchant Uran. He shoved the basket toward Uran, demanding he turn the stones into gold. It wasn't difficult to identify Uran's identity since he was the only pink pig capable of creating gold in the Black Tower. All right, I'll do it. But let Pio go. Hoping to at least save Pio, Uran tried to negotiate. Cook. Legendary merchant Uran, do you think you're in a position to negotiate with me? You have no such right. You'll do what I say. Here, my word, the word of Bulka, boss of the Hurong gang, is law. Bulka refused to entertain Uran's terms. Instead, if you don't make the gold, I'll pluck this bird's feathers one by one and make it my dinner. Ha. Now. Quickly make gold. Legendary merchant Uran. Ulrig dash. When Uran was about to give in to Bulka's words, Pio, you're going to eat me for dinner. Go ahead and try. Pio. I am Pio, right front paw of the deadly dragon-clawed hybrid golden cat Theo Parknim, subordinate of the great black dragon. I don't beg for my life. And soon, Theo Nim will come to rescue me. Furious, Pio chirped fiercely. Cook. Such a tiny thing with big guts. But no matter how great Theo Park might be, it's impossible for him to find this underground prison. I've changed my mind. First, I'll pluck all your feathers dash. As Bulka smirked and reached out toward Pio, a sudden voice rang out. Poo-hoo-hut. Over here, meow. I can feel it from this direction, meow. Krueng. Boom. With Theo's voice coming from beyond the wall, Quenji smashed through it. Hey. It's Pio and Uran. Sejun and his group appeared through the hole in the wall. Go Golden Cat Theo Park. And even the tyrant Quenji Park. How did they find this place? Bulka froze in panic upon seeing Theo and Quenji. At that moment, peeing. Theo Nim, I was scared. This guy bullied me. Pio burst into tears upon seeing Theo, who had come to rescue him. Meow? You made my right front paw cry. Meow. Thwack. Ugh. Theo immediately avenged Pio by hitting Bulka on the back of the head. By the way, do you know who the boss of the Hurong gang is, meow? He asked Pio and Uran about the Hurong gang's boss. Point. The two simultaneously pointed at the unconscious Bulka. Key hit. King. He. Detective Kapang, on it. Thunk. Blackie headbutted Bulka, and just like that, all of Hurong gang's secrets were revealed. Jeraz's case log. The Hurong gang, an organization distributing suspicious drugs in the tower. With the help of the Sejun detective squad, Hurong gang's leader Bulka and all 20,000 members were arrested, achieving a 100% success rate in the roundup. Total bounty, 15.3 billion tower coins paid in full. And thus, the major case that had been troubling Jeraz was completely resolved. Flamey, how was it? Did you enjoy playing detective? Yes. At Sejun's question, Flamey grinned widely, clearly having had a great time. Becoming a detective and tracking down criminals, it was thrilling and exciting. Flamey learned what it meant to almost die from excitement this time. Alright, let's ride this momentum and do a treasure hunt next. Hee. We're going treasure hunting this time. Yep. Sejun was now heading to the 62nd floor of the tower to help Uran find the last divine relic of misfortune, the god of misfortune. You have arrived at the 62nd floor of the Black Tower. When Sejun arrived on the 62nd floor, Piik? Sejun Nim. Who? Father Rabbit? Sejun spotted Father Rabbit, who was feeding the baby rabbits. And then, whom? See that? Me being familiar with Sejun Nim? Father Rabbit puffed up his chest proudly as he glanced at the baby rabbits. At last, the moment had come for Father Rabbit to prove his dignity and authority. Chapter 549. This, I can't let slide. Black Tower, 62nd floor. Piik? Sejun Nim, have you been well? Yes. Have you been well too, Father Rabbit? Piik? Yes. As Sejun and Father Rabbit exchanged greetings. Swoosh. Pack. We greet Sejun Nim. The black rabbits, who had been hiding around the area, appeared and bowed respectfully. They were the guard squad responsible for guarding Father Rabbit and the baby rabbits. All right. Good work, Pack. We will return to our posts then. Sure. While Sejun was talking with the guard squad, Poo-hoo-hut. Father Rabbit, it's been a while, meow. Hee. It's been a while. Krueng. It's been a while. King. Long time no see. Theo, Flamey, Quenji, and Blackie all greeted Father Rabbit. Pio. Hello. It's been a while. Next, Pio and Uran also exchanged greetings with Father Rabbit. At that moment, Parek, Piik, Piyak, Black Torch and other baby rabbits started yelling and fighting among themselves. The reason for their fight? It was because of Sejun. That person really is Uncle Sejun, I'm telling you. No, he's not. Chairman Park doesn't look like that. Yeah. Chairman Park has 2 horns and 8 arms. He's also 10 meters tall, and most importantly, Chairman Park is supposed to be handsome, but that person is ugly. Black Torch is a liar. The baby rabbits were rejecting the real-life Sejun, who looked different from the rumors they had heard, and argued with Black Torch. And then, you. I remembered you. You said I was ugly, didn't you? Hearing their conversation, Sejun was furious. Parek, I'm not a liar. He really is Uncle Park Sejun. When the baby rabbits accused Black Torch of being a liar, the black rabbit grew frustrated, sniffling as if about to cry, when SSSSSSSS. A bubbling sound was heard, accompanied by a sweet aroma. Parek, Piik, Piyak, Pap. Black Torch and the baby rabbits naturally turned their heads. Those who want carrot candies, come over here and line up. There stood Sejun, coating carrots with sugar syrup he had been boiling. Parek, Uncle, me. Black Torch, as if forgetting he had been crying just a moment ago, dashed towards Sejun at full speed. It was a speed befitting the legendary Black Rabbit. But, how did this little guy get so fast? He's even faster than me now. While Sejun was starting to feel a twinge of jealousy at Black Torch's speed, Piik, Piyak, Pap. The other baby rabbits belatedly ran towards Sejun as well. Ah. This isn't the time for that. There was something more urgent now than feeling envious. Winning over the baby rabbits with carrot candies. Black Torch, what's Uncle's name? Sejun asked Black Torch his name. Piak, Park Sejun. Good. Here you go. Sejun handed over a shiny, sugar-coated carrot to Black Torch, who had answered correctly. Parek. Black Torch received the carrot and happily moved to the side, and the next baby rabbit held out both front paws, ready to receive a carrot. What's my name? Pap. Park Sejun. The next baby rabbit, Fatty, answered without hesitation. As expected of the youngest of the gluttonous family of cart rabbits. Good. Here you go, Pap. Thank you. After Fatty received his carrot candy from Sejun. What's my name? Sejun asked the third baby rabbit the same question. Piik. Chairman Park Sejun has 2 horns on his head, and 8 arms. The baby rabbit hesitated, unable to lie in response to Sejun's question. At that moment, crunch. The sweet and delicious sound of sugar coating breaking as Black Torch and Fatty bit into their carrots was heard from the side, and Piik, Park Sejun. The baby rabbit clenched its fists and shouted. For baby rabbits, delicious things were truth and reality. Good. Here you go. All the baby rabbits in line answered O Park Sejun, and received carrot candy from Sejun and Ku hey hey hey. Krueng. He he he. Dad's name is Park Sejun. Kihihit. King. He he. Butler's name is Park Sejun. At the end of the line, Quenji and Blackie held up fruits they wanted made into candy while shouting Sejun's name. All right. Sejun coated the fruits brought by Quenji and Blackie with sugar, turning them into candies. Having thus revealed the truth through sweetness, Sejun. What am I even doing? The realization that he was using food to prove his identity hit him, leaving him momentarily disillusioned. But the results were undeniable. Crunch. Crunch. Sweet sounds of sugar breaking filled the air from all directions, and, now, what's my name? Park Sejun. Do you believe my words? Yes. And Park Sejun is handsome. Holding carrot candies, Sejun quickly won the hearts of the baby rabbits. However, did you think we'd fall for food? HMPH. We don't fall for such tricks. Truth will always prevail. Shishi, Doo-Doo, and Chubby, the eldest among the baby rabbits, stood their ground, refusing to succumb to Sejun's plan out of pride. Ha ha ha. Let's see if they can resist this too. All right. Today, I'm feeling generous. To any rabbit who shouts, handsome Park Sejun. Cool Park Sejun. Super ultra strong Park Sejun. I'll give a special dragon tattoo, Sejun declared, showing the dragon tattoo engraved on his right hand. Parek. Me. Once again, Black Torch was the first to step forward. Black Torch, who had always admired the dragon tattoo that the black rabbits had, didn't hesitate to volunteer. Parek. 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 Handsome Park Sejun. Cool Park Sejun. Super ultra strong Park Sejun. Good. Where do you want it? Stretch. In response to Sejun's question, Black Torch lifted his left front paw. Left side? What color would you like? Sejun asked while taking out the 9 dragon scales. Having received scales from the dragon clans, he could now create dragon tattoos in all 9 colors. Parek. Golden, please. Got it. Whoa. Sejun pulled out the golden dragon scale and engraved a golden dragon tattoo on Black Torch's left front paw. Handsome Park Sejun. Cool Park Sejun. Super ultra strong Park Sejun. Following Black Torch's example, the other baby rabbits approached Sejun, shouted the slogan, and received their dragon tattoos. The baby rabbits probably didn't realize what an amazing opportunity it was to receive the great dragon's tattoo for just a few words of praise. Look at this. I have the red dragon on my left front paw. Hee hee hee. Fool. Black dragon on the left front paw is the way to go. No way. The purple dragon is the coolest. Perhaps influenced by Black Torch starting with the left paw, all the baby rabbits got their dragon tattoos on their left front paws and began showing them off to one another. While the baby rabbits were busy boasting about the dragon tattoos on their left front paws. Stretch. Pee-pee. Peek. 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 HHH. Handsome Park Sejun. Cool Park Sejun. Super ultra strong Park Sejun. Shishi, who had been watching from a distance, came forward with a bright red face and shouted the slogan in front of Sejun. Shishi had resisted the temptation of food but couldn't give up the allure of a black dragon tattoo on her left paw. Thus, even Shishi, who had called Sejun ugly, ended up saying he was handsome. Good. What color would you like? Sejun asked with a beaming smile. Peek. Black color. All right. Whoa. Using a black dragon scale, Sejun engraved a black dragon tattoo on Shishi's left front paw. Da 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 da. Handsome Park Sejun. Cool Park Sejun. Super ultra strong Park Sejun. Unable to hold out any longer, Dudu and Chubby also ran up to Sejun and shouted the slogan. Dudu got a blue dragon tattoo and what color would Chubby like? Peek. I don't need a dragon tattoo. Just give me a lot of carrot candies. Chubby opted for carrot candies instead of a dragon tattoo. As expected of the eldest son of the cart rabbit family, the cart rabbit had 3 sons, the eldest Chubby, the second Chunky, and the youngest Fatty. Hee hee hee. All right. I'll give you carrot candies. But you still need to choose a dragon tattoo. Thus, Sejun won over the hearts of all the baby rabbits. At that moment, Peek? Sejun Nim, is it true that Grandpa taught you how to farm? One baby rabbit approached Sejun and asked. Rustle, rustle. All the baby rabbits quickly gathered around Sejun, sitting close together with their ears perked up, fully focused on his words. Farming? That's right. Your grandpa is my farming master. It was precisely 498 days ago. Back then, I was trapped in a cave, barely surviving on nutritionless green onions, drowning in despair. Sejun exaggerated the story, making the situation sound worse, to enhance Father Rabbit's reputation. Peek. Peek. Green onions. But Grandpa was the one who brought those green onions to you, Sejun Nim. Ooh, what is this about? When Sejun looked at Father Rabbit, please, just say that's true. He saw Father Rabbit sweating profusely and desperately pleading with his eyes. While bragging to the baby rabbits, Papa Rabbit had added a few lies to make himself look better. So you can plead with your eyes too, huh? Realizing something new, Sejun decided. I forgot. Back then, I was starving for a long time when Father Rabbit appeared with green onions. Thanks to that, my situation improved greatly. To cover for Father Rabbit, Sejun lied for him. Grandpa's words were true. Our grandpa's green onion saved Chairman Park. Grandpa really taught Chairman Park how to farm. Thanks to this, the baby rabbits began admiring Father Rabbit. The story then transitioned to the part where Sejun and the rabbit couple met, had baby rabbits, and met Sweetie. So, Father Rabbit and I worked hard to convince them. Peek. Peek? Wait! Isn't this the part where Grandpa fought the poisonous queen bee one-on-one for everyone? Zing! You abandoned me and ran away back then. Sejun glared at Father Rabbit. Please? Father Rabbit desperately begged again with his eyes. Whom? Father Rabbit fought bravely and saved us. Sejun decided to forgive him one more time. Although Father Rabbit's lies kept surfacing, creating crises, Sejun endured them well. However, Piyak, then is it true that when Sejun Nim knelt before the mighty black dragon and begged for his life, Grandpa appeared and saved you? Another lie from Father Rabbit, peeled away layer by layer. How much did you lie about this? Zing. Sejun stared intently at Father Rabbit, scolding him with his gaze. Please? Father Rabbit pleaded with his eyes once more. Whom? Actually, I didn't kneel completely. My knees were about 1 centimeter above the ground. Sejun compromised by admitting part of Father Rabbit's lie, while protecting the last shred of his pride. At that moment, Pap? Then is it true that Grandpa made Sejun Nim's face handsome? Fatty raised their front paw and asked. What, made me handsome? This, I can't let slide. As Sejun was about to blow up and expose everything. I can't stay silent, meow. Fixing Chairman Park's ugly face to make it less ugly was me, Vice Chairman Theo, meow. Theo, snapping first, shouted indignantly. And so, Father Rabbit's lies were finally exposed. Grandpa lied. This threw the baby rabbits into confusion. Wah! Grandpa is a liar. Some baby rabbits even began to sniffle, on the verge of crying. All right, everyone, pay attention. I'll show you something amazing now. Sejun quickly diverted the baby rabbits' attention to stop them from crying. If he didn't calm them down quickly, their crying could spread like wildfire among the group. Then, Piik, Piik, as the baby rabbits paused their tears momentarily. Look at this. Sejun quickly tossed some stamina corn into a pot and started making popcorn. Pop pop pop. Pop pop pop. The sound of popping corn, coupled with its savory aroma, filled the air. The sight of the kernels bursting was, wow, amazing. It smells so yummy. More than enough to captivate the baby rabbits. Crop gigantification. Sejun seized the moment to use his skill to enlarge some carrots. Vice Chairman Theo, please make large carrot cups. Pooh-hoo hut. Got it, meow. He had Theo make carrot cups to hold the popcorn. A little while later. All right. Listen carefully while you eat, okay? Grandpa and I seem to have remembered things a little weirdly. Let me quickly tell you the truth again. Sejun began correcting Father Rabbit's lies and restarted the story. Yes, the baby rabbits, holding carrot cups brimming with popcorn in their arms, listened to Sejun's words. Crunch. Crunch. Most of them, however, were too focused on eating popcorn to pay attention. As Sejun continued his story, Parek. Parek. Grandpa, it's okay. They say old people naturally start forgetting things. Black Torch tried to console Father Rabbit, but Father Rabbit didn't seem happy at all. And, I'm not old. Neither was Sejun, who was also treated as an old person. Outskirts of destruction. SSSSSSRSSS. Hydra and Leviathan began shedding their skin. Chapter 550, I'm not an uncle. All right. Let's get going now. As the incident caused by Father Rabbit's lie came to an end, Sejun tidied up his surroundings and spoke. And then, all right. Now, let's head out to find the treasure. They all headed off together to search for the final divine relic of misfortune, the god of misfortune. Piik, Bake, Piak. The baby rabbits echoed Sejun's shout enthusiastically. Sejun had heard that Father Rabbit and the baby rabbits had climbed the tower just to meet him. Since it would feel like a shame to let them leave just like that, he thought he should do something for them. Thus, he decided to let them join the treasure hunt. Originally it would have been dangerous, but given who the members were, the difficulty dropped dramatically to the level of a picnic. On top of that, meow. Baby rabbits, form a line, meow. Bake? Uncle, can I touch your tail? Then, Black Torch, grab my tail and follow me, meow. Piak. Uncle, I'm hungry. Fatty, eat this churu, meow. And look ahead while eating, meow. Theo, who returned to his uncle role after a long time, skillfully managed the baby rabbits. The baby rabbits were too scared to approach Uncle Theo at first, but now they talked to him and even whined. And then, Krueng. Follow Uncle Queng. Kihihit. King. Hee. Follow the great Uncle Blackie. Quenji and Blackie also tried to act like uncles, but for some reason, they didn't gain much popularity. Ooh hee. This way. They followed Uran's lead as they made their way to find Misfortune's divine relic. Millimeter. Sejun, with a serious expression, stared intently at the back of Father Rabbit's head as he walked ahead of him. The reason was, since he was the Father Rabbit, would it be Topper? Topper is a combination of the first and last characters from Father Rabbit or Dad Rabbit, forming Topper, or, since he is Black Rabbit's dad, would it be Blacker? It is combination of Black And? From? Father Dad, making it blacker. Sejun was trying to come up with a name for Father Rabbit. He had grown so accustomed to calling him Father Rabbit that he hadn't realized Father Rabbit didn't actually have a name. King? Butler? Why don't you give him a name? Blackie's question made Sejun realize that Father Rabbit didn't have a name. Thus, Pandora's box was opened by Blackie's inquiry. I should make it a name commemorating our first meeting. Sejun recalled his first meeting with Father Rabbit. Father Rabbit, you appeared on the surface drooling, stepped on my shoulder, and asked me for green onions. At that time, you looked like a moon rabbit living on the moon, peeking through a round hole. And then, you brought Mother Rabbit and rubbed salt in my wounds. Alright, I've decided. Wolfgang. Since you came down from the moon, Wolfgang. TL, here, Wol means moon, and a gang means descent or descend, forming, which means to descended from the moon. After pondering for a while, Sejun spoke the name he had decided on. Mother Rabbit can be Wolha then. TL, here, Wol means moon, and Ha means under or below, forming, making it under the moon. Naturally, he gave Mother Rabbit a name too. Once the names were given, the effect of talent, Namer, has been activated. The name Wolfgang has been imbued with a special effect. All stats have increased by 12. Talent, Moon's essence has been awakened. The name Wolha has been imbued with a special effect. All stats have increased by 12. Talent, Moon's warmth has been awakened. The names Wolfgang and Wolha were imbued with special effects. Piik. Sejun Nim gave me a name. Thanks to this, Wolfgang was deeply moved. King. Butler. This isn't fair. Exactly. Something is wrong here. Kiruk. Shalarang. This isn't right. Kark. Piyak. Blackie family expressed their dissatisfaction with Sejun's naming skills. Mew Mew. Pooh. Especially, Mubelchill and Mukboopel were the most vocal in their complaints. We've arrived. While Sejun was busy naming, Uren pointed at an ominous building, announcing they had arrived at the location of Misfortune's divine relic. And then, all right. Let's start the treasure hunt. Everyone, follow carefully. Hee hee. Yes. Bake. Payak. Piat. Sejun with a reliable bodyguard Theo attached to his knee took the lead, and behind him Pio, Uren, and then Wolfgang and the baby rabbits followed in a line. Krueng. At the very back of the group, Quenchi stood ready to handle any emergencies. Sejun and his companions entered the building with a bit of tension and anticipation at the thought of treasure hunting, but, who? Why wasn't it hidden? The divine relic, about the size of a fist, was sitting right in the middle of the central altar in plain view. Star that blesses misfortune. A radiant yet ominous golden star. Who? We already found it. Bake. Payak. Piat. Flamey and the baby rabbits were greatly disappointed that the treasure had already been found so easily. Chairman Park, let's examine the relic for now. Meow. All right. Following Theo's suggestion, Sejun picked up the relic and examined it. Star that blesses misfortune. A divine relic created by Misfortune, the god of misfortune, by embedding her authority into a star that fell to the ground. It bestows a blessing that increases the wearer's abilities using their misfortune. The effect lasts as long as it is worn. Usage restriction must be acknowledged as unfortunate by Misfortune, the god of misfortune. Creator, Misfortune, the god of misfortune. Grade? It's interesting how it blesses you according to how unfortunate you are. Sejun marveled at the relic's options. Misfortune, the god of misfortune, says she will let you experience her relic. Misfortune offered her goodwill. She had heard from Uren, who carried her relic, that for him to thrive, he needed to stay on Sejun's good side. Thus, when Misfortune allowed him to test the relic, star that blesses misfortune measures your usable misfortune. Using the misfortune measured, it grants a blessing that increases all stats by 150. The relic boosted Sejun's stats proportional to the amount of his misfortune. Oh, this is interesting. Vice Chairman Theo, you try it. Pooh hut. All right, meow. When Theo grabbed the relic, no misfortune detected. Instead of misfortune, luck is used to grant a blessing that increases all stats by minus 20,000. For Theo, the relic reduced his stats instead of boosting them. It was more of a curse than a blessing. The divine relic's other name must surely be the star that curses fortune. Meow? This feels awful, meow. Theo quickly withdrew his paws from the relic. Having experienced the relic, Sejun handed it over. Here, take it. Ooh hee hee. Thank you. He handed the divine relic to Uren. At that moment, bang! A powerful shockwave erupted from Uren as soon as he touched the relic. Star that blesses misfortune measures your usable misfortune. The misfortune measured is so vast that it cannot all be used. The star that blesses misfortune grants a blessing that maximizes all stats. The relic blessed Uran by using his misfortune. The impact of the blessing was immense. Everyone, come here. Sejun quickly hugged Flamey and Blackie to shield them from the shockwave. Quackwang! An enormous shockwave rushed towards Sejun, but talent, Master of Deflection, reduces the force of the first attack by 99%. The talent's effect nullified most of the impact. Fortunately, the baby rabbits, who had gone outside out of disappointment with the treasure hunt, and Quenji, who had escorted them, were unharmed by the shockwave. I'm so sorry, as Uran hurriedly bowed his head in apology. Quackwang! Another shockwave erupted. As Uran's stats surged, even the smallest movements unleashed tremendous energy. Meow! Krueng! This time, Theo, who had latched onto Sejun's knee, and Quenji, who had flown over quickly, blocked the shockwave. Pio! Sigh! Thump! Kook! In the meantime, Pio let out a deep sigh and struck Uran on the back of the head, knocking him out. And then, Pio! Sejun Nim, I'll head to the 99th floor of the tower with Uran once he wakes up. It seems he needs some special training from the Minotaur King. Pio informed Sejun that he would take Uran to the 99th floor of the tower for training with the Minotaur King. Since Uran, unable to control his power, was no different from a ticking bomb, it was best for everyone that he undergo special training with the Minotaur King until he could master his strength. All right, leaving the two behind, Sejun stepped out of the building. And then, we're heading down to the first floor of the tower now. Do you want to come with us? He asked Wolgang if he wanted to come along to the tower's first floor. This was to give Kyungchul the relentless hunter's bow, the divine relic of Hunt, the god of hunting. PPI Kike. Yi, no. Wolgang shook his head vigorously after initially nodding instinctively in response to Sejun's question. His neck hurt from the abrupt motion, but it couldn't be helped. On the way here, he had suddenly realized, there were still a few lies he hadn't been caught in yet. Before he got exposed, he decided it was better to escape. A short while later, kids, take care, Piik, Bake, Pyak. Sejun waved back at the rabbits, who were enthusiastically waving their front paws at him as he descended to the first floor of the tower. Combat Shop Headquarters. Battleanim. Hunt, who had returned, went to find Battler. Who? How did it go? Battler, who had been waiting only for Hunt's return, asked eagerly. Theo is calling for you to hurry over. What? He stamped me too. He said you've got 3 days and to get there as fast as possible. Battler's mind went blank at Hunt's words. Theo said if you're late, he'll impeach you, so you'd better go quickly. Having delivered his message, Hunt returned home. He had promised he would craft bows to offer to Theo from now on. This can't be. This is all because of Park Sejun. If only Park Sejun hadn't used my divine relic. As Battler, who was left alone, blamed Sejun. Ahaha! I did it! Misfortune, the god of misfortune, passed by him, laughing brightly. Now that Uran had found all 3 of her divine relics, Misfortune had regained tremendous divine power. No longer was she dressed in rags. Moreover, Kurslina, the god of curses, and Poba, the god of poverty, who had lived alongside her on the streets, were now dressed elegantly in new clothes that Misfortune had bought for them. It was all thanks to Park Sejun. If Sejun hadn't given her relic to Uran and hadn't helped him find the other relics, she wouldn't have been able to recover her divine power. Unlike Battler, who resented Sejun, Misfortune was deeply grateful to him. Everyone, this is all thanks to Park Sejun. So if any of you ever get a chance to talk to him, make sure to treat him with the utmost kindness. Got it? Yes, Unnie. Yes, Nuna. She warned her companions about how they should act towards Sejun. Even within the combat shop headquarters, the number of battle gods who held Sejun in high regard was steadily increasing. You have arrived at the first floor of the Black Tower. Upon reaching the first floor of the tower, Sejun asked, do you know where Kyungchul is? He went to Krueng Gang and asked the Black Bears about Kyungchul's location. Please wait a moment. We'll find out immediately. The Black Bears scattered to search for Kyungchul. Meanwhile, Mom, Dad, I'm doing well. Sejun took a video of himself and his companions using his hunter phone and sent it to the Earth Defense Force Guild headquarters to deliver it to his family. Although the threats to Earth had disappeared, the Earth Defense Force had not disbanded and was continuing as a guild to maintain its legacy. After sending the video, Sejun returned to his original spot and quietly observed his surroundings. At that moment, Kiwi! Sejun noticed hamsters from Hamk scurrying around the first floor of the tower. Although the threat of destruction had passed, the Black Tower and Hamk were still connected, and adventurous hamsters had begun exploring the tower. Just then, Sejun Nim, we found him. He's currently on the second floor. One of the black bears reported Kyungchul's location to Sejun. The second floor? Why is he there? Sejun used a waypoint to move up to the second floor of the tower. Kiwi! Kiwi! These hamsters have lapped me twice. Plant faster! The second floor was bustling with hamsters and people planting green onions on the farm. Cybele the 18th, who had been instructed to plant green onions here, had hired hamsters and people to complete the farm as quickly as possible by paying them. Farm restoration progress 80%. Thanks to this effort, the farm restoration progress had significantly increased. There he is. Sejun spotted Kyungchul amidst the crowd, planting green onions. Kyungchul! When Sejun called out to him, oh, Kyungchul also spotted Sejun and ran over. Ah, that's right. Flamey, this is Kyungchul. He's the one who gave me the apple you were born from. Sejun introduced Kyungchul to Flamey. He. Hello, Uncle Kyungchul. Thank you for sending me to Sejun Nim. Flamey bowed at a 90-degree angle, sincerely thanking Kyungchul. If it weren't for Kyungchul, she wouldn't have met Sejun. Who? Oh, Kyungchul was flustered by Flamey's polite greeting. I'm not an uncle. I'm only 27. Kyungchul, who hadn't even dated once yet, felt too wronged at being called uncle.